Slap.
A sharp sound echoed through the main hall of the Lu family. A clear handprint appeared on Lu Qingyue's pale, tired face. Even Lu Qinxue, standing opposite her, was stunned. She stared in disbelief at the tear-streaked, pitiful girl before her. Lu Qingyue had actually slapped herself. At that moment, a young voice cried out, "Oh no!" Sister Qinxue hit Sister Qingyue. A little girl, about 8 or 9 years old, ran out of the hall in a panic. It was their younger sister, Lu Qianqian. As she ran, she kept shouting, "Oh no!" Sister Qinxue hit Sister Qingyue. Lu Qinxue froze, staring at Lu Qingyue in shock. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps outside. A group of people, led by Lu Qianqian, rushed into the hall.
Sister.
"I know you didn't mean to," Lu Qingyue said softly, covering her face. Tears streamed down like broken pearls, and her body swayed as if she might faint at any moment. "Please don't be angry with me. I shouldn't have come back. I shouldn't have taken the place that belonged to you for 15 years. Her voice was weak, but clear enough for everyone to hear. Lu Qinxue's mind went blank. How had things turned out like this? Just half an hour ago, she had been peacefully chatting with her newly returned sister, Lu Qingyue, in the garden. But now, as soon as they entered the main hall, Lu Qingyue had accused her of hitting her. Yet it was clear that Lu Qingyue had slapped herself. "Qinxue, how could you raise your hand against your sister?" A graceful woman in fine clothes rushed forward and pulled Lu Qingyue into her arms, her eyes full of worry and affection. When she looked at Lu Qinxue, her gaze was filled with disappointment and sorrow. Lu Qinxue froze. It was her adoptive mother, Li Lingji. "Mother, I didn't," Lu Qinxue tried to explain. "How dare you deny it?" A stern-looking man in dark, elegant robes stepped forward. Lu Qinxue stiffened again. It was her adoptive father, Lu Mingxian. Lu Mingxuan's face turned dark, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. "Qingyue just came back. She's weak and gentle. How could you bring yourself to hurt her?" Lu Mingxian was a well-known businessman in Ling City, always caring about his family's reputation. The mistake of raising the wrong daughter 15 years ago had already been a great shame to him. Now that he had found his real daughter, he naturally cherished her deeply, wanting to make up for all the lost years. "Father, I really didn't hit her." Lu Qinxue tried to explain. "Enough." Lu Mingxuan's angry shout cut her off. "We all saw the mark on Qingyue's face. How long are you going to deny it? Do you hate her because she came back and took your place?" Lu Qinxue felt a sharp pain in her chest, making it hard to breathe. Hate her? How could she? When Qingyue was found, she had been happier than anyone. She felt sorry for the girl who had been switched at birth and had promised herself to treat her even better from then on. But why didn't anyone believe her? Was it just because she had gone from being the real daughter to the mistaken one? Big brother, second brother. Lu Qinxue looked to her two brothers for help. Her eldest brother, Lu Chongfeng, was now the head constable of Ling City, with a bright future ahead. Her second brother, Lu Chongqing, had already passed the scholar's exam at a young age and was known as a talented man. In the past, whenever she was wronged, her brothers would always stand up for her. But now Lu Chongfeng frowned, disappointment clear in his eyes. "Qinxue, our family doesn't allow such behavior. Apologize to Qingyue at once." Lu Chongqing turned his face away and said coldly, "You lived in our home for 15 years, enjoying everything as if you belonged here. That was already a great kindness. Now that my real sister has returned, instead of being grateful, you hurt her. You've truly let us down. Lived in another's place." Those words pierced Lu Qinxue's heart like a knife. She trembled, unable to accept it. She had been born to a farming family in Mang village, but by mistake, Lu Mingxian had taken her home and raised her as his own for 15 years. 15 years. She had lived in this family for 15 years. She once believed they were her dearest family. She thought that 15 years of living together, of love and care, had made their bond even stronger than blood. But now she finally understood. All of it was built on one condition, that she was the Lu family's real daughter. Once that belief was broken, all the warmth and affection turned into kindness that could be taken back at any time. She had foolishly thought that even after the Lu family found their real daughter, as long as she behaved well, she could still stay in this home. It seemed she had been wrong. I didn't. Her voice trembled as she tried to explain. I didn't hit her. She's lying about me. She pointed at Lu Qingyue, who was hiding in Li Lingji's arms, showing only her eyes, timid yet filled with a hint of pride. Just a while ago in the garden, Lu Qingyue had smiled and said, "Sister, if I tell father and mother that you hit me, do you think they'll believe you? The adopted daughter they raised for 15 years, or me, their real daughter who suffered for 15 years?" At the time, she had thought it was a joke. She never imagined Lu Qingyue would actually do it. And worse, everyone believed her. "Sister, how can you say that?" Lu Qingyue cried even harder, her thin shoulders shaking as she sobbed. I just wanted to get closer to sister. I didn't expect her to slap me. It's my fault. I shouldn't have come back. You ungrateful child. How dare you accuse your sister?" Li Lingji looked at her real daughter crying in her arms, her heart aching with pity. Then she turned to Lu Qinxue, her face full of anger. She pushed Lu Qinxue hard, so hard that Qinxue stumbled back several steps and almost fell. "Mother!" Lu Qinxue's heart sank completely. The woman who once held her close, taught her to read and write, and sewed her new clothes, now looked at her with disgust. Even her youngest sister, the cheerful Lu Qianqian, hid behind Lu Chongqing, peeked out, made a face, and whispered, "Bad sister, bad sister." Lu Qinxue stared at her little sister in disbelief. She had always loved and protected her, yet now the child stood with Lu Qingyue, helping to accuse her. She was completely speechless. Lu Qinxue felt the world spin around her, and her vision went dark. She couldn't understand why. Did 15 years of affection mean nothing? Was blood really more important than everything else? She looked at Lu Mingxuan's stern and angry face, at Li Lingji's disappointed and disgusted eyes, and at her brother's cold and distant expressions. A wave of grief and anger rose in her heart. "I didn't do it. I really didn't," she shouted with all her strength. "Why won't you believe me? Can't you see she's pretending? How dare you?" Lu Qinxue's cry completely ignited Lu Mingxuan's fury. As one of Ling City's most respected businessmen, he valued rules and reputation above all. To him, Lu Qinxue's wild accusations were outrageous and disgraceful. So this was her true nature, unrefined and unworthy of the family name. He regretted raising her for 15 years, only to see her turn out like this. Blind? The only one blind here is you. Lu Mingxian trembled with anger, pointing at her. "Look at yourself, shouting and losing control. You've lost all grace and manners. Qingyue is gentle, kind, and well-educated. You can't even compare to her." Lu Qinxue froze. Unmannered? Not even worth one finger of Lu Qingyue? So this was how her beloved father saw her. Her heart sank completely. So, in his eyes, she had always been worthless. Were all those years of praise, calling her sensible, bright, and filial, just lies? "Father." Lu Qinxue's voice trembled with unwillingness. "Please, look at me. I'm Qinxue, the one who sat on your knee learning poems, the one you once held so dearly." Enough. Lu Mingxian didn't want to hear another word. To him, every word she spoke was just another excuse. When he saw his real daughter, Lu Qingyue, trembling and crying in her mother's arms, Lu Mingxuan's guilt and regret turned into burning anger toward Lu Qinxue. It was all her fault. She had taken his daughter's place for 15 years. He had treated her kindly, never sending her back to her real family, yet instead of being grateful, she had bullied his true daughter. Unforgivable. I, Lu Mingxian, have no such cruel-hearted daughter. You show no remorse and even dare to slander your sister. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll be failing your sister. With fury on his face, Lu Mingxian strode toward Lu Qinxue. Lu Qinxue instinctively stepped back, her eyes full of fear and confusion. She didn't understand what her father was going to do until he suddenly raised his hand high. In that instant, the air in the hall seemed to freeze. Lu Qinshua's pupils shrank in disbelief. Was her father going to hit her? In all her 15 years, he had never even spoken harshly to her, let alone raised a hand. Even when she was little and broke his favorite inkstone, he had only smiled helplessly and patted her head, telling her to be more careful next time. Even when she tore his treasured paintings, he had comforted her gently, saying he could always buy another. But now he was going to strike her? Father, please don't. She had never seen him so angry and couldn't help but plead in fear. But the same hand that had once gently patted her head now came down with all his strength, filled with rage, and struck her across the face.
Slap.
The sound echoed through the hall, far louder than the one before. Lu Qinshua's head snapped to the side, and a faint taste of blood filled her mouth. A bright red handprint appeared on her cheek. Dazed, she saw stars before her eyes, the world spinning around her. She stumbled backward, knocking over a chair and falling to the ground. A teacup on the table fell with her and shattered into pieces. Everyone in the hall was stunned by the blow. A flash of surprise appeared in Li Lingji's eyes. It had been 20 years since she last saw Lu Mingxian this angry. Lu Chongfeng and Lu Chongqing, the two brothers, were also stunned. Although they were disappointed in Lu Qinshuo, they had never imagined their father would actually strike her, and with such force. Even Lu Qianqian, hiding in the corner, was too frightened to make a sound. Only Lu Qingyue, nestled in Li Lingji's arms, curved her lips into a small, unnoticed smile of satisfaction. It worked. With that slap, Lu Qinshuo would no longer have a place in this family. At that moment, Lu Qinshuo lay on the cold floor. Broken porcelain pressed into her palms, sending sharp pain through her hands and leaving thin cuts. It hurt, but that pain was nothing compared to the ache in her heart. Slowly, she pushed herself up and lifted her head. Her black hair clung messily to her swollen cheeks, and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth looked shocking. Her eyes, filled with sorrow, stared straight at Lu Mingxian.
You hit me?
This is the first time you've ever hit me. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Her heart was breaking. The father, who once cherished her so deeply, was gone. Lu Mingxuan's heart trembled as he looked at her, a flicker of guilt flashing in his eyes. But he quickly forced it down, replacing it with cold disgust. He couldn't soften now. This daughter had gone astray. Her thoughts were twisted, her jealousy too strong. If he didn't discipline her strictly, she would bring disaster to the family. With a stern face, he said firmly, "Hit you? That's already lenient. This slap is to wake you up, to remind you that the Lu family won't tolerate such behavior." Father.
Sister, she.
Seeing this, Lu Qingyue once again put on her gentle, fragile act. She slipped from Li Lingji's arms and walked to Lu Qinshuo's side, pretending to help her up, her voice full of concern and guilt. "Sister, please don't blame father. It's all my fault. You can scold me or even hit me, just don't be angry with father and mother." As she spoke, she bent down and whispered softly in Lu Qinshuo's ear, her tone full of secret pride. "Sister, see? I told you, they only believe me. Biological ties are real. Does that slap hurt? This is just the beginning. Everything that belongs to you, I will take away, one by one, so you can understand what it feels like to have nothing. You've taken 15 years of my life, and I can't accept it. I want you to feel the same despair I once did." Lu Qinshuo's body froze. She had thought the two of them could live peacefully, like sisters. But she never expected that the other would hate her so deeply for taking away 15 years of her life. Lu Qinshuo lifted her eyes, staring hard at the face before her, one that looked gentle and harmless, but hid a heart full of malice. "It was you. You did this to me on purpose." She gritted her teeth, forcing out the words. "Sister, what are you talking about? How could I ever hurt you?" Lu Qingyue blinked her innocent eyes, but her voice dropped lower, carrying a trace of cold amusement. I'm only taking back what should have been mine. Father's love, mother's care, our brother's affection. All of it was meant for me. You're so cruel. Lu Qingxue trembled with anger. She tried to stand, wanting to tear away the false mask before her. But as soon as she moved, Lu Qingyue quietly pressed a hand on her shoulder. To others, it looked as if Lu Qingyue was helping her up, gentle and considerate. Sister, please get up, the floor is cold. Then Lu Qingyue raised her voice. Father only spoke in anger.
He still cares for you.
Just apologize, and everything will be fine. We're still a family. A family, indeed. Lu Qingxue's chest ached with fury. She suddenly raised her hand, trying to push Lu Qingyue away. Go away. Don't touch me. But just as her hand brushed Lu Qingyue's sleeve, Lu Qingyue suddenly stumbled backward, as if pushed by an unseen force, letting out a startled cry.
Ah!
Her steps faltered, and she fell toward the doorway. And right outside the door were the stone steps. It all happened too fast for anyone to react. By the time they realized what had happened, Lu Qingyue had already fallen with a heavy thud onto the steps outside. Her forehead hit the edge of the steps hard, and blood appeared instantly.
Qingyue!
Li Lingji let out a sharp, heart-wrenching scream and rushed forward like someone who had lost control. Lu Chongfeng and Lu Chongqing both turned pale and ran up in panic. Sister! Lu Mingxian was so furious that his vision went dark, almost losing his balance. He pointed at Lu Qingxue, who was still on the ground, his lips trembling, unable to speak a word. You wicked child! How could you? Lu Qingxue was completely stunned. She lay on the ground, staring at her hand still frozen in midair, her mind blank. She hadn't even touched Lu Qingyue, not even the corner of her clothes. It was Lu Qingyue who had fallen on her own. She did it on purpose. She wanted everyone to think badly of her, to make sure she would no longer have a place in this family. It hurts. Mother, it hurts so much. Lu Qingyue lay in Li Lingji's arms, blood running down her forehead and mixing with her tears, making her look pitiful. She weakly opened her eyes and looked toward Lu Qingxue, her gaze full of fear.
Sister! Why?
Did you push me?
Why?
After hearing that, Lu Mingxuan's eyes filled with rage. Lu Qingxue. He finally exploded in anger. He grabbed a teacup from the table and threw it hard in her direction.
Crash!
The cup shattered beside Lu Qingxue, and the hot tea splashed onto her hand, leaving a red mark. You cruel-hearted girl. How could our Lu family raise someone as vicious as you? You hit her before, and now you even tried to push her down the steps to hurt her. Lu Mingxian was furious beyond control. I didn't push her. Lu Qingxue finally came back to her senses and shouted in desperation. She fell by herself.
Please believe me.
She fell on her own. But who would believe her now? To everyone else, it looked like she had no remorse and had pushed her sister when Lu Qingyue tried to help her. Brother. Second brother.
You saw it.
I didn't touch her. Lu Qingxue cried out in despair, pleading with her two brothers. Lu Chongfeng's eyes were as cold as ice. He had seen it clearly just now. Qingxue did raise her hand, and she shouted, "Get away." Right after that, Qingyue fell. To him, that was undeniable proof. As a constable, his eyes were sharp enough to judge. Enough, Qingxue. Lu Chongfeng's voice was cold and emotionless. After all that's happened, are you still trying to deny it? What you've done truly disappoints me. He turned to Lu Mingxian and said coldly, Father, we can't let this woman stay in the house any longer. With such a cruel heart, who knows what she might do next? What about Qingyue and Qianqian's safety? Yes. She can't stay. Li Lingji held the weak and dizzy Lu Qingyue in her arms, crying out, Master, please drive her out. I don't want to see her again. I'm afraid she'll hurt my Qingyue. Yes, she's heartless. Send her away. Lu Chongqing added. Drive her out. When Lu Qingxue heard those words, her heart sank completely. They wanted to drive her away. The home she had lived in for 15 years no longer wanted her. She looked at the once familiar faces before her, now so cold and distant. She couldn't accept it. Her father's anger, her mother's hatred, her brother's indifference. Not one of them was willing to believe her. Not one gave her a chance to explain. They even called her heartless. So this was what it felt like to be distrusted. So this was what it felt like to be abandoned by one's family. At that moment, Lu Qingyue quietly opened her eyes a little and gave Lu Qingxue a triumphant, spiteful smile. That smile was like a knife, cutting away the last bit of hope in Lu Qingxue's heart.
Why?
Why couldn't they see the truth? Why were they all forcing her like this? A wild thought began to grow in Lu Qingxue's mind. If none of them would believe her, then she would prove it in her own way. Slowly, she got up from the ground. Lu Qingxue stood tall, her figure thin but straight. The mark of a slap burned red and purple on her face, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked utterly disheveled, yet her eyes were frighteningly calm. That calmness was not acceptance, it was despair.
All right.
She said only one word, but determination flashed in her eyes. Lu Mingxian was about to shout at her, but her sudden reaction left him stunned. Li Lingji stopped crying and looked at her suspiciously. Lu Chongfeng and Lu Chongqing crossed their arms, sneering at her. Lu Qinxue looked around the room. She looked at Lu Mingxian, the man who had given her 15 years of fatherly love, only to shatter it with his own hands. She looked at Li Lingji, the woman who had once been a loving mother, but now saw her as a heartless stranger. She looked at Lu Chongfeng and Lu Chongqing, her brothers, who had once protected her, now watching coldly from the side. Finally, her gaze fell on Lu Qingyue, who was pretending to be unconscious, though a faint smile betrayed her act. Lu Qinxue suddenly smiled. Didn't you all want me gone? Didn't you all believe I hurt her, that I pushed her? Didn't you all think she was kind and gentle, while I was cruel and heartless? Then I'll prove to you that I'm telling the truth. With every word she spoke, Lu Qinxue took a step forward. Her determined eyes made Lu Mingxian instinctively step back. Lu Qinxue, what are you trying to do? Li Lingji asked fearfully, clutching Lu Mingxuan's sleeve tightly. Her grip brought him back to his senses. His face darkened with anger. Lu Qinxue, you've truly disappointed me. If none of you believe me, if you all want to drive me to despair, Lu Qinxue said slowly, then I'll prove my innocence with my life. I'll show you right now. Enough. Qinxue, stop this nonsense at once. Lu Mingxuan's face changed, his voice sharp.
Li Lingzi skramat, Liu Qinxue.
You used to be so gentle. How did you become like this? Are you trying to scare us? Nonsense? Irrational? Lu Qinxue laughed softly. So this was how they saw her now. Li Lingji shouted again, if you really want to go, then go. No one will stop you. At that moment, Lu Qingyue let out a faint sound and collapsed completely, pretending to faint once more. Qingyue! Li Lingji cried out in shock. Ignoring Lu Qinxue completely, she frantically held Lu Qingyue in her arms, shaking her gently. Qingyue! Lu Mingxian also shouted in alarm. Brother, sister has fainted. Lu Chongqing called out anxiously. Seeing this, Lu Chongfeng's anger turned entirely toward Lu Qinxue. Pointing at her, he roared, if anything happens to Qingyue, I will hold you responsible. After speaking, he rushed toward Lu Qingyue. Even Lu Qianqian made a face at Lu Qinxue before running to Li Lingji's side, watching Lu Qingyue nervously. Everyone's attention was once again drawn to Lu Qingyue. No one looked at Lu Qinxue anymore, nor did anyone notice her pale, troubled expression. Lu Qinxue forced a bitter smile. She turned around without hesitation and lifted her skirt slightly as she ran toward the backyard.
There was a large lotus pond there.
Where are you going? Lu Mingxuan's voice was filled with impatience. You're becoming more and more unruly. Even raising a dog would be better than raising someone as ungrateful as you. Lu Qinxue smiled sadly as she walked. Ever since the family had welcomed Lu Qingyue back, she felt she was worth less than a dog. Lu Chongfeng frowned and said quietly, she doesn't look right. Did we go too far? What if she does something foolish? Li Lingji was still holding Lu Qingyue, her heart aching. Seeing Lu Qingyue unconscious, her hatred toward Lu Qingyue deepened. All she knows is how to pretend. I don't believe she would really jump into the water. Lu Chongqing sneered. Mother is right. She's just putting on a show. Instead of apologizing to our sister, she tries to make her look bad. How disgusting.
Li Lingzi snurta coldly.
If she really wants to leave, then so be it. Lu Qinxue ran faster, the wind whistling past her ears. Moments later, the pond came into view, dark and still. Without hesitation, she leapt forward.
Splash.
Water splashed high and quickly fell back down. The cold water surrounded her completely, filling her nose and mouth. Her vision darkened. She didn't struggle.
She didn't want to.
She only wished to prove her innocence, even if it cost her life. Her body kept sinking deeper and deeper. Just before her consciousness faded completely, she suddenly felt a trace of regret. When the Meng family sent Lu Qingyue back, she had chosen to return with her to that poor home, would everything have turned out differently? But back then she was afraid. She had heard that the Mengs were farmers who often struggled to have enough to eat. She had lived her whole life as a pampered young lady. How could she bear a life of hardship? Yet now, what use was regret? She only wanted to prove her innocence. If she couldn't prove it while alive, then she would do so with her death. Lu Qingyue, you've won. I give up the Lu family. The 15 years of care you gave me, I return them to you. From now on, we owe each other nothing. If there is another life. No, I don't want another life. It hurts too much. It's too unfair. Something terrible has happened. Master, Madam. Miss Qinxue has jumped into the lake. A maid on night duty had seen it with her own eyes. Terrified, she stumbled and crawled all the way back to the main hall. Lu Mingxuan's face changed instantly.
What?
She really dared to do that? She's pretending. She must be pretending. Li Lingji shrieked, refusing to believe it. I can't believe it. Even now, instead of apologizing to Qingyue, she's using such a low trick to win our sympathy. I'm so disappointed in her. Lu Chongfeng snorted coldly. I didn't expect her to stoop to such childish games. Lu Chongqing looked disgusted. I don't believe she'd really go that far. Just then, Lu Qingyue slowly opened her eyes. She rubbed her forehead and blinked in confusion, looking weak and innocent. Li Lingji immediately bent down, her voice unusually gentle. Qingyue, how are you feeling? Lu Mingxian, Lu Chongfeng, Lu Chongqing, and Lu Qianqian all surrounded her. Lu Qingyue swayed as she stood, her face pale, her body so weak it seemed she might fall again. But behind her lowered lashes, a flicker of satisfaction flashed by. Mother, it's all my fault. I must have done something wrong to make sister so upset. Her eyes reddened as she looked up. Father, Mother, please don't be angry with sister. I'm sure she didn't mean to push me. I think I heard that sister Qinxue had jumped into the lake. Maybe we should go and check on her? Lu Mingxian let out a long sigh. She really is my own daughter, so kind and generous. Even now, she's still speaking up for that stubborn girl. Li Lingji said softly, Qingyue, dear, you're not strong. Don't worry about her. She's just pretending, hoping we'll beg her to come back. Lu Chongfeng added, Qingyue, you're my true sister. From now on, I'll only care about you and Qianqian. As for Lu Qinxue, she's so fake and annoying. I don't want to see her again. Lu Chongqing agreed. Mother is right. She's not even 1/10 as good as Qingyue. I'll treat you even better from now on. Lu Qianqian nodded hard. Sister Qingyue, I'll only be good to you. Lu Qingyue's eyes turned red. You're all so kind to me. A moment later, another maid came running back, her voice trembling with tears. Master, Madam, Miss Qinxue. She jumped into the pond and hasn't moved since.
I'm afraid.
Lu Mingxuan's face turned pale, his voice shaking. Nonsense. How could she really do that? A strange look flashed in Li Lingji's eyes as she grabbed Lu Mingxuan's arm. Husband, let's go see what she's up to. The joy in Lu Qingyue's eyes could no longer be hidden. She lowered her head and said softly, Father, Mother, let's go check quickly.
Fine.
To the backyard. Everyone hurried to the pond behind the house. Several servants were already in the dark water, struggling to search, while the maids on shore were pacing anxiously. Seeing this, Lu Chongfeng grew nervous too. Without thinking, he jumped into the pond. After a long while, he finally felt Lu Qingshue's cold body at the bottom. They worked together to pull her out. When they laid her on the ground, everyone gasped. She was soaked through, her face pale and lips colorless, eyes closed, completely still. Lu Chongfeng's hand trembled as he reached toward her nose.
No breath.
She's gone. Lu Chongfeng staggered, almost falling. Li Lingji stared in disbelief, her legs giving way as she sank to the ground. Lu Mingxian stared blankly at the stiff body, trembling all over.
How?
How could this happen? Lu Chongqing and Lu Qianqian were also frozen in fear, standing motionless. Behind the crowd, Lu Qinghua looked at the pale face before her, feeling a mix of dark satisfaction and deep resentment. Dead? Dying is too easy for you. You took my place for 15 years and stole everything that belonged to me. Do you know what kind of life I had in the Mang family? I ate scraps, wore rags, and was treated terribly. I suffered every single day. What a pity. I didn't even get the chance to make you pay, and now you're gone. Lu Mingxuan's voice trembled. How could this happen? How could she really take her own life? I only wanted to teach her a lesson, to make her admit her mistakes. I never thought that unfilial girl would actually jump into the water. At that moment, a trace of regret appeared in his heart. Li Lingji crouched down, her eyes flashing with a strange light before she choked out, Qingxue, I know you're pretending. Please, get up. As long as you get up, Mother will forgive you. She wanted to shake Lu Qingxue, but a look of disgust crossed her face. Lu Chongfeng also began to feel a faint sense of guilt. He said shakily, did we go too far? Lu Chongqing sighed deeply, his eyes showing a hint of remorse. Lu Qingyue secretly glanced at Lu Qianqian and gave her a signal. Understanding, Lu Qianqian kicked Lu Qingxue lightly in the stomach and muttered, bad sister. She must be pretending. She's always been good at acting. Then she kicked her a few more times. But Lu Qingxue didn't move at all. Lu Mingxian scolded, Qianqian, stop it. Your sister is already gone. Show some respect. Lu Qianqian hid in Lu Qingyue's arms and pouted. She's not my sister. Qingyue is my real sister. Lu Mingxian sighed heavily. No matter what, she was my daughter for 15 years. Let's give her a proper burial. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just then, cough. Cough, cough. A faint sound came from Lu Qingxue's lips. Everyone trembled and looked down. They saw Mang Qingshue's eyelashes flutter slightly, and her eyelids moved. Lu Chongfeng's pupils shrank sharply. He stared at Lu Qingshue's chest. There was a faint, almost invisible rise and fall.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
She hadn't breathed for so long. How could she still be alive? Something was wrong. Cough, cough. A fit of coughing broke the silence. The girl lying on the ground suddenly arched her body and spat out several mouthfuls of muddy pond water. Even her dress was dirty and soaked. Then, her tightly closed eyes slowly opened. The entire Lu family froze in shock. What kind of eyes were those? They were no longer soft or pleading as before. Now, they were cold and distant, sending a chill through everyone's heart. She held her head, looking as if she were in great pain. I've traveled through time? Mang Qingshuo, actually woke up in the body of an ancient girl named Lu Qingshuo. Mang Qingshue's head throbbed painfully. Memories that didn't belong to her flooded her mind. Memories of a girl named Lu Qingshuo. 15 years of life flashed before her eyes like a dream. The original Lu Qingshuo was born into a wealthy family and lived in comfort for 15 years, until the real daughter returned home, and she was revealed to be a fake. She didn't want to return to the countryside and live a hard life. When the two families decided to exchange daughters, she begged Lu Mingxian not to send her away. Out of pity for their years together, Lu Mingxian allowed her to stay. But after the real daughter came back, she was constantly framed and gradually despised by everyone. Today, filled with sorrow and despair, she jumped into the lotus pond to prove her innocence, losing her life in the process. As for Meng Qinxue herself, she had been a martial arts coach at a training center. During an act of bravery, she accidentally fell into the water, swallowed a few mouthfuls, and lost consciousness. When she woke up, she had become this ancient girl with the same name, Qinxue. Only the surname was different. She was Meng, the other was Lu. Now, she pushed herself up slowly, her face pale and bloodless, her eyes deep and calm as she looked around.
She's
come back from the dead. Someone cried. Lu Qianqian turned pale with fear and clung tightly to Lu Chongqing's leg, not daring to look at her again. Lu Mingxian and Li Lingji were so frightened that they kept stepping back, pointing at her with trembling lips, unable to say a word.
You.
Lu Qingyue's face turned white in an instant. She quickly hid behind Lu Chongfeng, too scared to look at her. Lu Chongqing's voice shook. Are you a person or a ghost? Meng Qinxue ignored them all. She was still struggling to sort through the chaotic memories in her mind. The last thoughts of the body's original owner were despair, sadness, and complete disappointment in this family. She raised her hand, touched her burning cheek, and looked at the small cut on her palm from the broken porcelain. The pain felt real. It seemed she had truly come to life in the body of this girl named Lu Qinxue. And the people before her were the very ones who had driven the original owner to her end. Her cold gaze swept over each of them. The middle-aged man was her foster father, Lu Mingxian, who looked fierce but was weak inside. The woman who seemed gentle but was actually harsh was her foster mother, Li Lingji. The two with indifferent faces were Lu Chongfeng and Lu Chongqing. The one who looked lively but was secretly mean was Lu Qianqian. And the girl hiding behind them, full of fear, was the newly acknowledged real daughter, Lu Qingyue, who pretended to be kind and innocent. What a fine show this was. Lu Chongfeng snorted. Don't be afraid. She's not dead.
You
were pretending all along. Li Lingji finally recovered from her shock. Her fear quickly turned into furious anger. Pointing at Meng Qinxue, she shouted, Well, Lu Qinxue, you've really learned some tricks. You faked your death just to scare us. What were you thinking? How could you become like this? You've truly disappointed me. Lu Mingxuan's face turned from pale to dark. The little guilt and regret he had felt moments ago vanished completely, replaced by rage at being deceived. You ungrateful child, he shouted, shaking with anger. You've completely ruined the Lu family's reputation today. Just to gain sympathy and avoid admitting your mistakes, you even used such disgraceful tricks. Meng Qinxue listened to their accusations and sneered inwardly. Was this family out of their minds? A living person jumped into the pond, and when she was pulled out, she wasn't breathing for a long time. Now that she's alive again, their first reaction isn't relief or concern, but to accuse her of pretending to be dead? What kind of family is this? She finally understood why the original person had felt so hopeless. In their eyes, whatever you do is wrong. If you live, it's wrong. If you die, it's wrong. And now that you've come back to life, it's even more wrong. Even if you hanged yourself, they'd say you were just playing on a swing. Even if you jumped into the water, they'd say you were trying to get attention. They never cared whether you lived or died. All their concern was based only on the fact that you were part of the Lu family. Sister, I'm so glad you're okay. Lu Qingyue finally came to her senses. She forced down her unease and quickly put on a pitiful expression. Wiping her tears, she walked toward Meng Qinxue. I knew you'd be fine, sister. Father, mother, please don't blame her. She didn't mean it. She just wasn't thinking clearly. She wanted to use the same trick again, pretending to be the kind and innocent younger sister. But as soon as she took 2 steps forward, Mang Qinshua's cold gaze swept over her. Stop. Mang Qinshua's voice was sharp and firm, leaving no room for argument. Lu Qinghua froze in place. Lu Qinghua was stunned. When did she become so strong and confident? She was never like this before. Mang Qinshuo pushed herself up from the ground and slowly stood. She looked at Lu Qinghua and gave a faint smile, part mocking, part icy cold. And what makes you think you deserve to call me sister? Everyone was stunned. Was this really the same Lu Qinghua who used to be so gentle and afraid to even raise her voice? Lu Qinghua's face turned pale. She hadn't expected Lu Qinghua to change so much after waking up, speaking so sharply and without mercy.
Sister.
How can you say that to me? Tears welled up again as she looked pitifully at Lu Mingxian and Li Lingji. I was just worried about you. Enough. Li Lingji, heart aching for her younger daughter, quickly pulled Lu Qinghua behind her and glared angrily at Mang Qinshuo. Lu Qinghua, what nonsense are you saying? Qinghua was kindly worried about you. What kind of attitude is that? Look at yourself now. Do you still look like an older sister? An older sister? Mang Qinshuo gave a cold laugh. The Lu family dares to lecture me about that? In your eyes, would you only be satisfied if I had really died just now? You. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Lingji's heart tightened, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Nonsense? Mang Qinshuo sneered and took a step forward. Her soaked clothes were still dripping, leaving wet marks on the floor. Yet her presence was so strong that Lu Mingxian and Li Lingji instinctively wanted to step back. I jumped into the lake, and you said I was pretending. When I was pulled out, barely breathing, you didn't care whether I lived or died. You were only worried about being blamed for driving your adopted daughter to despair. Now that I'm alive again, you say I'm faking it and being deceitful. Enough. You ungrateful child. Lu Mingxian finally lost his temper, pointing at her angrily. You never learn. You must be out of your mind. Father, don't waste words on her. Lu Chongqing couldn't hold back anymore and stepped forward. She's like a mad dog now, attacking everyone she sees. I say we lock her in the woodshed until she calms down. Yes. Lock her up. Li Lingji quickly agreed, her eyes full of resentment. She needs to be taught a lesson, or she'll never understand who's in charge in this house. An adopted daughter daring to act so wildly. Mang Qinshuo sneered inwardly. The Lu family truly all wear the same false face. Sister, please don't be angry anymore. It's all my fault. Lu Qinghua stepped out from behind Li Lingji, tears in her eyes as she looked at Mang Qinshuo. As long as you calm down, I'll do whatever you want. Just apologize to father and mother, and we can still be a family, all right? Her words sounded gentle and selfless, as if she were thinking of everyone else. Sure enough, Lu Mingxian looked at her with even more affection and guilt.
See?
Look at Qinghua. She's so understanding and kind. Even now, she's still pleading for you. He pointed at Mang Qinshuo, his voice full of disappointment. And you. You're nothing but an ungrateful child we could never truly raise. At this point, you still refuse to admit your mistakes. Lu Qinghua, I'll give you one last chance. He pointed at Lu Qinghua and ordered, now kneel down. Apologize to your sister. Admit you were wrong and ask for her forgiveness. Otherwise, the Lu family will no longer accept you. Kneel down. Apologize. Kneel down. Apologize. Li Lingji and Lu Chongqing joined in, their voices full of anger. Lu Chongfeng frowned, but didn't speak up. Lu Qianqian also shouted excitedly, yes, kneel down and apologize to Sister Qinghua. Lu Qinghua lowered her head, a proud smile secretly appearing on her lips. Kneel, Lu Qinghua. Once you kneel, you'll never be able to lift your head in front of me again. In the end, Lu Qinghua, have won. Everyone's eyes turned to Mang Qinshuo, waiting for her to kneel. Mang Qinshuo suddenly smiled. They wanted her to kneel and apologize? In her past life, even when facing dangerous criminals, she had never knelt. And now these foolish people expected her to? You want me to kneel and apologize to her?
Impossible.
A hint of mockery flashed in Meng Qingshua's eyes. What did you say? Lu Mingxian couldn't believe his ears. You've gone too far. This is outrageous. He was so angry that his vision blurred.
You.
You ungrateful daughter. Sister, how can you talk to father like that? Seeing this, Lu Qingyue began to cry again, pretending to be heartbroken. Father only wants what's best for you. Besides, just now, you clearly hit me and pushed me. Oh. Meng Qingshuo raised an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing on her lips as she slowly walked toward her. Lu Qingyue felt uneasy under her gaze and instinctively stepped back. Sister, what are you going to do? Nothing. Meng Qingshuo stopped in front of her, the corners of her mouth slightly curved. You said I hit you and pushed you, right? Lu Qingyue whispered, yes. Sister, I know you didn't mean it. If you just admit your mistake, I won't blame you. Admit my mistake? Meng Qingshuo laughed. Why should I admit to something I didn't do? Her tone suddenly changed, and her eyes turned cold. But since you like being hit so much, and love running to your parents to complain that I hit you. A bad feeling rose in Lu Qingyue's heart. Before she could react, Meng Qingshuo suddenly raised her hand.
Slap.
A sharp sound echoed as her palm landed hard on the other side of Lu Qingyue's face. Meng Qingshuo had used all her strength, fast and fierce. Lu Qingyue was stunned, her mind blank, and blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lu Mingxian, Li Lingji, Lu Chongfeng, and Lu Chongqing all stood frozen, staring in disbelief. She actually hit her, right in front of everyone, so openly. You already said I hit you, Meng Qingshuo said coldly, shaking her slightly numb hand. If I don't make it true, wouldn't that be unfair? After speaking, she stepped forward and gave Lu Qingyue a hard push on the shoulder. Lu Qingyue, already unsteady, lost her balance and fell backward, straight into the pond. Splash. Caught off guard, Lu Qingyue swallowed several mouthfuls of water. Lu Chongfeng and Lu Chongqing panicked and quickly pulled the drenched and trembling Lu Qingyue out of the water. With anger and fear in her eyes, Lu Qingyue cried out, Father, mother, sister tried to hurt me. She hates that I came back. She wants to get rid of me. You wicked girl. How dare you hit my daughter? Li Lingji screamed, rushing forward to hold Lu Qingyue tightly, ignoring her soaked clothes. Seeing the red mark on her face and the blood on her lips, tears filled her eyes. This is outrageous. Truly outrageous. Lu Mingxian trembled with fury. Lu Qingxue, you're too cruel. Lu Chongfeng shouted angrily. He had always thought she was just spoiled, but he never imagined she could be this heartless. Unable to hold back any longer, he strode forward and roared, You even dare to hit your own sister. Let's see how I deal with you today. As he spoke, he raised his hand and reached toward Meng Qingshue's shoulder, his movements quick and forceful, just as one would expect from a skilled officer. However, just as his hand was about to touch Meng Qingshuo, she slightly turned her body and stepped aside, easily avoiding his grasp. Lu Chongfeng's hand caught nothing but air, and because he had used too much force, he stumbled forward a few steps and almost fell into the water. He turned around sharply, staring at Meng Qingshuo in shock.
How? How could this be? How could she dodge that?
That move of his, though not at full strength, was not something a sheltered young lady could avoid. Yet she not only dodged it, but did so cleanly and smoothly, like someone trained in martial arts. The thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it.
Impossible.
He knew her best. She had always been quiet and gentle, never stepping outside the house, and had no strength to even lift a chicken. How could she know martial arts? It must have been luck. He must have been careless. You dare to dodge me? Let's see how I teach you a lesson. Lu Chongfeng, embarrassed and angry, felt his pride had been challenged. He rushed forward again, ready to show his sister who was in charge. Teach me a lesson? Meng Qingshuo looked at him with a faint, mocking smile. Lu Chongfeng, and what gives you the right? Because you can't tell right from wrong? Because you help those who do evil? or because you're blind to the truth and let others use you.
You.
Lu Changfeng was speechless, his face turning red.
What about me?
Meng Qingxue looked around at the furious Lu family members and said loudly, "You all want me gone, right? Fine, I'll leave." Her words stunned everyone. They had expected her to cry, argue, or beg, but never that she would so firmly decide to leave this house. After all, when the Meng family sent her here, Meng Qingxue had chosen not to return to her own family. Instead, she had begged Lu Mingxian to let her stay.
What? What did you say?
Li Lingji was caught off guard. "I said, I'm leaving," Meng Qingxue replied calmly. "This place? Whoever wants to stay can stay. I'm done." The bold words left the Lu family completely shocked. That rough tone, that fearless attitude, was this really the same Meng Qingxue they knew?
Fine. Fine. Fine.
Lu Mingxian was so angry that he laughed. Pointing at Meng Qingxue, he said good 3 times in a row. "Lu Qingxue, you've grown bold enough to talk to me like this. Do you really think you can survive without the Lu family? As far as I know, the Meng family is poor and struggling. If you go back there, you'll never live a comfortable life again, let alone marry into a good family. That's my own business, Master Lu." "You don't need to worry about it," Meng Qingxue replied calmly. That one phrase, Master Lu, made Lu Mingxian freeze. His heart filled with both pain and anger. The daughter he had raised for 15 years was now calling him so coldly. "You ungrateful child." He finally exploded, shouting, "Get out.
Leave.
From this day on, you are no longer a daughter of the Lu family. I, Lu Mingxian, will act as if I never raised you. Your life or death has nothing to do with us anymore." His words were firm and final, leaving no room for change. Li Lingji screamed as well, "Get out. Hurry up and go. I never want to see your face again. Ever since Qingwei came back, I've disliked you." Lu Chongqing snorted coldly. "You brought this on yourself." Even the youngest, Lu Qianqian, copied the adults and shouted, "Bad sister. Go away." Meng Qingxue looked at all the eager faces waiting for her to leave, but she felt no sadness at all. This was exactly what she wanted. Staying with these foolish people would only waste her time and energy. She took a deep breath and said clearly, "Fine. You said it yourself. From this moment on, I, Meng Qingxue, cut all ties with the Lu family." Meng Qingxue. She actually called herself Meng Qingxue. She even gave up the surname Lu. Lu Mingxian trembled all over. He had planned to use this threat to make her beg for forgiveness. He never expected her to accept it so easily, even reclaiming her original name. "Sister, please don't be impulsive." Lu Qingyue, who had been pretending to be weak on the ground, began to frown. Her plan had been to completely crush Lu Qingxue, to keep her in the Lu family as someone everyone disliked, someone she could bully whenever she wanted. She wanted to see Lu Qingxue fall from the clouds into the mud, living every day in pain and regret. Only then could her anger be eased. For taking what wasn't hers for 15 years, Lu Qingxue had to pay the price. But she never expected that Lu Qingxue would actually leave, so firmly, without a trace of hesitation. No, that couldn't happen. If she left, how could she continue to make her suffer? "Sister, please don't say things out of anger. Don't be upset with father and mother. They love you. As long as you admit your mistake, we'll still be a family. You'll still be their good daughter and our good sister." Her words sounded like she was pleading, but in truth, she wanted to trap Meng Qingxue back into the Lu family's cage, so she could slowly torment her again. "A family?" Meng Qingxue laughed as if she had heard a joke. She looked at Lu Qingyue, her eyes full of mockery. "With you? With someone who lies and hides a cruel heart behind a kind face?" Lu Qingyue's face turned pale, unable to speak. "Or with them?" Meng Qingxue's gaze swept over Lu Mingxian, Li Lingji, and the Lu brothers. "With a group of blind fools who can't tell right from wrong?"
"How dare you?"
Lu Mingxian shouted angrily. "How dare I?" Meng Qingxue sneered. "Compared to what you've done, my words are nothing. Master Lu, let me confirm one last time. What you said just now, does it still count? From this moment on, there will be no ties between me, Mang Qinxue, and the Lu family. My life or death will have nothing to do with you. Is that right? A flash of resentment crossed Lu Mingxuan's eyes. Yes. My word is final. From the moment you step out of this house, you are no longer part of the Lu family. Good. That was exactly what Mang Qinxue wanted to hear. She turned around and said loudly, "Everyone here, please bear witness. Today, I, Mang Qinxue, willingly cut all ties with the Lu family. From now on, whether I live or die, whether I am rich or poor, it has nothing to do with the Lu family. And the Lu family shall never use the excuse of raising me to demand anything from me again. Shall we put it in writing?" She looked at Lu Mingxian, her eyes filled with challenge. Lu Mingxian was so angry that he almost lost his breath. He never expected that the daughter he had raised for 15 years would be so thoughtful and determined, unwilling to suffer even the smallest loss.
Fine. Fine.
Someone bring me paper and ink. He was completely furious. Today, I'll write this letter to cut off our family ties. I want to see how long you can survive without the Lu family. Soon, a servant brought paper, ink, and brushes. Lu Mingxian angrily wrote the letter, slammed the brush down, blew the ink dry, signed his name, and made Li Lingji and their 2 sons press their fingerprints on it. Then he threw the document in front of Mang Qinxue.
Put your fingerprint on it.
After that, get out. Mang Qinxue picked up the paper, glanced at it, then calmly dipped her thumb in the red ink and pressed it down. A bright red fingerprint appeared on the paper. She folded the document neatly and tucked it into her clothes. "Father,
please don't."
Lu Qingyue cried as she grabbed Lu Mingxuan's sleeve. "You can't let sister leave. She's a young woman. How can she survive outside?" "Be quiet." Lu Mingxian, still furious, pushed her away. She chose this herself. If she suffers outside, that's her own fault. If you speak for her again, you can leave with her. Lu Qingyue was so frightened that she didn't dare say another word. Li Lingji quickly shielded her daughter. "You're scaring Qingyue." Mang Qinxue gave a cold laugh, straightened her soaked clothes, and turned to leave. She didn't want to stay in this place for another moment. Just as she was about to walk away, Lu Qingyue shouted, "Stop." Mang Qinxue paused but didn't turn around. She wanted to see what this pretentious girl was planning now. Seeing her stop, a flash of resentment crossed Lu Qingyue's eyes. Letting her leave so easily would be too kind. If she was going to go, she should at least be humiliated first, sent away with nothing, like a stray dog. Lu Qingyue stepped in front of Mang Qinxue, blocking her path. She looked her up and down, her gaze landing on the fine silk clothes that, though soaked, still showed their quality. A flash of coldness appeared in her eyes as she said, "Sister, since you're no longer part of the Lu family, everything you're wearing and everything on you belongs to the Lius. You can leave if you want, but you must leave behind everything that belongs to the Lu family. Not a single thing can go with you." Everyone was stunned. Li Lingji and Lu Mingxian exchanged a glance but said nothing. Although they felt Lu Qingyue's words were a bit harsh, they couldn't help feeling secretly satisfied. Yes, that's how she should be treated. Let her see that without the Lu family, she is nothing. Lu Chongfeng frowned. Even though he was deeply disappointed in Mang Qinxue, asking her to take off her clothes before leaving was far too humiliating. "Qingyue, stop this nonsense," Lu Chongfeng said quietly. "I'm not being unreasonable, brother." Lu Qingyue immediately put on a pitiful expression. "Am I wrong? She's the one who wants to cut ties with the Lu family. So, why should she take anything that belongs to us?" Hearing this, Mang Qinxue slowly turned around and looked directly at Lu Qingyue. There was no anger on her face, only a hint of amusement. "So, you mean I should take off what I'm wearing?"
she asked.
"Yes. That outfit was bought for you by father. And that hairpin was a gift from mother. You have no right to take them." Lu Qingyue finished speaking, waiting to see Mang Qinxue panic or lose her composure. But she was disappointed. Mang Qinxue's face remained calm, without the slightest trace of emotion. "Fine, I'll take them off," she said simply. "But," she added, her tone changing slightly, "if I take them off, I'll still need something to wear, won't I? Otherwise, if I walk out of the Liu residence like that, whose reputation will be ruined?" Her gaze shifted to Lu Mingxian. "What will people say then? That the head of the Liu family forced the girl he raised for 15 years to leave with nothing? Tell me, Master Liu, can you still hold your head high after that?" "You!" Lu Mingxuan's face turned dark with anger. Of course he cared about his reputation, more than anyone else. Lu Qingyue quickly realized that she couldn't let Meng Qinxue go out wearing nothing. That would truly disgrace the Liu family. Of course, Lu Mingxian wouldn't allow it either. Her eyes turned, and she pointed to an old bundle in the corner. It was the one she had brought back when she was taken from the Meng family village. Inside were the worn clothes she used to wear, which she had never thrown away. "You can wear my clothes. The old ones I wore when I first came here. I'll give them to you. Then you'll know what kind of life I used to live."
All right.
Meng Qinxue agreed calmly, as if it didn't bother her at all. She walked straight to the corner, picked up the bundle, and weighed it in her hand. "Thank you. Can I borrow a place to change?" "That should be fine, right?" Without looking at Lu Qingyue again, she turned to Lu Mingxian. His face darkened, and he pointed toward a small side room. "Go there." Meng Qinxue carried the bundle and walked in without looking back. The door creaked shut. In the main hall, the Lu family waited, each lost in thought. Lu Mingxian clenched his teeth, still fuming, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. Lu Qingyue stared at the door, eager to see Meng Qinxue come out wearing those ragged clothes, looking like a beggar. Li Lingji looked pleased, muttering under her breath, "Serves her right. That ungrateful girl deserves those clothes." Only Lu Chongfeng frowned, feeling uneasy. Today, Meng Qinxue was acting very differently, almost like a completely new person. Lu Chongqing snorted. That troublesome girl always annoyed me. Finally, she's leaving the Lu family." Inside the side room, Meng Qinxue tossed the bundle onto the table and began changing her clothes. Her wet clothes clung to her skin, cold and uncomfortable. She had wanted to change for a while. She quickly took off her fine silk outer robe and inner garments, then opened the old bundle. A faint musty smell came out. Inside was a set of coarse, faded clothes, patched in several places with rough stitches. It seemed that Lu Qingyue's life in the Meng family hadn't been easy either. Otherwise, she wouldn't hate the original Meng Qinxue so much. Meng Qinxue picked up the clothes and shook them out. With a soft clink, something slipped from her clothes and fell to the ground, making a clear sound. Meng Qinxue looked down and saw a small bronze object, a longevity lock. A thin layer of green rust covered its surface. Faintly engraved on the front were the words "Live long and prosper," along with a small character, Meng. Meng? Her pupils tightened slightly. For some reason, she felt that this lock was unusual. She picked it up. It felt cold and heavier than it looked. Curious, she weighed it in her hand. Without noticing, a drop of blood from her palm brushed against the lock. Then, she hung the longevity lock around her neck. Since it belonged to the Meng family, there was no reason to leave it with the Liu family. At the moment she put it on, the lock gave off a faint glow before returning to normal. She didn't notice the change. After fastening the lock, she calmly put on her patched coarse clothes. The fabric was rough and old, rubbing uncomfortably against her skin, but she didn't care. She straightened her clothes, pushed open the door, and walked out naturally. When Meng Qinxue appeared again, everyone was stunned. She was now dressed in worn farmer's clothes, her hair tied up casually. The messy look from before was gone, replaced by a sharp and confident air. She walked up to them and threw the pile of wet silk garments and jewelry onto the ground without hesitation. "Here, take them back." She glanced at Lu Qingyue and asked, "By the way, the longevity lock that fell from your clothes, was it from the Meng family?" Lu Qingyue froze for a moment, then sneered. "Oh, that thing? I brought it from the Meng family, but it's filthy. I was planning to throw it away. Since you picked it up, you can have it." It's worthless anyway. All right, Mang Qingxue said calmly. Since it's from the Mang family, I'll keep it. Goodbye, everyone. Turning around, she strode toward the gate of the Lu residence. Lu Mingxuan's face darkened, and he said nothing. Li Lingji glared hatefully at Mang Qingxue's back and said bitterly, I can't believe it. I raised her for 15 years, and she turned out to be so ungrateful. At least now she's gone, and my precious daughter won't be bullied anymore. Lu Chongqing looked disdainful. In his eyes, Mang Qingxue was just being stubborn. Once she suffered outside, she would come back begging for forgiveness. Only Lu Chongfeng felt that from this day on, Mang Qingxue would never be the same again. It seemed that the Lu family had lost something far more important than they realized. But seeing how determined she was, could it be that they had misunderstood her from the start? Lu Qianqian clapped her hands and laughed. The troublesome sister is finally gone. Now no one will pick on Sister Qingyue anymore. Lu Qingyue sneered inwardly. Just wait until you return to the Meng family. You'll see how unpleasant those people really are. Mang Qingxue didn't look back. She walked through several long courtyards and over high thresholds until she reached the bright red gate of the Lu residence. The guards at the door were stunned by her appearance and didn't know what to do. Open the gate, Mang Qingxue said calmly. The guards had no choice but to obey. Original self, you didn't have the courage to leave the Lu family, so I've done it for you. I've also returned the slap that Lu Qingyue gave you. Lu Qingyue, remember this. Today, it wasn't you who drove me away. I chose to leave. The things you took from me are nothing but worthless trinkets. I hope you treasure them, as if they were gold. The world is vast, and I, Mang Qingxue, am free at last. Though she had no money and her clothes were worn, she felt lighter than ever before. She touched the cold longevity locket on her chest, then the letter of separation hidden in her sleeve. That was all she owned now. Without hesitation, she turned and walked away. Inside the Lu family's main hall, as Mang Qingxue's figure disappeared beyond the gate, the suppressed anger finally erupted. After a long silence, Lu Mingxian said bitterly, I raised her for 15 years, gave her everything she needed, and in the end, she turned out to be so ungrateful. Li Lingji gently patted Lu Qingyue's back, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared toward the main gate. She said angrily, Master, you're far too soft-hearted. You should have sent that troublesome girl away long ago. If you hadn't been so worried about the Lu family's reputation, our Qingyue wouldn't have suffered so much. She no longer bothered to call the girl by her name, using only the harshest words. That troublesome girl. Lu Chongfeng, who had been silent, frowned deeply. He had never expected his usually gentle mother to speak so harshly. It was completely unlike her. He said in a low voice, It's not that we can't keep her, but she's become a problem. She twists the truth, refuses to admit her mistakes, and even struck her sister. Now she dares to talk back to father. She really can't stay. Letting her go will save our family's reputation. Lu Qianqian leaned against Lu Qingyue, clapping her hands happily. The bad sister is finally gone. Wonderful. Now no one will take things from you, or bully you again. Lu Chongqing looked on with disdain, fanning himself as he sneered. Father, mother, brother, why waste your anger on a fool? She thinks leaving the Lu family will make her free, but I bet she'll come back crying and begging within 3 days. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Li Lingji turned to Lu Mingxian and said, Master, I know you're soft-hearted, but the letter-cutting family ties has already been signed. From now on, our Lu family has nothing to do with that girl. Even if she kneels and begs you later, you mustn't give in. Lu Mingxuan's face darkened. He snorted heavily. Enough. I've long been displeased with her. When we brought Qingyue home, I wanted to send her away right then. But she cried and begged, saying she couldn't survive without the Lu family, and I foolishly agreed to keep her as an adopted daughter. I never thought she'd be so jealous and hurt others like this. I must have been blind. Enough. Don't worry. Even if she kneels and begs me to take her back, I won't soften again. Let her go. Better not to see her at all. After speaking, Lu Mingxian sighed. Madam, take Qinghua back to her room. Change her into clean clothes and have the doctor treat the wound on her forehead so it doesn't leave a scar. Yes, Li Lingji replied, supporting Lu Qinghua, her eyes showing a trace of concern. Lu Mingxian flicked his sleeve in irritation and walked toward his study, his face still clouded with anger. Lu Chongfeng cupped his hands and said, I need to go to the yamen to handle some official business. Lu Chongqing yawned. How boring. I'll go read. Lu Qianqian smiled sweetly at Li Lingji. Mother, I'll go learn to write with second brother. Li Lingji gently patted her head. Go on, learn well from your brother. In the blink of an eye, the large back garden was left with only Li Lingji and her daughter, Lu Qinghua. The softness and sadness on Lu Qinghua's face vanished, replaced by a cold, bitter expression far beyond her years. Clenching her fists, she said through gritted teeth, Mother, she humiliated me like that, and we just let her go? I can't accept it. Instead of being alarmed by her daughter's anger, Li Lingji looked at her with pity and affection. She took Lu Qinghua's hand and said with a cold smile, My daughter, don't worry. When have I ever let you suffer for nothing? She won't get away so easily. Lu Qinghua's eyes lit up. Mother, do you have a plan? A calculating smile appeared on Li Lingji's lips as she lowered her voice. Do you remember the eldest son of the Sun family, Sun Tingzhou? Lu Qinghua immediately understood. The one who's always been fond of Mang Qinxua? Exactly. Sun Tingzhou likes Mang Qinxua, but the Li family's young lady, Li Rui, is deeply in love with him. Li Rui has long disliked Mang Qinxua and has wanted to cause her trouble several times, but she held back because of our family's reputation. Li Lingji's eyes gleamed. But now, Mang Qinxua is no longer part of our family. If I let Li Rui hear a certain rumor. Lu Qinghua caught on to her mother's meaning. Mother, you mean to let someone else deal with her?
Precisely.
Lu Qinghua frowned again. But Ling City is so big. She has no money. What if she runs away during the night? How will we find her then? Li Lingji gave a cold laugh, her face full of disdain. She can't leave. Without a travel permit, she's just an unregistered person. She can't even get past the city gates. Travel permit? Lu Qinghua was startled. Having grown up in the countryside before being brought into the Lu household, she wasn't familiar with such official rules. That's right. Li Lingji proudly explained, Our great martial law is strict. Anyone traveling far must carry a travel permit issued by the government. To get a permit, she first needs household registration. Her household registration was exchanged with yours long ago, and now it's in the hands of the villagers in Mingjia village. Although she has the family separation document from our Lu family, she still needs someone from Mingjia village to come to Ling City with her household registration and travel permit to fully leave Ling City. People in Mingjia are very poor. They wouldn't spend money on travel expenses to come and pick her up. Lu Qinghua suddenly understood and smiled. I see. She's now like a bird trapped in a cage, with no money and no status. She can only wait to die in Ling City. Li Lingji sneered coldly. Exactly. Whether she's crushed or broken, it's all up to us. I'll send someone to the Li residence to deliver a message to Li Rui, telling her she can do whatever she wants now. After speaking, Li Lingji's eyes flashed with cruelty. Lu Qinghua's face showed a proud smile. Mang Qinxua walked along the streets of Ling City. The streets were busy with carriages and people, lively and noisy. On both sides of the cobblestone road were old-fashioned shops, and vendors shouted their wares one after another. To her, everything felt both familiar and strange. In her original memories, this world was called Great Martial Kingdom, a fictional dynasty she had never heard of before. The country was peaceful and prosperous, with a culture that valued literature and governance through writing. Ling City, where she was now, was a busy coastal town in the north. During the 15 years she was mistaken for someone else, her life was very small, almost never leaving her house. Besides occasionally interacting with a few wealthy young ladies in the city, she mostly stayed at home. She also had some contact with a spoiled young man named Sun Tingzhou. Before Lu Qinghua returned, the Lu family treated her very well. But after Lu Qinghua came back, everyone in the Lu family grew more and more annoyed with her. Gurgle, gurgle. A strange sound from her stomach pulled Mang Qingxue back to reality. She was hungry. Maybe because of her crossing, she felt an unprecedented hunger. She instinctively touched herself. Besides the family separation document in her arms and the cold, long-life lock on her chest, she had nothing. She didn't even have a copper coin. She walked along with the crowd, feeling a bit lost. Unknowingly, she arrived beneath the tall city gate. She lifted her foot to go outside the city, but a soldier guarding the gate reached out and stopped her.
Stop.
Where are you headed? The soldier, with his hand on his waist sword, looked her up and down with a stern expression. He saw her rough, patched cloth clothes and looked at her with a hint of disdain. Probably, this girl is just a beggar. I want to travel the world with my sword. The soldier looked unfriendly and adjusted his sword. Speak properly. Mang Qingxue didn't know where she wanted to go.
She casually said, I
am going back to Meng's village. Travel permit, the soldier said simply, holding out his hand. Travel permit. Mang Qingxue was confused. In her memory, she didn't know about such a thing. She was a sheltered young lady who had never left her hometown. What is a travel permit? She asked, frowning. The soldier's face darkened, and he looked at her suspiciously. Looking at your clothes, are you perhaps a runaway from somewhere? If you are a runaway, I will arrest you and send you to jail. I'm not a runaway. Mang Qingxue was startled and quickly waved her hands.
I
haven't left the city. I live behind the county office. I will go back now to get the travel permit. She dared not ask more, afraid of being mistaken for a runaway and caught. That would be truly terrible. She turned around and hurried away from the city gate. Once out of the soldier's sight, she finally relaxed. She stopped a passing old man carrying a load and politely asked, Sir, may I ask, what is a travel permit? The old man paused, wiped his sweat, and frowned. Miss, have you never left the city? Mang Qingxue smiled bitterly. I've lived in Ling City for 15 years. I really haven't left. The travel permit is a document issued by the government. It states your name, hometown, and destination, the old man explained carefully. Once you leave Ling City, whether crossing checkpoints or entering other towns, you need this document. Without it, if you run around and get caught by the officials, you'll be thrown into jail as a runaway. Mang Qingxue's heart sank. She asked again, where can I get a travel permit? The old man said, if you have household registration in Ling City, go to the county office. If you're from a nearby village, ask the village head for a document. In short, you need household registration to get one. Household registration. Mang Qingxue's eyebrows furrowed tightly. She remembered that after Lu Qinghua was taken back to the Lu family, Lu Mingxian had decided to change their household registration back. This means that her household registration is now in the hands of the Mang family. At this moment, Mang Qingxue felt a bit dazed. Her earlier bravado at the city gate now seemed somewhat impulsive in hindsight. She had thought she could roam freely, like a fish in the sea or a bird in the sky, walking confidently across the world. But reality gave her a sharp slap. Without household registration or travel documents, she couldn't even leave Ling City and was stuck. She didn't want to experience being thrown into jail as a vagrant. But just thinking about her original self being falsely accused of jumping into the water and seeing the cold, disgusted faces of the Lu family made her feel sick from the bottom of her heart. She absolutely refused to go back and face them. If she couldn't return to the Lu family, then she could only go to the Meng family. Her household registration was now in the hands of the Meng family. Although the Meng family was just farmers, she thought that if they were kind, she wouldn't mind becoming related to them and settling down. If they were difficult to deal with, she would take the household registration document and leave, far away, with no ties to anyone. Having made up her mind, she walked back onto the street. Fresh steamed buns for sale. Hot and just out of the steamer. Sweet and fragrant fried cakes. The calls of vendors blended with the noise of carts and horses, bustling crowds, and a lively scene. But this prosperity had nothing to do with her. Right now, her stomach was growling with hunger. Looking at the steaming food, Mang Qingxue couldn't help but lick her lips. It was all her own fault for being so angry earlier. She left empty-handed and didn't take anything from the Liu family. Now she was starving. System, dear system, 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 Mang Qingxue whispered in her heart. After waiting for a full quarter of an hour, she received no response. She couldn't help but complain inwardly, thinking that her crossing over didn't come with a system or a special power. As expected, stories about female protagonists crossing over with a system or a divine artifact were all lies. When it came to her, she had nothing.
Ugh.
She discouragedly searched through her original self's memories, trying to find a quick way to make money. Unfortunately, her past 15 years were dull and empty, with no knowledge of how to earn money. Only skills in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. She could no longer hold her body up and slid down along the wall, staring blankly at the busy crowd in front of her, feeling lost and unsure where to go. Ding-dong. A clear, crisp sound rang in her ears as a few copper coins fell onto the blue stone slab in front of her. Mang Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then muttered to herself, "There are still many good people in this world." Just as she had this thought, she quickly reacted, her cheeks flushing. "Am I being mistaken for a beggar?" She suddenly looked up. A young girl dressed in luxurious silk clothes, accompanied by 2 maids, was standing in front of her. The girl was pretty and charming, but now she looked down at her from above, with a mocking look in her beautiful eyes and a sneer on her lips. "Isn't this the young lady of the Liu family? Why, with this kind of dress now, were you kicked out?" Frowning, Mang Qingxue said, "Li Rui." In her memories of her past self, this Miss Li from the Li family was not easy to deal with. Her past self was close to Sun Tingzhou, the eldest son of the Sun family, even to the point of discussing marriage. But Li Rui liked Sun Tingzhou and saw her as a thorn in her side, always opposing her fiercely, a true rival. Her appearance here was no coincidence. It was probably because Li Rui received news that she left the Liu family. Maybe it was even arranged by Liu Qingyue. "Oh, Mang Qingxue, you still remember me?" Li Rui crossed her arms and lifted her chin higher. "So, kicked out of the Liu family and nowhere to go? Now you can only pretend to be pitiful and beg for money here." Mang Qingxue slowly stood up, her expression calm, with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. "It seems you were told about this by someone from the Liu family." "Yes." Li Rui's smile was full of mockery. "It was your good mother, Li Lingji, who sent someone to inform me. She said you are no longer her daughter. Not Liu Qingyue, but Li Lingji." A cold smile appeared in Mang Qingxue's heart. It seemed that once the blood ties were broken, the once gentle Mrs. Liu revealed her true, vicious nature. Perhaps Liu Qingyue's harsh treatment of her was at Li Lingji's command. "What are you here for?" Mang Qingxue asked softly. "Of course, I came to see you make a fool of yourself," Li Rui said proudly. Mang Qingxue snorted. "Li Rui, don't be so proud. I will turn things around sooner or later." "Just you? You think you can turn things around?" Li Rui looked like she heard the biggest joke and sneered. "Dream on. You don't even have a place to stay now. Maybe you'll be starving on the street tonight. Even if you cry and crawl back to Liu's family, they might not want you." She seemed to enjoy Mang Qingxue's misfortune and added, "Haha, pretending to be noble. I can already see how miserable your days will be. I don't need your concern," Mang Qingxue said coldly. "Actually, you could ask me for help," Li Rui suddenly said. Mang Qingxue raised an eyebrow, interested. "Ask you? How?" Li Rui sneered. "Kneel and beg me, and I might give you a few coins. Bow your head to me, and I'll give you more." She even took out a shiny silver ingot from her sleeve and weighed it in her hand. "If you kneel and bow to me 100 times in front of everyone, I can give you this silver." Behind her, 2 maids looked proud and looked at Mang Qingxue as if she were a tiny ant they could step on at will. Mang Qingxue sneered. "If that's the case, you kneel and beg me, and I might give you something better than silver." Li Rui asked curiously, "What?" "Of course, a slap," Mang Qingxue replied sharply. Her tones suddenly turned cold. "Li Rui, you're so shameless to kick someone when they're down." Li Rui choked and then, embarrassed and angry, Her face flushed. Fine, Mang Qingxue, you dare to talk back. Someone, teach her a lesson. The two maids immediately responded, rolling up their sleeves to attack. Mang Qingxue also moved her wrists, and her joints made a slight cracking sound. In her past life, she was a martial arts expert, skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Since Li Rui insisted on picking a fight, she wouldn't hold back. Just as tension rose, a luxurious carriage slowly arrived and stopped nearby. The curtain was lifted, and a gentle, refined man appeared, his clear voice carrying an unyielding authority.
Stop.
What are you doing in broad daylight? As his clear voice fell, the arrogant and domineering expression on Li Rui's face instantly melted away, replaced by a look of surprise and joy. Brother Tingzhou, she hurried forward, holding up her skirt, and looked at the man with full affection and admiration. Mang Qingxue furrowed her brows. The person who got off the carriage was dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, tall and handsome, with a gentle and refined appearance. But she recognized him at once. Sun Tingzhou. He was the so-called childhood friend of the original girl. They had been close to getting engaged. However, as soon as this childhood friend found out she was a fake daughter of the Liu family, he cut off all contact. The original girl had tried to reach out to him twice, but he refused, claiming he was busy with household chores. Unexpectedly, he appeared here today. Mang Qingxue sneered inwardly. This Sun Tingzhou looked decent, but his character was rotten to the core. When Sun Tingzhou got off the carriage and looked at Mang Qingxue, his gentle expression froze, and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. He then turned to Li Rui, his expression softening again. Rui's sister, I didn't expect to see you here. I came especially to find you, Brother Tingzhou. Li Rui's voice was sweet and overly affectionate. Mang Qingxue suddenly understood. She crossed her arms and coldly said, Sun Tingzhou, I didn't expect you and Li Rui. Sun Tingzhou slightly raised his chin, looking proud. Yes, I am about to marry Rui. As for you, he paused, a look of disdain in his eyes. Lu Qingxue stopped dreaming. After speaking, he looked at Li Rui with a gentle, reassuring gaze. Li Rui, receiving his look, shot a provocative glance at Mang Qingxue. My surname is Mang. Mang Qingxue's expression remained calm, and she corrected. From now on, call me Mang Qingxue. Don't call me Lu Qingxue anymore. Hearing this, Sun Tingzhou curled his lips into a mocking smile. You were finally driven out by the Liu family. That makes sense. A noble family like Liu would never truly let a fake stay in their house for long. Mang Qingxue's face darkened. But Sun Tingzhou thought he had hurt her and continued, I know you're upset. We may have been childhood friends, but all of that was based on equal social standing. Today, you have been driven out of the Liu family with nothing of your own, so you no longer have the right to be with me. Therefore, I have decided to spend my life with Rui. Li Rui looked very proud and raised her head. Mang Qingxue curled her lips and didn't bother to respond. Li Rui sneered sharply, saying, Haha, just be jealous. Only I am worthy of Brother Tingzhou. As soon as she finished speaking, Mang Qingxue felt a sudden, brief pain in her chest. It was short but sharp. She knew this was the leftover emotion from her original self acting up. In her mind, she silently thought, see that original self? This is the person you care about so much, Sun Tingzhou. He never liked you for who you are, but only because of the Liu family status. Now that you've lost that status, he no longer sees any use for you. Sun Tingzhou saw her expression change and thought she was heartbroken. His smile grew even more confident. I know you're upset, but stop fantasizing about me. Right now, you're not even worthy to carry my shoes. Li Rui immediately chimed in. Mang Qingxue, I told you before, kneel down and apologize. I'll give you a few coins so you won't go hungry today. Sun Tingzhou loudly said, Mang Qingxue, you're no longer part of the Liu family. Don't think anyone will stand up for you. Now that Rui wants you to kneel, you should kneel. His voice grew louder, attracting more onlookers who started pointing and whispering. Let her kneel. Mang Qingxue felt like she was hearing a huge joke. She spat and said, You guys are not even worth it. Sun Tingzhou was furious. You, a farm girl, dare to talk back. Today, Rui wants you to kneel and apologize, so you must kneel. Li Rui sneered sharply. Yes. You're just a lowly farm girl. Hurry up and kneel for me. The passing villagers watched eagerly, but some of them were starting to feel uncomfortable with Li Rui calling her a lowly farm girl. Whose daughter is this? Talking so rudely. She's Li's daughter, and she usually likes to act arrogantly. What's wrong with us common folks? Did we offend her? Calling her lowly. Take off those fancy clothes, and who's got what compared to whom? Mang Qingxue raised her eyebrows and looked directly at Li Rui. You say, I am a lowly farm girl? Li Rui felt a bit uneasy under everyone's gaze but still snorted and said, That's right. The farmers are just lowly and dirty, smelling terrible. When these words were spoken, the crowd was shocked. Mang Qingxue did not get angry but smiled. She spoke loudly, word by word. Grain is the foundation of the king and the main duty of a ruler. All the people depend on grains to live. You eat the rice I grow and wear the cloth I weave, and yet you insult your own parents who provide for you. That makes no sense. She stepped forward, looking fiercely at Sun Tingzhou. You call yourself a scholar, but don't you know that a ruler is not descended from the mythical Emperor Shenong, and that farming is the foundation of a country? Sun Tingzhou was stunned by her question. In her memory, Mang Qingxue was always quiet and reserved, like a silent gourd. When did she become so sharp-tongued? Mang Qingxue didn't give him a chance to breathe. She continued, Moreover, the current emperor has said himself that scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans are the four main classes. Our country values scholars most, then farmers. You, a merchant's son, and she, a merchant's daughter, dare to speak so boldly and openly say that farmers are lowly. You. Sun Tingzhou's face turned red and white, speechless. Well said, someone in the crowd shouted, instantly sparking applause. This girl makes a good point. Exactly. Scholars, farmers, merchants. Our farmers are much higher in status than merchants. That must be Sun family's young master, right? With a few lousy coins, he forgets his own family name. Mang Qingxue sneered coldly and looked at Sun Tingzhou. So, you merchants also want to challenge the authority of our great Zhou land. Li Rui was so angry she huffed but couldn't find a single word to argue. Sun Tingzhou's face alternated between red and white. After a long pause, he forced out, Mang Qingxue, you're just talking nonsense. Is it I who am talking nonsense, or are you just speechless and angry? Mang Qingxue said confidently. Brother Tingzhou, Li Rui lost her patience completely. She's no longer the daughter of the Lu family. Why bother arguing with her? Sun Tingzhou, publicly rebuked, had already lost face. Hearing this, he immediately hardened his heart. Yes, Li Rui turned to her two maids and ordered sharply. What are you standing there for? Go grab her and slap her. The two maids, eager and ready, immediately stepped forward. The tense atmosphere grew even more intense, more heated than before. Mang Qingxue looked at them with a more obvious, mocking smile. Can't beat me, so you want to hit me? Li Rui screamed. You think you're so special. Today, I must teach you a lesson. All right. Mang Qingxue moved her wrist and twisted her waist. Since you insist on fighting, I won't hold back. Mang Qingxue, keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep it up, Li Rui said, crossing her arms and raising her chin, looking pleased. Sun Tingzhou sneered. It's too late now to kneel and beg for mercy. Mang Qingxue's lips curled slightly. Sun Tingzhou and Li Rui are truly a perfect match. Even their disgusting expressions are alike. Two maids of Li Rui approached aggressively from either side. One maid, full of contempt, couldn't wait to speak. I've disliked you for a long time. A fallen person still acts like a lady. Today, I finally get to teach you a lesson for Miss. This Miss Li is too bossy. Yeah, she's pretty but has a mean heart. She just fights back when she can't argue. So uncultured. These two maids are really just bullies. Spectators couldn't stand it anymore and started talking. Hearing the comments, the maid's face turned red with embarrassment. She was furious and gathered all her anger into her palm, her eyes showing fierce intent. She swung her hand, slapping Mang Qingxue hard across the face. Smack! A crisp slap sounded. But surprisingly, it was not Meng Qingxue who was hit, but the arrogant maid herself. The maid stared in disbelief, staring blankly at Meng Qingxue, her face burning with pain. A clear 5-finger print appeared quickly. She hadn't hit Meng Qingxue at all. Instead, she had been slapped. Another maid, furious, didn't hesitate and swung her hand. Meng Qingxue simply stepped back slightly, avoiding the slap. Before the second maid could recover, Meng Qingxue flipped her wrist and delivered a precise slap to her face. The second maid was stunned, clutching her face, her head buzzing. Meng Qingxue finally spoke slowly, with a teasing tone. So, relying on your numbers, you want to bully people easily? Li Rui was completely stunned. In her memory, Meng Qingxue was always patient, obedient, and honest. Today, she seemed like a different person. She yelled angrily, "How dare you hit my maid?" Meng Qingxue snorted coldly, "Only your people can hit me, and I can't fight back?" "Miss Li, your logic is really new." Sun Tingzhou also frowned. The Meng Qingxue in front of him was totally different from the gentle, dependent girl he remembered. The two maids, both shy and angry, looked at each other and suddenly attacked her at the same time. There were two crisp sounds, smack, smack. Their faces now bore new, heavier marks, and they were hit so hard they staggered, dizzy and unsteady, finally falling to the ground. Li Rui's face turned pale. She never expected her two most capable maids to be so easily defeated by Meng Qingxue. "Good. Well done," someone in the crowd shouted first, then applause followed. Meng Qingxue didn't look at the fallen maids. Instead, she stepped forward and headed straight toward Li Rui. Li Rui watched her approach, a flicker of fear in her eyes, and instinctively took a half step back. How could this happen? Wasn't this wicked woman supposed to be slapped to the ground and begging for mercy by her maids? Why did it turn out like this? This was completely different from what she had imagined. "Meng Qingxue, you are too bold." Li Rui's voice was fierce but trembling. "You dare to hit my people. I won't forgive you." Meng Qingxue stopped, her gaze flickering over Li Rui's delicate face. Then she looked at her hand with a half-smile. "Your face looks like it could use a good slap. Should I slap the left side or the right side?" Li Rui shivered in fear, trembling as she said, "Meng Qingxue, you dare. If you lay a finger on me today, my father won't let you go. How dare I?" Meng Qingxue chuckled softly and took another step forward. "Since Miss Li says so, if I don't do something, wouldn't I disappoint you?" The overwhelming presence made Li Rui gasp and feel weak, almost stumbling. Luckily, Sun Tingzhou caught her from behind. "Meng Qingxue, that's enough." Sun Tingzhou's voice sounded annoyed. He protected Li Rui behind him. "Meng Qingxue, stop refusing to accept advice and end up with a bad outcome. Do you still think you're the young lady of the Liu family, loved by everyone? You're nothing now. I advise you to recognize your position and apologize to Rui immediately, or don't blame me for not showing mercy." Meng Qingxue paused for a moment. "Apologize to Li Rui?" Seeing her hesitate, Sun Tingzhou thought she was afraid and became even more proud.
"Yes.
"Kneel down and apologize to Rui. For the sake of our past friendship, I can pretend this never happened." Meng Qingxue suddenly sneered, her laughter full of clear contempt. "Sun Tingzhou, you really are someone who can't be satisfied. You are so rude." Sun Tingzhou's face turned red with disbelief. "How can you curse like that? Huh?" Meng Qingxue scoffed coldly. "To deal with shameless people, I really can't think of any decent words." After speaking, she moved a step closer. Sun Tingzhou was startled by her aura and instinctively took a step back. Realizing this, his face showed embarrassment and anger, making him even more uncomfortable. "Meng Qingxue, what are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do?" Meng Qingxue's eyes flashed with coldness. "Sun Tingzhou, do you think that just because I was driven out by the Liu family, I am now a piece of mud anyone can step on? Do you think that without the Liu family's protection, I deserve to be mistreated by you, and that fighting back is a crime? Today, I want to tell you that no matter what I become, you have no right to boss me around. No one can bully me." Sun Tingzhou angrily said, "Meng Qingxue, you were driven out by the Liu family, and yet you still dare to defy me and Rui. We're just trying to discipline you for the Lu family. Indeed, Sun Tingzhou's appearance revealed that Li Lingji and Lu Qingyue were behind the scenes scheming. Now, he was confessing himself. Discipline me for the Lu family. Mang Qingxue raised an eyebrow. What kind of person are you? I have already signed a formal separation document with the Lu family, and we are no longer connected. As an outsider, what right do you have to interfere here? Sun Tingzhou angrily said, Mang Qingxue, you disappoint me so much. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn, Mang Qingxue sneered. What's this? Now you're speechless and can't argue, so you call me stubborn? You really are a face full of innocence, Sun Tingzhou snorted. Sun Tingzhou, find it funny to argue with someone as stubborn as you. After speaking, a cruel look flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and slapped her hard. To Sun Tingzhou, Mang Qingxue was tough, but she couldn't beat two young maids, so he thought he could easily overpower her. Mang Qingxue scoffed, a hint of mockery in her eyes. In her past life, she hated men hitting women the most. She cursed him silently. Instead of retreating, Mang Qingxue moved forward. She dodged the slap and immediately delivered a flying knee to Sun Tingzhou's chest. It hurt. Sun Tingzhou was knocked back several steps, crying out in pain. He almost couldn't breathe. When did Mang Qingxue become so agile? He almost got knocked out by that flying knee. Even the onlookers who loved watching drama looked stunned. This girl's flying knee was so smooth. Everyone cheered again. His face turned red with anger and shock. He pointed at Mang Qingxue and shouted, You dared to hit me. Mang Qingxue crossed her arms and spat, sneering. What? You can't argue with me, so you want to hit me? If you can't beat me, you just talk nonsense? Li Rui shouted sharply. Mang Qingxue, you wicked girl. How dare you hurt Brother Tingzhou? Mang Qingxue's face showed a hint of anger. Li Rui, I hate it when people curse at me. Suddenly, with a loud slap, a clear handprint appeared on Li Rui's face. Li Rui looked at her in disbelief. Wicked girl. You dare to hit me? I already said I hate it when people curse at me. After saying that, Mang Qingxue slapped her again, hitting the other side of Li Rui's face. Li Rui covered her face, furious. You little wicked girl, how dare you hit me? Mang Qingxue struck her again. Li Rui clenched her teeth and glared at Mang Qingxue, wishing she could swallow her whole. How dare you bully my young lady? You're asking for trouble. Two young maids struggled to get up from the ground and rushed toward Mang Qingxue together. Mang Qingxue smirked and stepped forward, knocking the two maids to the ground again. She spat and casually took a step closer. Li Rui was frightened, trembling as she stepped back, but her legs gave way, and she sat down on the ground. Mang Qingxue, stay away from me. I won't curse you. If you dare to make a move again, my Li family won't let you go. Sun Tingzhou trembled and said, Mang Qingxue, if you dare to attack again, the Sun family won't forgive you either. Mang Qingxue rolled her eyes and said, you say you can't beat me, you hit me, and now you're using your family background to pressure me. Sun Tingzhou's face turned red. Mang Qingxue, I don't want your apology anymore, he then signaled to Li Rui with a quick look. Li Rui understood immediately and hurriedly said, Yes, Mang Qingxue, I don't want your apology either. Sun Tingzhou gritted his teeth. Let's go. Sun Tingzhou and Li Rui were about to step back and leave. Mang Qingxue stopped them. Hold on, Sun Tingzhou sneered. What do you want, Mang Qingxue? Mang Qingxue sneered coldly. You provoked me first, insulted me afterward. Shouldn't you apologize to me? Sun Tingzhou angrily said. What? I should apologize to you. Li Rui angrily said, It's impossible for me to apologize. Today, after being beaten, they had lost face. If others saw, the noble children of Lingsheng would laugh at them. Mang Qingxue sneered and said, If you don't want to apologize, that's fine. Let's settle the matter with compensation. Compensation? Sun Tingzhou's eyes flickered. Simple. Mang Qingxue raised one finger. You two called me despicable peasant and told me to kneel down. That severely insulted my dignity and caused serious harm to my fragile heart. You must compensate me. Compensate? Ha ha. Li Rui looked like she heard a huge joke. Mang Qingxue, are you crazy? Still asking for compensation? Sun Tingzhou pointed at himself and widened his eyes. I've been beaten up so badly, and I didn't even ask you for compensation. Yet, you're actually trying to demand money from me. Mang Qingxue was not angry. She looked around at the onlookers and loudly said, Dear villagers, everyone heard what just happened. Miss Li from the Li family and young Master Sun from the Sun family looked down on us farmers and ordinary people. In their eyes, those of us who work with our hands are lowly and can be insulted or trampled on any time. Her words instantly ignited the anger of everyone present. That's right, we can testify. We ate their rice? Drank their water? Why should we be called lowly? Yes, that girl is reasonable. They should pay us. The crowd was furious. Sun Tingzhou and Li Rui had never seen such a scene before. They were so scared their faces turned pale. Usually they bullied servants or common people who wouldn't fight back. They had never been shouted at like this by so many. Why you? What are you trying to do? Are you causing trouble and planning to see the officials? Sun Tingzhou still tried to threaten. See the officials? Sure. Mang Qingxue clapped her hands. Perfect. Let's go to the county magistrate and tell him how you two, the sons of merchants, openly insulted farmers and violated our great Wu country's policy of valuing agriculture. And let's also talk about how you bullied a good girl in the street. I want to see if the magistrate will punish you or us. You. Sun Tingzhou was speechless and angrily folded his arms. Li Rui was also scared and whispered, Brother Tingzhou, what should we do? Mang Qingxue looked at their panic and sneered inwardly. She cleared her throat and spoke again. Since we are all from Lingcheng, I don't want to make this bigger. But you caused me emotional harm just now, and we should have a proper explanation. Emotional harm? Sun Tingzhou had never heard this phrase before and looked confused. Yes, emotional harm. Mang Qingxue explained seriously. Your words are like a knife, hurting my pure heart. Your actions are like a strong wind, disturbing my peaceful life. I was frightened, had nightmares at night, couldn't eat during the day, and felt very tired. I might even start aging prematurely. Shouldn't I be compensated for this? Everyone was stunned. Although they didn't understand what emotional trauma meant, hearing her say this made it seem quite reasonable. Yes, compensation is necessary. This girl has suffered so much unfair treatment. She deserves compensation. Sun Tingzhou and Li Rui were both shocked. Mang Qingxue was really good at making unreasonable excuses. You're extorting us, Li Rui shouted. Extorting? Mang Qingxue sneered. Miss Li, you can't just say anything. What I want is a fair claim. Of course, if you think it's unreasonable, we can go to the government office and let the magistrate decide whether my request is fair. When they heard the word government office, Sun Tingzhou and Li Rui looked discouraged. Sun Tingzhou clenched his teeth and asked, How much do you want? Mang Qingxue held up 2 fingers. 2 taels. Sun Tingzhou frowned. 2 taels was a lot, but he could accept it. Mang Qingxue shook her head. 20 taels. Li Rui's voice changed. Mang Qingxue still shook her head and slowly said, Each of you, 20 taels, total 40 taels, as compensation for my emotional distress. Also, your 2 maids hit me, so the medical expenses, lost wages, and fright costs are 10 taels each, totaling 20 taels. Oh, wait, I also use strength when I hit them, so my hand hurts. My medical expenses are included. Add another 20 taels. Of course, my knees might be injured because your lungs pressed against my knees. And your faces also hit my hands. In total, 100 taels of silver. Not a single coin less. Mang Qingxue reached out for the money. Sun Tingzhou's face turned pale. This Mang Qingxue was too shameless. She claimed her lungs pressed against her knees, but now said her knees pressed against her lungs. How can a person be so shameless? 100 taels. Why don't you go rob instead? Li Rui was furious. As the miss of the Li family, her monthly allowance was only 50 taels of silver. She pressed her upper and lower lips together, and in an instant, her 2 months' allowance was gone. That's really unfair. Stealing? Mang Qingshua's eyes turned cold. Miss Li, I am just trying to reason with you. If you insist on forcing me to use unreasonable methods, I don't mind. Do you think 50 taels of silver are more important or your face? As she spoke, she stepped closer to Li Rui, her gaze even showing a hint of determination, making Li Rui doubt she wouldn't really act. Li Rui was so scared, she kept stepping back, hiding behind Sun Tingzhou. Sun Tingzhou felt nervous. He looked at Mang Qingxue, whose eyes were icy. He knew if he didn't pay today, they probably wouldn't be able to leave. He gritted his teeth and, with some reluctance, took out a silver ingot from his pocket, cursing, "This is 50 taels. That's all I have." Mang Qingxue took it and then looked at Li Rui.
And you?
Li Rui was so angry she started crying but dared not refuse. She tremblingly took out a small bag from her sleeve and untied a pouch at her waist. After searching for a while, she only managed to gather about 30 taels of silver. I only have this much. She spoke with a crying tone. Mang Qingxue glanced at her and frowned. Not enough, you still owe about 10 taels. Li Rui was about to break down. I really have nothing left. Nothing? Mang Qingshue's gaze fell on the beautiful hairpin on her head. I see that this hairpin looks nice. It should be worth a few dozen taels. Take it off and use it to pay.
You.
Li Rui covered her head. This was her favorite hairpin. Not willing to give it up? Mang Qingxue moved her wrist. Then I'll have to take it myself. No. Sun Tingzhou was afraid she would really do it, and things would get even more embarrassing. He could only take out a few more taels of silver from his other bag and hand it to Mang Qingxue. Enough. That's enough now. Can we go? Mang Qingxue weighed the silver and nodded in satisfaction. All right, you can leave now. Sun Tingzhou and Li Rui, feeling relieved, hurried into the carriage and left quickly. Sun Tingzhou and Li Rui hurried away, like they were fleeing. The crowd lost their entertainment and gradually dispersed. Mang Qingxue stood still and took a long, deep breath. She checked her money pouch and silver notes, feeling more at ease. 100 taels of silver was a large amount of money. It was enough for her to start a new life. At least she wouldn't go hungry. She tucked the silver into her bosom, a small smile appearing on her face. Grumble, grumble. Mang Qingxue felt a bit speechless. Just now, after she had scolded a few people, her stomach had unknowingly become even hungrier. Since crossing over here, she hadn't eaten anything. Her stomach had been empty for a long time. At first, she was so focused that she didn't notice, but now that she relaxed, the intense hunger hit her like a wave. But now she had some silver, so she could treat herself a little. Fresh steamed buns. Hot meat buns just out of the steamer. Thin skin, big filling. Only 3 coins each. Walking to another street, a vendor was loudly advertising his buns. Mang Qingshue's eyes lit up instantly, and she couldn't help but start drooling. "Boss, 10 meat buns, please," she said without hesitation. "Coming right up. 10 meat buns." The boss, seeing a good sale, smiled broadly and quickly wrapped 10 steaming buns in paper, handing them to her. Mang Qingxue eagerly bit into one.
Ow.
So hot. She was burned and took a deep breath, but she didn't want to spit it out. The soft dough, delicious meat filling, and rich broth were just as good as the ones from her past life. So tasty. So delicious. In just a moment, Mang Qingxue had already eaten 1 bun. The boss watched her happily. "Miss, eat slowly, don't choke. That will be 30 coins in total, okay?" Mang Qingxue chewed her bun while nodding, reaching into her bosom to find her money pouch. She remembered clearly that Li Rui had given her some silver coins earlier, including some copper coins and broken silver bars. She reached into her pocket and felt around.
Huh?
"Where's the money pouch?" She paused and felt again. Her pocket was empty, except for the folded letter of farewell she carried. Her heart skipped a beat.
Impossible.
She was sure she had put her money pouch into her pocket. It was a big, heavy bundle. How could it be gone? Her face slightly changed. "Miss, 30 coins. The shopkeeper saw that she hadn't responded for a while and urged her again. Just a moment. Mang Qingxue forced a smile, but she started to feel nervous inside. She put down her bun and began to carefully search herself. The heavy money pouch seemed to vanish into thin air, gone without a trace. How could this happen? Mang Qingshue's forehead started to sweat.
Could it be
That she was distracted by the crowd earlier and a thief stole it? 100 taels of silver. She fought hard, using her wits and courage, to get that 100 taels. And now it was gone? No way. Am I this unlucky? Just crossed over, had a rough start, finally earned my first fortune, and now it's stolen. Thieves are so quick. I didn't even notice. Others get systems or special powers when they cross over. I have nothing, and now I get played? Her face looked worse and worse. The shopkeeper saw her expression, and the smile on his face faded, replaced with a hint of suspicion. Miss you. You don't have any money, do you? Mang Qingshue's cheeks flushed. She was mistaken for someone trying to eat without paying. No, my money pouch seems to be lost. That sounds reasonable, right? Lost? Miss, this is a small business. Don't joke with me. The bun shop owner looked pale. I'm really not lying. I had money, a lot of it. Maybe it was stolen when there were so many people earlier. Boss, would this work? Mang Qingxue picked up the remaining 9 buns and handed them back. I'll return these buns to you. I ate one, and I will definitely pay you back later. Now she had no money at all, not even a few coins, so she could only borrow on credit. The shopkeeper looked reluctant, but saw she didn't seem like a liar. Forget it. He waved his hand, looking unhappy, accepting his bad luck. Just consider it my bad luck. You ate 1 bun and that's it. Hurry up and go. Thank you, boss. I'll remember this kindness, and I'll pay you back. After saying that, she left the bun shop feeling lost and hopeless. Where did that 100 taels go? In just a moment, it disappeared. How could it be lost so easily? A person in a quiet corner, unwilling to give up, carefully searched inside and outside her clothes. Still, she found nothing. Only the cold, heavy long-life lock pressed against her chest. She frowned and pulled the lock out from her collar. Broken thing, besides being heavy, it's useless. She muttered angrily in her mind. Then she put the lock back into her clothes. But she didn't notice that the lock flashed a cold light before disappearing. No money, no household registration, can't leave the city, and have nowhere to stay. Am I really going to sleep on the street tonight? Finally, I understand that saying. People outside the city want to come in, and people inside want to go out. Which shameless thief stole my silver? If I find out, I'll give you a piece of my mind. No, I'm too hungry. I need to find a place to lie down first. Inside the carriage, Li Rui and Sun Tingzhou looked very upset. The 2 young maids had bruised faces and dared not speak, lowering their heads and trembling. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Sun Tingzhou trembled with anger. Thinking about how many people pointed at him on the street earlier, how Mang Qingxue had kicked him in the stomach, and how that mean girl Mang Qingxue had extorted his silver, he felt a tightness in his chest, unable to breathe or relax. A few dozen taels of silver weren't a lot to him, but he couldn't swallow the shame. Li Rui choked back tears. I've never felt this kind of helplessness before. Sun Tingzhou gritted his teeth. That's right. Sun Tingzhou, have never been so humiliated before. I can't understand how Mang Qingxue, who used to be so timid and afraid to speak loudly in front of me, has become like this now. Did she get kicked out by the Liu family and go crazy from the shock? Sun Tingzhou's face flickered with uncertainty, his eyes darting around. Li Rui angrily said, Before, she was pretending to be weak and gentle just to get your attention. That's the only explanation. Sun Tingzhou unconsciously straightened his back. You mean, her pretending to be weak and gentle was just to attract my attention? Li Rui snorted. That's right. This little troublemaker is so sneaky and insincere, Sun Tingzhou softly said. Rui, I didn't have any real issues with that girl. We are truly a perfect match. Li Rui nodded. Of course, I understand your feelings. But this girl keeps bothering me. If that's the case, let's go to the official office. Sun Tingzhou's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. Let's say I was robbed and threatened in the street, and demand the officials catch the culprit immediately. threatened and robbed. Yes, Sun Tingzhou said through clenched teeth. We have solid proof. I want her to suffer for it, but Li Rui said, no. Sun Tingzhou looked surprised and frowned. Are we just going to swallow this and let her bully us? Li Rui sneered. Swallow and endure? Tingzhou, I've never been treated like this in my life. I want to teach her a lesson. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms without realizing it. Then why not report it to the authorities? Sun Tingzhou asked, confused. Li Rui shook her head. If we do, it will cause a big fuss in the town. Everyone will know, and in the end, everyone in Lingqing will laugh at us. A young master from the Sun family and a young lady from the Li family, bullied by a troublemaker. That's embarrassing. Moreover, the county officer is Lu Chongfeng. Who knows if Lu Chongfeng will favor that troublemaker? Plus, if the officials get involved, at most they'll recover the 100 taels of silver. But this will also alert Lu Mingxian. How can we secretly deal with her after that? Sun Tingzhou's eyes narrowed sharply. Are you suggesting we deal with her secretly? Exactly. Li Rui's lips curled into a slight smile. Yes, once she leaves Lingqing and goes back to the remote countryside, we can work together to deal with her. She won't be able to resist us. Thinking of Meng Qingxue and Sun Tingzhou's past engagement, though the engagement is now void, Li Rui couldn't help but want to punish Meng Qingxue harshly. Yes, Rui, your idea is excellent. Sun Tingzhou laughed loudly. Let's plan carefully. When she returns to the countryside, we will teach her a lesson. Li Rui suddenly snorted again, and that Li Lingji isn't a good person either. Today's matter, I clearly think she used me as a pawn. Before dealing with Meng Qingxue, I also want to drag Li Lingji down. That's right, I was also used as a pawn by her. Sun Tingzhou then changed the subject, speaking softly. Rui, honestly, I have always liked you. That marriage agreement with Meng Qingxue was just my father and Lu Mingxian joking after drinking. Who knew Lu Mingxian took it seriously? I had no choice but to have dealings with that little troublemaker. Li Rui turned her head. Really? How could I lie to you? Sun Tingzhou said confidently. Fortunately, she's now just a pretend daughter. Since she's a fake, the marriage agreement is now invalid. Rui, I know you have feelings for me. Don't worry, from now on, you are the only one in my heart. Li Rui's expression instantly softened with tenderness. She said, Tingzhou, I've liked you since I was a child. Being with you makes me happy. She then gently leaned into Sun Tingzhou's arms. She didn't notice that from an unseen angle, Sun Tingzhou's face stiffened for a moment, and a strong look of dislike flashed in his eyes. No wonder you're so hungry. It turns out you haven't eaten well for many days. Since Lu Qingwei was sent back to the Lu family, I didn't follow the Meng family back to the countryside. The family's attitude toward me gradually changed. I never thought I'd suffer so much injustice these days. In the end, that white lotus Lu Qingwei slapped herself, making me take the blame. I was so wronged I wanted to drown myself. Not eating well for days, plus nearly losing my life in the water, I used all my strength just to support myself. One bun in my stomach is useless. I thought it was just the aftereffect of crossing over. At this moment, Meng Qingxue, dressed in torn clothes and looking hopeless, leaned against the corner, on the verge of tears and despair. She was so hungry that her stomach pressed against her back, and she felt dizzy and lightheaded. Suddenly, a childish voice sounded above her head. Mom, is this sister hungry? Immediately, two figures blocked her view. Meng Qingxue struggled to open her eyes. She saw a weathered middle-aged woman dressed in patched clothes, leading a boy about 7 or 8 years old, also in torn clothes, who was looking down at her. The woman's eyes were red, as if she had just cried, and her face looked pale and weak, showing signs of poor nutrition. The boy beside her had big, clear black and white eyes, shining with innocence. Suddenly, Meng Qingxue was stunned. This woman's face looked very similar to her mother in her past life, at least 6 or 7 points alike. Meng Qingxue slightly curled her lips and weakly smiled at the two of them. The middle-aged woman frowned and whispered to herself, "This fabric of the clothes looks a bit familiar. Maybe I'm just longing for Yue. Now Yue is a rich young lady, so how could she be wearing such torn clothes?" The boy asked again, "Big sister, are you hungry?" Meng Qingxue wanted to shake her head, but her stomach was so empty that she finally nodded. She really didn't want to starve to death here. The woman's brow furrowed even more. After hesitating for a moment, she finally took out a faded handkerchief from her bosom. She opened the handkerchief, revealing a dry, hard bun. The woman's voice was gentle. "Miss, I came to Ling City with nothing but this leftover bun. Please eat it." She looked at the bun with a hint of reluctance in her eyes, but still handed it over. Meng Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then took it and opened her mouth to take a big bite. The bun was hard and dry, with a rough texture that scraped her throat painfully, and it had no taste at all. It was really unappetizing. But Meng Qingxue was starving. She wolfed down a few more bites, eating so quickly that she almost choked. Cough, cough. The woman watched her with concern, her eyes full of tenderness. She reached out and gently patted Meng Qingxue's back, softly comforting her. "Child, eat slowly. Don't choke." Then she took a water pouch from her waist and handed it to her. "Here, take your time and drink some water." Meng Qingxue took the water pouch, gulped down a big sip, and finally felt the lump of dough in her throat loosen. "In my past life, when I was a child, I also choked once. My mom would help me clear it while scolding me for being a little glutton. Unfortunately, when I was about 7 or 8 years old, she left me after a car accident.
It was all to save me.
If only this woman were my mother, I would be so happy. I really envy this little boy. She looks so much like my mother from my past life, about 6 or 7 points." Meng Qingxue was lost in thought and quickly ate the entire piece of cornbread. After finishing, she still felt unsatisfied and even licked her lips. The little boy came over and whispered, "Big sister, I have half a piece of cornbread left. You can have it too." Meng Qingxue felt warm inside and whispered, "Little brother, thank you. I am full now." But the little boy grinned and said, "Big sister, eat it. You need strength. I saw you licking your lips just now. When I was hungry before, I liked to lick my lips too." He then pushed the half piece of cornbread into Meng Qingxue's hand without asking. His clear eyes were full of determination. Looking into those eyes, Meng Qingxue's softest feelings were touched deeply. Finally, she reached out her trembling hand and took it. After eating that half piece of cornbread, she felt her stomach finally wasn't hungry anymore. She expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Auntie." "Thank you, little brother." The middle-aged woman sighed and softly said, "When you're outside, everyone has their difficulties. Young lady, it's not easy for you alone." Meng Qingxue returned the water pouch and softly asked, "I don't know little brother's name." The little boy blinked his big, bright eyes and answered sweetly, "My name is Meng Qingcheng." "Big sister, what's yours?" Meng Qingcheng? The name sounded familiar to her. She forced a smile and replied, "My name is Meng Qingxue." "And you, Auntie?" Meng Qingxue. The middle-aged woman softly repeated the name, her eyes momentarily distant. Then she smiled gently. "What a coincidence. My name is Zhao Guilin. Just call me Annie Zhao." Meng Qingxue smiled softly. "Annie Zhao." Zhao Guilin took Meng Qingcheng's hand and said, "Girl, my daughter and I have other things to do, so we won't delay. After we're done, I need to go out of town." Meng Qingcheng quickly waved his hand. "Big sister, goodbye." "Goodbye, Auntie Zhao." Qingcheng. "Thank you both." Meng Qingxue also waved goodbye to them. They hurriedly left together. Meng Qingcheng.
Zhao Guilin.
Meng Qingxue felt that these two names sounded familiar, as if she had heard them before, but she couldn't remember why. Why do these names sound so familiar? After a moment, she suddenly remembered something. The original character's younger brother was named Meng Qingcheng, about the same age as the boy just now. The original character's mother was named Zhao Guilin, and judging by her age, she was in her early 30s.
So,
the woman with a pale face and worried eyes just now was the original character's mother? And the sensible boy who made people feel sad was her younger brother? Was the Yue that Zhao Guilin mentioned earlier actually Lu Qingyue? But now, they appeared in Ling City in ragged clothes. What are they here for? Meng Qingxue frowned. Could these two women be going to the Lu family? After leaving Meng Qingxue, Meng Qingcheng followed Zhao Guilin. Zhao Guilin's face showed a hint of worry. Meng Qingcheng whispered, "Mother, you only have one bun left. I only have one too, and I gave it to that older sister. Will you blame me?" Zhao Guilin smiled bitterly. "Qing'er, you're a good child, and mother is proud. I don't mind being hungry, but I'm worried about you going hungry," Meng Qingcheng said. "I'm not afraid of being hungry. When I first saw that older sister, I felt very close to her," Zhao Guilin softly replied. "I also feel very close to her." Meng Qingcheng suddenly asked again, "Mother, do you think Sister Yue will come back with us to see father?" Zhao Guilin's eyes flashed with sadness. "No matter what, we've been together for 15 years. She wouldn't be so heartless." Meng Qingcheng nodded. "Yes. Sister Yue wouldn't be so heartless." As they talked, they unknowingly arrived in front of the Lu residence. Zhao Guilin nervously tidied her patched-up clothes, then nervously held Meng Qingcheng's small hand. Taking a deep breath, she dared to walk over to the two imposing stone lions. The gatekeeper's servant immediately noticed them, and his eyes showed clear disdain and contempt. They were both in tattered clothes, looking no different from beggars.
Stop.
"What are you doing?" A lazy servant spoke casually, placing his long staff on the ground with a loud thud. "Beggars, go somewhere else. This is Lu's residence, not a place for you." Meng Qingcheng was very timid and shrank back in fear. Zhao Guilin was frightened by his words and shrank her neck, but she still gathered her courage and stepped forward with a polite smile. "Young sir, we are not beggars. We are here to find someone. We want to see Lord Lu Mingxian. Looking for our master? How dare you call him by his name directly?" Another servant seemed to hear a big joke and looked them over from head to toe. "Just you?
Who are you?
How dare you claim kinship with our master? Hee, where did these two vagrants come from? So bold and ignorant. We." Zhao Guilin's face turned red when she was called a vagrant. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, I am from Mingjia village. My name is Zhao Guilin." She thought that if she gave her name, they might understand something. But the two servants exchanged glances and saw the mockery in each other's eyes. "Mangjia village? Never heard of it." The first servant waved impatiently. "Our master is very busy. He has no time to see people like you. Hurry up and leave. Don't block the way, dirtying the front of Lu's house. My master is not someone just any stray dog or cat can see. Young sir, please, we are truly in urgent need. It's a matter of life and death. If we can't see Lu Mingxian, Lord Lu, then let us see Qingyue." Mentioning Lu Qingyue, the attitude of the two servants slightly changed. After all, Lu Qingyue was the true daughter brought back from the countryside, and everyone in the household knew this. Could these two country bumpkins be relatives of the young lady from the countryside? One servant thought for a moment and said to the other, "You stay here and watch. I'll go inside and report." Then, that servant turned and entered the residence. The other servant looked Zhao Guilin up and down. Though he wore a look of disdain, he didn't say anything unpleasant. Zhao Guilin immediately relaxed and gratefully thanked the servant, saying, "Thank you, young sir. Thank you so much." The remaining servant, though no longer shouting harsh words, still kept a stern face and held a long stick, watching them carefully to prevent any escape. After about an incense's worth of waiting, the servant who had gone inside to report finally came out slowly. He looked at Zhao Guilin with a strange expression and said, "Master is not at the residence. Madam and Mississippi, they say they don't want to see you. Please leave quickly." "What?" Zhao Guilin's face turned pale. She staggered and almost couldn't stand. "No, they don't want to see us?"
Why?
"We have urgent matters. Please, little brother, go inside and tell Qingyue.
Just say
Her father is very ill." "How dare you? Curse our master to be seriously ill. This is outrageous." One of the servants immediately looked angry. Zhao Guilin trembled and said, "I'm not talking about Lord Lu. It's my husband, who is also Lu Qingyue's adoptive father. He's very sick. Adoptive father is very ill." The servant was stunned for a moment, then sneered. "Madam, Miss said she doesn't want to see you. Please leave quickly, or we might have to force you to leave. Zhao Guilin was stunned. She didn't expect Lu Qingyue to refuse to see her. But she couldn't leave. Her husband was suddenly very ill, and it looked like he wouldn't live long. Before he passed, he wanted to see his adopted daughter and biological daughter. That's why she came to Sui City, to bring Lu Qingxue and Lu Qingyue home. To fulfill her husband Meng Dashan's last wish. No, we won't leave. Although Zhao Guilin was usually gentle, she was now very determined. She suddenly knelt right in front of the Lu residence. Mother, Meng Qingcheng was startled and confused, and she also knelt down. Please, let us see Qingyue. Just one look, just a few words. Zhao Guilin kept kowtowing, her forehead hitting the cold stone ground, turning red after a while. Meng Qingcheng looked on, and her eyes filled with tears. Meanwhile, passers-by couldn't help but be drawn to the scene and started to watch curiously. These mother and son are dressed so poorly. Are they beggars asking for food? I think they look like farmers. I wonder if they offended the Lu family. Are they here to apologize? Perhaps this is also possible. Forget it. Let's see what's going on. The servant had no choice but to enter the courtyard again and report inside. After a while, the main gate of the Lu family slowly opened again. Li Lingji came out surrounded by a group of maids and servants, dressed in luxurious clothes, with a proud and elegant face. But her eyes looked at Zhao Guilin and her son with disgust. Next to her, Lu Qingyue wore a new pink dress, looking like a fairy. She lowered her head, appearing gentle and fragile, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Seeing Lu Qingyue, Zhao Guilin seemed to see a savior. She ignored her headache, knelt down and cried out, "Madam, Miss Qingyue, please, I beg you." Li Lingji frowned, waved a handkerchief in front of her nose with disgust, as if there was a bad smell in the air. She looked down at Zhao Guilin kneeling on the ground and said coldly, "Making noise like this is not proper."
Who do you think you are?
It turns out it's you. What are you here for? Our Lu family has nothing to do with someone like you. Lu Qingyue also timidly hid behind Li Lingji, whispering, "Mother, I am scared." Zhao Guilin ignored Li Lingji's cold words. She raised her head, tears in her eyes, and looked at Lu Qingyue. Her voice was hoarse as she called out, "Yue, it's mother. Don't you recognize your mother?" Lu Qingyue trembled, as if frightened by this name, and shrank closer behind Li Lingji. Her voice even carried a crying tone. "You.
Don't call me that.
My mother is here. I only have one mother." She said this while clutching Li Lingji's sleeve dependently. In her eyes, there was even a clear look of disgust, just like Li Lingji's expression. Zhao Guilin looked at Lu Qingyue's beautiful clothes and her slightly disgusted expression, feeling a faint pain in her heart. How could she become so unfamiliar after returning to the Lu family? Could it be that 15 years of living together had no feelings left? Although she was not wealthy, she always had enough to eat and never let her go hungry. Li Lingji immediately patted Lu Qingyue's hand with concern, then her eyes sharpened, glaring at Zhao Guilin. "You rural woman, stop talking nonsense. Qingyue is now the daughter of the Lu family, and she has nothing to do with you anymore. Last time we arranged a marriage, didn't we make it very clear? Qingyue is my Lu family's daughter and has no relation to your Meng family. Why are you still coming here? Do you think we are doing well and want to take advantage of us?" Lu Qingyue softly said, "Yes, I am now the daughter of my mother, and I have nothing to do with your Meng family anymore. So, this woman, who looks shabby and poor, is not a beggar but Lu Qingyue's foster mother. Look at her, all dirty and unkempt. She must be very poor. The real daughter of the Lu family probably suffered a lot too. So, she is a foster mother here to take advantage of us. I understand now." "No, that's not true. That's not true." Zhao Guilin shook her head desperately. "We are not here to take advantage. Madam, Yue, she is her father's daughter. Her father is very ill." "What?" Li Lingji was stunned. Lu Qingyue looked a little surprised. Zhao Guilin sobbed, "A few days ago, your father went up the mountain to pick ginseng to earn more money, but he was attacked by a wild boar. It injured his chest and internal organs. He's been coughing blood these days. The doctor said. The doctor said he doesn't have many days left. After saying this, Zhao Guilin started crying loudly, unable to stop. Before he died, he had two wishes. One was to see you again, and the other was to see that child, Qing Shui. Hearing the name, Mang Qing Shui, both Li Lingji and Lu Qingyu's faces turned ugly instantly.
Li Lingzi snurta coldly. Nonsense.
I think you were just making up stories to scam money. Last time we arranged a marriage, that Meng Dashan was still healthy and strong, like an ox. He was hit once and almost died.
Who would believe that?
I am not lying. Every word is true. Zhao Guilin hurriedly swore to the sky. If I tell a lie, let me be struck by lightning, mother. Lu Qingyu tugged at Li Lingji's sleeve and timidly said, She might be telling the truth. Li Lingji looked down at Lu Qingyu, a trace of pain in her eyes, and softly said, My silly girl, you are too kind-hearted. How can we believe what people like her say? They just see our Lu family's wealth and want to take advantage of us. She finished speaking and then turned to Zhao Guilin, snorting softly. Even if Big Mountain Meng is really going to die, what does it have to do with us? Especially, what does it matter to my Yuer? You raised Yuer for 15 years, but our Lu family also raised your daughter for 15 years. It's all settled now. Moreover, your Meng family ruined Yuer's life for 15 years, making her suffer in the countryside. We haven't come to blame you, so how dare you come here now? Her words were sharp and cold.
Yuer. Zhao Guilin ignored Li Lingzi.
She just stared tightly at Lu Qingyue, placing all her hope on her. Yuer, your father and I raised you for 15 years. Have you forgotten? When you were sick as a child, your father carried you over dozens of miles of mountain roads to see the doctor. You liked to eat candied hawthorn, and he saved his own food money to buy it for you. You wanted to eat berries from the mountain, and he risked his life to pick them for you. Did you forget all that?
Now he just wants to see you one last time.
Are you so heartless? But Lu Qingyue, after hearing this, showed no emotion on her face. Instead, a trace of resentment and impatience flashed in her eyes. She finally stopped pretending. She stepped out from behind Li Lingji, her gentle, fragile expression gone, replaced by a deep, cold indifference. Stop talking, she sharply interrupted Zhao Guilin. I don't remember any of what you said. All I remember is that I had endless chores every day at your house, wearing patched clothes, eating coarse food that was hard to swallow. I only know that you stole 15 years of my life. I'm no longer your daughter. Whether Big Mountain Meng is dead or alive, it has nothing to do with me. I hate you so much I can't wait to leave. There's no way I'll go back with you. Lu Qingyue's words hit Zhao Guilin like a bucket of cold water, pouring from head to toe. She froze, staring in disbelief at this familiar yet strange Lu Qingyue, her lips trembling, unable to say a word. As for Lu Qingxue, Lu Qingyue sneered. She definitely won't go back with you. She's already been driven out of the Lu family by my father. Now, she's probably begging for food in some stinky ditch. You might as well stop wasting your effort. Has Lu Qingxue already been driven out of the Lu family? Or is she like last time, unwilling to leave her wealth and glory, refusing to see her family? Thinking that Meng Dashan might die at any moment and leave regrets, she no longer cared about anything. She quickly hugged Lu Qingyue's leg tightly.
Yuer. Mother begs you.
Please look at your father just once. Lu Qingyue looked annoyed. Let go of me. I will never go back. You are not my mother, and I am not your daughter. Zhao Guilin pleaded, please.
Yuer.
Just go back and see your father once. I swear, I won't bother you again in this life. Yue screamed, get away. I don't want to see you. She kicked Zhao Guilin's weak body, knocking her over, and even rolling on the ground. Big sister. Meng Qingcheng, who had been silent, finally couldn't hold back anymore. His eyes were full of pain. He stood up, blocking Zhao Guilin with his small body, looked up, and stared at Lu Qingyue with big, clear eyes.
How can you talk like that?
How can you hit your mother? You weren't like this before. His voice was trembling with tears. His older sister used to be different. Why does she change completely as soon as she returns to the Lu family? What did I used to be like? Lu Qingyue was hit where it hurt. Her face darkened, and her eyes turned fierce. I used to be so naive. That's why I was fooled by you poor people. Get out of my way. As she spoke, she suddenly lifted her foot and kicked toward Meng Qingqing's chest.
Qingcheng.
Zhao Guilin cried out sharply. Meng Qingqing was kicked backward, flying through the air, rolling twice on the ground, and didn't get up for a long time. Lu Qingyue suddenly softened again, appearing weak and fragile.
I didn't mean to.
It's all your fault. At the same time, Meng Lingxue hurried back to the Lu residence. She saw Lu Qingyue kick Meng Qingqing down. You beast! A furious shout rang out at the gate of the Lu residence. A figure quickly appeared and rushed in front of her. Smack! A crisp, loud slap landed hard on Lu Qingyue's face. This slap was delivered with all of Meng Qingxue's strength. On Lu Qingyue's delicate face, 5 clear finger marks appeared instantly, and half of her face swelled visibly. She was stunned, covering her face, ears ringing loudly. It took her a long time to recognize who was in front of her.
Meng
Qingxue, Lu Qingyue screamed in shock.
You.
How could you be here? Hadn't she already broken ties and left the Lu family?
Why was she back?
Li Lingji was also very frightened. She hadn't expected Meng Qingxue, who had already left the Lu family, to suddenly appear and dare to hit her in front of everyone. Her own daughter, slapped again by Meng Qingxue. You little brat. Are you crazy? How dare you hit Qingyue? Once Li Lingji reacted, she immediately started shouting. Meng Qingxue's eyes turned cold. She quickly slapped again, hitting Lu Qingyue's other cheek firmly. Smack! This slap was even harder than the first. Lu Qingyue was knocked off balance, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The first slap, I did it for my mother. My mother raised you for 15 years. And you actually pushed her down. This slap is for my younger brother. He's only 7 or 8 years old. How could you be so cruel? Lu Qingyue, have you lost your conscience? After speaking, she didn't bother to look at Li Lingji, who was shouting nearby. She quickly walked over to Meng Qingqing and helped him up. Qingqing, are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere? Meng Qingxue's voice instantly became gentle as she carefully checked Meng Qingqing's body. Meng Qingqing coughed twice, shook his head, but his big eyes stared fixedly at Meng Qingxue, recognizing her. Big sister. It's you. It's me. Meng Qingxue gently brushed the dust off his clothes with care. Don't be afraid. With your sister here, no one can bully you, Qingxue. Is it really you? Zhao Guilin, who had been sitting on the ground, also came to her senses. She looked at Meng Qingxue with a very complicated expression. She never expected that the girl she had just met briefly would turn out to be her own biological daughter. She was even more confused. Last time she changed her family, she cried and begged to stay in the Lu family, saying she would rather die than see herself or return to the Meng family as an adopted daughter. How could she suddenly appear and even fight for them against Lu Qingyue? But how was she wearing Lu Qingyue's old clothes? Mother, Meng Qingxue turned around and looked at Zhao Guilin's forehead wound and her tear-streaked face. She couldn't hold back and blurted out. That one word, mother, made Zhao Guilin tremble all over and freeze in place. Was she calling her mother? Meanwhile, Lu Qingyue, who had just been slapped twice, finally reacted from the pain and shock. She let out a desperate scream, pointing at Meng Qingxue. Meng Qingxue, you wicked girl. How dare you hit me? I will kill you. Just wait, I will tear your face apart, you little brat. She went crazy, clawing and lunging at Meng Qingxue. At this moment, she seemed like a completely different person from before. Even the household servants and maids looked at each other in surprise. Was this really the gentle, fragile Lu Qingyue who used to cry and whimper? Meng Qingxue protected Meng Qingqing behind her, her eyes cold. She kicked out.
Bang!
Right into Lu Qingyue's stomach. Lu Qingyue let out another painful scream, hunched over and fell to the ground, unable to speak for a while from the pain.
Qingjue, Li Lingzi shouted in alarm.
She forgot about bothering Meng Qingxue and hurried over to help her precious daughter. Her face was full of worry. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Meng Qingxue. How dare you? Li Lingji helped Lu Qingyue up and shouted angrily at Meng Qingxue. I raised you in the Lu family for 15 years. Is this how you repay us? You ungrateful, selfish girl. Repay? Meng Qingxue sneered coldly. She stepped closer to Li Lingji. I want to ask you, how did your Lu family treat me? Ever since Lu Qingyue returned, you falsely accused me countless times. Not a single person believed me, and I was insulted every day. Until today, I was forced to try to drown myself and end my life. That's when I realized you just wanted to kick me out of the Lu family. As you wished, I left the Lu family. But you didn't stop there. You even brought Sun Tingzhou and Li Rui to bully me. You're talking nonsense. Li Lingji was frightened by her aggressive attitude and took a step back. Nonsense? Li Rui and Sun Tingzhou have already admitted it themselves. In front of everyone. These two have already been taught a lesson by me. Li Lingji looked incredulous. How is that possible? Meng Qingxue's gaze shifted again to Lu Qingyue's resentful face.
Lu Qingyue.
I know you're shameless, but I didn't expect you to be this shameless. It's one thing to falsely accuse me, but she is your adoptive mother. He is your brother. How could you hit them? People like you are worse than animals. Worse than animals. You're talking nonsense. It's her. She took everything from me. Lu Qingyue, supported by Li Lingji, stood up clutching her stomach, pointed at Zhao Guilin, and roared with anger. I was born the eldest daughter of the Lu family. My whole life was supposed to be carefree, full of wealth and honor. If it weren't for your family appearing, I wouldn't have been switched at birth. Do I need to suffer in that poor, miserable home? 15 whole years. I suffered hardships that weren't even mine. I hate you. I hate all of you. Lu Qingyue looked at Meng Qingxue with hatred and said, and you, occupying my place for 15 years, living the life of a beloved young lady that was originally mine, enjoying the love of my parents that was meant for me. I hate you. If it were you, what would you do? Meng Qingxue angrily said. It was Lu Mingxian who switched the babies at birth. The mistake was made by the Lu family, not the Meng family. Now you are blaming all this on the Meng family. That's just ridiculous. Lu Qingyue angrily said. You enjoyed 15 years of my happiness, and I suffered 15 years of your wrongs. Shouldn't I hate you? Meng Qingxue sneered and said. If you want to hate, then go ahead. You're really clueless. She didn't bother arguing with Lu Qingyue anymore. She turned and walked over to Zhao Guilin, helping her up from the ground. Zhao Guilin looked at Meng Qingxue with tears in her eyes. Meng Qingxue softly said, Mom, let's go home. Since she doesn't want to see Dad, we won't force her. I'll go back with you. Qingxue. What did you just call me? Zhao Guilin asked tremblingly, unable to believe her ears. Tears welled up in her eyes. That single word, mother, was what she had always dreamed of hearing. Mother, Meng Qingxue called again. I call you mother. Zhao Guilin was not only the biological mother of her original self, her face also resembled that of her mother from her past life, who had died young. Therefore, Meng Qingxue's mother came from her heart. She looked at Zhao Guilin's tired face and the bloodstains on her forehead, feeling a bit of pain in her heart. You didn't mean. You didn't want to. Zhao Guilin choked up. Meng Qingxue softly said, Mother, that was in the past. Now is now. I was naive before, but I've understood now. Mother, I have cut all ties with the Lu family. From now on, I am Meng Qingxue, your daughter. Everything related to the Lu family has nothing to do with me. She took out the folded letter of severance from her pocket and waved it in front of Zhao Guilin. This is the letter of severance, written clearly in black and white by Lu Mingxian himself. The whole family signed it with their fingerprints. I am no longer a member of the Lu family. Zhao Guilin stared at the paper, completely stunned. She couldn't understand how her daughter suddenly changed her mind. When they exchanged the tokens of kinship, Meng Qingxue had cried and said that the Lu family was her home, and she would rather die than go back with them. She even hid in her room. refusing to see her. But now, she not only voluntarily left the Lu family but also protected them by fighting for their true daughter. Zhao Guilin grabbed Meng Qingshua's hand, tears streaming down her face. She sobbed, "Daughter, let's go home. If your father could see you, he would die happy." Meng Qingxue nodded. "Yes, let's go home, Meng Qingxue." "Stop right there," Li Lingji shouted angrily. "You slapped Qinghua twice, and now want to leave just like that." Meng Qingxue curled her lips. "What else do you want?" Li Lingji glared at the two guards at the door. "Qinghua was beaten and you two are just standing here? Don't you want to protect your master? Are you planning to sell us out?" The two guards immediately panicked. If they were sold out, where can there still be good days? Two servants immediately knelt down, panicked. "Madam, we know we were wrong. Please have mercy, madam." "Don't sell us," Li Lingji angrily said. "If you don't want to be sold, hurry up and clean up this little brat," Lu Qinghua angrily said. "Catch that little brat. I want to slap her myself." The two servants quickly stood up, both looking fierce as they looked at Meng Qingxue. "It's all because Meng Qingxue caused trouble for no reason." One servant snorted, "Sorry about this," then suddenly lunged at Meng Qingxue. The other servant raised his fist and swung it toward Meng Qingshua's head. Li Lingji and Lu Qinghua both sneered, waiting to see Meng Qingxue get beaten. No matter how strong Meng Qingxue was, she couldn't fight two servants. Soon, this little girl would be at their mercy. "Don't hit my sister. I will fight you," Meng Qingxue cried out loudly when she saw this. Zhao Guilin rushed toward one of the servants, shouting loudly, "Shui run. Mother will hold them back. You run quickly." Meng Qingxue was momentarily stunned. Is this the care from her mother and brother? Especially Zhao Guilin's determined look. It reminded her of when she was a child. Back then, she and her mother were shopping. A carriage lost control and headed straight for her. It was her mother who pushed her away without hesitation. At that moment, it felt just like that. Meng Qingxue briefly lost focus, but quickly recovered. She absolutely wouldn't let Zhao Guilin get hurt again. Meng Qingxue moved swiftly, delivering a flying knee, then turning to strike back. "Take that, Yugen! Ow, ow!" The two servants cried out in pain one after another. One rolled his eyes, the other foamed at the mouth, both falling to the ground. Li Lingji and Lu Qinghua stared with wide eyes, looking incredulous. How is this possible? She can't even fight a chicken. When did she become so powerful? And what does a Yugen mean? Useless, both useless. Li Lingji and Lu Qinghua were stunned, speechless. Meng Qingshua's older brother looked surprised. "Big sister, you're so amazing." "I want to learn too." Meng Qingxue nodded and said, "If you want to learn, you can start by practicing with a sandbag." Meng Qingqing's eyes widened. "What is a sandbag?" Zhao Guilin also looked happy. "Daughter, you scared me. I thought you were going to get into trouble." Meng Qingxue whispered, "Mom, I like to reason with people. I use logic to convince others. If I can't argue my point, I might resort to physical action. Of course, if someone provokes me first, I will fight back." After speaking, Meng Qingxue looked at Li Lingji with a cold gaze. "Li Lingji, if it weren't for the kindness you showed me over the 15 years of upbringing, do you believe I would still be holding back? Do you believe I wouldn't slap you now?" Li Lingji was chilled by her icy stare and was truly frightened. She opened her mouth but didn't dare to say a word. Meng Qingxue snorted in disdain. "Mom, let's go." Zhao Guilin agreed. "Okay." Meng Qingxue turned to leave. "Wait." Meng Qingxue frowned. It was Lu Qinghua's voice. She didn't look back but said coldly, "Speak quickly." Lu Qinghua shouted, "Meng Qingxue, I know you still care about the Lu family. If you kneel and apologize to Mom and me, I will ask Dad to forgive you. You can still be the young lady of the Lu family." A trace of resentment flickered in Lu Qinghua's eyes. She had endured so many wrongs, been slapped twice and kicked once. How could she let her leave easily? She had convinced her to return to the Lu family. Then she would poison her, to kill her. Li Lingji immediately understood Lu Qinghua's plan. "However, swear, as long as you kneel now and admit your mistake, Lu family, and I will forgive you. Mang Qingxue curled her lips. Even if the Lu family begged me on their knees, I wouldn't stay. I won't kneel and beg you. The sun hasn't set yet.
Dream on.
Don't be so shameless. You, Li Lingji was furious. I want to see how you will survive without the Lu family. Don't come back crying and begging us later. That's none of your business. Mang Qingxue said calmly. Even if we have to beg for food, it's better than staying in your dirty place. After speaking, she ignored the angry mother and daughter, took Zhao Guilin and Meng Qingqing by the hand, and turned to leave. Mom, Qingqing, let's go home. Zhao Guilin nodded. Yes, let's go home. Then she glanced at Lu Qinghua behind her, a look of complete disappointment in her eyes. The three women left the Lu family's gate. They arrived at the city gate. Zhao Guilin took a small cloth-wrapped bag from her bosom, opened it, and revealed a few yellowed pieces of paper.
Qingxue,
This is our family registration document and also the official travel permit. Even your family registration and travel permit, I brought them. Zhao Guilin's voice carried a hint of relief. This time, I came hoping that if you're willing to return with us, you can use these. Meng Qingxue looked at the papers, feeling a sudden shock. These are like the ID cards from her previous life. Great, Mother. You thought of everything, Meng Qingxue said happily. She was worried about how to leave Ling City. With the registration and travel permit, she could leave Ling City openly and honestly. Let's go quickly, before it gets dark. Maybe we can leave before the city gate closes, Mang Qingxue suggested. Okay. Zhao Guilin nodded repeatedly. In front of the Lu residence. Mother, are you just going to let them leave like that? Lu Qinghua stomped her feet in anger. Her face still hurt from the burn, and her heart was burning with hatred, almost making her go crazy. Meng Qingxue, that wicked girl, slapped me twice, she said. My dear daughter, that little brat is surprisingly strong. Even the household guards aren't her match. Your older brother isn't home, so we can't fight this little brat. Lu Qinghua cursed with hatred. It must be because of our older brother, who taught her a few moves before. Otherwise, how could she beat these two useless people? Li Lingji whispered, but don't worry, Mother, I won't let her get away with it. She thinks leaving Ling City means everything is fine? So naive. A sinister glint appeared in Li Lingji's eyes. Mother, I knew you wouldn't let me suffer, she whispered. Li Lingji continued, this matter must be kept secret from your older brother and your father. Mother, I will make that little brat submit and kneel before you to apologize. Lu Qinghua nodded, I knew it. This family, Mother loves me the most. Li Lingji said, Yuer. Let's go back to the house first. Mother will apply some medicine to your face. Lu Qinghua whispered, okay. Lu Qinghua turned around. Seeing the two servants rolling on the ground, I couldn't help but hum softly. Mother, these two useless people should be sold. Li Lingji's eyes flashed with coldness. All right. Let's sell them. After showing our household registration and travel permit, the guards at the gate only glanced briefly before letting us pass. Zhao Guilin and her son finally left Ling City. The sky was a bit gloomy now, with the setting sun casting its remaining light. A cool breeze blew, making the thin, torn clothes on the three of us feel a little refreshing. We walked about 6 or 7 miles. The sky grew darker and darker. Meng Qingxue's stomach growled again. Mother, how much farther is Mingjia village? Meng Qingxue asked eagerly. She was looking forward to going home to fill her stomach. For some reason, she always felt a bit hungry. Maybe it's a side effect of traveling through time. Zhao Guilin checked the direction and pointed at the distant outline of green mountains, saying, Not far now. After crossing that ridge, we just need to walk another 7 or 8 miles. Still so far? Meng Qingxue frowned. Oh well, she thought, just grit my teeth and hold on a little longer. After walking a while longer, Meng Qingxue noticed Meng Qingqing, whose face was very pale, and she was staggering as she walked. Qingqing, are you tired? Do you want your sister to carry you? Meng Qingxue asked with concern. I'm not tired, Meng Qingqing whispered. I'm just a little hungry, Meng Qingxue frowned. Haven't you eaten? Meng Qingqing whispered. Big sister? I only took a bite of the cornbread this morning. Suddenly, Mang Qingxue understood something. She grabbed Mang Qingqing's shoulders. Is it true? The cornbread you gave me is your entire food for the day. Mang Qingqing nodded. When my mother and I left, we only brought 2 pieces of cornbread. Neither of us ate. We gave it all to sister. As long as sister is safe and sound, it doesn't matter if my mother and I are a little hungry. Mang Qingxue felt moved, but also heartbroken. Zhao Guilin sighed and took a shriveled water pouch from her waist, handing it to Mang Qingxue. Qingxue, you two should drink some water. It's all my fault. I don't even have a copper coin to buy dry food. Mang Qingxue took the water pouch, but didn't drink. Instead, she offered it to Mang Qingqing. Qingqing, you drink first. The little boy shook his head wisely. Sister, you drink. I'm not thirsty. Mang Qingxue handed the water pouch to him. Mang Qingqing took a few sips from the pouch, then pushed it away, insisting that Mang Qingxue drink. Feeling warm inside, Mang Qingxue no longer refused and took a sip. She handed the water pouch to Zhao Guilin. Mom, you should have some too. Zhao Guilin waved her hand. I'm not thirsty. You all drink. Mang Qingxue said, Mom, please tell me about our family situation. Zhao Guilin's face looked a little unhappy, but she couldn't help herself and slowly explained everything about the family to Mang Qingxue. It turned out that Mang Dashan, despite being a simple farmer, was known as a capable man in the village, someone who could do the work of 3 people. The problem was with Mang Dashan's parents. Mang Dashan is the oldest son in the family, with 2 younger brothers, Mang and Mang Sanhai. Mang liked studying, but had been mixing with the wrong crowd for years and never became a scholar. However, Mang eldest son, Mang Wenkai, started studying early and aimed to pass exams and bring honor to the family. By the age of 12, he had already become a child scholar, a famous prodigy in the county. He was especially loved by Old Man Mang and Old Lady Mang. But studying was a bottomless pit. Mang couldn't afford to pay for Mang Wenkai's education alone. Old Man Mang and Old Lady Mang had no choice but to pressure Mang Dashan and his second brother, Mang Sanhai, to help support Mang Wenkai. The money Mang Dashan earned, aside from what was needed for the family, was almost entirely spent on supporting Mang Wenkai. The bottomless pit. Why didn't they split the family earlier? Mang Qingxue asked, confused. Your father is very straightforward. He's afraid of being seen as unfilial and always listens to your grandparents. But your second uncle and second aunt don't appreciate it or thank us. They think our efforts are just what should be expected. I told your father many times to split the family, but he wouldn't listen. He said splitting would hurt brotherly feelings and make him look unfilial. And what happened? Just a few days ago, Mang Wenkai wanted to go to the city to take the imperial exams. Your grandparents demanded that your father and your third uncle gather 10 taels of silver for travel expenses. If they didn't gather the money, they threatened to sell your second sister to an old man in his 50s or 60s as a concubine. Your second sister, Qingyao, is 13 now. Our family doesn't have that much money, and we can't bear to sell your second sister. Your father had no choice but to take out the last of the family's savings and borrow a high-interest loan from the villagers to gather enough money. To repay the debt, your father went hunting in the mountains. As a result, he was hit in the chest by a wild boar. Zhao Guilin choked up and said, Your father coughed up blood on the spot. The doctor from the city was called to see him, and he said the lungs were injured. He said good medicine was needed to recover, or else there would be no hope. To save his life, at least 100 taels of silver were needed. Even if he survived, he would be left disabled. I heard that the medical treatment costs 100 taels, and even if he is saved, he would be a useless person. Your grandfather and grandmother's faces changed immediately. They saw your father as no longer useful. They were afraid we would ask them for money, and even forced us to cut ties with them and kick us out of the house. Hearing this, Mang Qingxue clenched her fists tightly. This old Mang family, are they even human? Vampires aren't this cruel. Father is just too honest and filial. Even when sold, he still helped count the money. When he's no longer useful, they just kick him out. Especially the second branch, they don't even make a sound. Zhao Guilin sighed. Splitting the family is actually a good thing. Although we have no house or land now, at least your second sister won't have to marry an old man to be his concubine. So, where are we going to live now? Meng Qingxue asked, holding back her anger. It's a broken cow shed nobody wants, at the corner of the village. Next to the big river, it's been empty all along. Zhao Guilin wiped her tears. Uncle the village chief, seeing how poor our family is, let us stay there for now, Meng Qingxue sighed. She hadn't expected her parents to be so pitiful. Seeing Zhao Guilin's tears, she couldn't help but feel heartache. As the sky darkened completely, only faint moonlight and starlight remained. Under the dim starlight, Meng Qingxue finally saw a village in the distant mountain hollow. That was Meng's village. After walking for nearly half an hour, they finally reached the village entrance. Zhao Guilin led them around the decent houses in the village, heading to the easternmost corner, remote spot. There stood a low, dilapidated thatched hut by the river, looking as if it could collapse with a gust of wind. Is this her new home? Meng Qingxue looked at the house in front of her, made of mud and straw walls, and was speechless for a moment. This is not a barn. It's even worse than a barn. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough came from inside the thatched hut, as if trying to cough out his lungs. Master, Zhao Guilin's face changed. She didn't bother explaining to Meng Qingxue and pushed open the broken wooden door, rushing inside. Meng Qingxue and Meng Qingchen quickly followed. Inside, it was very dark, with only a strong smell of herbs and mold, making people frown. Zhao Guilin took out a fire stick, fumbled to light a small oil lamp on the table. The tiny flame finally lit up the room. At that moment, Meng Qingxue's heart sank. Besides a bed made of a few wooden planks and a broken table missing its legs, there was no other decent furniture. It was truly a poor home. On the bed, there was a man with a pale yellow face, so thin he looked almost unrecognizable. He was clutching his chest and coughing violently. Every cough made his whole body twitch. It seemed he was Meng Dashan, her biological father from her previous life. Meng Qingxue couldn't help feeling a little sad as she looked at the man suffering from illness. This man looked very much like her father in her past life. Same thick eyebrows, square face, even his expression was identical. In her previous life, her mother died in a car accident trying to save her. Then her father, unable to bear the blow, drank heavily every day. Finally, her father, like a kite with its string cut, jumped off a bridge. That was a pain she would never forget. Now, after traveling to this world, she found a man who looked like her father, but he wouldn't live long either. Meng Qingxue's heart ached again. Master, how are you? Zhao Guilin rushed to the bed, gently patting Meng Dashan's chest to help him breathe, tears of worry in her eyes. Meng Dashan coughed for a while before he managed to calm down a little. He waved his hand to show he was okay, and weakly opened his eyes. When his gaze fell on Meng Qingxue standing behind Zhao Guilin, a faint light suddenly appeared in his dull gray eyes. Is that Qingxue? His voice was hoarse.
You're
back, father. Meng Qingxue stepped forward and knelt by the bed, softly replying, I'm back. That single word, father, made Meng Dashan burst into tears. He struggled to reach out and touch his daughter's face, but had no strength to lift his arm.
It's
good. You're back, he mumbled, a look of relief on his face. Seeing you. I have no regrets, father. Father, you'll be fine, Meng Qingxue gently comforted him. Where is Yue?
Didn't
she come back with you? Meng Dashan took a breath, but still asked the question he wanted to know most. When he heard the name, Yue, Zhao Guilin's face turned pale, and her tears, which had just stopped, started flowing again. Meng Qingxue also felt a sharp pain in her heart. She could see that Meng Dashan truly loved Lu Qingyue, the ungrateful girl. Father, Meng Qingxue didn't know what to say, so she told the truth. She refused to come back. She said she's now the young lady of the Lu family and has nothing to do with our Meng family anymore. Meng Dashan's body suddenly trembled, and the last bit of light in his eyes quickly faded. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was hit by a violent cough. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh. A mouthful of dark red blood spurted out, splattering on the old, tattered quilt, shocking everyone. Master, father, Zhao Guilin and Meng Qingxue exclaimed at the same time. After coughing up that blood, Meng Dashan tilted his head and fainted immediately. Master, why did you leave so suddenly? What are we supposed to do without you? Zhao Guilin cried loudly. Father, don't die. Qingqing can't be without you. Meng Qingqing also knelt on the ground, sobbing and crying. Father, wake up. Meng Qingxue was terrified. She quickly reached out to check Meng Dashan's breath. Fortunately, although faint, he was still breathing.
He was not dead.
Hurry, daughter. Quickly help your father up and let him lean against the wall, Meng Qingxue hurriedly said. Father isn't dead yet. Although she was not a doctor in her past life, she knew that patients lying flat could easily choke on their blood and get it into their airways. The two of them hurriedly helped Meng Dashan up, making him lean against the wall by the bed. Zhao Guilin was already crying uncontrollably, feeling helpless. What should we do, Qingxue? Your father. Is he going to be okay? Meng Qingqing sobbed. Dad, wake up quickly. Meng Qingxue's eyes were red. Dad will be fine. Then Meng Qingxue pressed on Meng Dashan's pressure point. After a moment, Meng Dashan opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and weakly said, spitting out this blood, I feel much better. Sorry for worrying you all. After speaking, Meng Dashan looked out the window, then showed a look of pain, as if he had made a firm decision. From now on, don't mention Qingyue. I knew he wouldn't come back. Meng Dashan sighed deeply, a hint of relief on his face. Zhao Guilin cried. You scared me to death. I thought you were going to die. Meng Dashan forced a smile. Haha, life and death are up to fate. I just don't want to see you sad. Zhao Guilin wiped her tears and said, Head of the family, you must hold on. I will find a way to keep you alive. Meng Dashan waved his hand. Haha, just seeing Qingxue is enough for me.
But
how could you leave such a wealthy place like Lu's family? How could you bear to? Meng Qingxue softly said, Dad, this isn't my home. This is. Besides, no matter how rich and glorious, nothing is more important than being with family. Good child. Good child, Meng Dashan muttered, a gentle smile appearing on his face. It's my fault I wasn't capable. It's my fault I let you come back and suffer with us. Dad, don't say that. Meng Qingxue interrupted him. You and Mom gave me life. That's the greatest kindness. I have nothing to be ungrateful for. I was naive before, but I won't be anymore. Zhao Guilin stood nearby, watching this father and daughter talk, tears falling uncontrollably. She wiped her tears with her sleeve and said in a choked voice, Master, you're finally awake. Qingxue is back. Our family. We can finally see each other. Big Mountain Meng nodded weakly, his eyes scanning the room until they settled on Meng Qingqing. Qingqing Meng had already been crying hard. When he saw his father look at him, he hurried to the bedside and whispered, Dad, how do you feel? Are you still uncomfortable? I'm fine, Dad. Big Mountain Meng forced a weak smile. It's just, I feel sorry for you and the girls. After saying this, he gasped heavily, making everyone feel anxious. Qingxue Meng quickly patted his chest to help him breathe, but her mind was racing. Dad's illness couldn't be delayed any longer. She had to find a doctor immediately. But the 100 taels of silver she had was gone, probably stolen by some thief. Now the whole family didn't even have a copper coin. This was terrible. At that moment, Meng Qingqing suddenly asked softly, Dad, Mom, where's second sister? His question made the atmosphere in the room even heavier. Zhao Guilin's face looked a bit unnatural. She sighed and said, Yes, Master. What about Qingyao? Why didn't she take care of you? Big Mountain Meng closed his eyes, full of pain and helplessness. After a while, he spoke hoarsely. She went to her grandmother's house. To her grandmother's house? Zhao Guilin was surprised. Why did she go there? Her grandmother's family isn't well off either, he said. She said she was going to borrow some grain. Big Mountain Meng's eyes showed a trace of pain. There's no grain at home anymore. Qingxue Meng's heart sank to the bottom. She knew her family was poor, but she didn't expect it to be this bad. Even a meal was hard to come by, let alone paying for her father's treatment. Borrowing grain. A 13-year-old girl going to someone else's house to ask for grain. How much courage does that take? Looking at her parents' expressions, it seems her grandmother's family isn't reliable either. Qingxue Meng looked at the dilapidated thatched house, feeling a mix of emotions. This was her family in this life. This was the reality she had to face. She decided to stay in this home and change everything with her family. Zhao Guilin wiped away her tears, forced herself to stay strong, and said to Meng Qingxue and Meng Qingcheng, "All right, your father just woke up. Let him rest a bit. Qingxue, Qingcheng, you've both been tired all day. I will go make some hot water for you to wash your faces." She said this, and stood up to go outside to the earthen stove. "Mom, I'll help you." Mang Qingxue also stood up. No need. You just got back, rest quickly." Zhao Guilin quickly waved her off. Zhao Guilin lit a fire at the outdoor stove. The dim yellow light reflected her tired face. The water was boiling in the pot, but Zhao Guilin seemed lost in thought, a bit dazed. "No matter what, I must make this family better. Father's illness needs treatment, the stomach needs filling, the house needs replacing. But right now, money is the biggest problem. That thief who stole my money, I hope I never catch you. Otherwise, you'll see why the flowers are so red." Zhao Guilin finished boiling the water and carried it into the house. At that moment, the broken wooden door was gently pushed open again. A small, thin figure stepped inside, guided by the faint morning light. It was a girl, looking even younger than Meng Qingxue. She wore a rough, faded cloth dress with several patches sewn on. She was dark and thin, with yellowed, brittle hair. Her small face was pale and sallow, clearly suffering from long-term malnutrition. The girl's eyes were red, as if she had just cried, clutching a small cloth bag tightly in her hands. Seeing the unfamiliar Meng Qingxue, she was startled and hesitated, stopping in her tracks, afraid to go further. Zhao Guilin's voice was full of concern. "Qingyao, you're back?"
Mom.
She called softly, her voice small and trembling with a faint hint of fear. Zhao Guilin quickly grabbed her arm, tears welling up in her eyes from worry. "You child, did you go to Grandma's house and borrow some grain? Why did you come back so late?
What if you met bad people?"
Meng Qingyao lowered her head, afraid to look at her, and softly replied, She handed over the small cloth bag behind her. The bag was empty, probably filled with grain.
"Grandma."
"Grandma's house doesn't have much left either. They just gave me this."
"Not my aunt, it's Grandma."
"She secretly caught up with me and gave me this." Zhao Guilin took the cloth bag and opened it. Inside, there was only a small half bag of coarse grains, enough for the family to eat 2 meals at most. At least, it could fill their stomachs for now. She sighed with a look of sadness and concern. "Good child, you've worked hard, no hardship at all." After speaking, Meng Qingyao secretly glanced at Meng Qingxue, feeling very nervous. Meng Qingxue also carefully looked at Meng Qingyao. Meng Qingyao was pale and thin, with cracked lips. Her big eyes always looked down, lacking spirit. She seemed full of self-doubt and fear. If she were a bit more plump, she would be a real beauty. "Is this my second sister, Meng Qingyao? She looks even more shy than Meng Qingcheng, like a little poor girl, with so little grain. Grandma probably has given everything she has." Meng Qingyao seemed to notice Meng Qingxue's gaze. Her body trembled, and she buried her head even lower, wishing she could curl up into a ball. Zhao Guilin pulled her along and walked to Meng Qingxue. Softly she introduced, "Qingyao, look, this is your big sister, Qingxue. She's returned from Lu's family." Then she added to Meng Qingxue, "Qingxue, this is your second sister, Qingyao. She's a bit shy, don't mind her. Big sister." Meng Qingyao squeezed out 2 words from her teeth, her voice so soft it was barely audible. She never lifted her head. Meng Qingxue looked at her like this, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. She knew that the original self used to be the young lady of Lu's family, while Meng Qingyao grew up suffering in the countryside. Their statuses were very different. Now that she, the young lady, had suddenly returned, it was normal for Meng Qingyao to feel scared and uneasy. Moreover, Lu Qingyue, the White Lotus, had probably bullied Meng Qingyao a lot when she was in Meng's family, leaving a deep psychological shadow on the girl. Thinking of this, Meng Qingyue tried to make her voice sound gentler. Second sister, hello, from now on we are family. If you have anything to say, you can talk to big sister. I will support you and stand up for you. Meng Qingyao's body stiffened again, as if she didn't expect Meng Qingyue to speak like that. She just clenched her clothes tightly and didn't say a word for a long time. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Zhao Guilin quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, everyone stop standing around. Qingyao brought back some food. Mother will make porridge now, and at last, we can have a warm meal. She said this while holding a small cloth bag, treating it like a treasure, and went outside to the earthen stove. Meng Qingcheng moved closer to Meng Qingxue and whispered, Big sister, second sister is just a little timid. Don't be angry. Meng Qingxue patted his head and smiled. Why would I be angry? I understand. She glanced at the still-standing Meng Qingyao, who looked stiff like a wooden post, and sighed inwardly. It seemed that building a good relationship with this second sister would take some time. Soon, Zhao Guilin finished cooking the porridge. It was called porridge, but it was really just clear rice water that reflected people's shadows, with only a few rice grains floating inside. 1 bowl per person was the family's dinner. Meng Qingxue was so hungry she felt her chest and back stick together. She didn't care about anything else and quickly drank her bowl of porridge in a few gulps, licking the bottom clean. After drinking, her stomach felt a little warmer, but her hunger grew even stronger. She looked at the others. Zhao Guilin and Meng Qingcheng were the same. Only Meng Qingyao sipped her porridge slowly, still not finished after a long time, seeming to have something on her mind. After dinner, Zhao Guilin carefully handed the largest bowl of porridge to Meng Dazhan on the bed and gently fed him to drink. Meng Dazhan's face was still pale, but after drinking a little, he seemed a bit better. He even stopped coughing. The family sat around the bed, silent, the atmosphere heavy and hard to breathe. Meng Qingxue knew that this couldn't go on. Her father's illness needed treatment, and the family needed to fill their stomachs. Relying only on the little food borrowed wouldn't last a day. They had to find a way to make money. But she had no money now and didn't even know how to start. Maybe I could pawn this longevity lock. She instinctively touched her chest, where the cold longevity lock still hung. This thing probably isn't worth much. It looks like just an ordinary copper lock. Forget it, I'll think about it tomorrow. I really can't take it anymore. Even washing up is so troublesome. The thatched cottage had no extra rooms, only 2 small rooms, making sleeping arrangements at night a big problem. Finally, Zhao Guilin decided that she, Meng Qingxue, and Meng Qingyao would squeeze onto the straw mat outside. Meng Qingcheng slept at the foot of the bed inside, so he could also look after his father. Meng Qingxue didn't mind. She was very tired and just lay down on the straw mat. However, Meng Qingyao seemed to strongly resist sleeping with her. When Meng Qingxue lay down, she clearly felt the person next to her tense up completely, trying to shift away as if to keep her at a distance. Meng Qingxue rolled her eyes inwardly. Is it necessary?
I won't eat you, she thought.
Such a coward, she thought dismissively. She didn't bother to care about Meng Qingyao, closed her eyes, and started thinking about her plan to earn money. As she thought, she felt the coldness of the longevity lock on her chest seem to grow, a little colder. At first, she didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just her imagination. But the coldness became more obvious, like holding an ice cube in her chest.
Huh?
What's going on? Why is this broken lock getting colder? Curious, she reached her hand inside her clothes and grasped the longevity lock. The moment her fingers touched the lock, a strange feeling surged through her. She felt her consciousness being suddenly pulled by something. Her vision went dark, and when she opened her eyes again, the scene around her had completely changed. The dilapidated thatched cottage was gone, replaced by a vast, empty space about the size of a single room. Mang Qingxue was stunned. She stood in this strange space, looking around. Under her feet was dark, black land. Not far away, there was a small spring bubbling with clear water. Besides that, the entire space was empty, with no visible edges or ceiling.
Wow.
What is this place? She thought. Wasn't I sleeping in a thatched cottage? How did I suddenly end up here?
Could it be?
I've traveled through time again? She pinched her thigh hard. Ouch, it doesn't hurt. I must be dreaming. But her consciousness was clear at this moment. She felt a bit nervous. Could she have been cursed? While she was uncertain and worried, a sudden thought popped into her mind. Get out. As this thought flashed through her mind, she only felt a blur before her vision cleared again, and she found herself lying comfortably on a grass mat inside a thatched hut. Next to her, Meng Qingyao and Zhao Guilin were sleeping deeply, their gentle breathing audible. Everything looked the same as before, as if nothing had happened. Is this a hallucination? She frowned, filled with doubt. Not willing to believe it, she reached into her clothes again and grasped the cold, restored longevity lock. Then, she silently whispered in her mind, "Enter." Whoosh! Once more, she felt a tugging sensation and appeared again in that strange space. Black land, bubbling springs. Everything was exactly the same as before. Meng Qingxue was no longer calm. Her heart was pounding wildly. Is this the legendary portable space? Has my special ability finally arrived? She was so excited, she almost shouted out loud, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. She had read many stories on tomato novels, and she was very familiar with this typical kind of special ability. It seemed that the authors weren't just talking nonsense. Unexpectedly, such a good thing had actually fallen into her lap. She suppressed her joy and began to carefully examine this space. It wasn't very big, only about 20 square meters, roughly the size of a small room. Although she couldn't see the edges, walking a little further revealed soft, cushiony walls blocking her. She tried walking a few steps. The black soil under her feet was soft and looked very fertile. This soil seems like it could be used to grow things. She moved to the spring, squatted down, and cupped some water in her hand. The spring water was cool to the touch, and drinking it brought a faint, sweet taste. A refreshing feeling spread through her limbs, easing her fatigue and hunger from the past days. This water
doesn't seem ordinary.
Could it be a spiritual spring? Can this space hold things? She looked at herself. Aside from her torn clothes, she had nothing else. She thought for a moment, silently whispering, "Go out." After returning to the real world, she quietly pulled out a piece of grass from the grass mat. Then, she held the long life lock again and silently said, "Enter." Her consciousness, along with the dry grass, successfully entered the space. Can bring things in. Things can also be stored here. This is like a personal warehouse and safe. At that moment, a sudden idea flashed in her mind. She remembered the 100 taels of silver that had disappeared.
Wait.
I remember I put my money pouch into my clothes, right next to this long life lock.
Could it be?
It was also taken into this space. A bold guess formed in her mind. She quickly called out in her heart, "Money pouch. My money pouch." In the next second, a heavy cloth bag appeared out of nowhere in her hand. Meng Qingxue's eyes widened instantly. She grabbed the money pouch and opened it. Inside, shiny silver ingots, a pile of broken silver and copper coins lay quietly. Not a single coin was missing.
Wow. Wow.
Wow. Meng Qingxue couldn't hold back anymore. She hugged the money pouch and jumped around in the space. It wasn't stolen. It was just absorbed into the space. Ha. Heaven, you're so good to me. I have the space and the world is in my hands. The joy of regaining what was lost, combined with the excitement of gaining a magical tool, made her tremble all over. Now, she not only had a magical space for planting and storage, but also recovered 100 taels of silver. Her father's medical expenses were covered. Father Meng Dashan was saved. Great. Now I don't have to worry about anything. Forget the Liu family, forget Sun Tingzhou, just get lost. I will lead my family to wealth and reach the top of life. She happily enjoyed herself in the space for a while before calming down. She knew this space was her biggest secret and absolutely could not let anyone know, including her family. Otherwise, it could bring deadly trouble. She stored the money pouch carefully in a corner of the space. Then, she took a few sips of spiritual spring water and felt her stomach no longer hungry. From now on, this space will be my secret base. She looked at the dark land and started to plan in her mind. I need to get some seeds quickly to see how fertile this land is. I will plant vegetables and grains. And this spring water, since it can restore energy, maybe it will help my father's illness. Tomorrow, I must find a way to let him drink some without anyone noticing. Mang Qingxue happily left the space. She lay back on the grass mat, touching the long life lock on her chest, feeling peaceful inside, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Mang Qingxue was awakened by a muffled crying sound. Before dawn, faint crying came from outside. She opened her eyes and saw Zhao Guilin still sleeping beside her, but Meng Qingyao was gone. The crying was coming from outside, soft and intermittent, as if she was trying very hard to hold back tears. Feeling curious, Mang Qingxue quietly got up and tiptoed out of the thatched hut. It was just dawn, and a thin layer of fog covered the riverbank. She immediately saw a small figure by the river. It was Meng Qingyao. She was crouched behind some large rocks, hugging her knees, burying her face deep in her arms, her shoulders trembling as she cried sadly. Meng Qingxue frowned and walked over. Why is this girl crying here so early in the morning? She looked so worried yesterday, and today she's like this again. There must be something bothering her. She approached from behind and softly asked, "Second sister, what's wrong?" Startled by the sudden voice, Meng Qingyao quickly looked up, her face flashing with panic when she saw it was Meng Qingxue. She hurriedly wiped her tears with her sleeve, stood up, and stammered, It's nothing. Big sister, I just came out to get some air." Her eyes, red and swollen, betrayed her feelings. "Getting air shouldn't make you cry like that." Meng Qingxue's tone was not harsh, but firm. "What happened? Tell me, are you hiding something from me or from mom and dad?" Feeling guilty under her gaze, Meng Qingyao avoided her eyes and shook her head repeatedly. "Nothing's wrong. Big sister, please don't ask. If you don't tell me, I will tell mom and dad," Meng Qingxue said clearly. This move really worked. When Meng Qingyao heard she might have to ask her parents, her face suddenly turned pale. She quickly reached out and grabbed Meng Qingxue's sleeve, almost crying, "No. Sister, don't go. I will tell you." Meng Qingxue stopped and looked at her, waiting for her to continue. Meng Qingyao clenched her sleeve, lowered her head, hesitated for a long time, and softly said, "A few days ago, Dad was hit by a wild boar and started bleeding heavily. We called a doctor from the city to see him. The doctor said, Dad hurt his lungs. If he doesn't get treatment, he won't live long. The doctor said it would cost at least 100 silver coins to cure him. Our family, we don't have that much money. Grandfather and grandmother, they kicked us out. They didn't give us a penny. I can't do anything. I don't want Dad to die." As she spoke, tears fell like beads breaking from a string. I want to see Mr. Li from Li Village." "Mr. Li?" Meng Qingla's heart skipped a beat. "Yes." Meng Qingyao's voice grew quieter. "Mr. Li, he's almost 50 years old. His family is very rich," he said. "He said if I agree to be his concubine, he would give 100 silver coins to treat Dad." "What?" Meng Qingla's anger flared up suddenly. She grabbed Meng Qingyao's shoulders. "You agreed to a 50-year-old man to be his concubine. This silly girl, to save her father, she's willing to sell herself." Meng Qingyao trembled in fear, crying as she nodded. I agreed," Mr. Li said. Today he will send a sedan to pick me up and bring the 100 silver taels. Are you crazy?" Meng Qingla was so angry she wanted to hit her, but seeing Meng Qingyao's tear-streaked, scared, and hopeless face, her heart softened again. She knew that girl was also pushed to the edge. A 13-year-old girl. What could she do? Do your parents know about this? Mang Qingyao shook her head desperately. No, I didn't dare tell them. I'm afraid they'll be sad if they find out. You foolish girl. Mang Qinglo was both angry and heartbroken. How can you carry such a burden alone?
How old are you?
Giving a 50-year-old man a concubine, your life will be ruined. But if I don't do this, Dad will die. Mang Qingyao cried, gasping for breath. I don't want Dad to die. Boo-hoo, Dad won't die, Mang Qingxue said firmly. She looked at Mang Qingyao and said clearly, don't worry about the money. I have enough to pay for Dad's treatment. Mang Qingyao suddenly looked up, her face full of disbelief. Big sister.
You
have money? Yes, I do. Mang Qingxue took out a small bag of money from her pocket and waved it in front of Mang Qingyao. Look, this is about 100 taels. This is the savings I brought with me when I left the Liu family. Mang Qingyao was completely stunned. Big sister. Is this true? Of course it's true. So, I will never let you become a concubine for any old man. Big sister. Mang Qingyao suddenly cried out loud, throwing herself into Mang Qingxue's arms. This time, her tears were not of sadness or despair, but of relief and gratitude. Mang Qingxue held her fragile body gently, patting her back softly, finally convinced this silly girl to stop. After talking by the river, Mang Qingyao's emotions finally calmed down. Mang Qingxue took her back to the thatched hut. Zhao Guilin and Meng Qingcheng had already woken up and were feeding water to Meng Dashan. Meng Dashan looked much better than last night. Why did you both come back together? Qingyao, why are your eyes so red? Zhao Guilin looked at her two daughters with some confusion. Meng Qingyao instinctively wanted to hide behind Meng Qingxue, but Meng Qingxue grabbed her and directly spoke plainly. Mother, Dad's medical expenses are settled. She took out the money bag and handed it to Zhao Guilin. Is this money? Zhao Guilin and Meng Qingcheng both leaned in, their eyes wide. Qingxue, where did you get so much money? Zhao Guilin's voice trembled. Meng Qingxue repeated the prepared words. This is the savings I carried with me when I left the Liu family. I don't have much understanding of silver. I only remembered it when I was sleeping.
Wow.
That's at least 100 taels, Zhao Guilin said happily. Meng Qingxue nodded. Yes, it's not much, but it should be enough to treat Dad's illness. Mother, quickly take the money and go to town to invite the doctor from last time. Dad's condition can't be delayed any longer. Zhao Guilin held the money bag, trembling, tears suddenly streaming down her face. It's enough. It's enough. This is great. Dad is saved. She was so excited she couldn't speak clearly, pulling Meng Qingxue's hand, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, outside the house, there was a loud commotion. It's here. Meng Qingyao's house is right here, a sharp male voice shouted. Mr. Li, you're lucky to like this girl. It's her family's blessing. Meng Qingyao becoming your concubine is really a good deal for her. Meng Qingyao's face turned pale instantly, trembling all over, hiding behind Meng Qingxue and tremblingly said, It's Mr. Li, he's here. Meng Qingxue's eyes instantly turned cold. Speak of the devil, and he appears. He's quite quick. She patted Meng Qingyao's hand and softly said, Don't be afraid, big sister is here. As soon as she finished speaking, the broken wooden door was kicked open. A middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes, heavily pregnant, with 7 or 8 servants, stood outside with a fierce look. The man in front, about 50 years old, had a pale face, dark circles under his eyes, looking like he had been drained by wine and pleasure. His small eyes swept around the room, finally landing on Meng Qingyao, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. Little beauty, I've come to pick you up. Why don't you come over quickly when you see me? This man was Mr. Li, concubine. Zhao Guilin was completely stunned. She looked back at Meng Qingyao, who was trembling with fear, and suddenly understood what was happening. She shook with anger. You're talking nonsense. My daughter is only 13. How could she become your concubine? That's not up to you. Li Yuao was determined and insistent. This is what your daughter herself agreed to, written in black and white. Can there be any falsehood? He said this while pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket and waving it in front of Zhao Guilin. Zhao Guilin couldn't read, but when she saw the bright red fingerprint on the paper, her heart sank.
Qingyao.
Is this really true? She looked at her daughter in disbelief. Meng Qingyao was crying and shook her head, unable to speak. Take her away. Li Yuao lost patience and ordered sharply. 2 household servants immediately sneered and rushed toward Meng Qingyao. I dare anyone to try. With a cold shout, Meng Qingxue stepped in front of Meng Qingyao. She looked coldly at Li Yuao and said, Li Yuao, right?
We don't agree with this marriage.
Take your 100 taels of silver and go back. My sister, you can't take her. Li Yuao squinted and looked at Meng Qingxue. Although she was dressed in rags, she had a commanding presence that didn't seem like an ordinary farm girl. Who are you? I am her older sister, Meng Qingxue replied. I say it's not okay, and that's final.
Ha!
A little girl with no teeth, daring to challenge me? Li Yuao looked like he was hearing the biggest joke. I tell you, today I'm going to take her. If you know what's good for you, hand her over peacefully. If not, his eyes turned fierce. Don't blame me for dealing with all of you together. Deal with us? Meng Qingxue sneered. Just with your bunch of ragged household servants? Get them. Arrest these 2 girls.
Li Wo showdown really.
Several household servants received the order and charged forward, howling. Zhao Guilin and Meng Qingqing screamed in fear. This scene was truly terrifying, but Meng Qingxue remained calm. She pushed Meng Qingyao behind her. Stand still and don't move. As soon as she finished speaking, she moved. She suddenly moved forward, facing the first servant, not retreating but advancing. The servant swung his fist to hit her, but Meng Qingxue dodged sideways and then delivered a flying knee. I'll punch your lungs out. The servant screamed loudly, foaming at the mouth. The other servants were stunned. They didn't expect this seemingly fragile girl to fight so fiercely. Why are you just standing there?
Come on. Cowards.
Li, the master of the house, shouted angrily from behind. The servants exchanged looks, clenched their teeth, and charged at her together. Meng Qingxue smirked coldly. Although my body is weak, I still know some martial arts. With so many of you, I can't stay and fight. I must strike hard and finish this quickly. She kept moving forward, again delivering a flying knee, rushing out of the house and hitting another person's chest. I'll punch your liver. Ah! Another scream echoed through the sky. I'll punch your kidneys. I'll punch your stomach. I'll punch your appendix. I'll punch your bladder. In less than an incense stick of time, 7 or 8 servants were all lying on the ground, groaning and unable to get up. Outside the house, only Li, the master, stood there, stunned. Inside, Meng Qingyao, Zhao Guilin, and Meng Qingqing also gasped in shock. Meng Qingxue, this small girl, is so fierce. 7 or 8 grown men, knocked down just like that. Li looked at the servants rolling on the ground, then at Meng Qingxue, who was unharmed and hadn't even caught her breath. His legs started trembling uncontrollably.
You.
Who are you? I am Meng Qingxue, also the older sister of Meng Qingyao. Meng Qingxue stepped closer, with a mischievous look on her face. Don't come any closer. Li, the master, backed away in fear, sitting heavily on the ground. I am a registered official. If you hurt me, you're disrespecting the law. Meng Qingxue approached him and looked down at him from above. Robbing women, forcing them to become concubines. Which law taught you this? It was Meng Qingyao who came to me willingly. A hint of fear flashed in Mr. Li's eyes. My sister did not agree. It doesn't count. Of course, if you want to take a concubine, what do you think of me? Meng Qingxue sneered. No, I dare not anymore. Please forgive me, young lady. I won't do it again. It doesn't count. Mr. Li was afraid of Meng Qingxue. He had no courage, even if he had bad intentions. He was scared she might retaliate. And what about that contract of sale? It's with me. Meng Qingxue took the paper without looking and, in front of him, tore it into pieces with a ripping sound. Now, take your useless people and get out of here. If you dare to bother my sister again, next time I won't hold back. He was beaten so badly and still claimed he hadn't fought back? Yes, yes, yes. I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now. Mr. Lee, feeling like he was given a reprieve, scrambled to his feet and, with his guards, hurried to leave. Hold on. Mr. Lee's legs trembled. Young lady, what do you want me to do? Mang Qingxue threw a purse of money to Mr. Lee. Here's your money back, mister. Lee took the money, trembling, and said, There's nothing else. I really am leaving now. After Mr. Lee and his guards hurriedly fled, the grass hut finally returned to peace. Zhao Guilin, Meng Qingcheng, and Meng Qingyao stood there in shock, staring at Meng Qingxue, unable to speak for a long time. They hadn't yet recovered from the violent scene just now, especially Meng Qingyao. Her eyes, which had been timid and scared before, now showed shock, admiration, and a hint of indescribable gratitude. Meng Qingcheng's eyes sparkled with admiration. They never expected that this older sister, just back from the Liu family, would be so powerful. She single-handedly fought off 7 or 8 strong men with just a few moves. Meng Qingxue softly said, It's okay now. From now on, with Big Sister here, no one will dare to bully you. Actually, I am very gentle. I usually win people over with kindness, Big Sister. Meng Qingyao's eyes turned red. She could no longer hold back her emotions and hugged Meng Qingxue tightly, her voice choked with tears. Big Sister, thank you. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you today, she might really have been taken away by that old man. Her life would have been truly ruined. Foolish girl, don't be so polite to me. Meng Qingxue softly said, We're sisters. The word sisters made Meng Qingyao's body tremble strongly. She buried her head in Meng Qingxue's embrace, tears soaking her sister's shirt. She remembered the past. When Liu Qingyue was still part of this family, she also called herself her sister. But that sister was always aloof, looking down on her with disdain, often bullying her. Whenever there was something tasty at home, Liu Qingyue was the first to grab it. When there was heavy work, Liu Qingyue always found ways to push it onto her. When she was wronged, Liu Qingyue not only didn't comfort her, but also cheered when she was upset. She always thought that the young lady from the city would be just like Liu Qingyue. So, when Meng Qingxue returned, she was so scared and resistant. She was afraid that this new big sister would bully her just like Liu Qingyue did. But she never expected that this big sister was completely different from what she imagined. Not only did she not look down on her, but she also stood up for her in her most desperate moment, protecting her. She even fought against many fierce people for her. At this moment, Meng Qingyao felt an unprecedented warmth and safety in her heart.
Qingxue.
You. Zhao Guilin's eyes were full of worry and fear. You're not hurt, right?
How?
How could you? She wanted to ask how she was so good at fighting. With her skills, not to mention a girl, even the strongest man in the village couldn't compare. Mom, I'm fine. Meng Qingxue smiled casually, finding an excuse. When I was at the Liu family's place, I learned a few moves from the guards to defend myself. I didn't expect to use them today. Learned a few moves. Zhao Guilin looked incredulous. That doesn't seem like someone who only learned a few moves. Meng Qingxue chuckled. Maybe I have a high talent. More importantly, I started with a decisive strike, so they lost their fighting ability right away. If they're on guard, I might not truly be their match. Zhao Guilin suddenly looked at Meng Qingyao, choking up, and said, Yaoer, how can you be so silly? I asked last night why you came back so late. It turns out you went to find Mr. Lee. Tears filled Meng Qingyao's eyes. Mother, I didn't want to. But I couldn't just watch Dad die. Foolish child. If your body can be exchanged to keep me alive, then I would rather die than keep living. Meng Dashan couldn't help but start crying loudly. Yaoer, don't do foolish things in the future. Please don't do anything stupid. Meng Qingyao sniffed. Dad, don't worry. Whatever happens, I will talk to you first. Meng Dashan nodded. Good. Good. At this moment, Meng Qingxue suddenly remembered something. She picked up a ladle, went out for a moment, and then came back holding a full ladle of water.
Dad.
You must be thirsty. Have some water. The water from this morning is a little sweet, Mang Dashan nodded, tears in his eyes, as he was fed a sip of water. This water is so cool, and a little sweet. He took a big sip and immediately felt much more energetic. Even his stomach felt less hungry. Delicious. I want another sip. He even felt his chest no longer heavy. Mang Qingxue nodded slightly. This was spiritual spring water from her space. She didn't know exactly what benefits it had, but drinking a little more couldn't hurt. Mang Qingqing's eyes widened. I want some too. Mang Qingxue handed the ladle to Mang Qingqing. It's so tasty. This water is really sweet. After drinking it, I don't feel hungry anymore. Zhao Guilan looked suspicious. When did our water become so delicious? She took the ladle, took a sip, and her eyes lit up. Why is today's water especially sweet? Even Meng Qingyao started to feel impressed. Yes, this water is different from usual, Mang Qingxue quickly interrupted. Mother, this silver is enough. Let's call a doctor for Dad, Zhao Guilan nodded. Yes. I'll go get a doctor, Meng Dashan waved his hand. I know how I am. I don't have many days left. Don't spend this silver. Here, keep it for emergencies. If something happens, I won't have to worry even after I die. Zhao Guilan was crying heavily. Head of the family, what nonsense are you talking? With this money, your illness can definitely be cured, Mang Qingxue whispered. Father, I have spent the shortest time with you, and I haven't felt your love yet. I won't let you be so pessimistic. For mother, for me, for second sister, and for brother, you must also stay strong, Meng Qingyao said. Father, you need to cheer up. Just listen to your sister. Dajan Meng was crying.
All right.
I will listen to you. When I get better, our family will live happily again. Zhao Guilan pulled Meng Qingyao. Yaoer, you and I will go to town and find a doctor. Then she turned to Meng Qingxue. Shuer, you take brother and watch over your father, Meng Qingxue nodded. Mother, don't worry. I will take good care of father. Zhao Guilan and Meng Qingyao hurried to the town, worried about saving her husband's life. Once in town, they didn't dare delay and headed straight to the clinic where they had been before. Dr. Wang remembered her. When he saw her, he sighed. It's you. Your husband's condition has been delayed for so long. Prepare for the worst. Hearing this, Zhao Guilan almost cried again. She quickly took a heavy money bag from her pocket and placed it on the table. Doctor, I have money. I have money now. Please, I beg you, save my husband. Mang Qingxue even knelt down. Dr. Wang, please save my father. Dr. Wang looked at the big bag of silver and was surprised. Usually, ordinary people could only save about 100 taels of silver, which was very difficult. A year's wages for a worker was only 10 taels.
It was hard to save that much.
He opened the bag and looked inside. This is 100 taels. That's very good. Your husband's injury involves internal organs and bleeding. The medicine must include ginseng that is 100 years old. That makes it very expensive. I will go with you right now. As long as you have enough money for good medicine, your husband can be saved. Zhao Guilan and Meng Qingxue were very excited and kept thanking him. Dr. Wang even quickly arranged a carriage, took Zhao Guilan, Meng Qingxue, and the medicine box, and rushed to Meng's house. When Dr. Wang arrived in his carriage in front of the broken thatched house, some villagers saw him and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Isn't that Dr. Wang from the city's Jishir Hall? Why is he here? I heard that Meng Dashan is almost gone. Maybe he's here to save him. TSK, calling Dr. Wang for treatment must cost a lot. Meng Dashan's family was kicked out, and they're so poor they can't even cook. Where would they get the money? Who knows? Maybe they sold their daughter. I saw Meng Qingyao go to Li's village yesterday. Maybe she became someone's concubine. Honestly, Meng Dashan is also a poor man. When he's no longer useful, his parents kicked him out. Inside the house, Meng Qingxue was using some wooden planks and ropes to fix the broken door as best as she could. When she saw Zhao Guilan returning with the doctor, she went to greet them. Dr. Wang entered the house and immediately wrinkled his nose at the strong smell of mold and medicine. Seeing Meng Dashan lying on the bed, looking extremely thin and barely breathing, he shook his head. The injuries are too serious, and they've been neglected for too long. He carefully examined Mang Dashin, checking his pulse and listening to his chest, then said, 3 ribs are broken, one of which has punctured the lung, causing him to cough blood constantly. Plus, he's lost a lot of blood and hasn't been properly cared for, so his body is almost exhausted. Hearing this, Zhao Guilan's heart clenched. Dr. Wang, is there still hope? She asked nervously. There is hope, but he paused and then continued, his illness needs good medicine and slow recovery. The medicines I brought are precious and life-saving, costing at least 100 taels. If he recovers quickly, that might be enough. But if it's slow, it could cost several dozen more, and also, even if he gets better, his body can't handle heavy work for now. He'll struggle even to carry water. You need to be prepared. Mang Dashin looked disappointed when he heard this. Zhao Guilan nodded without hesitation. As long as he can be saved, anything is fine. Don't worry, Dr. Wang said, nodding. He then began preparing the medicine and instructed Zhao Guilan on how to boil it every day. Zhao Guilan nodded and kept all this in her heart. Meanwhile, Mang Dashin looked at the precious herbs and felt a twinge of pain in his eyes. Meng Qingxue didn't feel sad at all. Losing money can be earned back, but losing a person means losing everything. Dr. Wang advised Zhao Guilan to take the medicine on time and not to skip doses. Then he left. After seeing Dr. Wang off, the family gathered around the bed, watching Mang Dashin sleep deeply. The biggest worry in their hearts finally eased. That's great. Dad is saved, Meng Qingcheng whispered happily. Meng Qingyao also showed a rare smile, her eyes red as she looked at Meng Qingxue with gratitude. Zhao Guilan held Meng Qingxue's hand tightly, not knowing what to say. Qingxue this time.
It's really thanks to you.
If it weren't for you, our family, I don't know what we would have done. Mom, don't say that. We are family, Meng Qingxue comforted her with a smile. That night, the family sank into despair again. They barely filled their stomachs, but not a grain of rice was left. At night, Meng Qingxue lay on a grass mat, listening to Zhao Guilan and Meng Qingyao's hungry stomachs, feeling worried. I must find a way to make money. Or figure out a steady food source. She thought of her space. The land inside the space was fertile, and the spring water was magical. If she could grow something, it would surely solve their hunger. But the problem was she had no seeds. And even if she planted something, it would take time from planting to harvest. Distant water can't quench immediate thirst. Right now, the most urgent thing was to solve the family's food problem. I need to find a way to get food without spending money. Listening to the flowing water outside the thatched house, her mind suddenly lit up.
Yes.
The river. There are fish in the river. Such a good resource. Why not use it? It would be a waste not to catch fish. Tomorrow, the whole family will go fishing. Not only can it fill our stomachs, but if we catch enough, we can sell some in town. Thinking of this, Meng Qingxue's mood instantly improved. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Meng Qingxue jumped up from the grass mat, full of energy. Meng Qingcheng and Meng Qingyao were also awakened. Meng Qingyao rubbed her eyes and said, Big sister, why did you wake up so early? I need to work. Meng Qingcheng rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked confusedly, Big sister, what work? It's not even dawn yet. Come with me and you'll see. Meng Qingxue teased him and led the way out of the thatched house. Although Meng Qingcheng and Meng Qingyao were full of questions, they obediently followed. Zhao Guilan was also awakened by the noise. Seeing the children go out, she put on her clothes and followed, curious about what her eldest daughter was up to early in the morning. She believed that Meng Qingxue was the true backbone of the family. By the river, morning fog drifted around. Meng Qingxue pointed to a large area of lush willow trees and reeds by the river and said, Qingcheng, Qingyao, our task today is to bring back those thin willow branches and sturdy reed stalks. The more the better, huh? Why do we need these? Meng Qingcheng asked, puzzled. To weave things, Meng Qingxue replied simply. Weaving what? Meng Qingyao whispered. Fish baskets. Fish baskets, Meng Qingyao and Meng Qingcheng said together, both looking confused. What are those for? Catching fish. Catching fish. Mang Qingqing's eyes lit up briefly, then dimmed again. Big sister, we don't have fishing nets. How can we catch fish just with fish baskets? The fish in the river are clever. We tried before, and we couldn't catch them with our hands. Who said we use our hands? Mang Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. Smart ideas come from the mountains. Don't ask so many questions.
Just do as I say.
Remember, use long, tough willow branches and thick, strong reed stalks. Although she was still confused inside, out of trust in Mang Qingxue, Mang Qingcheng and Mang Qingyao nodded and started working. Zhao Guilin watched for a while and then came over to help. The whole family worked together all morning and finally gathered a large pile of willow branches and reeds. Mang Qingxue nodded with satisfaction. She told Zhao Guilin to boil medicine and take care of Meng Dashan. Then she took Mang Qingcheng and Mang Qingyao to start weaving the fish baskets. The baskets didn't need to be pretty, just practical. She gathered a few thick reed sticks, sharpened them with a knife, and stuck them into the ground to make a round frame. Then, she picked up soft willow branches and started weaving them in circles upward. Her movements were very skilled. The willow branches flew quickly in her hands, and soon, a rough shape of a fish basket appeared. Meng Qingcheng and Meng Qingyao watched nearby, wide-eyed in amazement. Big sister, you're so amazing. You can do this, Meng Qingcheng said with admiration. Although Meng Qingyao didn't speak, her big eyes sparkled with surprise. Learn from her a bit, Mang Qingxue explained as she wove. This is called the warp, and this is the weft. You need to weave them up and down like this to make it strong. She was very patient in teaching, and Meng Qingcheng and Meng Qingyao listened carefully. The three of them worked silently in front of a thatched house, focused on their task. Inside the house, Zhao Guilin looked through the door crack at the scene outside, her eyes a little moist. She felt that since her eldest daughter returned, the family seemed to have a new backbone and hope. But she couldn't understand why Meng Qingxue, who wasn't a spoiled young lady, had better skills than herself. She didn't know how hard Meng Qingxue's childhood had been before she traveled through time. Her parents died early, leaving her an orphan living in the countryside, knowing everything she needed to survive. It wasn't until she reached middle school that she was discovered to be a good candidate for practicing martial arts, and she took a different path in life. The fish basket Meng Qingxue made was very different from the usual open-mouthed fish baskets in the village. Her fish basket had a trumpet-shaped, pointed structure at the opening, made from sharpened thin bamboo strips. Big sister, why is the opening facing inward? It's so small. How will the fish get in? Meng Qingcheng asked, puzzled, looking at the strange entrance. That's not your concern, Meng Qingxue giggled. I call this luring the fish into the trap, especially for those greedy, silly fish. They won't come out once they go in. When the fish smell the bait inside, they'll swim through this trumpet-shaped opening. The outside of the opening is large, but the inside is small, and all the bamboo strips are slanted inward. Once the fish go in, they get caught on these barbs and can't get out. Meng Qingcheng and Meng Qingyao listened in surprise. Although they didn't understand everything, they thought it was very impressive. All morning, with the effort of the three of them, they made 5 fish baskets of different sizes. Seeing these baskets filled with hope for the family, Meng Qingxue clapped happily. All set now, just waiting for the east wind. Big sister, what is the east wind? Meng Qingcheng asked again. The east wind is the bait, Meng Qingxue explained. To make the fish bite, we need to give them something tasty. Bait? Meng Qingyao hesitated. We don't even have rice at home. What can we use as bait? Meng Qingxue smiled and took out a small cloth bag from her pocket. Early in the morning, she quietly used her space to mix spiritual spring water with some mud from the Blackland and a little leftover bran from home, then made a few mud balls. She believed that the spiritual energy in the soil and spring water would be very attractive to the fish in the river. Don't worry, I prepared the bait long ago. She divided the mud balls between Meng Qingcheng and Meng Qingyao, giving each one a fish basket with a mud ball inside. Then, the three of them carried the 5 fish baskets to the riverbank. She carefully observed the water flow and terrain, choosing spots where the water was gentle and the water plants were lush. Here'll do. She directed them to sink the 5 fish baskets into the water, fixing them with stones. After finishing, it was almost dark. All right, let's go back, Mang Qingxua said, clapping her hands. Tomorrow morning, we'll wait here to catch the fish. Mang Qingcheng and Mang Qingyao still felt a little uneasy. Big sister, do you really think we can catch fish? Whether we can or not, we'll find out tomorrow, Mang Qingxua said confidently. She believed that her special fish baskets combined with the spiritual energy bait from her space would not let her down. After taking the medicine, Mang Dashin no longer coughed up blood, and his health visibly improved. His face also regained some color, and he looked less weak. Although the 100 taels were gone, Mang Dashin had saved his life. Zhao Guilin felt much more at ease. However, after Mang Qingyao took the food home and ate the second meal, she realized there wasn't much left. The coarse grains were cooked into porridge and fed to Mang Dashin. Luckily, Mang Qingxue secretly replaced all the water in the water tank with spiritual spring water. After drinking, the family felt less hungry and managed to get through the night. The next morning, before dawn, Mang Qingcheng couldn't sleep anymore. He quietly got up, went to the outer room, and nudged Mang Qingxue and Mang Qingyao. Big sister, wake up. Let's go collect the fish traps. He hadn't slept well all night, constantly thinking about the fish traps. He was eager to eat meat, even fish meat. He couldn't remember the last time he had eaten meat. Mang Qingxue was awakened by his nudging. Seeing his eager face, she couldn't help but smile. Don't be in such a hurry. The fish won't run away. She said this, but she was also looking forward to it. Whether they succeeded or failed, it was a chance. If they succeeded, the Mang family's hope would grow a little. If they failed, she would think of other ways to fill their stomachs. They couldn't have gone 3 days without food, starving 9 times in a row. The 3 of them tiptoed out and headed straight to the river. In the early morning, the river was fresh and cool, with a hint of water vapor. They reached the spot where they left the fish traps yesterday. Mang Qingcheng was eager to get into the water and fish. Wait, Mang Qingxue stopped him. The water is cold, don't go in. Use this. She found a long bamboo pole nearby and handed it to Mang Qingcheng. He carefully took the pole, extended it into the water, hooked the rope of the first fish trap, and then pulled hard toward the shore. The fish trap was slowly pulled out of the water. Wow! Mang Qingcheng suddenly shouted, nearly dropping the bamboo pole. Mang Qingxue and Mang Qingyao hurried over to see. Inside the trap, it was no longer empty. There were several lively, jumping fish. Big ones, small ones, green and white, all kinds, at least 7 or 8. They kept flopping, splashing water everywhere.
Fish.
Big sister. So many fish, Mang Qingcheng's face turned red with excitement. He had never seen so many fish before. Taking them home, their mother would be very happy. Today, I won't go hungry and can satisfy my cravings. Really? We caught fish. Mang Qingyao also widened her eyes, covering her mouth, looking very surprised. Yesterday, she thought her older sister was dreaming, but now she sees that this strange-looking fish basket actually caught so many fish. It's so amazing. Isn't her older sister from a wealthy family? Why does she seem more like a farmer? A victorious smile appeared on Mang Qianxue's face. I knew it. With my modern knowledge and the lure of the spiritual spring, these silly ancient fish can't resist. He Lu Qianxue, the long-life flock you dislike so much has now become my lucky charm. You really are my benefactor. Next time I see you, I'll give you fewer slaps to thank you. I will definitely take good care of the Mang family and make our life better. She went to Mang Qingcheng. Qingcheng, pour out the fish. Mang Qingcheng hurriedly untied the fish basket and dumped all the fish onto the ground. The fish kept jumping on the ground. Mang Qingcheng and Mang Qingyao excitedly caught the fish one by one and put them into a broken wooden bucket they carried. Big sister, you go ahead and fish. I can't fish anymore, Mang Qingcheng panted heavily. Mang Qianxue smiled and took out the remaining 4 fish baskets, one by one. In the end, each basket had fish. Some had 3 or 4, others even had 8 or 9. All 5 baskets were emptied into the small wooden bucket, which was just full. Meng Qingyao and Meng Qingqing couldn't stop smiling. All right, stop celebrating. I'll put the fish baskets back first. You guys pack the fish and we'll go home to tell our parents the good news. After saying that, Meng Qianxue secretly put some black balls into the fish baskets, then placed the baskets into the river and weighed them down with stones. After all, the black mud in the space still attracts the fish. Having finished everything, Meng Qianxue and Meng Qingyao carried the full bucket of fish home. Meng Qingqing happily followed behind. Before reaching the door, Meng Qingqing shouted loudly, "Mom!
Mom!
We caught fish! Lots and lots of fish!" At this moment, Zhao Guilin looked worriedly at the bag with no rice inside. When she heard the shout, she quickly came out. When she saw the full bucket of fish, she was completely stunned. So many fish! How is that possible? Are these all caught by you? She pointed at the fish, asking in disbelief. These fish are enough for the family to eat for a day or 2. Yes,
Mom.
Big Sister thought of this idea. Big Sister's fish trap is amazing. Zhao Guilin looked at Meng Qingxue, her eyes filling with tears again. Since she returned, her eldest daughter kept surprising her. First, she took out 100 taels of silver to save Meng Dashan's life. Then she chased away Mr. Li, so Meng Qingyao wouldn't become his concubine. Now, she even came up with a way to catch so many fish, solving the family's food problem. Her daughter is so talented. It must be a blessing from her past life.
Good.
Good. This is wonderful. Quick, bring it in. Today, we will eat fish and drink fish soup. Just right, and it can also help your father regain strength. Let's have fish soup. Let's have fish soup, Meng Qingqing cheered happily. The family immediately started working. They kept the biggest and freshest fish in the bucket to eat later at night. Meng Qingxue was in charge of killing the fish. Meng Qingyao lit the fire and Meng Qingqing helped out. Zhao Guilin set up the pot and added water. The prepared fish, along with a few wild ginger slices from the riverbank, slowly simmered in the pot. Too bad there's no refined salt, Sichuan pepper, or star anise. A trace of disappointment flashed in Meng Qingxue's eyes. After a while, a rich, delicious fish soup aroma wafted from the pot. Her disappointment disappeared, replaced by surprise. She didn't expect that the fish soup made with wild ginger and wild scallions would taste so fresh and delicious. Meng Qingyao sniffed the aroma, looking very pleased. Meng Qingqing even licked his lips, drooling longingly. Zhao Guilin's eyes reddened a little. She hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Meng Dashan, honest and straightforward, listened to his parents' words and watched as the silver he worked so hard for was wasted on the second house. The daughters have little, sometimes not even enough to eat a full meal. The smell of fish soup wafted into the thatched cottage. Meng Dashan, lying on the bed, caught the scent of the meat and couldn't help but sniff, feeling weak as he slowly opened his eyes.
What?
What smells so good? Hearing the noise, Zhao Guilin hurried back into the room. Master, you're awake. Qingxue and the children went to the river to catch fish, and are now making fish soup. Fish? Meng Dashan was a bit surprised. How many did they catch? Quite a lot. Zhao Guilin looked happy. They filled a big bucket. Soon our whole family can enjoy fish soup. We might even have a meal tonight. Hearing this, Meng Dashan looked amazed. In the past, during farm breaks, he also went to the river to catch fish, but only managed to catch a few after much effort. Even when he caught some, his parents would take them to eat. A bucket of fish? That's impossible. Fish in this river are tricky. Usually, we can't catch them with a net. Qingxue has a way. She made a fish trap and overnight, she caught dozens.
Great.
That's wonderful. Meng Dashan knew the family was out of food and was worried about what to do next. He didn't expect his daughter to solve this big problem. Fish from the river are much better than coarse grains. Outside, the fish soup was already turning white. Meng Qingxue used a small gourd ladle to taste a bit of the soup. It was so fresh that her eyebrows almost fell off, and she couldn't stop savoring it. Indeed, Wild fish that are naturally clean and free of pollution are different. Adding some spiritual spring water would make it even better. While Meng Qingcheng and Meng Qingyao weren't paying attention, she quietly drew a little spiritual spring water from her space and added it to the pot. After a while, Meng Qingxue called out, "It's ready."
Take it out.
Meng Qingxue poured the fish soup into a clay pot and carried it into the house. Suddenly, the whole room was filled with the aroma of fish. Meng Qingyao swallowed her saliva and brought a bowl into the room. Meng Qingcheng found a small gourd to make a ladle and handed it to Meng Qingxue. Meng Qingxue used the gourd ladle to serve the fish soup, giving each person a bowl. She carefully removed the fish bones from the soft, cooked fish and divided the meat into several portions. Qingyao, Qingcheng, eat quickly. Mom and Dad, you should eat too. There is fish soup available. Serve it after everyone has eaten. Meng Qingcheng couldn't wait any longer. He picked up his bowl, ignored how hot it was, and took a big sip of the soup.
Wow.
So hot. So fresh, he winced from the heat, tears almost coming out, but he still wore a very happy smile. Drink slowly, no one is rushing you. Zhao Guilin watched her son gobble the food, and her eyes turned red again. Her son hadn't had any meat for many years. She also picked up her bowl and carefully took a sip. That single sip made her eyes light up instantly. How could this fish soup taste so good? This flavor was better than anything she had ever eaten in her life. Meng Qingyao also sipped her bowl's small mouthfuls, her usually shy big eyes now full of happiness. She secretly glanced at Meng Qianxue, feeling even more admiration for her older sister. Not only was her sister strong and able to fight bad guys, but she also knew how to catch fish. Now, even her fish soup was so delicious. Meng Qianxue took a sip and raised her eyebrows. Wild river fish, naturally tasty. Plus, with the blessing of my space spiritual spring water, it's even more delicious. Even in my past life, I never drank such fresh fish soup. Wah. I finally don't have to go 3 days without food. Mang Dashan held his bowl, staring blankly at the fish soup. Finally, he couldn't resist and tremblingly took a sip. When the fish soup entered his mouth, Mang Dashan shivered. Delicious. So good. I can't stop eating. After finishing a bowl of fish soup, a miraculous thing happened. His face gained a little color and his energy visibly improved. At that moment, outside the dilapidated wooden door of the thatched hut, a sneaky figure suddenly appeared. The person peeked inside, seeming hesitant about whether to come in. After a moment of thought, they couldn't resist and knocked on the door. "Big brother, sister-in-law," Zhao Guilin responded. Is that third brother?" The person outside heard the call, then slowly walked in. Meng Qianxue frowned. It was a middle-aged man who looked somewhat like Meng Dashan, but much thinner. Wearing a tattered, patched-up old outfit and looking pale and thin, he appeared to be a poor, worn-out person who had been beaten down by life. He was clutching a small, flat rice bag tightly in his hand. This man was Meng Sanzhai, Meng Dashan's younger brother. As soon as Meng Sanzhai entered the house and saw Meng Dashan sitting on the bed, his eyes suddenly turned red. He hurried a few steps to the bed, his voice trembling with emotion, tears streaming down his face. "Big brother, you're still alive. That's great." He then turned to Zhao Guilin, looking full of guilt and self-blame, and knelt down with a thud. "Big sister-in-law, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I am useless. That day, when our parents drove you out, I couldn't stop them. I am so powerless. No one listens to what I say." As he spoke, he started crying uncontrollably. Zhao Guilin looked at him and felt sad too. She sighed and said, "Third brother, it's not your fault. I know what kind of person you are." Meng Sanzhai wiped his tears and handed over a small rice bag.
"Big sister-in-law, this
is something I secretly took from home. Not much. Please make do with it for now. Our parents, they watch us closely, so I could only take this much." Zhao Guilin looked at the rice bag and felt warm inside. She knew that Meng Sanzhai's life at home wasn't much better than theirs. He was also being exploited. Taking the risk of being scolded or beaten by their parents, he secretly brought rice to them. That kind of friendship was truly rare. Third brother, you're so kind. Meng Sanhai sniffed and finally smelled the aroma of fish soup in the house. Big sister-in-law, what are you eating? It smells so good. He had thought that after being driven out, Big Brother's family must have been starving, eating only leftovers, almost starving to death. But this smell was clearly of meat. Zhao Guilin showed a faint smile and pointed to Meng Qingxue. It's Qingxue. She thought of a way and caught some fish in the river. We just had fish soup. Qingxue? Meng Sanhai then noticed Meng Qingxue standing nearby. He looked her over from head to toe.
So,
this is Qingxue? Third uncle, Meng Qingxue nodded in greeting. Meng Sanhai was overjoyed. Good. Then Meng Sanhai nervously took out a few copper coins from his pocket and quickly handed them to Meng Qingxue. Uncle is not capable. These are the few coins I have left. Consider it a gift for meeting you. Qingxue, I know you are adopted from a wealthy family and have seen the world. But this is all I have. Meng Qingxue took the coins and said, Thank you, uncle. For the first time, she felt that although these coins were not many, the gesture meant a lot. This uncle, I can get along with him. Zhao Guilin hurriedly pulled Meng Sanhai to the table and served him a bowl of fish soup. Third brother, you must be hungry too. Come, sit and warm yourself with some soup. Meng Sanhai kept waving his hands.
No, sister-in-law.
This is your life-saving food. I can't eat it. Eat it if I tell you to. Suddenly, Meng Dashan on the bed spoke. If you still consider me your brother, then eat. Meng Sanhai finally dared not refuse and sat down cautiously. He picked up the bowl and took a sip. The next moment, tears suddenly streamed down his face, more fiercely than before.
Ugh.
It's so delicious. He drank the soup eagerly, eating the fish pieces Zhao Guilin had served him, while sobbing. After finishing the bowl of fish soup, Meng Sanhai let out a big burp. Meng Dashan looked at his brother with a sad heart and asked, Is everything at home okay? Meng Sanhai's face immediately fell, and he forced a smile. Same as always. My second brother's precious son is going to take the exam in the city. My parents scraped the last bit of money they had and even forced me to borrow everywhere. Meng Dashan's face turned pale, and his hand on the quilt clenched into a fist tightly. I hate it. I hate my parents' favoritism, and I hate second brother's selfishness and coldness. Meng Dashan, see through them now. Third brother, if things really can't go on, you should leave that family too. Meng Sanhai looked bitter and shook his head. Unless I have no more use. Just like Big Brother. Otherwise, my parents wouldn't let me leave this home. I won't say more. I need to go work now. If my parents find out I'm not in the fields, it will be a disaster. Meng Sanhai stood up to leave. Only then did Meng Qingxue notice that his back looked a bit hunched. After seeing Meng Sanhai off, the atmosphere in the room became heavy. However, no one mentioned it again. That evening, the family cooked the remaining small fish in the bucket and enjoyed a good meal. At night, Meng Qingxue lay on the cold grass mat, listening to Meng Qingyao's steady breathing, but she couldn't fall asleep. She could feel a sour, unpleasant smell coming from her body. Since crossing over a few days ago, she hadn't taken a proper bath, not even washed her face. Her skin was sticky, and her hair was tangled, making her feel terrible. The worst part was going to the toilet without toilet paper. Only leaves to use. She cried. Sigh. When will I earn enough money to build a big house? At least, I need a place to take a bath. If this keeps up, I'll just smell terrible forever. And this grass mat is damp now. Lying on it is so uncomfortable. This family was very poor. Her father's illness needed money, the family's food and clothing needed money, and to live a better life, they needed more money. Catching fish only solved their immediate hunger. They had to think of a longer-term, more profitable plan. Meng Qingxue glanced at her space and eventually fell into a dazed sleep. The next morning, just as the sky was turning light, Meng Qingxue opened her eyes. She was woken up by Meng Qingcheng. Big sister, second sister, wake up. Let's go collect the fish traps. Maybe today we'll catch a lot of fish. Seeing his bright eyes, Meng Qingxue couldn't help but smile. She was also full of hope. The three of them quietly left the house. They went to the spot they had rearranged yesterday. Mang Qingcheng, familiar with the place, picked up a long bamboo pole and prepared to start work. Big sister, I'll go first today. He volunteered. Okay, be careful. Mang Qingcheng, imitating yesterday's method, used the bamboo pole to hook the rope of the first fish trap and pulled hard toward the shore. When the fish trap came out of the water, he shouted excitedly,
Wow.
Big sister, there are more fish. Even more than yesterday. Meng Qingxue and Meng Qingyao moved closer to see. Inside the trap, it was packed full of fish of all sizes, squirming and splashing water, looking very lively. Quick, pour them out and take a look, Meng Qingxue urged. Meng Qingcheng hurriedly tipped the fish onto the ground, revealing at least a dozen.
This was not the end.
When he poured out all the water from the fish basket, two dark objects rolled out.
Hey?
What are these? Mang Qingcheng curiously poked at the two objects. Suddenly, he let out a loud scream and quickly pulled back his hand. The two dark objects actually stretched out several legs and two big claws, one of which was tightly pinching Meng Qingcheng's finger. A crab. Sister, it's a crab. Meng Qingxue also felt happy, not expecting an unexpected find. Sister, it hurts. It hurts. Meng Qingcheng looked at Meng Qingxue with tears in his eyes, his finger red from being pinched. Who told you to go poke it? Meng Qingxue said this, but she didn't stop. She grabbed the crab's shell gently and squeezed, causing the crab to feel pain and immediately loosen its claws. All done, it's fine now. Next time, remember, you can't touch these things casually. Meng Qingcheng nodded sadly, looking at the two big crabs proudly standing on the ground, with a mix of fear and greed in his eyes.
Sister, can
we eat this too? Of course, and it's even tastier than fish. When we go back, I'll cook a steamed crab for you. You'll be licking your fingers. Hearing that it was even more delicious, Meng Qingcheng immediately forgot the pain from being pinched and started to drool. In the next 4 fish baskets, each was a big harvest. The fish caught were not only numerous but also much larger than yesterday. All 5 baskets were full. The broken wooden bucket they brought couldn't hold them all. In the end, Meng Qingxue had to string the fish one by one with willow branches and carry them in her hands. The 3 siblings looked at the full harvest and couldn't stop smiling. Meng Qingxue refilled the fish baskets with bait made from spiritual spring water and black mud, then sank the baskets into the water. Only then did she happily walk home with her brother and sister. Before reaching home, Meng Qingcheng's loud voice started shouting,
Mom,
we're back. We caught a lot of fish. And big crabs too. Zhao Guilin heard the shouting and poked her head out.
Wow. This
is amazing. The heavens are truly blessing us, Zhao Guilin exclaimed excitedly. She had never seen anyone catch so many fish from the river before. Meng Qingxue picked out 2 crabs and selected more than 10 small fish, preparing to make breakfast. Big sister, what should we do with these fish? We can't eat them all today. Meng Qingyao looked at the remaining fish and felt a bit worried. Meng Qingxue thought for a moment and said, maybe we can keep the big ones in a bucket for now. Tomorrow we can gather a few more. I'll take you to town to sell them and make some money. Sell fish. Zhao Guilin was a bit worried. Qingxue, can we really sell these fish? Will the people in town buy fish from our river? Yes. Of course we can. Meng Qingxue was very confident. Mom, don't underestimate these fish. They're not ordinary grass carp. They're bass, and they taste really good. The rich people in town love to eat this. If we take them there, surely someone will buy. She knew these were bass fish, as she had eaten plenty of them in her past life. Wild bass like these are very valuable in modern times. How much do you think we can sell them for? Meng Qingcheng asked curiously. Meng Qingxue thought for a moment. A big one like this should sell for at least 7 or 8 cents, maybe even 10 cents. 10 cents each. This number made Zhao Guilin gasp. Remember, a strong worker working outside all day might earn only about 20 cents. These few fish are worth several days' worth of work for a man. After packing up the fish, she continued making soup and steamed the crabs. When the crabs were done, Meng Qingxue cut each crab into 4 pieces. She carefully removed the crab roe and meat and first gave some to Meng Dashan. Father, try this. It was Meng Dashan's first time eating crab, and the delicious, intense flavor made his eyes widen. Meng Qingcheng and Meng Qingyao also ate happily, praising how tasty it was. Zhao Guilin watched her family happily eating together and couldn't help but feel her eyes turn red again. After finishing the crabs, they continued drinking fish soup, feeling satisfied. In the blink of an eye, another day passed, and the harvest from the fish trap was still good. The small fish were kept to eat, and the big ones were sold. After breakfast, Mom, today I and my second sister will go to town to sell these fish. Meng Qingxue decided to sell the fish. Zhao Guilin was a bit worried. You two girls, is that okay? Are you sure? Meng Qingxue smiled and said, There's nothing to worry about. Daughter, just take good care of Dad. Zhao Guilin nodded with teary eyes and handed the water bag to Meng Qingxue. You girls hurry back, quickly. Don't let Mom worry.
Mom.
You can rest assured. The two sisters used a large wooden tub to carry 8 big bass fish. Meng Qingxue even added some spiritual spring water to the tub to make sure the fish stay lively until they reached the town. They carried the heavy tub carefully along a small path toward the town. The main road was crowded and busy, so they took a quieter, less crowded path to avoid attention. After walking about 6 or 7 miles, they saw a big archway ahead. Sanha Town. They passed through the arch and entered the town. The town was small with only a few streets, but there were many people coming and going. Big sister, where should we sell the fish? Set up a stall on the street? That's too slow, and people might try to pay less or notice us. The best way is to find direct customers. Meng Qingyao looked confused. Big sister, what do you mean by direct customers? I don't understand. Direct customers are the big restaurants. They definitely need fresh ingredients like ours. Meng Qingyao looked at her sister with admiration, still a bit unsure. Fumin Lu. Meng Qingxue stopped in front of a restaurant. The sign was bright and shiny. At the door, there was a lot of traffic, and the customers coming in and out were wealthy or important. This one. Meng Qingxue pointed at the restaurant and told Meng Qingyao. Meng Qingyao was startled and tugged at her sister's sleeve. Big sister, this place is so fancy. Will they want our fish? Why not try? You won't know until you do. Meng Qingxue looked confident. The more upscale the place, the more they know quality.
Come on, let's go inside.
She carried the tub toward the restaurant entrance. A young worker at the door saw 2 ragged country girls carrying a tub and immediately frowned, stepping forward to stop them. Go away. Where do you think you are? This is not a place for beggars. Hurry up and don't block the important guests. Meng Qingxue wasn't angry. She placed the tub on the ground and said loudly, Young man, we are here to sell our fish. We have fresh wild bass and want to ask if your restaurant is interested in buying it. The young waiter sneered and said, Selling fish? The ingredients we use at Fumin come from special suppliers. Do you think we would want fish pulled from some dirty ditch? Hurry up and leave, don't block the way. Is it pulled from a dirty ditch? Just look and see, Meng Qingxue replied calmly. If your boss looks at our fish and thinks they are poor quality, we will leave immediately. But if we delay your good business, can you afford that loss? She added with reason and a hint of warning. The young waiter was stunned, a bit scared. He hesitated, thinking it wouldn't hurt to check. If the fish was good and he stopped it, the boss might blame him. All right, wait here. I'll go call our boss, he said. Soon, a well-dressed middle-aged man with a goatee came out of the restaurant, followed by the young waiter. It seemed he was the owner. The owner looked at Meng Qingxue and her sister with some disdain. My name is Wang. Are you here to sell fish? He asked. Yes, shopkeeper Wang, Meng Qingxue replied calmly, opening the bucket lid. Please take a look. The shopkeeper leaned in and looked, his eyes widening instantly. Inside the wooden bucket, there were several big fish, each over half a meter long. They were fat, shiny silver all over. Most importantly, the fish looked lively and fresh, as if they had just been caught from the river. Is this wild bass? The shopkeeper asked, surprised. Wild bass of this size was rare, especially such large ones. Good eye, shopkeeper, Mang Qingxue said with a smile. We caught these this morning from the river. They are very fresh. The shopkeeper excitedly rubbed his hands, looked carefully again, and once confirmed, his expression changed to one of enthusiasm. Miss, how much do you want for these fish? Mang Qingxue said. Shopkeeper Wang, if your offer is sincere and fair, I will sell them to you. Master Wang was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled and said, Miss, this price is quite high. If you think it's fair, I will take all 8 fish. All right, deal, Mang Qingxue replied quickly. Master Wang immediately called the waiter to take the fish to the kitchen and asked the cashier to prepare the money. The 8 fish sold for a total of 80 coins. When the coins were handed to Mang Qingxue, her sister Meng Qingyao's eyes widened in amazement. In just a short time, these few fish earned 80 coins. She felt like she was dreaming. Master Wang paid the money and cheerfully said to Meng Qingxue, Miss, I see you're a straightforward person. If you find good goods like this in the future, don't sell to others. Just send them directly to my place. Fumin Lu, whatever you have, I will buy, and the price will be based on today's rate. Deal, Mang Qingxue agreed, happy to hear that. Having a steady buyer meant her business could truly grow. After the deal was done, Meng Qingxue pulled her still-shocked sister Meng Qingyao out of Fumin Lu. They walked a long way before Meng Qingyao, stammering, asked, Big sister, did we really just make 80 coins? Yes. Come on, second sister. Let's buy some grain. Today we buy white flour. We'll make white steamed buns for Dad and Mom at home. She took Meng Qingyao by the hand and first bought a big bag of coarse grains at the grain shop. Then, she gritted her teeth and bought 5 jin, about 2.5 kilograms, of white flour. When the pure white, fine flour was packed into the bag, Meng Qingyao's eyes lit up. She had lived so long, and she could count on one hand how many times she had eaten white steamed buns. She never thought that today, with their own earned money, they could finally buy white flour. From now on, as long as we're willing to work hard, it's not a problem to eat steamed buns every day or even meat. Besides grain, Meng Qingxue also bought a small bag of salt and a small piece of pork, planning to make oil and improve their meals. Money came quickly, but it also went quickly. After buying a few things, they spent a full 40 coins. When they returned to their thatched hut, they saw from afar that a large crowd had gathered in front of their broken house, dark and dense, as if watching some lively event. What's going on? Meng Qingxue's heart sank with a bad feeling. Big sister, is something wrong? Has something happened? Meng Qingyao also became nervous. They exchanged a quick look and hurriedly ran toward the crowd. In the middle of the yard, an energetic little old man, a rosy-cheeked elderly woman, and a chubby man with a round face were loudly cursing at Zhao Guilin, pointing at her and spitting. Zhao Guilin stood alone at the door, her face pale, unable to lift her head as she was scolded, tears falling helplessly. Inside the house, faint sounds of Meng Dashan coughing violently could be heard, clearly caused by anger. Meng Qingxue gritted his teeth and asked, Who are these 3 people? They are grandfather, grandmother, and second uncle, Meng Qingyao whispered. It seemed the little old man was Meng Lao, Meng Dashan's father. The elderly woman was Meng Lao Tai, Meng Dashan's mother. The middle-aged man, who looked overweight, was Meng Dashan's younger brother, Meng Er. Usually, it was rare to see a chubby person in Lingcheng, but Meng Er was surprisingly round. He stood in stark contrast to the thin Meng Dashan. You ungrateful thing! How could I have given birth to such an unfilial son? Turning your elbows outward. That 100 taels of silver. You dare to hide it to pay for your illness instead of giving it to your nephew for his exam trip to the capital. Meng Lao Tai sat on the ground, slapped her thigh, and started to throw a tantrum. Where is justice? Everyone, come and judge. My son is forcing us old folks to death. Meng Lao also scolded loudly. His nephew is the only scholar in our Meng family for generations, a future talented scholar and official. His future has been delayed because of that 100 taels of silver. Meng Dashan, you are a sinner of our Meng family. Meng Er, with his hands behind his back, shook his head and looked pained. Big brother, it's not what second brother said. The wise say, filial piety comes first among all virtues. Your actions are truly against human morals and very unfilial. For risking your useless life, you ignore the prosperity of the family and the teachings of the sages.
You
You make us, as scholars, feel ashamed. The villagers around pointed and whispered, discussing loudly. Although most knew about the old Mang family's reputation, the heavy burden of filial piety made everyone hesitant to speak out. After all, the country of Da has a strong literary tradition, and it rules the world with filial piety. An act of disrespect is considered as heavy as Mount Tai. Zhao Guilin was so angry she was trembling all over. She wanted to argue but was too speechless, so she could only cry and defend herself. Father, mother, how can you say that? Dashan's life is almost gone. That 100 taels was his life-saving money. Talent in writing is important, but isn't Dashan's life also important? He is your own son. Life-saving money? I think he's just hoping we die. Old Meng pounded the ground hard with his cane. If he dies, don't even think about entering our Meng family's ancestral tomb. I don't want a son like him. Meng Qingyao's face suddenly turned pale, tears welling up in her eyes. Meng Qingxue, on the other hand, sneered out of anger. This family really is quite something. They can say such shameless words without shame. She shoved what she was holding into Meng Qingyao's arms, looked coldly, pushed through the crowd, and strode inside. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Today, I finally see what shamelessness is. Meng Qingxue approached Zhao Guilin. Zhao Guilin, tearful, immediately found her backbone. Everyone's gaze also shifted to this suddenly appearing girl. Who is this girl? She looks unfamiliar. Second brother Meng frowned. Sister-in-law. Who is she? Zhao Guilin loudly declared. This is my daughter. The daughter I just recognized. Meng Qingxue. So, this is Meng Dashan's adopted daughter. Who would have thought she's prettier than Meng Qingyue? I heard she was swapped at birth by the Lu family in Lingqing and lived with them for 15 years. 15 years of wealth and luxury. How could she bear to come to the countryside and suffer? Could it be that the Lu family kicked her out? Everyone was talking. Old Madame Meng scrambled to her feet, crossed her arms, glared with her triangular eyes, pointed at Meng Qingxue's nose, and scolded. You little brat, dare to come back. A bad omen for your parents. It's because of you that our family is so unlucky. Second brother Meng also squinted at Meng Qingxue, sarcastically saying, Oh, isn't this the fake daughter the Lu family didn't want? I can't stay in the city anymore, so she ran back to this poor village? Well, since she's not from our family, she's just a trespasser and she'll eventually be driven out. They thought that by using the identity of a fake daughter, they could hit Meng Qingshu's sore spot and make her feel ashamed. But Meng Qingshu didn't get angry. Instead, she seemed to hear the funniest joke and burst out laughing. That's right, I am the fake daughter. She looked around at the villagers watching the scene, then fixed her gaze on the sinister face of second brother Meng. But so what if I am the fake daughter? I, as the fake daughter, have worn fine silk and satin at the Lu family for 15 years, eaten delicacies from mountains and seas, traveled in carriages, and been served by maids. I've seen the biggest shops in Ling City and visited the busiest lantern festivals. I have enjoyed 15 years of wealth and luxury that you can only dream of. She paused, a mocking smile on her lips, watching the 3 old members of the Meng family look angrier and angrier. But what about you? You Meng family people, facing the earth every day, working hard. What kind of life do you live? What do you eat? What do you wear? You haven't enjoyed any happiness, yet you're here mocking me, who has enjoyed 15 years of good life. Second uncle, tell me, are you jealous? Jealous that I have had a good life you could never have. This speech was like a loud slap, sharply hitting the faces of the 3 old Meng family members. They were so stunned they couldn't say a word. Their faces turned from pale to purple, then black, an impressive sight. The villagers around were also shocked. Their eyes on Meng Qingshu changed. They had thought that this young lady from the city would be weak and easy to bully, but she was surprisingly sharp-tongued. Every word she said was piercing and direct, like a sword, truly impressive. It was so sharp and so satisfying. Second brother Mang was hit where it hurt and trembled with anger. He pointed at Meng Qingshu and struggled to say, You. You're talking nonsense. Shameless. Talking nonsense. Meng Qingshu sneered. Second uncle, I think you've read too many books. My father is about to die, and you don't care at all. Instead, you drive him out of the house. Is that what you call shame? I spent 100 taels of silver to save my father's life. Isn't that right? That 100 taels of silver was mine. I used it to hire a doctor for my father. That's only right. You're talking nonsense. Old man Meng was furious. He raised his cane and pointed at Meng Qingshu, shouting loudly, You unfilial granddaughter. How dare you speak to your elders like that? No respect for your elders, no manners. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father, Meng Qingshu sneered. What? Can't argue with me, so you want to hit me? Old man Meng gritted his teeth and, indeed, raised his cane to strike her on the head. Zhao Guilan and Meng Qingyao screamed in fear. Stop! Meng Qingshu's eyes turned cold. She stood still, not moving at all. Just as the cane was about to fall, she prepared to act. She was determined to teach this old man a lesson. At that critical moment, a loud shout came from outside the crowd. Stop right there. The shout was strong and commanding, full of authority. Everyone looked toward the voice and saw a tall, fair-faced elderly man push through the crowd and stride in confidently. The man was Meng's village chief, Meng Haoran. Old man Meng saw the village chief coming and froze. The cane in his hand stopped midair. After a moment, he lowered his cane. Village chief, why are you here? Old man Meng forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Meng Haoran ignored him. He first looked at Zhao Guilan and her daughter, who looked pale with fear. Then his gaze settled on Meng Qingshu, with a look of approval. He had heard everything clearly from outside the crowd. This girl has courage and wit. She is sensible. He couldn't stand old man Meng and old lady Meng's rude and unreasonable attitude. If I hadn't come, would you have caused a tragedy? Meng Haoran's face darkened. He looked at old man Meng and said coldly, Meng Yud, you're getting old, but how can you be so confused? Dajan is your own son. He's seriously ill now. Instead of caring for him, you and your family come here to pressure him and even try to hurt your own granddaughter. His words were blunt. Old man Meng's face turned pale like pig liver. In the village chief was the authority. Once he spoke, even the bravest person wouldn't dare to act out of line. Seeing this, Meng Qingshu thought to herself, what a pity. Sighed just a little more, and I could have honestly beaten him up. It's good that the village chief came, so I didn't have to do it myself. While she was thinking this, Zhao Guilan quietly moved closer and firmly grabbed her arm. She whispered, Qingshu, my dear daughter, you absolutely must not hit him. I know. I was about to do it just now. Meng Qingshu turned her head and saw Zhao Guilan's pleading eyes. Mother, they've come right to our door. If we don't fight back now, they'll think we're easy to bully, Meng Qingshu said, a bit confused. No, you can't. Zhao Guilan was so anxious that tears almost fell. Qingshu, listen to your mother. No matter how wrong they are still your father's biological parents, your grandparents. Everyone in the village is watching. If you hit them, your reputation for being unfilial will be confirmed. Later, everyone in the village will look down on you. You're not even married yet. If your reputation gets bad, how will you find a good husband? Meng Qingshu frowned and nodded. This isn't a modern society where everyone is equal. It's a feudal society that values filial piety above all. Here, even if elders are wrong, juniors cannot fight back. Doing so would be considered treacherous and would make everyone despise her. She didn't mind too much. She could just choose not to marry for the rest of her life. But she couldn't drag her family down, couldn't let her parents and younger siblings bear the shame of being unfilial because of her. Meng Qingshu cursed inwardly, but finally suppressed her urge to fight. Seeing her calm down, Zhao Guilan finally relaxed a little, though she still tightly held her daughter's arm, afraid she might act impulsively. Meanwhile, old Meng, who had been scolded by the village chief and dared not cause trouble anymore, was no longer willing to stay quiet. But old Madame Meng was upset and refused to sit still. She looked at the village chief, who was directing his anger at Meng Dashan's family, and her own anger grew. She plopped back onto the ground and started crying loudly. "This is just unfair. Village chief, you have to stand up for us. We're the ones who are wronged." As she shouted, she pointed at Meng Dashan inside the house and began listing his sins. "My son is just a traitor. We raised him with so much effort, got him married, and now that he's grown wings, he doesn't care about us anymore. He has money. He has 100 taels of silver. He would rather spend money on himself than give any to his nephew to take exams. He is determined to cut off the roots of our Meng family. He is so unfilial. Truly unfilial. Such a person deserves to be struck down by lightning." Old Lady Meng was crying and shouting, pretending to be a helpless mother hurt by her unfilial son. Village Chief Meng Fong was annoyed by her shouting and frowned as he said, "Enough. Stop crying. At your age, what kind of behavior is this?" Old Lady Meng ignored him and kept pointing at Meng Dashan, insulting him more and more. Zhao Guilin was trembling with anger, while Meng Qingyao and Meng Qingcheng were both angry and scared. "Since mother won't let me fight, I won't make things difficult for her either. Then I will speak with my words, making you speechless and ashamed." She sneered and stepped in front of Old Lady Meng. Meng Qingxue stood quietly, looking down at Old Lady Meng, who was rolling on the ground. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Old Lady Meng felt uneasy under her gaze and shouted nervously, "What are you looking at? You little brat, do you want to hit me, your grandmother?" Meng Qingxue's lips curled slightly. "Hit you? I'm afraid I might dirty my hands." She slowly knelt down, eye to eye with Old Lady Meng, and said clearly, "Grandmother, you keep saying I'm unfilial and that I will be struck down by heaven. But I want to ask you, have you ever heard the saying, to have a filial son, the mother must be kind? What does kind mother, filial son mean?" Old Lady Meng was stunned. A bad feeling immediately appeared in her eyes. Meng Qingxue stood up, a slight smile on her face, and loudly said, "Fellow villagers, you all watched my father grow up. You know what kind of person he is best of all. He is honest, responsible, and filial. Over the years, he worked hard and earned money. Besides barely making a living, not a single penny was kept from my grandparents. My second uncle is studying because my father supports him. My cousin Meng Wenkai wants to take exams, and it's my father who is leading the way. My father has given everything for this family. Whether he is filial or not, everyone has their own judgment." The villagers nodded in agreement. Meng Dashan's honesty and filial piety were well known throughout the village. Meng Qingxue looked at Old Lady Meng and changed her tone. "But what about you all? How could you treat my father like that? Did you think of him as your son? No. You only see him as a money-making tool, a cash bag you can use and take from whenever you want. My uncle's family greedily drinks my father's blood and still act so high and mighty. You two, especially, are so biased it's unbelievable. Meng Wenkai is your grandson, but what about me, my sister, and my brother? Aren't we your grandchildren too? Now, my father was hit by a wild pig and broke his ribs, injuring his lungs. He coughs blood every day and is in danger of dying. As his parents, you haven't shown any concern or tried to save him. Instead, your first thought is that he's useless now, no longer able to make money for you. You're afraid we'll ask you for money or burden your precious grandson, so you cruelly drove us out of the house and even cut ties with us. You didn't give us a single grain of rice or a penny. You let us live in this broken barn and fend for ourselves. Now I've come back from Lu's family with 100 taels of money to save my father's life. But you're jealous and come to question my father, as if trying to push him to death. Tell me, do your actions deserve the word kind? A mother so cold and heartless she wishes her own son dead. What right do you have to expect him to be filial to you?" Old Madame Meng was speechless, her lips trembling, unable to say a word. Meng wanted to speak up in his defense, but Meng Qingxue didn't give him a chance. She directly turned her anger on him.
And you?
Uncle, you've studied the wise teachings, but does that mean you've learned how to comfortably exploit your own older brother? Watching him be driven out by his parents and doing nothing, even joining in to kick him when he's down? Where have your books gone? You've lost all your integrity.
You.
Mang didn't know how to reply. So angry, he almost couldn't breathe. The whole yard fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Mang Qingshua's words. She's only 15, but she speaks like a sharp lawyer. Clear and logical. Every word hits the mark, exposing all the dirty secrets of the old Mang family without leaving them any face. Qingxue is right. No parent should treat their child like that. Exactly. Mountains is a very honest person, but look at what he's been forced to become. This family is just like vampires. That Mang is still a scholar?
Bah.
I think he's even worse than us farmers, completely, without conscience. He kicked his seriously ill son out of the house, and even cut ties with him. Now he's coming to criticize? Unbelievable. Such a terrible person. Public opinion has completely turned against Mang Qingshue's family. Everyone despises what Old Man Mang and Old Lady Mang did. Old Man Mang, Old Lady Mang, and Mang all looked shocked. They couldn't understand how things turned out like this. They thought they were acting out of filial piety, but now they're being called villains by everyone. It's all because of that little troublemaker. She talks too much. The three of them glared at Mang Qingshuo with angry, jealous looks. Mang Qingshuo looked back at them fearlessly, her eyes cold. Playing the moral card with me? Look at yourselves first. Mang Haren watched the scene and felt a little happy inside. He had long disliked Old Man Meng's way of doing things, but because of his status, he usually couldn't interfere. Today, he took this chance to vent his feelings. Mang you heard that, right? Your good deeds are all recorded in everyone's hearts. I've watched you grow up. You said you wanted to study, pass exams, and bring honor to the family. The villagers all had high hopes for you. But look at what you're doing now. What have you learned? The Confucian classics teach kindness, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, trust, not selfishness, and bullying your brothers. Your older brother has done so much for you. If you had even a little conscience, you wouldn't be standing here today. You've disappointed me so much. From now on, don't call yourself a scholar of our Mang family village. We can't afford to have someone like you. Village chief. Mang opened his mouth to defend himself. Enough. I don't want to hear another word from you, the village chief said impatiently, waving his hand. Leave here immediately. Don't come back to bother the mountain's family again. If I see you causing trouble here again, I will use my authority as village chief to report your actions to the officials and let the magistrate decide. You don't want to affect Mang Wensai's future, do you? Moreover, a few days ago, you signed a separation agreement with Mang Dashan. Now, Mang Dashan is no longer part of your family. This is considered breaking into someone's home, and if you cause trouble in the county, you'll be taken to jail. Hearing that it might harm Mang Wensai's future, the three members of Old Meng's family were terrified. Grandma Mang smiled flatteringly. Village chief, we are leaving now. It was all a misunderstanding. After speaking, Grandma Mang glared fiercely at Mang Qingshuo, as if to say, just wait and see. Old Mang didn't speak, only stomping his cane in dissatisfaction. As for second brother Mang, he quickly nodded. Village chief, I know I was wrong. I will leave right now. The three of them all looked at Mang Qingshuo with a hint of unwillingness, then sheepishly left. The commotion finally ended. Mang Haren approached Zhao Guilan. Dashan's family and Qingshuo, don't be afraid. With me here, they won't dare to hurt you. If they come again, just come to my house and find me. I will stand up for you. Thank you, village chief. Zhao Guilan was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears in her eyes. If it weren't for the village chief, her family wouldn't even have a place to stay. It was the village chief who gave her family this thatched hut, once a cowshed, as a home. This time, it was also the village chief who helped resolve the issue. Mang Qingshuo respectfully bowed to the village chief. Grandpa village chief, I thank you for standing up for my family. We The Meng family will remember this kindness. Good child, good child. The village chief looked at Meng Qingxue with increasing satisfaction. With you here, Dashan's family will surely have a good life in the future. He went back into the house to comfort Meng Dashan a few words, then came out to let everyone disperse. After a moment, only Meng Qingxue's family remained in front of the thatched house. Zhao Guilin looked at Meng Qingxue with tears in her eyes. Shuer, our family is so grateful to you. Meng Qingyao looked at her with admiration. This is the first time I've seen our grandparents so overwhelmed. Meng Qingqing said, when I grow up, I want to be like my sister, to support our parents. Just then, inside the house, Meng Dashan started coughing violently again. A few people hurriedly went inside. Meng Dashan showed a hint of determination. Before, I was too naive and confused. I always thought they were my real parents and siblings, so I accepted and gave everything because I believed it was right. But I didn't realize people's hearts can be so cruel. My repeated tolerance only made things worse. I see through it now. I worked hard for my second brother's family, exhausted myself, and used up all our savings. And what was the result? We were kicked out of our home. Even if Meng Wenkai passes the imperial exam, what hope is there for us now? From today on, I, Meng Dashan, will pretend I have no relatives like them. My life and death are no longer connected to them. Meng Qingxue was stunned. This honest man, who had been simple all his life, finally saw the true face of his family after being heartbroken. Dad, it's good that you think like that. Some people aren't worth our sadness. From now on, our family will close the door and live our own lives happily. Yes. Zhao Guilin also wiped her tears and nodded heavily. Head of the family, you rest well and recover. Our days are looking up. Meng Dashan nodded firmly. After a moment, Zhao Guilin suddenly remembered something. How did the fish sell today? Meng Qingxue took out a money pouch. With a clatter, a small pile of copper coins spilled onto the table. Father, mother, look. This is what my second sister and I earned today. We originally sold the fish for 80 coins, but I spent 40 coins. There are still 40 coins left. Meng Qingxue described today's trip to Fumanlu to sell fish vividly. When they heard that they sold 8 fish for 80 coins, Zhao Guilin and Meng Dashan couldn't help but feel happy. Mother, look. I bought 5 jin of flour, so tonight we can eat plain steamed buns. I also bought some fat meat to make oil residue for Dad and you to strengthen your bodies. Zhao Guilin and Meng Dashan's eyes turned red again. Meng Qingqing cheered happily. Eating plain steamed buns. Eating meat. Qingxue, you really are our family's lucky star. Without you, I don't know what we would do. Meng Qingxue smiled and said, Mother, don't say that. We are a family. This is just the beginning. Our days will get better and better. Tonight's dinner was the most filling meal since the journey began. Zhao Guilin cut half of the fatty meat and fried it in the pot to make fragrant lard. She scooped out the leftover bits, sprinkled some salt, and the smell made Meng Qingqing drool. She cut the remaining fat into small pieces and stir-fried them with wild vegetables, making a greasy dish. The most anticipated part was the plain steamed buns. When a pot of hot, soft, white buns was ready, the entire thatched hut was filled with the aroma of wheat. Meng Qingqing was the first to get a bun. He sniffed it gently, then carefully took a big bite. Delicious. So tasty. Even Dashan Meng surprisingly ate 2 buns. Father, mother, Wang the shopkeeper from Fuman Building said he would buy all the perch we catch in the future. This means our fish-selling business can work. Zhao Guilin and Dashan Meng nodded repeatedly. So I think we should treat this as a real business. To keep a steady supply, 5 fish baskets are not enough. We need to make more. Yes, make more. Meng Qingqing held his half-eaten bun and responded first. Make 100. Meng Qingxue laughed and said, 100 is too many. Let's start with 10. That way, we can have steady harvest every day. Meng Qingyao thought for a moment and said, the willow trees at the east end of the village have many flexible branches, perfect for making baskets. Also, the reeds on the riverbank are growing strong now, just right for making frames. Meng Qingxue clapped his hands on the table. That's settled. Starting tomorrow, our whole family will work together to make 10 new fish baskets in one day. The next morning, after making 5 baskets and having breakfast, the family split up to work. Meng Tingshui took Meng Qingcheng and Meng Qingyao straight to the willow trees and riverbank at the east end of the village. Zhao Guilin stayed home to take care of Da Shan Meng. Meng Qingcheng was small and weak, but he was not afraid of hard work. He chose the thin, long willow branches and pulled them down quickly, gathering a big bundle. Even Zhao Guilin joined in. As the sunset fell, casting the last rays of light on the thatched house, 10 brand-new fish traps were neatly arranged in the yard. Meng Qingcheng ran around the fish traps, excitedly shouting, "We're going to get rich. We will make a lot of money tomorrow." Zhao Guilin looked at the scene, covering her mouth, tears falling uncontrollably. She knew this family would not fall apart again. Meng Qingxue looked at the distant river water and smiled, saying, "Qingyao, Qingcheng, let's go put out the fish traps, old Meng's house." As soon as old Meng got home, he threw his cane onto the ground with a loud bang. Rebellious. Truly rebellious. He was so angry his chest heaved heavily, his face flushed red. This was the first time in 50 years of life that he had been so humiliated. This little brat Meng Qingxue, who came back from the city. She dares to talk to me like that in front of the whole village. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. I've lost all face today. Old Madame Meng patted her thigh. Oh my heavens! We can't go on like this. What kind of sin did our old Meng family commit to raise such a selfish person as Meng Dashan? And now there's Meng Qingxue, this little selfish girl. Inside the house, Meng Er's face looked very unhappy. Today, in front of the whole village, his face as a scholar was completely torn apart by his niece, and he was utterly humiliated. Although he didn't pass the imperial exam, he was at least a scholar. He was even scolded by the village chief, Meng Haoran, and gained no benefit from it. Now, he had completely forgotten Meng Dashan's years of effort, filled only with deep resentment. "Father, mother, don't cry anymore," Meng Er gritted his teeth and said. "This matter can't just be ignored." Meng Dashan is now confident, and with that little brat's support, he doesn't even take us seriously anymore. What can we do? Old Lady Meng stopped crying and asked with a look of resentment. The village chief is on their side. What can we do? That little troublemaker is sharp-tongued. We can't compete with her. If we can't compete, can't we think of another way? A hint of cruelty flashed in Meng Er's eyes. Isn't she powerful? Isn't she good at talking? I want to see how long she can protect her family. Meng Er's wife, Lu Meihua, came out from the inner room, looking mean. She pursed her lips and said, "Head of the family, you need to find a good way to deal with them. 100 taels, that big brother is so selfish. He'd rather treat a bad illness than spend money on our son. So selfish. Our family, nothing is more important than Wen Kai's future." In the old Meng family, for dozens of generations, we were just common folks. Only when Kai became a scholar. He cares only about himself and doesn't even think about Wen Kai's future. He's extremely selfish. Lu Meihua's words hit the core of Old Man Meng and Old Lady Meng. For them, nothing mattered more than their precious grandson, Wen Kai's future. Meng Er squinted and sneered. Yes, Big Brother is too selfish. I must teach him a lesson. But since the village chief has warned us, we can't openly punish that little troublemaker now. We can, however, secretly cause trouble for them. Aren't they living in that broken cowshed? Later, I'll find some boys to go at midnight and remove the thatch from their roof. Let's see what they'll do in the rain. Meng Sanhai and his wife Lu Meiwan, who had been silent, sat in the corner, feeling cold inside. Meng Sanhai lowered his head and said nothing. He remembered when his older brother Meng Dashan's family was driven out and the despair in his sister-in-law's eyes. He thought of his nephews and nieces, looking so weak. Now, instead of helping, they want to kick them when they're down, using such cruel tricks against them. Is this really family? He wanted to speak up for his older brother. Just as he was about to stand up, Lu Meiwan gently touched his arm and signaled him to stay silent. In this family, The three branches are always the least heard, and no one listens to what they say. If I stand up now to speak for my older brother's family, I will definitely be scolded by Grandma Meng. The days ahead will probably become even harder. Menger glanced at Meng Shanhai, a look of disdain in his eyes, and asked, "Third brother, what are you planning to do?" Meng Shanhai froze. Old man Meng and Grandma Meng looked at him with unkind eyes. All the words Meng wanted to say got stuck in his throat. Although he felt frustrated inside, he dared not anger old man Meng and Grandma Meng. I will go to the fields for a walk and remove the pests," Menger nodded. "Third brother, you understand things well. Don't worry. I see all your efforts for this family. Once when Kai gets his official title, he won't forget your help." Meanwhile, Menger has two children, Meng Qingya and Meng Qingnan, were whispering in a corner. Meng Qingya, 10 years old, was a little girl with two high pigtails. Meng Qingnan, 8 years old, was a little boy, chubby and cute. "Brother, did you hear? That Meng Qingxue, the daughter who just came back from uncle's house, made grandpa, grandma, and dad so angry they got sick," Meng Qingya said with a pout. Meng Qingnan looked disdainful. "That brat is nothing special. Look at her poor appearance. She must have come back because she couldn't stay in the city anymore. But we can't beat Meng Qingxue if we fight her. Since we can't beat Meng Qingxue, we can secretly teach Meng Qingqing a lesson. I want Meng Qingqing to kneel and apologize to us." Inside the thatched hut. After dinner, Meng Qingxue lay on a straw mat, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Although the family's basic needs were temporarily met, she still couldn't get rid of the lingering sour smell on her body. It's been several days since she traveled here. She hadn't bathed, not even washed her face properly. Her skin felt sticky, her hair was tangled, and she felt terrible all over. "Oh my, I'm about to smell terrible. When can I earn money to build a big house? At least have a place to take a bath." Sigh. I wish I could just go into the space completely. As soon as this thought appeared, Meng Qingxue froze. Yes. She had previously only thought about how to use the spiritual spring and land in the space, never considering whether she could enter herself. She decided to try. She closed her eyes, focused her mind, and silently repeated a phrase in her heart. "I want to go in." Next moment, a strange feeling came over her. She felt her body being gently pulled away by an invisible force, and the surrounding scene suddenly changed. When she opened her eyes again, she was stunned. She had really entered. It was no longer just her consciousness entering the space, but her entire body, standing completely inside the long lifelock space. Under her feet was rich black soil, carrying the scent of earth. Not far away, the spiritual spring bubbled with water and emitted a faint white mist, and the air was so fresh it almost made her cry. "Did I really come in?" She pinched her arm in disbelief. Ouch! It hurts so much. This is not a dream. Meng Qingxue jumped up excitedly. What does it mean to be able to physically enter the space? It means this is a safe haven. No matter what danger she faces in the future, she can just hide inside the space, and no one will find her. More importantly, she can take a bath with the spiritual spring water. But before bathing, she needed to see if she could go out again. She silently repeated in her mind, "Go out." Suddenly, her vision blurred, and she returned to the old thatched hut, lying on a cold grass mat. "Sure enough, I can come and go freely. But I disappear from where I entered, and I return to where I left. Enter consciousness. Exit consciousness. Enter physical body. Exit physical body." After several attempts, she finally managed to switch smoothly. She could control everything in the space with her mind, and her physical body could also enter, but she hadn't yet seen any limits. She excitedly jumped up and tiptoed outside, then brought in the broken wooden bucket used for catching fish. Next, she held the bucket, focused her mind, and entered the space again. She placed the bucket by the spiritual spring and scooped water into it with a gourd ladle. Soon, a bucket of spiritual spring water was ready. Washing with spiritual spring water is really a bit of a luxury. But her whole body was too dirty. If she didn't take a bath soon, she would get lice. Ancient times are really not good. No shower gel, no shampoo, not even toilet paper, only leaves for going to the bathroom, no bras, only wearing a cloth around the waist. Not even sanitary pads. It would be great if authors like Tomato and others who write novels could travel through time. I bet they wouldn't complain at all. Mang Qingxue quickly took off her dirty, torn clothes, revealing her fair skin, and eagerly poured spiritual spring water over herself. As the cool spring water enveloped her body, she shivered a little. The spiritual spring water is too cold. But to wash away the sweat smell, I'll endure it. However, after washing, the water feels smooth and like it has been used with body wash. She carefully washed herself from head to toe, even rinsing her hair several times. One bucket of spiritual spring water turned into a muddy mess. After her bath, she felt completely refreshed, and all her fatigue and irritation from the past days disappeared. She was about to put on her clothes when suddenly, her body was pulled away and she found herself lying next to Meng Qingyao. But she hadn't put on her clothes yet, and now she was lying there, bare and exposed, still holding her clothes in her hands. Meng Qingxue almost shouted out loud, but she held back her voice. This was too embarrassing. The family's snoring was still clearly audible. Frightened, Mang Qingxue quickly put on her clothes. If her family found out, she would be utterly humiliated and wouldn't be able to explain. Entering the space with the body should have a time limit. Next time, I need to act quickly. She tried to see if her body could enter the space again, but after several attempts, she couldn't do it. However, her spirit could enter the space without any limit. No matter what, taking a bath really feels good. Forget it, I'll take out the wooden tub and go to sleep. The next day, just as the sky was beginning to brighten with a faint dawn, Meng Qingcheng couldn't sleep anymore. He quietly got up from the straw mat and went outside. Mom, eldest sister, second sister, wake up quickly. Let's go quickly to collect the fish traps. We will definitely catch a lot of fish today. Meng Qingxue was awakened by him. She opened her eyes and saw his bright, sparkling eyes, which looked just like a puppy waiting for food. She couldn't help but smile. Why are you in such a hurry? The fish won't run away. But in truth, she was also full of hope. Yesterday, she made 10 new fish traps. With the 5 she already had, there were 15 in total. It would be wonderful if each one had a good catch. Meng Qingyao also woke up, blinking sleepily, and stretched. Zhao Guilin opened her eyes and sat up. Seeing the hopeful look on Meng Qingqing's face, her heart warmed. Since her eldest daughter returned, the family seemed to have new hopes every day. After thinking for a moment, she still felt uneasy, so she got up as well. I'll go with you. The more people, the more help. If we catch a lot of fish, you all won't be able to carry it back. She then gathered whatever containers she could find at home, an old wooden bucket, a cracked clay jar, and even a narrow-breasted basket. All 4 women went out together, heading straight to the river. They arrived at the spot where the fish traps were placed yesterday. Meng Qingcheng was the first to rush forward, grabbing a long bamboo pole, volunteering eagerly. Big sister.
Mom.
I'll go first. All right, be careful and don't fall into the water. Zhao Guilin frowned. Mom, don't worry. I'm a man now, Meng Qingcheng, imitating how he had done before, skillfully hooked the rope of the first fish trap with the bamboo pole, blushing with effort as he pulled it toward the shore. As soon as the trap was out of the water, Meng Qingcheng let out a loud, excited shout.
Fish.
Big sister.
Mom. Come look.
So many fish. Meng Qingxue, Zhao Guilin, and Meng Qingyao hurried over to see. Inside the trap, several big and small bass and carp were packed together, splashing water everywhere. Oh my! This first trap must have at least 7 or 8 fish. Zhao Guilin covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. If all 15 traps had this many fish, they could sell a lot of silver. Seeing Meng Qingcheng panting heavily, Meng Qingxue shook her head and said, Qingcheng, give me the bamboo pole. The rest of the fish baskets are my responsibility. Meng Qingcheng handed the bamboo pole to Meng Qingxue. Meng Qingxue smiled, took the pole, and started to fish out the remaining 14 baskets. In the end, each basket had something to harvest. Some baskets contained not only fish, but also a few dark, clawed creatures that rolled out. Crabs.
Mom. Crabs.
There are several, Meng Qingyao exclaimed happily. When she saw the crabs, Meng Qingcheng didn't dare to reach out and touch them. Yesterday, a crab almost pinched his finger off, and the memory was still fresh. What surprised them even more was that in one basket, besides fish and crabs, there were 2 long, smooth, yellow-brown creatures coiled up. They looked like snakes.
Ah!
Snakes! Snakes! Seeing those 2 creatures, Meng Qingcheng screamed in fright and jumped back, hiding behind Zhao Guilon. Third brother, those aren't snakes. Meng Qingxue laughed at his reaction, laughing so hard she nearly fell over. Those are eels. They're edible like fish and taste really good. Besides the eels, they also found several lively, jumping green grass shrimps in a few baskets. When Meng Qingxue lifted the last basket, she felt a heavy weight, heavier than any before. It took a lot of effort to drag the basket ashore. When she looked inside, her eyes lit up instantly. At the bottom of the basket, there was a big creature about the size of 2 palms, with a dark green shell on its back. What is this? Zhao Guilon stared in shock. Is this a turtle? Meng Qingcheng blinked, very curious. Meng Qingyao shook her head. No, it's not a turtle. This thing is even chubbier and bigger than a turtle. This is a soft-shelled turtle. Also called a turtle. This is a good thing. A nourishing food. Dad is so weak. He needs this to help recover. Just yesterday, I was thinking about how to help Dad get stronger, and today we caught a turtle. What luck? Zhao Guilon asked curiously. Can this help with health? Meng Qingxue nodded. It's as good as half a ginseng root. Zhao Guilon cheered happily. That's wonderful. Thinking about how Meng Dashan's health was gradually improving, Zhao Guilon couldn't help but smile happily. At this moment, the wooden barrel, clay jars, and baskets were all full, and several strings of fish were tied with willow branches. Meng Qingxue even used grass to tie up the crabs. The family looked at their full harvest and couldn't stop smiling. We've made a fortune. We're rich now. Meng Qingcheng danced happily. Zhao Guilon watched the scene, her eyes turning red. She held Meng Qingxue's hand, excited and speechless. Their eldest daughter, who had come back from the city, was truly their family's lucky star. All right, don't just focus on being happy. I'll put the fish baskets back in place first. Let's go home. While the family wasn't paying attention, Meng Qingxue took some black mud mixed with spiritual spring water from her space, made bait, and put it into 15 fish baskets, sinking them into the water. After finishing everything, she straightened up and looked seriously at Meng Qingcheng. Qingcheng, remember this. The fish we caught with the fish baskets, you must not tell anyone outside, understand? Although confused, Meng Qingcheng nodded heavily. Big sister, I understand. I won't tell anyone. That's right. This is called hidden wealth, our family secret, Meng Qingxue said happily, patting his head. Zhao Guilon nodded. Yes, this is the foundation of our family's stability and the key to our turnaround. Many people in the village also fish, but their harvests are small. But us, with such a rich catch, it's never happened before. Meng Qingxue naturally didn't mention that the spiritual spring water and black mud in her space were the reasons. Mother, this is called turning misfortune into blessing. Heaven is helping our family because we are too poor. Yes, Schwerer is right. This is called turning misfortune into blessing. The family, full of joy from their harvest, happily headed home. Back home, Zhao Guilon looked at the fish, shrimp, and crabs all over the floor, feeling a bit overwhelmed.
Qingxue this.
So much. How are we going to eat it all? Mother, don't worry. Meng Qingxue smiled and said, soft-shelled turtles are very good for health. I'll stew one for Dad later. We'll clean the turtle and cook it slowly over low heat to extract all the nutrients. Good. I'll listen to you. Zhao Guilon nodded repeatedly. Meng Qingxue was her main support, and now she trusted and obeyed her eldest daughter completely. Meng Qingxue picked a few smaller crabs and some grass shrimp. These crabs and shrimp, we'll steam them together when we cook fish. Add some salt we bought yesterday. It'll be very fresh and tasty. As for the big river crabs and yellow eels, I will take them to the town to sell. About these fish, she pointed to the lively bass in the wooden tub. The big ones will stay. Later, I will take my second sister to the town to sell them for money. The small ones, we will keep for ourselves to eat. Zhao Guilin said, Swear, I'll listen to you. The family immediately started to work busy. Meng Qingxue handled the soft-shelled turtle. Zhao Guilin tidied up the small fish, and Meng Qingyao cleaned the small crabs and shrimp. Meng Qingcheng was lighting the fire nearby. Once the fire was ready, Meng Qingxue put the soft-shelled turtle in a small stove to simmer slowly. She also made fish soup in a clay pot, placing a steaming basket on top with crabs and shrimp inside. The turtle's soup simmered slowly, and a rich aroma wafted from the clay pot, making Meng Qingcheng drool with hunger. Meanwhile, the steamed crabs and shrimp were ready, and the fish soup was cooked. Bright red crabs and grass shrimp were served on the table, along with the fish and turtle soups. Meng Qingxue served a bowl of turtle soup to Meng Dashan. He took a sip, his eyes shining with delight, praising it endlessly. Meng Qingcheng also ate with a full mouth of food, his face full of happiness he had never felt before. He had rarely eaten meat growing up, and these past few days felt like a dream. Every day like New Year's. Meng Qingxue couldn't help but nod. The taste of river-fresh seafood was truly irresistible. The family enjoyed a satisfying meal. Even Meng Qingxue couldn't help but rub her stomach. After eating, Meng Qingxue used a grass rope to tie up the two largest white carp and handed them to Zhao Guilin. Mother, take these two fish to Grandpa Li Jing's house. Zhao Guilin was surprised. Take them to him? Why are we giving them to him? Mother, this is called exchanging favors, Meng Qingxue said with a smile. Since you were driven out of the house, Grandpa Li Jing helped us a lot, letting us stay here. Yesterday, he also helped us out of trouble. Giving him these two fish is both a thank you and a way to repay his kindness. In the future, if we need help, Grandpa Li Jing will be more willing to look after us. After listening, Zhao Guilin nodded repeatedly. Daughter, in old Meng's house, your grandparents were in charge. I didn't have to worry about anything or step in. I really didn't know there could be so many formalities in social interactions. Meng Qingxue smiled and said, if we handle social relations well, even without old Meng's family, we can still live well in the village. After seeing Zhao Guilin off, she also reminded Meng Qingcheng. All right, I'll go now. She took the fish, placed it in a basket, covered it with a torn cloth, and left the house. Qingcheng, stay close nearby, don't go far. Stay with Dad and wait for Mom to come back. Meng Qingcheng puffed out her chest confidently. Big sister, don't worry. Meng Qingxue began to count the items she planned to sell in town. A total of 14 large, fat bass, 2 lively eels, and 10 energetic river crabs. She put the base into a large wooden tub, barely fitting them, then added some water with spring water to keep them alive and kicking until they reached the town. The eels and crabs were packed into a torn bag. Second sister, we're leaving. Let's go make some money. After a full hour of tiring travel, the two sisters finally arrived at Sanhe town. Meng Qingxue and Meng Qingyao carried the large wooden tub, familiar with the way, and headed to the back door of the restaurant. Before they could speak, the young shop assistant from last time spotted them immediately and greeted them with a big smile. Oh, ladies are here. Please come in, please come in. His attitude was completely different from when they first came. It was like night and day. Meng Qingxue didn't mind. After all, flattering or putting others down, reading the situation, these are human nature. Is Manager Wang here? We brought some good stuff again, Meng Qingxue said with a smile. Yes, I'll go call our manager right now, the young assistant said eagerly, helping to carry the wooden tub inside. Soon, Manager Wang hurried out from the kitchen. When he saw Meng Qingxue, his face immediately lit up with a smile. Oh, miss, you've finally come. I've been looking forward to you. He then looked at the large wooden tub, eager to see what was inside. Just one glance, and Manager Wang's eyes widened instantly. Inside the tub was a full load of wild bass, bigger than the ones last time. Each one was as big as a palm. Master Wang looked at the bag on the ground and asked curiously, "Miss Meng, what's inside this bag?" Mang Qingxue opened the bag to reveal 2 twisting yellow eels and 10 large river crabs tied with grass ropes. Master Wang was again surprised. "Master Wang, can you tell me how much these are worth?" Mang Qingxue asked directly, without wasting words. Master Wang circled the wooden tub twice, quickly calculating in his mind, then held up 2 fingers. "Miss, since we've been good customers, I won't beat around the bush. The bass fish, still the usual price, 10 coins each. These yellow eels, 5 coins each. The river crabs, they're quite big, so 5 coins each. What do you think?" Hearing this, Mang Qingshue's heart moved slightly. 10 coins for base, but only 5 for yellow eels and crabs? That price isn't quite what I expected. Wild yellow eels and crabs usually cost several times more than base. It seems the eating habits in this era are different from my previous life. Well, since there are plenty of base, I won't lose much this time, she thought to herself, keeping a calm face. "Master Wang, your prices seem a bit low. These yellow eels and crabs are rare. How can they be worth less than base?" Master Wang chuckled bitterly. "Miss, you don't know. Base has tender meat, few bones, and is popular among passing merchants. As for these yellow eels, they look scary and not many people eat them. The crabs, with shells and little meat, are a hassle to eat. People buy them just for freshness, so the price naturally isn't high. Is that so?" Meng Qingxue nodded, pretending to be enlightened. "All right, Master Wang, you're straightforward, so I won't argue too much. Let's go with your prices." "Great." Master Wang was overjoyed and immediately called the accountant to tally the bill. 14 base, 140 coins. 2 yellow eels, 10 coins. 10 crabs, 50 coins. Total, exactly 200 coins. When the heavy string of copper coins was handed to Meng Qingxue, Meng Qingyao beside her stared wide-eyed. 200 coins. In just a short while, they earned 200 coins. This was more than what their father used to earn working as a laborer outside for 10 days. After receiving the money, Meng Qingxue suddenly remembered something and asked, "Shopkeeper Wang, I want to ask you about something. Do you buy soft-shell turtles here? The wild ones, about the size of 2 palms." "Soft-shell turtles." Shopkeeper Wang's eyes lit up. "Yes, we buy them."
"Why not?"
"They're very good for health, and the price isn't cheap. The ones you mentioned, at that size, are at least this much." He held up 2 fingers. 20 coins, Meng Qingyao asked instinctively. Shopkeeper Wang shook his head, a slight smile on his face. 200 coins. Both Meng Qingxue and Meng Qingyao were surprised. One soft-shell turtle can sell for 200 coins. That's a huge amount of money. Shopkeeper Wang smiled. 2 taels of silver. Farm-raised soft-shell turtles in the capital are worth 500 coins each. Wild ones can sell for at least 2 taels. Meng Qingxue and Meng Qingyao looked even more shocked. "Could it be that you caught a wild soft-shell turtle?" Meng Qingxue nodded. "Yes, we caught one, but I gave it to my father to make soup and strengthen his health." Shopkeeper Wang looked disappointed. "What a pity. Your father spent 2 taels of silver on that meal. So extravagant. Next time you find such good things, save some for me." Meng Qingxue nodded, and then said goodbye to Shopkeeper Wang. She pulled Meng Qingyao, who was still shocked, and they left Fumanlu. Meng Qingxue told Meng Qingyao, "Second sister, don't tell our parents about the 2-tail soft-shell turtle. It might make Dad regret it if he finds out." Meng Qingyao nodded. "Big sister will take you to buy delicious food, and we'll also buy a big bucket." "Yes, big sister." In a good mood, Meng Qingxue took Meng Qingyao and first went to the town's pastry shop to buy a jean of baked buns. Then, she went to the general store and bought several new, sturdy porcelain bowls. The bowls at home had cracks, and she was worried about hurting their lips, so they needed replacing. She also bought a big wooden bucket and a shoulder pole. Finally, she gritted her teeth and went to the meat shop to buy a large piece of pork with a good mix of fat and lean. Spending money like water, she had spent 60 coins in no time. But Meng Qingxue didn't mind at all. Money is meant to be spent. Only by spending can the family live a good life. Mang Qingya watched with wide eyes. Sister earns money quickly and spends it just as fast. Why hasn't mother returned from the official's house yet? Big sister, second sister, why don't you come back from selling fish? Dad is asleep. Never mind. I think I'll go for a walk alone by the river. Mang Qingqing felt a bit bored. Seeing Dasha sleeping soundly, he couldn't help feeling restless, so he left the small hut. He knew he couldn't go far, so he played near the river. Mang Qingqing. He's actually there. Hey, isn't that little white-eyed wolf? Two young but sharp voices sounded. Mang Qingqing turned around and saw his cousin and cousin sister, Mang Qingnan and Mang Qingya. When he saw them, his face immediately darkened, and he said unhappily, "What are you here for? What are we here for? We're here to see if you're about to starve to death. You bad luck charm." Mang Qingnan crossed his arms and smirked, looking quite proud. Mang Qingya sneered. Haha, Dad was right. Your family was kicked out and has nowhere to stay. Only the cow shed. Now you probably can't even get enough to eat, right? You're so thin, like a stick. So pitiful. Mang Qingya's attitude reminded Mang Qingqing of Lu Meihua. He was so angry his face turned red, and he clenched his fists. Our family's matters are none of your business. He always disliked his cousin and cousin sister. Before they were kicked out of the ancestral home, he not only had to endure the cold looks from Uncle Heir and Aunt Heir, but also was bullied by this brother and sister pair. We don't care about your broken family affairs. Mang Qingnan took a few steps forward, looking down at Mang Qingqing. I'm here to tell you that your dad is useless. A white-eyed wolf. Because of him, our whole family is laughed at by the villagers, and your newly returned sister isn't any good either. She's a sharp-tongued, mean girl. Grandfather and grandmother said your two sisters are just a burden. Don't you dare insult my dad. Or my big sister. Mang Qingqing had been bullied a lot by Mang Qingnan and Mang Qingya, making him timid and insecure. And Meng Dashan and Zhao Guilin always chose to endure and stay silent, thinking it's better to avoid trouble. Usually Mang Qingqing would stay far away. But now, they had insulted his father and sister. He wanted to stand up for them. My dad is not useless. My older sister is the best person in the world. You are the real bad people. Mang Qingqing shouted angrily. Hey, little brat, you dare to talk back? Mang Qingnan was stunned by his shout, then became angry and embarrassed. I think you're just itching for a fight, wanting to get beaten, right? Mang Qingya angrily said. Second brother. Hit him. Mang Qingnan reached out to push Mang Qingqing's shoulder. Mang Qingqing was small and weak, and when pushed, he fell flat on the ground. He was covered in mud. Even his face was muddy. Mang Qingnan laughed loudly. Dad said, you can't help a rotten mud wall, and that's exactly about someone like him. Mang Qingya also sneered. Yes, he's just rotten mud, useless and beyond help, Mang Qingnan snorted. Your father is too selfish. He spent 100 taels of silver from my second brother's savings on schooling. Mang Qingqing shouted loudly. Our family didn't spend your silver. It was my older sister who brought it back, and it was for my father to save lives. Your family are all bad people, Mang Qingnan pouted. You little waste. You dare to talk back to me? I'll beat you to death. Mang Qingnan clenched his small fist and swung it hard at Mang Qingqing. Mang Qingya also slapped him. Together, they bullied Mang Qingqing. Mang Qingqing, in pain, grabbed Mang Qingnan's arm and bit him. Ouch! Mang Qingnan didn't expect him to fight back. He yelled and lifted his leg, kicking Mang Qingqing to the ground. Seeing this, Mang Qingya rushed over and kicked and hit Mang Qingqing on the ground. Beat this little brat to teach him a lesson. How dare you bite my brother? Mang Qingqing rolled on the ground, protecting his head with his small arms, refusing to beg for mercy. His only thought was, I can't lose. My sister said, I must not let others bully us. I have to protect my parents and sister. Mang Qingnan stepped on Mang Qingqing's back and said proudly, do you admit defeat? Say your father is useless and your sister is a bad girl. If you do, I'll let you go. I spit on that. Mang Qingqing suddenly lifted his head and spat muddy saliva onto Mang Qingnan's pants. You're asking for death. Mang Qingnan was furious. He lost his temper, grabbed Mang Qingqing by the collar, dragged him up, and then forcefully pushed him into the river behind. A loud splash echoed as someone fell into the river, creating a big wave. Mang Qingqing had fallen in. He couldn't swim at all. He struggled desperately in the water, flailing with his arms and legs, choking on several mouthfuls of water. Help! Help me! He called out intermittently, but soon his voice grew quieter, and his strength to fight waned. Haha, this little traitor really deserves it. Big brother, Mang Qingqing can't swim. Should we save him? On the shore, Mang Qingnan and Mang Qingyao watched Mang Qingqing struggling in the water. At first, they felt a bit satisfied. But when they saw Mang Qingqing's head slowly sink into the water, leaving only a trail of bubbles, they finally felt scared. Brother. He seems to be in trouble. Maybe we should save him. Mang Qingyao's voice was trembling with tears, her face pale. Mang Qingnan was also frightened. He didn't expect things to get so serious. He only wanted to teach Mang Qingqing a lesson, not to cause his death. He wanted to go help, but he couldn't reach him. Mang Qingqing drifted farther away, and he started to sink. We can't save him now, Qingya. If anyone asks, it's not my fault. He fell in by himself. Yes, he fell in himself.
Run.
Run quickly. Pretend we saw nothing. The two hurriedly left, not along the main road but along a small path, nervously rushing away. They were afraid of being seen. After running only a few dozen yards, they almost bumped into Mang Qingyao and Mang Qingxue, who were carrying baskets. Mang Qingnan didn't recognize Mang Qingxue, but knew Mang Qingyao. He was so frightened he almost screamed and nearly lost his soul. Immediately, Mang Qingnan and Mang Qingyao lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact with Mang Qingyao, looking guilty and sneaky as they quickly slipped away. Mang Qingyao looked displeased and snorted. Mang Qingxue frowned and said, "Second sister, these two kids are strange. Whose children are they? They look so annoying." Mang Qingyao whispered, "This is second uncle's son, Mang Qingnan, and third sister's daughter, Mang Qingya." Mang Qingxue suddenly understood.
No wonder.
From the first moment I saw them, I felt dislike. Turns out they are second uncle's children. It's just that these two people are acting nervously. What are they really doing? Mang Qingyao snorted coldly. These two are troublemakers. They usually bully my third brother, and also pick on uncle's children. I can't stand that. Mang Qingxue frowned. Their behavior looks suspicious. Why are they wandering around near our house? Mang Qingyao whispered. Big sister, we're almost home. Later, I'll ask Qingqing what's going on. Meanwhile, Zhao Guilin carried a small bag of coarse grains given by the Li Zheng family and just returned to her thatched hut. Zhao Guilin usually doesn't socialize much. Today, she took the initiative to visit Li Zheng, brought 2 big fish, and listened to Mang Qingxue's advice. But she didn't expect that her first visit would be extended because Li Zheng's wife invited her to stay longer. She also didn't expect Li Zheng to give her some coarse grains as a gift. She repeatedly refused, but Li Zheng insisted she take them, which made her feel surprisingly honored. As soon as she arrived home, she saw Mang Dashan sleeping, but Mang Qingqing was not in the house. Usually, Mang Qingqing was very sensible and never wandered far. Now, both inside and outside the house, no one was there. She started to feel anxious. Qingqing? Qingqing? She called twice, but no one answered. Zhao Guilin frowned. Where did this child go? Did he go to the river? Qingqing. Mang Qingqing. Finally, Zhao Guilin, worried that Qingqing might be in danger outside, went outside and shouted loudly. In the past, if she called out, Qingqing would come out immediately. But Zhao Guilin called for over 10 times and got no response. She was panicking. Just as Zhao Guilin was about to cry from worry, Mang Qingxue and Mang Qingyao had also returned home. Mother, we're back. Look at what we bought. Mang Qingyao saw Zhao Guilin from afar and shouted loudly. Zhao Guilin, overwhelmed with worry, tears started to fall. Qingxue, Qingyao, have you seen Qingqing? Mother, what's wrong? Did something happen? Mang Qingxue asked hurriedly. Qingqing. Qingqing is missing. Zhao Guilan's voice was trembling with tears. I didn't see him when I came back, and I haven't found him yet. Meng Qingxue and Meng Qingyao's smiles instantly disappeared, replaced by a look of panic. Meng Qingyao tremblingly said, Qingqing usually has good sense. He wouldn't go far. Mom, don't worry. Let's look for him together. Meng Qingxue felt anxious but forced herself to stay calm. Brother is grown up. He won't get lost. He's probably just playing somewhere and forgot to come home. Zhao Guilan shook her head. Your brother is young, but he's very sensible. He wouldn't leave your father and go far. Meng Qingxue loudly said. Then, the three of us, split up and look. Zhao Guilan agreed. Okay, let's search along the riverbank separately. A few minutes later, they walked along the small river, but didn't see Meng Qingqing. Qingqing, my son. Where are you? Zhao Guilan couldn't hold it anymore. She sat down on the ground and cried loudly. Meng Qingyao was also anxious, tears welling up in her eyes as she kept wiping them. Meng Qingxue looked at the scene before her, feeling overwhelmed. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her skin. Stay calm. Meng Qingxue, you must stay calm. The more urgent it is, the more you can't panic.
Wait.
It's Meng Qing and Meng Qingya. They look suspicious. They must have done something. I remember they appeared near the river. Could Qingqing's disappearance be related to them? Let's go to the river. Where there are many footprints, Qingqing might be in trouble. With this thought, Meng Qingxue shouted loudly. Where there are many footprints, something must have happened. Zhao Guilan was shocked. Meng Qingyao covered her mouth. Are you saying that the two children from Uncle Air's family hurt Qingqing? Zhao Guilan was confused. How can this be related to your Uncle Air's children? Meng Qingxue said, don't get distracted by that now. We must find the place with the most footprints. Only then is there a chance Qingqing is still alive. She pulled Zhao Guilan and, with Meng Qingyao, ran wildly toward the riverbank. Meng Qingyao exclaimed, Big sister, here are the most footprints. Meng Qingxue looked at the footprints on the ground, her brow furrowing. There were 3 types of footprints, but they were all small, indicating they belonged to children around the same age. Meng Qingqing is very likely to have been pushed into the water by Meng Qing and Meng Qingya. She looked at the river surface, which was flowing slowly southward. Estimating the time, even if Meng Qingqing fell in, she wouldn't be in the same spot anymore. She would have been carried south. Meng Qingxue quickly moved several dozen meters south. Suddenly, she stopped. On the river surface, she saw a small straw sandal floating. She recognized this sandal. It was Meng Qingqing's. Her heart sank instantly. At the same time, Meng Qingya shouted loudly, Mother, older sister.
Look.
What is that? Trembling, Meng Qingya pointed to a floating object not far from the center of the river. Meng Qingxue and Zhao Guilan looked in the direction she pointed. They saw a small figure face down on the water, drifting with the current, motionless. That tattered clothing was all too familiar. It was Meng Qingqing. People only float to the surface after they die. Now, Meng Qingqing was motionless, which suggested she was in grave danger or already gone, most likely no longer breathing. Zhao Guilan let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Brother, mother, Meng Qingya was also terrified, trembling and crying loudly while shaking Zhao Guilan's body.
Splash.
Without hesitation, Meng Qingxue jumped into the cold river, desperately swimming toward the small figure. The icy water instantly surrounded her, making her shiver violently. Although it was early summer, the river was still cold.
Fortunately, she knew how to swim.
Reaching the middle of the river, she finally grabbed Meng Qingqing's arm and pulled his small, cold body into her arms. She used all her strength to turn Meng Qingqing over, so his face and ears faced upward. But Meng Qingqing's eyes were tightly closed, his face pale, with no response at all. Qingqing! Qingqing! Wake up! She struggled to swim toward the shore while shouting loudly, but Meng Qingqing showed no reaction. Finally, she managed to pull him onto the bank. She didn't care that she was soaked all over and immediately laid Meng Qingqing flat on the ground. She trembled as she reached out her finger, feeling for Meng Qingqing's breath.
No breathing.
She pressed her ear to his chest.
No heartbeat.
Meng Qingshua's mind buzzed loudly, and her vision darkened. This little brother, who had been so obedient and kind during the few days they spent together, was he really gone? Nearby, Meng Qingyao was crying so hard she was gasping for air. Zhao Guilin, who had fainted on the ground, slowly woke up. Seeing the scene before her, she let out a desperate wail. My son! My Qingqing! Qingqing, wake up! Your sister doesn't want you to die. Both women cried out in despair, their voices full of hopelessness. At that moment, a sudden memory of first aid knowledge from a TV show flashed through Meng Qingshua's mind. CPR. Yes. CPR. There is still hope. As long as the drowning time wasn't long, there's still hope. From Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingyao leaving until now, only a few minutes have passed. Maybe Qingqing can still be saved. Stop crying. Step back, everyone, she suddenly shouted loudly, her voice hoarse but firm and commanding. Zhao Guilin and Meng Qingyao were stunned by her shout, unsure of what to do. Meng Qingxua didn't have time to explain. She immediately knelt beside Meng Qingqing, unbuttoned his soaked clothes, and cleared away mud and water plants from his mouth and nose. Then, she clasped her hands and placed them on Meng Qingqing's chest, beginning to press down forcefully and rhythmically. 1, 2, 3 presses. She even used a handkerchief to cover his mouth and blew air into it with force. What are you doing? Qingxua, stop messing with your brother. Let him go peacefully, Zhao Guilin cried. Meng Qingyao covered her eyes, afraid to look directly. Big sister, what are you doing mouth to mouth with our brother? Mother, second sister. Meng Qingxua trembled as she said, I'm trying to save him. I'm trying to save him. Do you think Qingqing is still not fully gone? Is there still hope? Zhao Guilin asked tremblingly. Meng Qingxua ignored her mother and sister. She continued pressing, sweat mixing with river water, sliding down her forehead and dripping onto Qingqing's pale face. Her only thought was, move. Move quickly. Qingqing, wake up for me. After pressing 30 times, she immediately pinched Meng Qingqing's nose and, through a cloth, gave him 2 breaths. Then, she continued pressing. Time passed second by second. Every second felt like a slow torture to her will. Her arms were so tired they almost couldn't lift anymore, and her strength was nearly gone. But she dared not stop, and she couldn't stop. At this moment, Zhao Guilin covered her face and cried loudly. It's over. Qingqing will make it. Meng Qingyao sobbed. Qingqing, please wake up. Just when Meng Qingxua was starting to lose hope. Cough. Cough, cough. A faint cough was heard. Meng Qingqing's body suddenly trembled, and a mouthful of murky water was spat out. Next came a second, then a third. His small chest began to move faintly. He is alive. He's moving. He's alive. Meng Qingyao was the first to scream. Zhao Guilin also rushed over, looking at her son's slowly opening eyes, tears of joy streaming down her face. Meng Qingxua collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The recent rescue had drained her energy almost completely. But her brother was alive. Although she was from another time, until now, she finally felt fully part of this family. She looked at her brother's rising chest, smiled with her mouth open, and tears started to fall. Qingqing. Qingqing. Zhao Guilin hugged her son and kept calling his name. Meng Qingqing took a long time to recover, then slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his mother and sister, filled with deep sadness, and suddenly burst into tears. Mom. Older sister. Second sister. I was so scared. I thought I was going to die. It's okay now, it's okay, my son, it's okay. Zhao Guilin hugged Meng Qingqing tightly, her eyes full of gratitude as she looked at Meng Qingxua. Qingxua, I was wrong to blame you earlier. If it weren't for you, Qingqing wouldn't be alive today. Meng Qingyao also looked a little ashamed, saying, Big sister, I misunderstood you too. Without you, Qingqing wouldn't have survived. Meng Qingxua shook her head and said, We are all family. There is no need to say thank you. Zhao Guilin was curious. Qianxue, how did you come up with such a strange way to save someone? Mang Qianxue thought for a moment and said, I saw this in an old book. I've been a lady in the Liu family for at least 15 years, so I know some characters and learned a bit of first aid. Zhao Guilin looked surprised. After Meng Qingqing's emotions settled down a little, Mang Qianxue said seriously, Qingqing, tell your older sister how you fell into the river. Mang Qingqing shivered and looked scared. He told her everything that had happened just now. It was Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya. They scolded me and hit me. Meng Qingnan pushed me into the river. Suddenly, Meng Qianxue was furious. Meng Qingnan, Meng Qingya, this is no longer a fight between children. It's attempted murder. Her eyes turned cold and sharp, and she radiated a frightening, killing intent. Next to her, Meng Qingyao and Zhao Guilin listened, shocked and angry. How could they be so cruel? Qingqing is their own cousin. Zhao Guilin trembled with anger. I've been bullied by Meng Wenkai since I was little. I never thought Qingqing would also be bullied by Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya. When she mentioned bullying, Meng Qingyao's eyes filled with tears. She was timid, cowardly, and insecure, all because she had been bullied by Meng Wenkai too many times. I'm going to find them. I'm going to old Meng's house to get justice for my brother. Meng Qianxue jumped up from the ground, grabbed Meng Qingqing's hand, and turned to leave. Qianxue, don't go. Zhao Guilin instinctively held her back, looking scared. If you go, it will be trouble. The Meng family is very difficult to deal with. Maybe it's better not to go. After she finished speaking, Meng Qingyao and Meng Qingqing looked down sadly. Since they were young, they had often been bullied by the children of the second Meng family. They had hoped their parents could stand up for them. But their mother was timid and also bullied by old Meng and old Madame Meng, so she couldn't stand up for them. How could they expect her to protect them? Mother, Meng Qianxue suddenly turned back, her eyes red as she looked at her. When will you stop enduring? If I hadn't known some first aid methods today, your son would already be dead. It is now a cold, lifeless body. Do you understand? They came to bully my younger brother and almost took his life. Do you want me to just stay silent? If we keep hiding and not fight back, they will think we are easy to bully. The next victim could very well be Qing Yao. Constantly tolerating and retreating will never earn their sympathy. It will only make them more aggressive. The more you spoil them, the more reckless they become. Mother, we can no longer endure. Meng Qingyao and Meng Qingqing clenched their fists. These were exactly the words they wanted to say. They also hoped Zhao Guilin would stand up for them. Every word from Meng Qingxue struck hard in Zhao Guilin's heart. Yes, her son almost lost his life. What else does she need to endure? Her repeated patience and suffering only led to more severe actions from them. We cannot endure anymore.
All right.
Qingxue, I listen to you. Let's go. Let's go find them and demand justice. Mother, you're right to think like that. Meng Qingxue encouraged Zhao Guilin. Zhao Guilin is weak by nature. She must change her personality. She looked at Meng Qingyao and Meng Qingqing, clenched her fists, and said, Mother has endured all her life, tolerated all her life, even worked like a beast all her life. This time, I will not endure anymore. Meng Qingyao cried and said, Mother, my brother and I have been hoping that one day you would have the courage to stand up for us. I never thought I would finally see that day. She had been bullied countless times and often dreamed that her mother would stand up for her, but her mother always chose to suffer in silence. Unexpectedly, after her older sister returned and encouraged her, her mother finally said such words for the first time. Since childhood, she had always wished her mother could support her. Meng Qingxue nodded. Mother, let's go right now. Meng Qingxue led Meng Qingqing ahead. Zhao Guilin followed behind. The mother and two children, wet and dripping with water, filled with fiery anger, headed straight to old Meng's house at the east end of the village. Meng Qingyao was left behind to watch the house. Meng Dashan was alone at home. It wouldn't be safe without someone watching. How can they be like someone pulled out of the water? Look at their attitude, so angry like they want to fight someone. See, they are heading east. East is old Meng's ancestral home. Could they be going there to fight old Mang? Didn't they already have a fight? Why are they fighting again? Come on, let's follow and see. There must be some excitement to watch. So, more villagers, eager to see what was happening, started to follow behind Meng Qingxue and her son and daughter. At the east end of the village, old Meng's house. Over 10 large tiled houses with side rooms on both sides. It's one of the biggest in the village. Old Madame Meng was eating sunflower seeds, Lu Meihua was fanning herself with a palm leaf, and Meng was sitting in a rocking chair, resting with his eyes closed. As for old Meng, he didn't want his second son to work, so he took his third son and his family to farm the land himself. At this moment, Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingyao returned. They looked pale and a little scared, and they told the story of how Meng Qingcheng was pushed into the water. Father, mother, grandmother. I pushed Meng Qingcheng into the water, and now he's missing. We don't know if he's alive or dead. What should we do? Old Madame Meng didn't scold them. Instead, she snorted and said, "That's right. You did the right thing. If he's dead, it's his bad luck. Better than him and his sickly father, who always looked gloomy. That little brat has always been weak since he was young. Even when he grows up, he's not good at farming, even if someone asks. As long as you don't admit it, no one can do anything to you." Lu Meihua hugged her precious son Meng Qingnan and kissed his face. "My son is so promising. It's all for you, your father, your grandmother, and your grandfather. Let's see if the big family dares to be arrogant in front of us anymore." Meng leaned back in his chair, feeling proud. "That's right. My second son also has my style." Hearing the elders praise them, Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya exchanged a look. They no longer felt guilty, but instead felt proud. Just then, a woman around 30, wearing old patched clothes, hurriedly ran in from outside. She was panting and shouted, "Auntie! Auntie! Zhao Guilin and her children are coming here aggressively." The person was Jiang Shi, a neighbor of the Meng family, and also old Meng's niece-in-law, who came to deliver the news. When they heard Meng Qingcheng had also arrived, Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya's faces immediately showed disappointment. They whispered, "Why isn't he dead yet?" Old Madame Meng rolled her eyes and let out a muffled sound. "Humph, so full of bravado? I think he's here to bow and apologize to us." Second brother Meng frowned. "They must be afraid. Regretful. Coming to beg for our forgiveness. With sister-in-law's personality, she wouldn't dare confront us directly." "Exactly," Lu Meihua sneered. "Unless that shameless Zhao Guilin and her little brats kneel and kowtow to me, I won't forgive them." Second brother Meng straightened up and snorted coldly. "If they want my forgiveness, fine. But tell his family to stop treating big brother's illness. Go to the pharmacy in town and return every penny spent on medicine. Just returning the money isn't enough. And that little brat they just found, along with Meng Qingyao, that little money grubber, all need to be sold for cash. Mother, you all better think carefully. From now on, our family can only rely on Wen Kai. Only Wen Kai can bring honor to your face." Jiang Shi frowned and quietly left the Meng family. At that moment, with a loud bang, the front door of old Meng's house was kicked open. Old Madame Meng was startled, her heart pounding. Lu Meihua trembled with fear, and her fan snapped in half. As for second brother Meng, he fell from the rocking chair onto the ground, landing on his back. Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya's faces immediately turned pale. They saw Meng Qingxue, soaked from head to toe, standing at the door with a cold, icy expression. Zhao Guilin's eyes were red, as if she had just cried, holding Meng Qingcheng, whose face was also pale, standing behind Meng Qingxue. Behind the three of them, many villagers had gathered, watching the scene. You all, what do you want to do?" Old Madame Meng was the first to react, looking at the scene in disbelief. She thought Zhao Guilin's family had come to kowtow and apologize, but she never expected them to kick the door open. Could it be they didn't come to apologize, but to start a fight?
How dare they?
Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya saw Meng Qingxue, especially the equally soaked and pale-faced Meng Qingsheng behind her. They were so frightened that their faces turned white, and instinctively, They hid behind Lu Meihua. Mang fell flat on his back, looking a bit embarrassed, and stood up angrily. Seeing Zhao Guilan's angry face and Meng Qingshua's unfriendly expression, Mang could guess that Zhao Guilan's family was definitely not here to apologize. Mang shouted angrily, "Sister-in-law, why are you causing such a fuss? You, as a daughter-in-law, have scared my mother. Such unfilial behavior. Kneel down and apologize." Mang was good at accusing others and immediately labeled Zhao Guilan as unfilial. Seeing Meng Laotai looking fierce, Mang also started to accuse, and Zhao Guilan immediately looked defeated. Lu Meihua glanced at Meng Qingxua, remembered her well, and then loudly said, "Sister-in-law, don't forget, you are a daughter-in-law of the Meng family. You scared my mother. Kneel down and apologize." Meng Qingxua looked at Lu Meihua with a cold glint in her eyes. It was clear that she was Meng wife. Sure enough, they were not from the same family, and they were not good people. Meng Laotai snorted and said, "Oldest daughter-in-law, hurry up and kneel down to apologize. Do you want to be called unfilial?" Zhao Guilan's face turned pale, unsure how to respond. Her previous bravado had turned into trembling fear. She had been bullied by Meng Laotai, Meng and Lu Meihua for a long time. She was inherently afraid. Zhao Guilan started trembling all over and looked instinctively at Meng Qingxua. At this moment, Meng Qingxua was her main support. Meng Qingxua softly said, "Mother, if you don't stand up today, I can't guarantee that Qingxing won't die again." After speaking, she looked at her with encouragement. Zhao Guilan's expression immediately became firm.
Yes.
If she retreated again this time, it would only lead to more severe bullying from the Meng family. If Meng Qingxua hadn't known first aid, her son might already be a cold corpse. She couldn't be weak anymore. Zhao Guilan loudly said, "Meng don't forget, our family has already cut ties with you. The letter of severance was even written by you. I am no longer involved with you all. Don't always use filial piety to pressure me. I don't owe you the Meng family, nor am I your servant. I worked hard for your Meng family for 17 years. If anyone owes anyone, it's you who owe me." Meng was stunned, then looked blank. Zhao Guilan's gaze was a little frightening. Usually, she wouldn't dare to talk back like this, but now she seemed like a different person. Zhao Guilan continued loudly, "Meng
Lu Meihua."
Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingyao pushed Qingcheng into the river, and he almost drowned. "Today, you must give me an explanation." After speaking, Zhao Guilan felt much clearer inside. Meng Qingxua also nodded and then shouted, "Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya, you are suspected of trying to harm Meng Qingcheng. Meng you better give me an explanation." "How dare you?" Meng angrily said. "Meng Qingxua, do you talk to your second uncle like that? How rude. I think your parents must have taught you to behave like this." Zhao Guilan loudly said, "Meng stop talking about these things. Our family has already cut ties with you. You don't need to tell us what's proper. First, ask your son Qingnan and Qingyao what they did to our Qingqing today." Lu Meihua immediately shouted loudly, "What could Qingnan and Qingyao do? They've been studying at home all day. They didn't go anywhere." "Sister-in-law, don't falsely accuse them. Did they leave the house?" Meng Qingxua sneered and pulled Meng Qingcheng to the front. "Then explain to me, why did my brother fall into the river and almost drown? Who pushed him in? What? He almost drowned." Even the villagers were surprised. No wonder Meng Dashan's son was soaking wet. He fell into the river. It must have been Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya who pushed Meng Qingcheng. They used to bully him too. No wonder Zhao Guilan dared to come and confront the Meng family. Her son almost drowned. If it were me, I wouldn't stand for it either. Old Madame Meng's triangular eyes shifted, and she immediately started to make trouble again. "Oh, you heartless girl. Your brother fell into the river, and what does that have to do with us? Maybe you didn't watch him properly, and now you're trying to blame us. That's just unfair." "Exactly. Who saw it? Do you have any proof?" Lamaihua crossed her arms and looked like she refused to admit the truth. "Yes, spreading false accusations. I have been teaching Xiaonan and Xiaoya all morning, which proves they are with me. Mang Er's face darkened. Meng Qingxue said carefully, Mang Er, you, as a scholar, should know right from wrong. I am ashamed of you. Mang Er stiffened his neck. If you have no proof, you're just slandering, Meng Qingxue sneered. Who says I have no proof? Mang Er, old Madam Meng, and Lu Tsuehua all frowned. Meng Qingxue pointed at the cloth shoes of Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya and loudly said, Open your eyes. Their shoes are muddy. If they didn't go to the river, how could they have mud? Mang Er was stunned and looked at their shoes. Sure enough, they were covered in mud. Mang Er gritted his teeth. That doesn't prove they pushed anyone. You need real evidence. Evidence. Meng Qingxue's lips curled into a mocking smile. The muddy ground where my brother fell is soft mud. Clearly, there are 3 sets of footprints, one from my brother and 2 larger ones from others. If we compare the shoes of Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya, it will be obvious whether they did it or not. Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya immediately lowered their heads. That, Lu Meihua and Meng Er's faces turned pale. Even if the footprints match, it doesn't prove they pushed anyone. Old Madam Meng still insisted. Really? Meng Qingxue smiled faintly. Let me tell you something else. According to our country's laws, anyone who intentionally pushes someone into the water, causing danger to their life, is considered attempted murder. Even if they fail, they will be whipped 50 times and exiled 300 miles. If you don't believe me, we can report it now. Let the county magistrate come and judge. By then, even if we compare footprints or bring the people to court and use harsh punishments, I don't believe those 2 little brats can withstand the truth. Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya were terrified. They both collapsed to the ground. Meng Qingxue looked at them with a hint of intimidation in her eyes. By the way, Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya, 50 strokes of the bamboo rod. With your small bodies, you'll probably get beaten to death. Suddenly, the yard fell silent. The villagers watching were stunned. This girl is so impressive. Not only is she quick-tongued, but she also knows the law. Some villagers realized. Clearly, Meng Qingxue is tricking these 2 children. Meng Qingnan cried out. I didn't mean to. I really didn't. I just wanted to scare him. I didn't think he would fall into the river. Meng Qingya screamed. It was all my brother's fault. I didn't push him. It's none of my business. I don't want to be beaten. Until the 2 children cried and admitted. Mang Er finally understood. You're deliberately playing tricks. Meng Qingxue looked at Mang Er and sneered. What? They both admitted it openly. Everyone saw it. You still want to deny it. Mang Er was so angry he couldn't speak. Old Mrs. Meng shouted. Enough. Meng Qingcheng is fine now. Why make a big fuss? Zhao, let's just forget about this. Meng Qingxue sneered. This isn't a small matter. If I had known first aid, Qingqing might have died. Today, there must be an explanation. Zhao Guilin also gathered her courage. Yes, they almost caused Qingqing's death. I can't just let this go. Mang Er, angry and ashamed, said, Sister-in-law, don't push your luck. Isn't Qingqing okay now? Meng Qingxue's eyes turned cold. What if I push your son into the river now and say he's fine? Would you accept that? Mang Er was speechless, choked. Old Mrs. Meng, worried for her son, hurriedly said, Then what do you want? Meng Qingxue said, First, make Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya kowtow and apologize to Qingqing. Second, give 5 taels of silver to help Qingqing recover. Otherwise, we'll report this to the authorities. Old Mrs. Meng, hearing about silver, was distressed. 5 taels? That's too much. I can't pay that. An apology is fine, but I don't have a copper coin. Meng Qingxue sneered. Can't pay? Then we'll go to the officials. When the county magistrate finds out, not only will they be exiled, but Meng Wincai's future will also be ruined. No, we can't report it. Mang Er was panicked, sweat dripping down his forehead. Make Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya immediately kneel and apologize to my brother. 5 taels of silver. Not even a copper coin less. Our family doesn't have any silver. Lu Meihua looked distressed. Meihua. Be quiet. Mang Er glared at her fiercely, then gritted his teeth. We will pay. Lu Meihua didn't say anything more. Seeing Mang Er angry, she had to stay silent. Good for nothing. Hurry up and kneel to apologize to your cousin, Mang shouted angrily. Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya were so scared they looked like they might faint. They cried and hurried to kneel in front of Meng Qingcheng, collapsing with a loud thud. I'm sorry. They knelt on the ground, heads bowed low, their voices so soft it was hard to hear. Speak louder. Did you not eat today? Meng Qingxue scolded sharply. The two boys shivered in fear, quickly lifting their heads and shouting loudly. Cousin, we're sorry. We were wrong. Meng Qingcheng looked at Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya kneeling before him. His feelings of unfairness eased significantly, replaced by a sense of pride he had never felt before. With his mother and older sister supporting him, he finally felt protected from being bullied. Apologies are done. Now it's time to pay. Meng Qingxue extended her hand, looking coldly at Meng Er. Meng Er's face turned pale and then flushed, feeling heartache, as if his heart was bleeding. 5 taels of silver. That was no small amount. But seeing Meng Qingxue's unwavering gaze and thinking about his son's future, he could only grit his teeth and swallow the bitter pill. He turned and went inside. After a while, he came out holding a small piece of broken silver. He slammed the silver into Meng Qingxue's hand, grinding his teeth as he said, Now you can leave. Meng Qingxue weighed the silver in her hand and nodded with satisfaction. She helped Meng Qingcheng up and supported Zhao Guilin, then turned around proudly and left the old Meng house. In the yard, the people from the old Meng family watched their backs leave. They trembled with anger, but couldn't say a word. The villagers watching the scene were completely shocked. Oh my, that girl from the Dashan family is so impressive, much better than Meng Qingyue, who's just a spoiled brat. Yeah. She forced the old Meng family to pay 5 taels of silver. This is the first time ever. Second brother Meng, relying on his son being a scholar, always thinks he's better than others and looks down on everyone. This Meng Qingxue is sharp-tongued and has actually made the Meng family servants obedient. Serves them right. The Meng family deserves to be taught a lesson. Today's events made me very happy. Second brother Meng's face turned pale. Everyone, our family has closed the door.
Please leave now.
The crowd then showed their disdain and left the yard. Luo Meihua clenched her teeth in anger. Mother, 5 taels of silver. She extorted 5 taels of silver from us. That's a whole month's expenses for Wenkai. Old Lady Meng was furious. That Zhao Guilin is really outrageous. She doesn't even respect me, her mother-in-law. Meng Qingnan gritted his teeth. I've suffered today, but I will get revenge. Meng Qingyao angrily said, Next time, I will make Meng Qingcheng regret it. Second brother Meng was furious. He slapped both Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya, leaving a clear handprint on their faces. It's all your fault. You too. Don't bother Meng Qingcheng anymore. Right now, your older brother's exam is coming up, and we can't have any trouble. Meng Qingnan looked innocent. Father, I understand. The 3 women left the old Meng house and returned to their thatched hut. At this moment, Meng Dashan had woken up, with red eyes and a face full of anger. Meng Qingyao's eyes were also red. She wanted to tell Meng Dashan what had happened. When Zhao Guilin entered, Meng Dashan looked guilty. Guilin, it's all my fault. I'm useless and caused my son to be bullied. From now on, Meng Dashan, will pretend I have no relatives like them. He spoke with red eyes, each word full of sorrow. This honest man, who had been simple all his life, felt a deep coldness toward his parents and brothers. Meng Qingyao's eyes were red. Mother, did they apologize to my brother? Zhao Guilin nodded. They did. Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya knelt down and apologized to Qingcheng. Meng Qingcheng nodded repeatedly. Meng Qingyao's eyes were red. Good, Qingcheng. Don't be discouraged. We've waited for this day. Zhao Guilin looked excited. Besides apologizing on their knees, they also paid us 5 taels of silver. 5 taels? Meng Dashan was completely stunned, his face full of disbelief. Is what you're saying true? 5 taels of silver. In the past, he earned less than 20 taels of silver a year at the Mang family. Even when he earned silver, it was taken by his parents to cover his second brother's debts, and he never saw a copper coin for himself. The Mang family valued silver very highly. They only took, never gave. He worked hard all his life for the old Mang family, but they wouldn't spend a penny on his medical care. He was even kicked out, left homeless and on his own. He never expected his daughter, Mang Qingxue, to step in and get compensation from Mang. That was something he never dared to imagine before. It felt like she was taking a piece of flesh from the old Mang family. Mang Qingxue placed the silver lump directly into Mang Dashan's rough, calloused hand. "Dad, look." The silver was heavy. Mang Dashan looked down at the silver lump, and his eyes suddenly turned red. A hot tear fell onto the silver. He suddenly looked up, gazing at Zhao Guilin and then at Meng Qingqing, full of guilt. His voice choked with emotion. "Haha, I was such a foolish father before. I thought obeying my parents was all there was to filial piety. Always obeying orders. Never daring to oppose. Not even daring to think for myself. This caused you, Guilin, to suffer with me. Never having a good day. Eating coarse food. Being scolded by my parents. Bullied by my second brother's family. And Qingqing, Qingyao, I neglected you all. I always thought I had to endure and keep the peace, so the second family's cruelty only worsened. Now, Meng'er's family is being too unreasonable, almost taking my son's life." Mang Dashan looked at Meng Qingyao and Meng Qingqing and said every word clearly, "Qingqing, Qingyao. When I get better and can go back to the fields, I won't let anyone bully you." Meng Qingyao's eyes filled with tears.
"Dad."
"Just having you say that is enough. Your daughter is very happy." Meng Qingqing clenched his fists. "Dad, you must take good care of yourself. As long as you're healthy, no one will dare to bully us." Mang Dashan nodded repeatedly. "I will definitely get well and make sure our family has a good life." Meng Qingxue smiled and said, "That's right, Dad. Just focus on getting better and recovering quickly." Mang Dashan carefully handed the silver to Zhao Guilin. "Child's mother, take this money. From now on, all the family's money is yours to manage. From now on, I can work in the fields. No matter how much silver I earn, not a single coin will go to the Meng family. All of it is yours." Zhao Guilin was surprised. In the past, when she was married to Mang Dashan, he would always give any money he had to the old man and the old woman. This was the first time he personally handed silver to her. Then, Meng Qingxue also quickly handed over the copper coins from selling fish. "Mother, this is the money from selling fish.
"Keep it."
From now on, all the silver in our family is yours to manage. You will be the head of the household." Head of the household, Zhao Guilin was stunned. Looking at the silver and copper coins in her hands, she nodded hard, tears unconsciously flowing again. Meng Qingxue smiled and said, all right, father, mother, today is a big day for us. Why are you crying? We should be happy. To celebrate, let's have a good meal today." "A good meal?" Meng Qingyao and Meng Qingqing's eyes lit up at the same time. "Yes," Meng Qingxue said with a smile. "Today we're making dumplings. We have flour and meat, perfect for it." "Dumplings," Meng Qingqing and Meng Qingyao cheered almost together. In the past, at Meng's house, the family that worked the hardest didn't enjoy much happiness. The second branch often ate meat, but the first and third branches mostly ate coarse food and vegetables. The last time Meng Qingqing ate dumplings was 2 or 3 years ago, and she only got to eat one. It wasn't because Menger suddenly had a conscience, but because Meng Wenkai dropped his dumpling on the ground and thought it was dirty, so he gave it to Meng Qingqing. Zhao Guilin wiped her eyes and smiled. Yes, we should celebrate. Let's start making dumplings." Meanwhile, at Old Meng's house, Old Meng carried a hoe, looking energetic as he returned from the fields. As for Meng Sanhai and his wife Lu Meiwan, they were covered in sweat and looked exhausted as they followed behind. Since Meng Dashan lost his usefulness and was driven out of the house, all the work in the fields had fallen on Meng Sanhai and his wife. Old Mang went to the fields not to work himself, but to watch Mang Sanhai and his wife work. As soon as he entered the yard, he sensed something was wrong. Old Mrs. Meng sat on the doorstep, her face dark and expressionless, wiping away tears silently. Meng looked very upset, sitting on a stool without saying a word. His wife, Lu Meihua, was inside the house, throwing things and shouting, and her curses could be faintly heard. As for Meng Qingnan and Meng Qingya, their faces bore clear slap marks, and they huddled in the corner, too scared to make a sound. What's going on? Old Mr. Meng frowned. Everyone looks like they've been hit by firecrackers. Who upset you? Old Mrs. Meng gritted her teeth. Old man, you're finally back. Our family has been bullied to the door. We can't live like this. Lu Meihua also rushed out of the house, crying loudly. Father, the family from the main house is just a bunch of ungrateful people. They extorted 5 taels of silver from us. 5 taels. What? Old Mr. Meng's hoe dropped to the ground with a clatter. He stared wide-eyed. 5 taels? What's going on? Explain clearly. Meng Sanhai and Lu Meiwan looked at each other, some disbelief in their eyes. Meng clenched his teeth and recounted everything that happened today, exactly as it was. Of course, in his story, Meng Qingxua was portrayed as a smooth-talking troublemaker. Zhao Guilin was described as a disrespectful mother-in-law and a troublemaker stirring her daughter up. Their family was portrayed as victims, forced to endure injustice for the sake of their future and reputation. After hearing this, old Mr. Meng's beard bristled with anger, and his face turned bright red. This is outrageous. Truly outrageous. The eldest family is trying to defy heaven. For a half-dead boy, they dare to come and extort their uncle and make their own nephew kneel. Does Meng Dashan still see me as his father? Does Zhao Guilin, that troublemaker, still see us as elders? That's right, Dad. Lu Meihua immediately added fuel to the fire. That Meng Qingxua is even worse. She's using some nonsense law to scare people. Meng Qingnan also cried and complained. Grandpa, that Meng Qingxua is so bad. She even said she'd take us to see officials, get 50 big lashes, and exile us. Old Mr. Meng, hearing this, was furious. He pointed at Meng Er's nose and scolded him. You're useless. You're supposed to be a man, but you're scared by a young girl. 5 taels of silver, and you just gave it away? You've brought shame to our Meng family. All your books, you've read them to the dogs. Meng was scolded so badly that he couldn't lift his head. Feeling wronged, he said, Father, I don't know what to do. That girl is accusing Wen Kai at the provincial exam. If she really reports it to the officials and causes trouble with the county magistrate, no matter what the final verdict is, Wen Kai's reputation will be ruined. Will he still be able to take the exam? When Meng mentioned Wen Kai, old Meng suddenly fell silent. His grandson's future was the only hope for their family to bring honor to their ancestors. They absolutely couldn't let anything go wrong. After a long pause, he finally stomped his foot angrily. This Meng Dashan is really ungrateful. An unfilial son. From now on, I disown him. A flicker of cruelty crossed Meng Er's eyes. He whispered, Father, don't get angry yet. I'll remember this. A gentleman takes revenge after 10 years. Once when Kai finishes his exam, I will slowly settle the score with them. When the time comes, I want them to pay back everything they took, with interest. Old Mrs. Meng also stopped crying and said fiercely, Yes. We can't just let this go. When Wen Kai becomes a successful candidate, we'll see how we deal with them. We'll make their whole family kneel before us and beg for mercy. It was late at night. The small thatched house of the Meng family had already turned off the lights. Meng Dashan and Meng Qingcheng continued sleeping inside, while Meng Qingxue, Meng Qingyao, and Zhao Guilin slept outside. Their even breathing could be heard one after another. Everyone was already asleep. Especially Meng Qingcheng and Meng Qingyao, who had eaten the long-awaited meat dumplings today, felt very satisfied and slept very soundly. However, Meng Qingxue was not asleep. Her eyes opened quietly, bright and clear, with no trace of sleepiness. She listened carefully for a moment, confirming that her family was deeply asleep, then gently sat up. She didn't light a lamp. Holding a wooden bucket, she quietly slipped out of the house. She walked straight to a hidden spot behind the thatched house, where there was a pile of messy firewood and 2 small trees that could block others' view. Meng Qingxue took a deep breath and silently whispered, "Enter." In an instant, she entered the space of the longevity lock. After a few attempts to explore, she roughly understood some rules of the space. Her consciousness could enter the space at any time without restriction, and she could control some things inside, such as using her mind to take the spiritual spring or black soil from within the space. You can also store items within a 1-meter radius into the space. Additionally, her physical body can enter the space, but there are strict time limits. She can only enter once a day, and each time she can stay for about an incense stick's worth of time. When the time is up, she will be forcibly expelled. Thinking about the last time she took a bath and was suddenly pushed out of the space, even lying there without clothes next to Meng Qingyao, made her feel a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, she wasn't discovered. So this time, she was very careful and planned to enter the space from outside. Even if she gets pushed out again, she won't have to face her family openly. Time was tight, and Meng Qingxue didn't dare to delay. She quickly placed the new wooden bucket by the spring, then used her mind to make the clear spring water flow out automatically, filling the bucket quickly. Then, without hesitation, she quickly took off her patched rough cloth clothes, revealing her fairer skin. The spiritual spring water washed over her body, cold but very refreshing. "I want to take a bath." Turtles fall over. Splash, splash. Just as she was enjoying her bath, a strong feeling of rejection suddenly came from all directions. Oh no! The time was up. Meng Qingxue's heart jumped, and she suddenly opened her eyes. She knew she was about to be expelled from the space. She had just picked up her clothes and hadn't had time to put them on when, in the next moment, the world spun.
Swish.
Meng Qingxue felt her vision blur, and when she regained her senses, she was back by the firewood pile. The night breeze blew, and her bare skin immediately got goosebumps. Wow, that was close, Meng Qingxue cursed silently. Sure enough, she was pushed out again. She hadn't finished her bath and hadn't even had time to dry herself. Meng Qingxue didn't dare to delay and hurriedly grabbed her clothes, ignoring the water droplets on her body. At that moment, a sleepy voice suddenly came from the thatched hut. "Qingxue, are you outside?" It was Zhao Guilan's voice. Meng Qingxue's heart skipped a beat, almost jumping out of her throat. Oh no! Her mother woke up. If she was caught naked, it would be too embarrassing. Without thinking, she quickly pulled her clothes over her head. Fortunately, the old-fashioned clothes were made of many layers. Even if they were not worn neatly, as long as the outer garment was fastened, it was hard to see any big problems in the dark. "Mother, it's me." Meng Qingxue hurriedly tied her belt while replying, "I went to the bathroom. It's dark outside. Do you want me to come with you?" "No need." "All right, then I won't get up. I'm done. I'm going back to the house now." Early morning, by the river, Zhao Guilan and her 4 family members started to lift the fish traps. In about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they finished lifting all 15 traps. A rough count showed there were 24 big bass, about the size of a palm. There were also over 20 crucian carp, for eels, more than 10 crabs, and about 7 or 8 large river prawns. Besides these, there was a surprising catch, a big carp weighing about 3 or 4 jin. However, Meng Qingxue felt a little regretful because they didn't catch any soft-shelled turtles. Turtles are more valuable, but they are rare to find. After placing the fish traps back into the water with bait, the family happily left the riverbank. No one noticed a pair of cold, watchful eyes hidden in the distant woods, staring at them motionlessly. This was Lu Erden, a troublemaker in the village. Lu Erden woke up early today, planning to steal a chicken from Widow Li at the east end of the village. But on the way, he saw Zhao Guilan and her daughters hurriedly heading to the river. Curious, he secretly followed them. What he saw next was a scene he would never forget. Meng Qingxue was pulling out one fish-filled trap after another from the river. Inside, there were not only fat bass but also lively crabs and even plump eels. Most people rarely catch such fish from this river. He was very curious about how Meng Qingshue's family managed to catch so many fish with these traps. After a while, his attention shifted from the fish traps to Meng Qingxue herself. She looked lively and fresh, with very fair skin. If only he could get close to her. He licked his dry lips and started to scheme. A wicked thought slowly formed in his mind. Meng Qingxue and Meng Qingyao finished breakfast and went to the town to sell fish. As usual, they left along a small path, trying not to be seen by others. After all, if others found out about this business, there would be people copying them. Soon, some might become jealous and cause trouble. In the past, they carried a single wooden bucket together. This time, there were 2 buckets for the fish, so Meng Qingxue and Meng Qingyao took turns carrying them. They walked quickly and, in less than an hour, could see the outline of the town in the distance. Just as they left the small path and prepared to walk onto the main road, a figure suddenly darted out from the side and blocked their way. "Hey, aren't these 2 lovely girls from the Meng family? Where are you rushing off to?" a slick voice called out. Meng Qingxue and Meng Qingyao both stopped and looked up. They saw a young man in his early 20s standing in the middle of the road. He had a pointed face, slanted eyes that darted around, and wore old, ill-fitting clothes. He had a crooked smile and looked like a troublemaker. Meng Qingyao was stunned. This was Lu Erden, a troublemaker in the village. Meng Qingyao's face turned pale when she recognized him, and she instinctively stepped back behind Meng Qingxue. Meng Qingxue frowned slightly, noticing her sister trembling behind her. She turned her head and lowered her voice. "Who is this person?"
He's
Lu Erden from the village," Meng Qingyao replied. She almost cried as she said, "Sister, he's a troublemaker. He often steals chickens and does shady things. Are you afraid of him?" Meng Qingxue asked with a frown. Meng Qingyao bit her lip, her eyes red, and nodded. "Last summer, I was washing clothes by the river. He came over and tried to touch me, said some nasty things. Luckily, our father came back with a hoe and scared him away. So that's what happened." A cold feeling rose in Meng Qingshue's heart. She patted her sister's hand and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Today I'll settle this old score for you." Thinking of her sister's fighting spirit, Meng Qingyao's panic eased a little. She nodded firmly. The secret whispers between the sisters made Lu Erden very annoyed. He casually shouted, "Hey, I'm talking to you. What are you whispering about?" "Do you think I'm dead?" Meng Qingxue coldly said. "Where we go is none of your business." He chuckled mischievously. "This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to pass, you have to pay a toll." Meng Qingxue was amused and angry at the same time. Lu Erden had a funny side. "Hey, in broad daylight, you still want to stop us and rob us?" Lu Erden's eyes narrowed as he looked at the 2 large buckets the sisters were carrying. He licked his lips and grinned creepily. "I give you 2 choices. Either leave what's in these buckets, or, haha, stay and keep me company." His gaze wandered freely over Meng Qingxue, as if he wanted to strip her with his eyes. Meng Qingshue's expression cooled down. "Do you still want my body?" "Of course." Lu Erden's courage grew. He stepped closer and started speaking dirty words. "Little girl, if you're smart, take your sister and serve me together. I heard you used to be a rich girl in the city, so you probably know how different it is from the village girls. Haha, I've slept with younger girls before, and older ones too. But I've never touched a city girl like you." Meng Qingyao trembled with anger, but was too scared to speak. Meng Qingxue smiled instead of getting angry. "Lu Erden, how about we make a bet?" Lu Erden was surprised, not understanding her idea. "A bet? What about?" "Just bet that you'll have to change your name soon," Meng Qingxue said with a mischievous smile. "Ha ha ha. That's a big joke." Lu Erden laughed loudly, almost falling over. "I won't change my name or my surname.
I'm Lu Erdan."
You see, his laughter suddenly stopped. Because as soon as Meng Qingxue finished speaking, she moved. Without wasting words, she quickly lifted her leg and, with a swift, precise kick, aimed right at his most sensitive spot between his legs. "Isn't your name Lu Erden? Now I'll make you call me Lu Sidon." A loud, piercing scream that didn't sound like a human voice suddenly rang out. Lu Erden tightly covered his private parts, trembling and rolling on the ground. Poof! Behind him, Meng Qingyao couldn't hold back her laughter and covered her mouth to smile. The fear and frustration from earlier disappeared completely after that kick. She looked at her sister's back, her eyes shining with admiration. Meng Qingxue turned around, winked at her, and seriously advised, "Remember, second sister. If you meet someone rude and mean again, don't waste words. Aim carefully and kick him hard. Make sure he keeps his distance from you in the future." Red-faced, Meng Qingyao nodded firmly. "Let's go sell fish," Meng Qingxue said, lifting her basket confidently and walking on. The two sisters bypassed Lu Erden, who was rolling on the ground, and continued toward the town. After a while, Lu Erden's screams gradually stopped. He curled up on the ground, took a long breath, and shakily got up, supporting himself with his hands. The sharp, stabbing pain made him doubt whether he was truly useless. That brat. She was really ruthless. Just wait and see. No, I can't beat her alone. A sneaky look appeared in Lu Erden's eyes. I need to find a Biao and air Bang. No matter what, I will settle this girl in the wilds today. Let her see what happens when you offend me. Meng Qingxue and Meng Qingyao carried their baskets and quickly arrived at the town. They knew the way well and went straight to the back door of Fumin Lu. Before knocking, a sharp-eyed young servant saw them and immediately greeted with a big smile.
"Oh,
The Meng family girls are here. Come in quickly, come in." The young servant's attitude was even more respectful and enthusiastic than last time. He took Meng Qingxue's basket and shouted loudly, "Boss, guests have arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, Manager Wang hurried out from inside. "Miss Meng, I've been waiting for you." Seeing the two large wooden tubs, his eyes lit up. "Quick, bring them in so I can see today's catch." Master Wang looked into the bucket and immediately smiled happily. He saw that in the bucket, several small bass fish, about the size of a palm, were packed tightly together, full of energy. In another bucket, a few yellow eels curled up and many lively crucian carp were jumping around. Meng Qingyao opened a bag, which was tied up with crabs inside. "Good, good." Master Wang kept praising and quickly called a helper to help count the fish and crabs. The kitchen became busy, with water pouring and fish and shrimp splashing everywhere. Holding his account book, Master Wang cheerfully said to Meng Qingxue, "Miss Meng, let me do the math for you. These bass fish, about the size of a palm, are exactly 24 in number. As usual, one costs 10 coins, so that's 240 coins. These 4 yellow eels plus more than a dozen big crabs are all quite large. I'll round it up to 120 coins. Meng Qingxue nodded. She thought the price was okay. Master Wang paused, pointing at the remaining crucian carp, looking a bit hesitant. As for these crucian carp, there are about 20 or so, weighing a little over 5 jin. Miss, I'll charge you 5 coins for all of them. How does that sound? 5 coins. Meng Qingxue was surprised and frowned. Master Wang, why are these crucian carp so cheap? Only 1 coin per jin. She was confused. These crucian carp were quite big and lively, so why were they worth so little? Master Wang saw her puzzled look and quickly explained with a smile, "Miss Meng, you don't know. Here in Ling City, near Ling River, the fish in the river aren't very hard to catch, but the most common ones are crucian carp, and blackfish. These fish are okay to eat, but they have many bones and a plain taste. People in town sometimes catch a few, so their price doesn't go up. Not to mention, sometimes you can buy a big bag of these for just a few coins." He pointed to the bass and continued, "The real valuable fish are these bass. Even the average fisherman might not catch many in a day. So, naturally, their price is higher." Meng Qingxue suddenly understood. She finally realized why there were rarely fishermen specifically fishing by the river. It turns out most of the fish in the river aren't worth much. Even after a hard day of catching dozens of pounds of crucian carp, she couldn't sell many for a few coins, which wasn't worth the effort. Her real income came from the spiritual spring water and black mud inside the longevity lock space, not from the fish baskets. Because she used these things as bait, she could catch rarer fish like bass and crabs. Once she understood this, Meng Qingxue felt much calmer. Shopkeeper Wang added, "Miss, think about it. If all the fish in this river were valuable, wouldn't every family along the river become fishermen? No one would bother farming. Thank you for explaining, I understand now," Meng Qingxue said with a relieved smile. "All right then. Base costs 240 coins, eels and crabs 120 coins, crucian carp 5 coins. Total is 365 coins. Miss Meng, please choose." He took 3 silver coins from his purse, counted out 65 copper coins, packed them in a small cloth bag, and handed it to her. Meng Qingxue's eyes lit up as she took the money. She was about to leave when the shopkeeper called her back. "Miss Meng, wait a moment. Please, shopkeeper." "Miss, I trust your fishing skills." Shopkeeper Wang leaned in closer. "I want to ask if you can get soft-shell turtles." "Soft-shell turtles?" Meng Qingxue's heart moved.
Yes.
The bigger, the better. Honestly, a noble came to the county and specifically asked for soft-shell turtle soup. The county magistrate ordered us to help find some. But these turtles are even harder to find than base. Our fishermen here can't manage it. Now, the price for these turtles has skyrocketed. He held up 5 fingers. "Let me put it this way. If you can bring me a wild turtle the size of a wash basin, Fu Man Lu, will pay you this much." 5 taels of silver? Meng Qingxue gasped, covering her mouth. 5 taels of silver is no small amount. Exactly. Shopkeeper Wang nodded heavily. 5 taels of shiny silver.
No tricks.
Even if it's a smaller one, as long as you have it, it's fine. Turtle. I once caught one myself, but not recently. Meng Qingxue nodded. Shopkeeper Wang, these turtles are hard to find. I can only try my best and can't promise anything. Of course, Shopkeeper Wang agreed eagerly. Just remember this, girl. If you really find one, make sure to be the first to bring it to Fumin Building. Definitely, Meng Qingxue promised seriously. The 2 sisters said goodbye to Shopkeeper Wang and left Fumin Building. They left Sanhe Town and entered a mountain trail. Meng Qingyao couldn't help but whisper, "Sister, 5 taels of silver. If we really catch another big turtle, that would be so great." Meng Qingxue smiled and patted her head. "That day will come." Meng Qingyao suddenly looked worried. "Big sister, will Lu Erden come back to bother us?" Meng Qingxue laughed. "If he dares to come, I'll kick him again." Meng Qingyao's face turned red. They talked and laughed as they walked along the quiet path they had come from. Just as they turned a corner, 3 figures suddenly appeared ahead, blocking their way again. Leading the group was Lu Erden, who had been kicked to the ground earlier. He was still hunched over, face pale, but his eyes were full of hatred. Behind him, 2 rough-looking men followed. One had a black mole on his chin and a face full of scars. The other had crooked teeth and a mischievous, leering smile. The 3 of them completely blocked the sisters' path. Meng Qingyao's smile froze instantly, turning pale. She tightly grabbed Meng Qingxue's arm, trembling.
Sister.
That's Li Dabi from Li Village and Zhao Erbong from Zhao Village. She recognized the 2 men behind Lu Erden, trembling with fear. They're all troublemakers from nearby villages, known for being bullies and ruffians. Meng Qingxue looked at the 3 men, her heart sinking. She quietly protected Meng Qingyao behind her and whispered soothingly, "Don't be afraid." Meng Qingyao took a deep breath and nodded heavily. "Yes, with sister here, I'm not afraid." Lu Erden, holding his still aching lower body, hobbled forward and pointed at Meng Qingxue, sneering at the 2 men beside him. "Brother Dabiao, Brother Erbong, it's this little troublemaker. She's got a wild temper, almost hurt me just now." Then he pointed at Meng Qingxue's face and laughed loudly. "You're finished. You're done for." Li Dabiao, who had a mole on his chin, looked at Meng Qingxue with sharp eyes. Seeing how fair and delicate Meng Qingxue was, he sneered coldly. "Wow, what a fiery little girl. But I like that kind of energy. No wonder she's a spoiled girl from the city. Her figure and skin are way better than a village girl." Zhao Erbong also chuckled lewdly, even licking his lips. Hee, soft and smooth skin, looks slippery. I like it. Later, I'll make sure to treat you well. Mang Qingxue pushed her sister back and tightly gripped her broomstick, looking coldly at them. In broad daylight, in front of everyone. What are you trying to do? What do you mean? Li Dabiao pulled out a shiny dagger from his pocket and twirled it in his hand. The blade gleamed in the sunlight. He pointed the dagger at Mang Qingxue with a fierce look. What do we want? Naturally. To steal your money. To take your body. Lu Erden chimed in with a spiteful look. You wicked woman, hand over the fish money you just sold. Then come with us to that hill over there and roll around. If we're satisfied, maybe we'll let you go. Mang Qingxue's eyes flickered. How do you know we went to sell fish? Humph. Don't think I don't know. Lu Erden boasted proudly. I saw everything this morning. You were by the river collecting fish baskets. That basket was full. More than 20 base. With those 2 baskets, you could sell for at least 300 coins in Fumanlu in town. Try and trick me. So that's it. Mang Qingxue's heart sank. The worst fear had come true. The secret of her fish baskets had been discovered by this thug. If it got out, others might follow suit. When they heard about the 300 coins, Li Dabiao and Zhao Erbang's eyes lit up. Over 300 coins, Zhao Erbang's crooked teeth showed as he grinned. Does that mean each of us 3 brothers can get over 100 coins? More than that, Li Dabiao greedily licked his lips. And these 2 lively little girls. Today is really our lucky day. We have money and women. The 3 of them looked at each other and burst into reckless, wild laughter. It seemed that the sisters Mang Qingxue and Meng Qingyao were already at their mercy. Meng Qingyao was so scared, she felt weak all over, tears welling up in her eyes. If she lost her innocence, how could she get married in the future? A woman's most important thing in this world is her reputation. At this tense moment, a hint of teasing flickered in Meng Qingxue's eyes. She loosened her grip on the stick, showing a look of panic and fear, and her voice softened. She gently said to Li Dabiao, who was holding a dagger, Big brother, please don't point the knife at me. I'm scared. Her tearful, helpless look made Li Dabiao feel weak in the knees.
You.
If you want to, go to the hillside. Meng Qingxue timidly raised her eyes, her watery gaze fixed on Li Dabiao, biting her lip.
Then.
Let's go over there together. Please don't hurt my sister. He. Li Dabiao's soul seemed to be almost drawn away, and he even drooled. He grinned lecherously and said, That's more like it. Those who know the times are wise. Little lady, don't worry. As long as you make your brother comfortable, I'll look after you in the future. Big sister. No. Meng Qingyao cried out, unable to believe her usually strong sister would give in. Lu Erden and Zhao Obong sneered with contempt. Ha. You little brat, thought you had some backbone, Lu Erden mocked. Just now, you were pretending with me. As soon as you saw a knife, you immediately softened. Now you're going to the hillside with Big Brother Biao. Zhao Obong also cheered, Big Brother Biao, you better work hard. Let's see how city girls roll on the hillside. Mang Qingxue ignored their mockery. She timidly walked up to Li Dabiao and even gently reached out her delicate finger, lightly touching his chin. Li Big Brother. Shall we go roll now? Yes. Let's go and roll. Li Dabiao was so captivated by her flirtation that he lost himself in a dreamy fantasy, his eyes unfocused. Right then, in the moment Li Dabiao was distracted, Meng Qingxue's gentle and fragile appearance disappeared completely, replaced by a cold and sharp expression. Her movements were quick as lightning. She flipped her wrist precisely, grabbing the knife-wielding hand of Li Dabiao and twisting it forcefully. Li Dabiao cried out in pain, loosening his grip. The dagger fell into Meng Qingxue's hand. Before he could react, Meng Qingxue grabbed the handle of the knife with her other hand, then raised her foot and kicked hard at Li Dabiao's plump backside. Get lost! I'm going to make you roll down the hill. Li Dabiao screamed painfully and tumbled down the hillside beside the road. The hill was about 10 meters high, but not very steep, covered with weeds and bushes, so it wasn't deadly. However, Li Dabiao rolled all the way down, hitting stones and bruising his face, scratched by branches, until he finally crashed into a tree with a loud thud and lay at the bottom, crying out in pain. It was a terrible sight. Meng Qingxue, holding the dagger, turned around and smiled brightly at Lu Erden and Zhao Obong, who were completely stunned. Hee, I didn't think there really was a strange rule about rolling down hills. But it's okay, I have a kind heart and will help you. Since you want to roll down the hill, I will help you too. Meng Qingyao suddenly understood that her sister was pretending to be weak on purpose, just to get the dagger. She was surprised and happy, looking at her sister with admiration.
You.
Lu Erden and Zhao Obong backed away in fear. They never expected that a seemingly fragile girl could be so cunning and ruthless when fighting. Don't you want to see Li De Biao roll down the hill? Meng Qingshue's eyes fixed on Lu Erden. I'm going to send you to join him. You're so annoying. Before she finished speaking, she quickly stepped forward and delivered a clean, sharp flying knee. Lu Erden, already injured, had no time to dodge. He followed Li De Biao's example, screaming as he rolled down the same path and collided with Li De Biao at the bottom of the hill, both suffering a terrible fall. On the hill, only Zhao Obong, the crooked-toothed man, was left standing alone, looking at Meng Qingshu trembling. This is not a delicate young lady from the city. Clearly, she is a fierce and ruthless person. Meng Qingshu stepped closer, skillfully flipping her dagger to show a beautiful pattern, then waved the sharp tip in front of him with a gentle smile. Now, it's your turn. Tell me, do you want me to kick you down the hill, or do you want to roll yourself? Zhao Obong looked at the tragic state of his two brothers below, and then at the cold glinting dagger in Meng Qingshu's hand. He was so scared that he knelt down with a loud thud. Miss! Heroine! I was wrong. I'll roll myself. I'll roll myself. After saying that, he rolled and crawled to the edge of the hill, closed his eyes, hugged his head, and curled up into a ball, then rolled down the slope. The three of them collided and screamed loudly. Hey, I really am a good person. Now I've fulfilled your wish to roll down the hill. Wow. There are all kinds of strange requests in this world. Meng Qingyao chuckled softly. Watching the three ruffians crying and hugging each other at the bottom of the hill, Meng Qingshu happily put away her dagger, secretly storing it in her space. She walked over to Meng Qingyao, who was already staring blankly, and said with a smile, Let's go, little sister. Time to go home. Seeing Meng Qingshu and Meng Qingyao leave, at the bottom of the hill, Li Dabiao grimaced and rubbed his butt, cursing loudly. Damn it. That little brat dared to play tricks on me. Not only did she steal my dagger, but she also made me roll down the hill. If I don't get revenge, how can I survive in town? Ouch. That hurts so much. Crooked-toothed Zhao Obong wailed nearby. When he rolled down, he hit his front teeth, and now he spoke with a lisp. Brother Dabiao, that girl is too fierce, full of thorns.
But,
I like this kind of excitement. Lu Erden covered his stomach, eyes fierce. A yellow-haired girl dares to mock us three brothers. We can't just swallow this anger. We must get even. The three cursed each other angrily while trembling from the pain. Li Dabiao spat angrily. Easy to say. How can we get even? That little brat is skilled. Both of us, big men, lost to her. Lu Erden sneered coldly. We can't do it openly, but we can do it secretly. Since those two young women don't know their place and refuse to accept our kindness, we will visit them tonight to teach them a lesson. Elder Zhao's eyes lit up, but he hesitated a moment. Tonight? Won't we get caught? Don't worry about that. Lu Erden looked proud. I know that village very well. Their house is right by the river, far from the village, with no neighbors around. Their father, Meng Dashan, is very sick and can't move. Only his wife, two young girls, and a small child are at home. If we sneak over, it will be easy to handle them. Li Dabiao licked his lips and smiled. All right, let's do it. Tonight, we'll quietly tie up those two girls. Zhao Obong was excited, rubbing his hands and grinning mischievously. If Meng Qingxue dares to scheme against us, we'll show her and her sick parents what happens when you cross us. Everyone laughed. Meng Qingxue carried a basket in front, with Meng Qingyao following behind, her eyes shining with admiration. She still remembered the thrilling scene earlier. Her sister first acted weak, using a few soft words to scare Li Dabiao, who was fierce and intimidating. Then, with quick moves, she made him run away. She also easily subdued Lu Erden and Zhao Obong. It was so impressive. Unlike the older sister she knew before, this sister gave her real feelings of safety now. Sis, you were so amazing just now. Mang Qingyao was full of admiration. I was so nervous. I thought you might really get hurt. Mang Qingxue smiled. Silly girl. Even though Li Dabiao has a knife, I can fight him. But fighting alone isn't enough. If I get hurt, what will happen to you? Tears welled up in Mang Qingyao's eyes. So, sister, you and Li Dabiao are just pretending. All for me. She was very touched. Mang Qingxue smiled and said, You're my good sister. I will protect you all my life. Big sister. The two sisters talked as they quickly returned to the thatched house by the river. They entered the house. Mang Qingyao called out, Mom, we're back.
Xue, Yaya, you be back.
Did you sell all the fish? Zhao Guilin said happily. Mang Qingxue smiled and took a heavy cloth bag from her arms, handing it to Zhao Guilin. Mom, look. Zhao Guilin took the bag and opened it to check. 3 coins of silver. And dozens of copper coins. So much. Her voice trembled slightly. She couldn't believe her eyes. Mang Qingyao smiled and said, Yes, 3 coins of silver and 65 copper coins. Big sister said we still have rice and flour at home, so we didn't spend a single coin. Zhao Guilin sighed happily. I never thought our fish-selling business would get better and better each day. Mang Qingxing patted his chest proudly. Mom, I also contributed. I was the one who made 2 baskets. Zhao Guilin chuckled. Yes. Qingxing's help is also very important. Mang Dashan also looked impressed. Good, good. Ever since Shuer came to our family, life has changed a lot. Things are looking up. Zhao Guilin sighed. I never thought fishing could make so much money. If it keeps going like this, we won't have to worry about money anymore. But Mang Dashan frowned and looked at Meng Shui, asking suspiciously, It's strange. When I was healthier before, I also went to the river during the off-season to fish, but I only caught a few decent fish after a whole day, and they didn't sell for much. Why is that? Father, Manager Wang said that the most valuable fish are the bass that sister catches. One can sell for 10 coins. Mang Qingxue hurried to explain. The carp and crucian carp we usually see only sell for 1 coin per gene, so they're not worth much. Oh, I see. Mang Dashan suddenly understood. I see now. The fish I caught before were mostly carp and grass carp. No wonder they didn't sell for much. Father, Mother, Manager Wang also said that the most valuable is the soft-shelled turtle. Mang Qingxue gestured to show its size. He said a turtle as big as a wash basin is worth 5 taels of silver. A few days ago, he said 2 taels, but today it's risen to 5 taels of silver. Zhao Guilin and Meng Dashan gasped in shock. Meng Dashan suddenly remembered something and looked at Mang Qingxue. That thing I ate a few days ago. Dad, what you ate was a small soft-shelled turtle, not worth much. Mang Qingxue smiled to comfort him. Shopkeeper Wang said it was a big turtle, but we've never caught one in our fish trap. Maybe our trap opening is too small, so the big turtle can't get in. Zhao Guilin pondered and casually said, The trap opening is too small. Mang Qingxue was stunned, then suddenly understood. Yes. How did she not think of this? Her fish traps were made to catch small fish and shrimp, with small openings. Long, thin base could squeeze in, and crabs and eels could barely get through. Even small turtles could get in. But a round, plump turtle the size of a basin, with a hard shell, how could it fit? The problem was right here. Mom, I know what's going on now. Mang Qingxue clapped her thigh, her eyes bright. It's because the trap opening is too small. Without delay, she made a decision. She pulled Meng Qingyao and Meng Qingqing aside. Come on. Today we won't do anything else. We'll make a few big-mouth fish traps, just for catching the big guys. Meng Qingqing and Meng Qingyao listened and got excited. They believed whatever their sister said. By sunset, 5 brand-new fish traps with noticeably larger openings were finally finished. Mang Qingxue happily put special bait into the traps. Before it got too dark, she went alone to the river, sinking each new trap into the deep water spots she had chosen earlier. After finishing everything, she smiled gently and turned to walk home. She didn't notice that just across the river, hidden in the reeds, 3 pairs of resentful eyes were staring fiercely at her back. Meng Qingcheng was cooking fire and drooling at the same time. When Meng Qingxue finished releasing the fish trap, the family sat around a small square table to have dinner. "Mom, these plain wheat cakes may not taste as good as dumplings, but soaking them in fish soup makes them smell so wonderful." Meng Qingqing ate small bites happily, a look of happiness on his face. Meng Yaoyao also touched her slightly swollen belly and sighed. "Mom, I used to go 3 days without eating, but now I feel full every meal. Life feels like a dream." Deshaun Meng leaned against the bed and drank a bowl of fish soup, feeling a warm flow spread from his stomach, making him feel very comfortable. He also sighed. "I feel stronger every day. I used to cough up blood often, but these days I hardly cough at all. This is all thanks to Qingxue." Zhao Guilin scooped some fish meat into Meng Qingxue's bowl, her eyes full of love. Meng Qingxue smiled warmly inside. This simple, real family warmth was something she had never experienced in her previous life. In her past life, when she was young, her mother died in a car accident while saving her. Her father was so grief-stricken that he drank every day and eventually jumped off a bridge, ending his life. She became a lonely orphan. Fate was strange. Zhao Guilin looked quite similar to her mother from her previous life. And Deshaun Meng resembled her father from her past life. And she herself was the daughter of Zhao Guilin and Deshaun Meng. She enjoyed this life and was determined to use her abilities to protect this hard-earned happiness. Suddenly, there was a faint knocking at the door outside. The family was stunned. It was almost dark. Who could be coming at this time? "Who is it?" Zhao Guilin asked cautiously and got up to go to the door. There was no response outside. She frowned, unlatched the door bolt, and saw 2 small, thin figures standing outside. Zhao Guilin was surprised when she recognized them. They were 2 ragged little girls, very thin, with pale yellow faces, standing shyly at the door. The older girl was about the same age as Meng Yaoyao, and the younger one was about Meng Qingqing's size. Their facial features looked quite similar to the children of the Meng family.
Is it
Qingmei and Qinglan? Zhao Guilin's heart suddenly ached. "Why did you come here?" The visitors are Meng Sanhai's 2 daughters, Meng Qingmei and Meng Qinglan. When they heard Zhao Guilin call their names, the 2 children couldn't hold back any longer. They burst into tears with a loud, "Wow," wiping their tears and crying softly. "Auntie." Meng Qingmei sniffled and said, "My sister and I haven't eaten anything all day. Lan is almost starving." Meng Qinglan cried so hard she was gasping for air. Zhao Guilin was worried. "What? You haven't eaten all day? Where are your parents?" "Our grandfather and grandmother won't let us eat, and second uncle scolded us for being useless, saying mean things," Meng Qingmei said through tears. Meng Qinglan, feeling even more wronged, stretched out her thin arms and whispered, "Second and also pinched us and called us bad names." Hearing this, Meng Qingshue's eyebrows immediately furrowed into a knot. A cold feeling rose from her heart. No need to ask, this must be the result of her causing trouble at the old house yesterday. That family from the old Meng house, they dare not hurt her, so they took out all their anger on the most honest and helpless family of her 3rd uncle, especially these 2 poor little girls. This family is truly rotten to the core. At this moment, she suddenly understood the resentment in the original Lu Qingyue's heart. She probably also lived under someone else's roof, bullied and suffering, in a water and fire situation. Zhao Guilin quickly pulled Meng Qinglan's arm, noticing the bruises and scars on her delicate arm, full of alarming marks from being pinched. Her anger flared up instantly. She scolded bitterly. That Menger family is just too much. Their 3rd son works so hard for them, and they treat his daughter like this? They're just animals. On the bed, Meng Dashan was also angry, his chest rising and falling. The 2nd family is too reckless. Zhao Guilin, feeling distressed, pulled the two children into the house. Quick, come inside. Don't stand at the door. Come, sit with Auntie. First, eat something to fill your stomach. Mang Qingcheng, being very sensible, stood up from her small stool and took Meng Qinglan's hand. Lan, her sister, sit here with me. Meng Qingyao also got up and moved her seat aside. Mei, her sister, you sit here and eat. Two shy girls didn't know where to put their hands or feet and kept crying. Meng Qingxua looked at them with a gentle gaze. You are the children of Uncle Three, right?
Don't just stand there. Sit down.
Sit, Zhao Guilan quickly introduced. This is your sister Qingxi. Also, the daughter your aunt just found back. Meng Qingmei and Meng Qinglan looked at Meng Qingxua shyly. Big sister. Meng Qingxua smiled and nodded. You two younger sisters, please sit down. Meng Qingmei and Meng Qinglan exchanged a hesitant look and sat down slowly. Don't be shy. Here at Uncle's house, it's just like your own home. Eat freely, Meng Dashan said kindly. Zhao Guilan immediately served each of them a big bowl of fish soup and brought 2 warm white flour pancakes. The 2 girls were very hungry. They held their bowls, ignoring the heat, and sipped the soup and ate the pancakes little by little. Tears fell like beads that had broken loose. They thought Uncle and Aunt had left Meng's house and wouldn't care about them anymore. But unexpectedly, they ate food different from what they had at Meng's house. The fish soup was so fresh, and the white pancakes were so fragrant. At old Meng's house, they couldn't even smell such delicious aroma. Looking at the food on Uncle's table and thinking about their own home, they felt both envy and sadness. Both girls only ate 1 pancake and drank 1 bowl of soup, then put down their bowls and refused to eat more. Meng Qingxua looked at them, feeling a bit touched. These 2 cousins were surprisingly sensible. Although they hadn't eaten enough, they endured because they were afraid of causing trouble for Uncle's family. Eat some more. You're not full yet, Zhao Guilan said tenderly. But Meng Qingmei shook her head and whispered, Auntie, we're full. Uncle, and you have had a hard time too. We are already happy to have this hot meal. No matter how Zhao Guilan urged, they refused to eat more. Meng Qingxua thought for a moment, took a clean handkerchief, carefully wrapped the remaining 4 white pancakes on the table, and handed them to Meng Qingmei. Meng Qingmei was startled and quickly refused. Big sister, this isn't right. Take it. Meng Qingxua held her hand and lowered her voice. Over the past few days, Uncle San and Aunt San's days must also have been difficult, perhaps even hungry. Take this back and share it with them to eat. Hearing this, Meng Qingmei's tears welled up again. She tightly clutched the warm bun, nodded heavily, and choked out, Thank you, big sister. After sending off the 2 children, the atmosphere in the house became a bit heavy. Meng Dashan sighed deeply, his eyes darkening.
No wonder
Qingyue doesn't want to see me. I used to think she was unkind for not visiting me, but now I realize it's because I didn't treat her well. She must have suffered a lot at the old house, just like those 2 children. I used to be confused and felt guilty, thinking she was unkind for not coming to see her father. Now I see. I was wrong. I let her suffer. When mentioning Lu Qingyue, Meng Qingyao's face suddenly looked unhappy. She bit her lip and couldn't help but speak. Dad, don't think like that. The real hardship at the old house was for us, not her. Meng Dashan was surprised. Yaoer, what are you talking about? Dad, you don't know. Meng Qingyao's eyes turned red. Although Lu Qingyue was also scolded at the old house, she relied on being the eldest sister and flattering the grandparents and second uncle. She always bullied me and my brother. Second uncle's Meng Wenkai stole our things, and she not only didn't help but also helped Meng Wenkai scold us. She always looked out for herself. This made everyone in the room stunned. Meng Qingxue looked at Meng Qingyao and saw the long-suppressed true feelings in her sad and angry eyes. It turned out that the original Lu Qingyue was not entirely a helpless victim, at least in front of her younger siblings. She had also been an aggressor. Indeed, Lu Qingyue was a bit pretentious, probably pretending one thing in front of people and doing another behind their backs. Dad, don't feel sad for her anymore. She's not worth it. Meng Qingyao wiped her tears. Only Sister Qingxue is a true good sister. She will protect us and help us live a good life. Lu Qingyue. She has never truly cared about our family in her heart. Mang Dashan was silent, his guilt turning into a complex expression. He had always thought he owed that adopted daughter, but he had never considered what his other two children had endured over the years. Father, Yaoer is right, Ming Qingshua's voice softly said. Let go of the past. The most important thing now is for our family to work together and live well. As for the old house, the Meng second family is happily taking uncle's blood, but they won't even spare the children. Such people are no longer considered human. Mang Dashan clenched his fists and hit the bed frame hard, angrily saying, In the past, I was no different from the third brother, just a fool. We've suffered for you and the girls. Zhao Guilan's eyes turned red. Head of the family, let's not talk about the past. From now on, our family should be united and strong. Meanwhile, in a dark, small room on the west side of old Meng's house, Meng Sanhai was lying weakly on the bed, stomach growling with hunger. His wife, Lu Meiwan, sat beside him, also looking pale. Head of the family, Lu Meijuan's voice was full of exhaustion and resentment. We worked all day for this family, from dawn to dusk. And at noon, we only got half a bowl of coarse rice. How can we go on like this? Mang Sanhai sighed. I'm hungry too. The second brother's family doesn't do any work. All the heavy and tiring chores are done by us. Why do they get to enjoy good food while we can't even have a full meal? Lu Meiwan said angrily. Shh, be quiet. Don't let Dad and Mom hear. Mang Sanhai quickly stopped her. Second brother needs to study. He wants to take the imperial exam in the future. He's the hope of our Meng family.
That's what Dad and Mom said.
They also said since we didn't have a son, only one can carry on for us. Mom and Dad also said, daughters are a burden, and they'll have to marry out. A nephew is better than a son. That's what Dad and Mom said. You always listen to them. Lu Meijuan's voice grew sharp. Look at the life we're living. And look at our daughters. Today, they didn't even get to eat a bite. Lu Shi even hit them. Don't you feel any pity as a father? Meng Sanhai was silent, his face full of pain. Lu Meijuan's tears fell. Think about the eldest brother. He used to give his all to his second brother's family, but what happened? He fell ill and was kicked out. When we grow old and can't work anymore, do you think the second brother's family will take care of us? This speech was like a sharp knife, stabbing deeply into Meng Sanhai's heart. He had thought about it before, but he never dared to think deeply, using so-called filial piety to numb himself.
I
don't want to go against my parents. He weakly defended himself. They are risking our lives. What does it matter if you go against them or not? Lu Meiwan choked with tears. Today, the second family is eating scallion pancakes, and we are eating moldy coarse flour cakes. Their children have meat to eat, but our daughter is going hungry. Meng Sanhai, check your conscience. Do you think I am right? Do you think our two children are okay? Stop talking. I am the one who is sorry for you. Meng Sanhai closed his eyes in pain. At that moment, the door was gently pushed open a crack. Meng Qingmei's small head peeked in. She lowered her voice and said, Dad, Mom, don't argue. Look, I have some plain flour pancakes here. Both Meng Sanhai and Lu Meiwan were stunned. Where did the plain flour pancakes come from? I was so hungry that I went to Uncle's house to ask for some food. Lu Meiwan choked again. Your uncle is sick in bed, and their family is not doing well. How could you? Oh, what? Plain flour pancakes. Lu Meiwan finally realized what was happening. Tears streamed down Meng Sanhai's face. Since I was little, my older brother has always been the best to me. Meng Qingmei took out the pancakes. Dad, Mom, there are 4 more pancakes here. Eat them, Meng Sanhai asked. Dad isn't hungry. I ate a pancake while working. You all eat. Meng Qingmei shook her head. Dad, I and my sister have already eaten. You still need to work in the fields and you can't go hungry. This one was given to me by Sister Qingxue. She asked me to bring it back for you. Lu Meijuan's eyes were full of tears.
Qingxue.
She's really a good girl. Meng Sanhai took 3 plain flour pancakes, gave one to Lu Meiwan, another to Meng Qinglan, and tears filled his eyes. No one should refuse. One each. The night was as dark as ink. As usual, Meng Qingcheng ran to the inner room, while Zhao Guilan and her 3 daughters still lay on the straw mats outside. Zhao Guilan slept on the outermost side. Meng Qingyao was tightly next to Meng Qingxue. Before long, the steady breathing of the mother and sister could be heard, and gradually, the heavy snoring of the father joined in. The whole family was asleep. Only Meng Qingxue kept her clear, bright eyes open, with no sign of sleep. She looked at the thatched roof hanging above her, her mind full of thoughts. Unknowingly, she had been in this strange, ancient world for many days and was slowly getting used to everything here. She had adapted to using rough leaves or sorghum stalks instead of toilet paper and cleaning her teeth with bitter-tasting flan ash. The only dress she wore had been with her for a very long time. She always felt sticky on her skin, a feeling she couldn't shake. To change this, she knew she needed to earn more silver. Fortunately, she had a space with a longevity lock. Every day, she went inside to wash her body with spiritual spring water, which was her only comfort. While lost in her thoughts, suddenly a cool sensation touched her forehead, and a soft thing fell down, startling her. Meng Qingxue instinctively reached out and caught it. Under the faint moonlight shining through the window crack, she saw what it was. It was a small gecko. She was surprised. Luckily, it was just a gecko. If it had been a centipede, wouldn't it have crawled into her ear? A thought crossed her mind. What would happen if she brought a living creature into her space? As soon as she thought this, the gecko in her hand disappeared instantly. The next moment, she sensed that the gecko in her space had no life left and was lying stiffly inside. Meng Qingxue's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed that her space could not hold living creatures other than herself. She could enter physically only because she was the master of the space. No wonder she felt a faint sense of rejection every time she entered. And after a certain time, her body would be expelled from the space. Forget it. She decided not to think about this now. She would take a quick bath first. This time, she decided to wash inside her room, quick and efficient, not wasting any time. She didn't want to experience the feeling of being expelled from the space while naked outside in the middle of the night. She quietly sat up, and with a thought, she disappeared and entered her space. The spring water gurgled, and spiritual energy filled the air. With a slight thought, a bucket was filled with spiritual spring water. Just as she was about to untie her clothes, suddenly she heard voices of men nearby, so clear it sounded, as if they were right next to her. I guess that family is all asleep. Let's sneak in and tie them up. Yes, that's right. I, Zhao Obong, have never suffered such a big loss before. Today, I must let that little troublemaker know who's boss. Li Ge, you go first later. Watch her not dare to be arrogant. Meng Qingxue's face suddenly turned cold. These voices clearly belonged to Lu Erden, Li Dabiao, and Zhao Obong, who caused trouble earlier today. They are nearby? Otherwise, the voices wouldn't be so clear. Everyone, be quiet. Don't wake the person up. Yes, let's finish quickly. Catch the thief and the leader first. As long as we catch Meng Qingxue, her sick father and her mother, Meng Qingyao, won't be able to stop us. Meng Qingxue's eyes turned icy. These scoundrels, it seems the lesson from earlier today wasn't enough. Just as she was burning with anger, a strong feeling of rejection suddenly pushed her out of the space. Her body flickered, and she was back inside the house. The voices of those men disappeared instantly, leaving only the snoring of her family. Could it be a hallucination? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard a faint click at the door. The latch was moving. Everything she heard just now was real. Those 3 scoundrels really came close. Without time to think about why the space was amplifying the sounds around her, Meng Qingxue's eyes flashed with coldness. She quietly got up, and in one swift move, a sharp dagger appeared in her hand, tightly gripped. The door was gently pushed open, and 3 sneaky shadows eagerly rushed inside. Take that, Mang Qingxue shouted fiercely. With a fierce flying knee, she struck the most prominent attacker right in the vital point. A piercing, inhuman scream suddenly shattered the quiet of the night. It was Li Dabiao. When he pushed open the door, he was still wearing a smug, lecherous smile, but he didn't expect to be met with such a destructive blow. That scream not only terrified Zhao Obong and Lu Erden, who were behind him, but also woke Meng Dashan's family from their sleep. What's going on? Did something happen? Zhao Guilin and Meng Qingyao sat up suddenly, their faces full of confusion and fear. Seeing the situation, Lu Erden and Zhao Obong wanted to retreat. Meng Qingxue would never give them a chance. She took a step forward and delivered a flying knee strike directly to Lu Erden's vital area, knocking him onto his back. Then she quickly turned and delivered another flying kick, hitting Zhao Erbang's key spot hard. Two sharp cries suddenly sounded, sending chills down people's spines. Meng Qingxue didn't hesitate to attack. Every move was aimed at the most vulnerable spots. In the dark of night, she dared not be careless. Although she had trained in some martial arts, her body was weak. She knew she couldn't compete with strong adult men in strength. So she used the fastest and most aggressive methods to fight. Soon, 3 big men were rolling on the ground, crying out in pain, with no strength left to fight back. What's going on? Meng Dashan woke up suddenly on the bed. He couldn't get off, so he quickly protected his young son, Meng Qingcheng, behind him.
Zhao Guilin hurriait de Lily à torche.
The dim yellow light instantly revealed what was happening inside the house. Meng Qingyao also rushed over and stood by her sister. When she saw the 3 men rolling on the ground, Zhao Guilin's face turned pale.
Swear what?
What's happening? Are they robbers? Meng Qingyao looked carefully and recognized one of them. Mother, that's Lu Erden from our village. And those 2 troublemakers from outside the village earlier today. What? Zhao Guilin's face instantly turned very ugly. These wicked people sneaked into our house in the middle of the night. Before she finished speaking, she understood their malicious intentions. Meng Qingyao supported her mother, feeling angry and scared. Mother, they wanted to bully me and my sister during the day. We taught them a lesson, but I didn't expect their evil hearts to still be so wicked. Filthy troublemakers. Zhao Guilin spat in anger. Coming to the house in the middle of the night, there's no need to think about it. They had bad intentions. Meng Qingxue held a dagger, coldly watching the 3 men crying on the ground, and scolded angrily. You 3, you're quite bold. Sneaking around in the middle of the night and daring to target me. Li Dabiao was crying with tears and snot, clutching his lower body and shouting, Miss, I won't dare anymore. It hurts so much. Lu Erden clutched his private parts and cried loudly, Ugh ugh ugh. It's broken. I'm really going to become Lu Sidwan. Zhao Erbong held his chest and stammered, I swear we were just passing by. Do you believe me? Please let us go. We won't dare to do it again. Lu Erden begged. Meng Qingxue stepped forward, waving the dagger in her hand. According to our great martial law, entering someone's house without reason at night with bad intentions is punishable by immediate death. I haven't killed you on the spot, which is already a great mercy. Do you think I will let you go? Dream on, Zhao Obong panicked.
What? What do you want?
What do we have to do to be spared? Meng Qingxue spoke clearly. Our great martial law states plainly, entering someone's house without reason at night, 40 lashes and immediate execution for those caught. You troublemakers with evil intentions are unforgivable. Everyone says enemies should be resolved, not fought. I showed mercy during the day, but I didn't expect you to not repent and to become even worse. She turned to Zhao Guilin and said, Mother, go and invite Grandpa Li Zheng and some villagers. These people must be handed over to the authorities. Okay, Zhao Guilin replied and immediately ran out with a torch. Seeing this, Zhao Erbong shouted fiercely, Damn woman! Are you really going to go all the way? Meng Qingxue sneered, It's you who have gone too far. If I hadn't happened to be awake tonight, what do you think would happen to the people in your hands? Li Dabiao started to threaten. You bitch. If you dare send me to the authorities, when I get out, I won't let you go. Really? Mang Qingshua's eyes flashed with killing intent. The dagger in her hand pressed against Li Dabiao's throat instantly. The cold blade made him swallow his words. Haha, if I kill you now, I won't be guilty. I'll be doing the people a favor. I know the laws of Great Wu better than you. Her gaze turned cold, and her wrist moved slightly. Li Dabiao felt a chill on his neck. Then a hot stream flowed down his thigh, and a foul smell quickly filled the air. He was so scared, he wet his pants. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Ladies, spare my life, he screamed incoherently. Mang Qingxue spat in disgust and said, If you don't want to die, shut your dirty mouth. Li Dabi immediately fell silent, not daring to breathe. Next to them, Lu Erden and Zhao Obong looked so scared that their faces turned pale, and they dared not make a sound. Soon, a large fire appeared in the distance, rushing toward them. Village Chief Mang Howren arrived with dozens of villagers holding sticks and torches. Village Chief, Mang Qingxue put away her dagger and bowed slightly. Qingxue, no need to be so formal. Mang Howren waved his hand, his gaze sternly sweeping over the three men who looked very miserable. Many villagers surrounded the three men with torches, and they started talking among themselves. Isn't that Lu Erden from our village? That troublemaker. Last time he stole a chicken from my family. I didn't expect him to be so bold today, daring to do this with outsiders. That's Li Dabi from the neighboring village. He's known to be fierce and not easy to mess with. That one with crooked teeth is Zhao Obong. He talks so much, he leaks air. Look at Li Dabi, his pants are wet. How embarrassing. At this moment, Zhao Guilin returned with a crowd. She pointed at the three men on the ground and cried to the village chief, Uncle Village Chief. In the middle of the night, these three thieves broke into my house, trying to do something bad. If Qingxue hadn't been alert and prepared, our family would be in a terrible situation now. Please, Uncle, help us. Mang Howren's face turned dark with anger. He snorted and said, Don't worry. I will definitely stand up for you. Breaking into a house at night with bad intentions, if I don't punish them severely, what peace will there be in the village? He looked around and spoke loudly. Moreover, this is Mingjia village, the land of my Meng clan. How can a few outsiders be so arrogant here? Yes. Punish these troublemakers severely. They should be taken to the authorities. Such scum should be locked up in jail. The villagers cheered. Mang Howren waved his hand and ordered, Bring them here. Tie all three up tightly and take them to the ancestral hall first. Tomorrow morning, send them to the county seat for the magistrate to decide. Yes, everyone cheered, and a few strong men immediately stepped forward, tying the three up securely with hemp ropes. Mang Qingxue and Zhao Guilin kept thanking them. The villagers, carrying the wailing and begging three men, headed toward the ancestral hall. Before leaving, Mang Howren told Mang Qingshue's family, Don't worry. When we get to the county office, I will report everything clearly. I won't let them get away with it. Zhao Guilin thanked him gratefully again. The crowd dispersed, and night returned to silence. The three women went back inside and locked the door. Zhao Guilin and Meng Qingyao still looked scared, and their hearts were pounding. Meng Dashan asked tremblingly, What? What exactly happened? Meng Qingyao explained briefly about the three people they met on the road during the day and what happened that evening. Meng Dashan clenched his fists in anger and hit the bed hard. That Lu Erden. These scoundrels. They tried to hurt my daughters and bullied us. Mang Qingxue comforted him. Dad, luckily I didn't fall asleep tonight. I heard the noise, so they didn't succeed. Huddled in the corner, Mang Qingcheng clenched his small fists. I must grow up quickly to protect Mom and Dad and my two sisters. Zhao Guilin hugged her daughter, still scared. Swear I'm so grateful to you tonight. Mang Qingxue said, Mom, don't worry. According to Dawu's law, those three won't get out for at least a year. Meng Dashan nodded and said angrily, Yes. These thugs should stay in jail and reflect on what they've done. Meng Qingxue looked at the simple door and said, Tomorrow, after we sell the fish, I will first surround our house with a fence. But Meng Dashan shook his head and sighed. Silly girl, these two thatched houses are borrowed from the village because they feel sorry for us. We don't have a land deed. Only by buying this land can we build our own yard. Mang Qingxue was surprised. Is that so? Mang Dashan explained. Yes. The land we live on now is about 1 acre. Buying it would cost at least 5 taels of silver. If we want to enclose the surrounding area, which is about 6 or 7 acres, it would cost at least 30 taels. 30 taels. Mang Qingshue's eyes became very firm. If that's the case, then we will work hard to earn money. First, buy the land and then build our yard. Mang Dashan's eyes lit up. Yes, even if we can't build a house, we must have our own yard. Mang Qingyao looked hopeful. I want a house of my own. Mang Qingqing's eyes widened. I want one too, a house that belongs to me. Mang Qianxue smiled. As long as we work hard, all of this can come true. But Mother still feels uneasy inside. That Lu Erden's family is right in the village. We see them everywhere. If his parents come knocking, especially Lu Wangshi, she's quite a troublemaker. At this moment, Zhao Guilan still felt worried. When trouble comes, we face it. When water flows, we block it. If they cause a fuss, I won't be a soft target for anyone to bully. Mang Qianxue looked at the dagger in her hand, a cold glint in her eyes. She knew that just backing down and being kind wouldn't bring peace in this time. Sometimes, you have to show your strength so others won't dare to mess with you. Yes, Schwerer is right. Constantly backing down only makes them more aggressive. We're in the right, so what are we afraid of? A look of determination appeared in Mang Qianshue's eyes. The family talked for over an hour, finally falling asleep. Just as Mang Qianxue was sleeping soundly, a sharp voice suddenly came from outside the door. Damned Meng family! You've ruined my son. You deserve to die. Mang Qianxue sat up abruptly, rubbing her eyes. The room was bright. It seemed the sun had risen. Zhao Guilan and Meng Qingyao also woke up together. The three of them got up and looked outside through a crack in the wall. A middle-aged woman in rough indigo cloth clothes, her hair messy, was sitting on the dirt in front of the Meng family's yard. She was slapping her thigh and wailing loudly, her voice so loud that half the village could hear. This woman was Lu Erden's mother, Lu Wangshi. She was known as a fierce woman in the village, capable of rolling on the ground for 3 days and nights without stopping when she lost her temper. Soon, many villagers who had woken up and gone to work gathered around the door, pointing and whispering about the scene inside. Zhao Guilan's face turned pale instantly, and she looked helplessly at Mang Qianxue.
Xue.
What should we do now? Mang Qianxue rubbed her eyes and sat up. She said to Zhao Guilan, Mother, you and Qingyao stay inside and take care of Father and Qinger. I will handle things outside. After speaking, she opened the wooden door and went out. Hey, isn't that Lu family's wife? Early in the morning, not at home cooking for her husband, but coming to our door to put on a show? With that voice, she would be better suited for a county opera troupe. Mang Qianxue leaned against the doorframe, with a hint of mockery on her face. Lu Wang's wife suddenly stopped crying and jumped up from the ground. She pointed at Mang Qianshue's nose and shouted, You little brat! You caused my son to be taken to court. Today, I will fight with you. She reached out with claws, trying to attack. Mang Qianxue easily sidestepped and pushed her aside. Lu Wang's wife missed and hit her nose on the wooden door, turning it red immediately. Lu Wang's wife looked stunned and sat down heavily on the ground. Uncle Lu, you can eat your food carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. Mang Qianshue's voice turned cold. Your son teamed up with local troublemakers and broke into my house late at night, with bad intentions. There is evidence and witnesses. The village chief and dozens of villagers saw it all. According to the law, breaking into someone's house at night without reason results in 40 lashes, and the offender can be executed immediately. I didn't kill him on the spot, considering the kindness of the villagers. Now, are you here to make up for that beating for your son? Her words were clear, firm, and logical, instantly deflating Lu Wang's wife's arrogance. Villagers watching nearby began to whisper. Qianxue is right. Lu Erden is in the wrong. Exactly. Breaking into someone else's house late at night with troublemakers shows bad intentions. Even if he's handed over to the authorities, he brought it on himself. Lu Wang's wife is unreasonable. Her son did wrong, and she's causing trouble. If Lu Wang's wife didn't cause trouble and insisted on reason, her son wouldn't have grown so unruly and caused such a disaster. Hearing the gossip, Lu Wang's wife's face turned red with embarrassment, but she was not one to admit defeat easily. She quickly changed her expression, sat back down on the ground, and started to wipe her tears. "You little brat. You hit my wife. I won't leave today until you give me an explanation." At that moment, the village chief, Mang, arrived accompanied by several elders. He looked serious and glanced at Lu Wang's wife, who was causing a scene on the ground, and frowned. Lu Wang's wife. "Are you still not ashamed enough?" Mang snorted. "Your son has committed a serious mistake and shows no remorse. Yet, you still have the nerve to cause trouble here. Do you think the rules of Mang village are just decorations and the law of Dao is a joke?" Seeing the village chief, Lu Wang's wife's confidence dropped, but she still refused to admit defeat. "Village chief, I just care about my son." "Care? If you care so much, why didn't you teach him about manners and shame when he was breaking into someone's house last night?" "Humph. You know what kind of person your son is. His current behavior is all his own fault," Mang scolded bluntly. "The people are already tied up, and soon they will be taken to the county office in a cart. This matter is not up for discussion. If you dare to cause trouble again, I will use our village rules to drive your whole family out of Mang village. Drive us out of the village." Those 4 words made Lu Wang's wife suddenly afraid. No matter how fierce she was or how much she caused trouble, she knew that once they left the village, her family wouldn't survive. She immediately lost her spirit, scrambled to her feet, and hurriedly slipped into the crowd and ran away. Everyone burst into laughter. Mang approached Meng Qingxue, his expression softening a little. "Girl, don't be afraid. With Grandpa Village Chief here, no one in the village dares to bully you. Those troublemakers, I will personally take them to see the county magistrate and have him punish them severely." "Thank you, Grandpa Village Chief." Meng Qingxue sincerely expressed her gratitude. She knew that this village chief genuinely wanted to protect them. The village chief then shouted loudly, "Disperse! Disperse! Go back to work!" What kind of manners is this, crowding around someone's door? After shouting, the villagers watching gradually dispersed. Meng Qingxue closed the courtyard door and turned back into the house. Zhao Guilin and Meng Qingyao came forward. Zhao Guilin whispered, "Lu Wang's wife is always fierce and causes trouble. Even dogs would be worried." "Big sister, you're really amazing," Meng Qingyao said with a smile. Meng Qingxue smiled and said, "As long as we have reason on our side, I'm not afraid of anyone, even the heavens." Dash inside. "You've really done a lot for us, Qingxue. Our family always needs you to stand up for us." Meng Qingxue smiled and said, "I'm also part of our family, so this is what I should do. Once there's no one nearby, we'll lift the baskets." Meng Qingyao looked hopeful and asked, "Big sister, do you think there will be a big catch?" Meng Qingqing replied, "If we catch a big turtle, that would be a real fortune." Meng Qingxue said with a smile, "Whether there's a big catch or not, it depends on luck. If we get it, I'm happy. If not, it's just fate." Zhao Guilin nodded and said, "That's right, Qingxue is very wise. It's good if we find something, but if not, it's okay. With our daily earnings, Mother is already very satisfied." The 4 women quickly prepared 4 large wooden buckets, 2 shoulder poles, and a back basket. Once they confirmed no one was around, they went to the small river. "Mother, I and second sister will lift the small fish baskets first. You're in charge of pouring out the fish," Meng Qingxue said, feeling a bit excited. "Okay," her mother replied. Meng Qingxue and Meng Qingyao held bamboo poles and skillfully began to lift the small fish baskets. Every time they lifted one, fish and shrimp inside were flipping and jumping. Zhao Guilin's smile never faded as she poured the catch into the wooden buckets, muttering, "Today's catch is even more than yesterday." After a while, all 15 fish baskets were emptied. The family gathered the harvests from the small baskets and counted them, all of them surprised. There were 26 lively bass, 5 eels, over 30 large river crabs, as well as many crucian carp, loaches, and even a few big white carp. Who would have thought just these 15 small cages would hold so many fish? Zhao Guilin said happily, unable to hide her joy. Time to lift the big fish baskets. Time to lift the big fish baskets. Mang Qingcheng looked full of hope. Meng Qingxue smiled gently and said, "All right, let's do it." She walked to the first big fish basket, holding a bamboo pole, hooked the basket and pulled with force. The basket was slowly dragged out of the water. Meng Qingyao and Meng Qingcheng immediately moved closer. In the first big basket, there were only a few larger crabs and a half-dead carp lying nearby. The siblings looked slightly disappointed. In the second basket, the harvest was a bit better, with 2 lively bass. The third and fourth baskets contained a few large river crabs and 2 white carp. Meng Qingxue couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking, "It seems catching a big turtle is really a matter of luck." Meng Qingyao pouted and said, "It would be so good if we could catch one. That would be 5 taels of silver." "Big sister, hurry up and get the last one." Meng Qingcheng still wasn't giving up. He pointed at the last basket. "Maybe good luck is in the last one." Meng Qingxue smiled and shook her head, walking to the last spot and hooking the basket to lift it up. She raised an eyebrow, feeling something very different in her hand. Heavy. Heavier than the previous fish baskets. She didn't dare to be careless. She tightened her arms, took a step back, and dragged the basket toward the shore. As the basket slowly surfaced, a large dark brown creature appeared before the family. It was a huge soft-shelled turtle, with a shell edge covered in frills, dark green in color, and the shell was as big as 2 grown men's palms put together. It seemed to sense danger and pulled its limbs and head inside its shell. "Wow!" Zhao Guilin covered her mouth, eyes wide with amazement.
Turtle.
"Big sister." "It's a turtle." Meng Qingcheng was the first to react, excitedly waving his arms. "We really caught a turtle." "Such a big turtle." Meng Qingyao looked amazed. "So big. We're going to get rich now." Zhao Guilin's voice trembled with excitement. "This one. 5 taels. Oh my. Qingxue, our family. We're going to be rich." Meng Qingxue covered her mouth and smiled. "Mom, this is called turning misfortune into fortune. Look, things are getting better, right?" "Yes, yes." Zhao Guilin nodded repeatedly, her eyes a bit moist. Meng Qingyao happily hugged the big turtle. Although it was heavy, she didn't feel tired at all. "Big sister, if we could catch a turtle every day, that would be so great." Hearing this, Zhao Guilin gently patted her and said with a smile, "You girl, don't be so greedy. Just having this one is a huge blessing. We should be content and happy." Meng Qingxue carefully placed new bait into several large fish baskets and rearranged them. Then she straightened up and looked at today's harvest. 4 large wooden buckets and a big basket, all full. Back in front of the thatched hut, just after setting down the buckets, they heard a creaking sound. The wooden door opened. Meng Dashan, leaning on a wooden cane, shakily came out of the house. Zhao Guilin was both surprised and happy. She quickly stepped forward to support him. "Can you walk now?" Meng Dashan smiled and nodded. "In the past 2 days, I felt stronger and my bones don't hurt as much. I just tried and I can really walk on my own now." "That's wonderful. That's really wonderful." Zhao Guilin cried happily, feeling like she was seeing double happiness. Meng Dashan's attention was soon caught by the large buckets at the door. When he saw the lively fish and shrimp inside, especially the big one in Meng Qingyao's arms, he was so shocked he couldn't speak. This harvest is so big. I used to fish in the river. A good day would only get me a few small crucian carp. I never imagined there would be so much catch in this river." Zhao Guilin looked proudly at Meng Qingxue. "It's all thanks to Qingxue. The fish trap she made is amazing. Without her, we wouldn't be where we are today." She reached into the bucket and pulled out a few white carp. "These few white carp, we won't sell them in town. After selling the fish later, I'll go back to my parents' house and send some to my mother and brothers." Meng Dashan immediately nodded. That's right. If it weren't for your mother-in-law and the 2 brothers-in-law helping us, we might have starved a few days ago." Hurry up and take more things, and make your father and mother-in-law happy too. Warm in her heart, Zhao Guilin said, yes. I want my sisters-in-law to see that my parents and brothers have never wasted their love for me as their daughter. She turned to Meng Qingxua and said, Qingxua, today there are so many fish. I'll go to town with you all and help out. Meng Qingxua nodded. Then it's thanks to you, mother. Zhao Guilin looked at Meng Qingcheng. Qingcheng, you're not allowed to go anywhere today. Stay at home and watch the door. Take good care of your father. If Lu Wangsher comes to cause trouble again, remember what I said, shut the door tight, and pretend you didn't hear.
Got it?
Meng Qingcheng patted his chest to promise. Mother, don't worry. I won't let you and sister worry anymore. The family tidied up briefly and ate some food. Zhao Guilin and Meng Qingxua carried their baskets, while Meng Qingyao carefully placed the big turtle into her backpack. The three women set out again from the small path, chatting and laughing as they headed towards Sanhe town. When they arrived at the back kitchen of Fumin Building, the young servant quickly noticed the large turtle shell sticking out of Meng Qingyao's basket and was amazed. Without delay, he hurried to call Manager Wang. Manager Wang quickly came out and saw Zhao Guilin beside Meng Qingxua. He paused for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, Miss Meng, who is this? Meng Qingxua introduced, Manager, this is my mother. Oh, your mother, Manager Wang said politely, bowing slightly. Zhao Guilin was not used to such formalities and looked a bit confused. She quickly returned the bow. Manager Wang's gaze soon fell on Meng Qingyao's basket. When he saw the size of the turtle, his eyes lit up with surprise. Huh? Miss Meng, you are truly talented. Such a big wild turtle. I've never seen one in all my years running a restaurant. The noble guest in the city loves this kind of dish, so I've hit the jackpot this time. Meng Qingxua smiled and signaled Meng Qingyao to put down the basket. She then opened the lids of 4 wooden barrels. Hurry, count them, Manager Wang said excitedly, waving for the helpers to bring large basins. The helpers worked quickly and finished counting the catch. Manager Wang smiled and said, 28 base, 280 coins. 40 river crabs, 200 coins. 6 eels, 30 coins. The miscellaneous fish like crucian carp and loaches, about 10 jin, worth 10 coins. And this big turtle. It's quite heavy and in good condition. It should be worth 5 taels of silver. Hearing the words, 5 taels of silver, Zhao Guilin's face turned red with excitement. Manager Wang chuckled. Total is 5 taels and 520 coins. Miss Meng, you always bring such good goods, especially this turtle. It saved me a lot of trouble. Old Wang, can't be stingy. So, I'll round it up to 6 taels of silver. If you find such top-quality turtles again, remember, first and foremost, think of Fumin Building. Definitely. Meng Qingxua nodded with a smile, accepting the heavy money bag handed to her by Manager Wang. She weighed it and then handed it directly to Zhao Guilin. Zhao Guilin held the bag of silver tightly, her hands trembling. For a moment, she was stunned, feeling like all of this was just a dream. The 3 women left Fumin Building and then went to the grain shop. They bought 20 jin of coarse grain and 10 jin of fine rice. Zhao Guilin made a firm decision and went to the meat shop to buy 2 pieces of pork with a good mix of fat and lean meat. When passing by the bun shop, smelling the tempting aroma of meat, Zhao Guilin decided to buy 10 hot, large meat buns. After buying everything, the 3 women happily went home. When they arrived, they saw Meng Qingcheng sitting on a stone at the door, waiting eagerly. Qingcheng, seeing her son, Zhao Guilin felt relieved and asked quickly, Since I left, has anyone come to the house? Meng Qingcheng shook his head. No one has come. Where's your father? He's sleeping. Good, good. Zhao Guilin relaxed and handed over a paper-wrapped package. Qingcheng, hurry up. I bought meat buns, still warm. Eat quickly. Meng Qingcheng cheered and took the buns, eating them eagerly. Zhao Guilin went inside, put away the things she bought, then picked out a few white carp, wrapped 1 piece of pork, and packed a small bag of rice. She said to Meng Qingxua, Qingxua, I'm going to see your grandparents. Qingxua nodded and saw Zhao Guilin to the door. After Zhao Guilin left, Mang Qingxue stroked her chin. Qingyao, Qingcheng, let's work harder this afternoon. Let's make 10 more big fish traps, especially for catching turtles. Yes. Turtles are more valuable. They bring higher profits. I'll set more traps in this small river. Good. Sister, I'm all in, Mang Qingcheng shouted happily. Great. The day we buy land and build a big tile house is coming soon. Meanwhile, at the county government gate, Lu Chongfeng, dressed in a sleek black outfit, walked out with a confident air. Big brother. A clear voice called out. Lu Chongfeng looked toward the sound and saw Lu Qingyue standing under a willow tree nearby, holding a small maid with twin buns, looking charming. She was also holding a delicate food box, standing on tiptoe, looking eagerly in this direction. Qingyue? Why are you here? Lu Chongfeng hurried over. I went with my mother to pick up new clothes from the tailor shop. Just passing by the county office, I thought since Big Brother is on duty, I'd come to see you. Lai Shangfeng happily took the food box, opened it, and smelled a sweet, fresh aroma. He felt warm inside and gently patted his sister's head. Our Qingyue is the most caring person in our family. He couldn't help but think of Mang Qingxue. Mang Qingxue, who had been known as a sister for 15 years, had never shown such concern or warmth. She wouldn't even send a bowl of lotus seed soup or say a caring word. And she certainly wouldn't visit him at the government office. Compared to her, Mang Qingxue seemed like someone from a different world. Indeed, family love is real. That Mang Qingxue is just an ungrateful person. Big brother, what are you smiling at alone here? Qingyue looked at her brother's face, which showed a fleeting complex expression, and asked curiously. Lai Shangfeng snapped back to himself and smiled. I'm smiling because I have a good sister. As they talked, a noisy sound came from the street corner. They saw Meng Haoren, the village chief, leading several strong villagers from Mingjia village, escorting 3 sad-looking men tied up tightly with ropes, walking toward the county office. The 3 men were Lu Erden, Li Dabiao, and Zhao Obong. They all looked down, full of fear. They were simple villagers, and their biggest fear was meeting officials. They knew once they entered the government office, they might not leave for a year. Meng Haoren immediately saw Lai Shangfeng standing at the door. He hurried forward, respectfully cupped his fists, and said, Captain Lu, I am Meng Haoren from Mingjia village. Greetings, Captain Lu. Lai Shangfeng nodded lightly and looked at the 3 prisoners behind him. He asked authoritatively, So, Meng Lijing, what's going on? Meng Haoren was about to speak when he caught a glimpse of Qingyue beside Lai Shangfeng. He thought her face looked familiar. After a moment, he suddenly remembered and tentatively asked, Are you Meng's girl, Qingyue? He had watched Meng Qingyue grow up over the past 15 years and was very familiar with her face. Although the girl in front of him was dressed richly and had a very different aura, her facial features clearly matched Meng Qingyue. Qingyue's smile faded slightly, and a faint look of displeasure crossed her face. She slightly raised her chin and said calmly, Meng Lijing, I am Liziu. I am no longer Meng Qingyue. Meng Qingxue had occupied the nest for 15 years. Now, my identity has long been restored to its original state. Meng Haoren, a respected elder in the village, was suddenly met with such indifferent hostility. His face turned a bit awkward, and he forced a smile. Yes. I was careless in my words. Miss Lu's status is noble, far above us rural folks. Haha, Lu Qingyue calmly replied, Those who do not know should not be blamed. Meng Haoren frowned. Lu Chongfeng said sternly, Meng Lijing, you haven't said why you came to the county office. Meng Haoren suppressed his displeasure, pointed at Lu Erden and the others, and recounted everything that happened last night. Captain Lu, these 3 are the ones. Last night, in the middle of the night, they broke into a civilian's house with bad intentions. Fortunately, they were caught early, or it could have been a disaster. Such behavior violates our great martial law. Therefore, I have brought them here for the county's legal handling. Lu Chongfeng's face turned cold after hearing this. As a captain, he hated thieves and troublemakers the most. He snorted coldly and looked at Lu Erden and the others. You have quite a nerve. Breaking into a house at night. According to the great martial law, Entering someone's home without reason at night results in 40 lashes and 1 year of imprisonment. Looks like you want to taste the punishment in the jail. Liu Erden and the others shivered under his gaze, trembling all over. At this moment, Lu Qingyue, who had been standing nearby with a relaxed attitude, suddenly let out a soft gasp. Her gaze fell on Liu Erden, who was tied up at the front, as if she recognized something. She stepped closer, frowned, and asked, Liu Erden? Lu Chongfeng saw his sister's unusual expression and asked, Do you know this person? Lu Qingyue bit her lower lip lightly, a quick flash of disgust and hatred crossing her eyes. How could she not recognize him? This Liu Erden was the troublemaker who repeatedly harassed her on the road in the village. But none of the Mang family helped her stand up for herself. Liu Erden, who was tied up, stared blankly. He never expected that the girl who had been so disrespectful to him just a few days ago would suddenly be dressed in fine silk and satin, becoming the sister of the county's captain. Her status had changed so quickly. Liu Erden trembled with fear. If Lu Qingyue was seeking revenge, his life might be at risk here. Seeing the situation, Meng Haoren quickly stepped forward and said in a serious tone, Miss Liu, this Liu Erden, along with 2 other thieves, broke into your foster parents' house late at night with bad intentions. You mean they broke into Master Meng Dashan's home? Lu Qingyue's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Meng Haoren nodded.
Yes.
If Meng Qingxua hadn't been prepared and caught these 3 men on the spot, the consequences would have been terrible. Hearing the name, Meng Qingxua, the complicated emotion in Lu Qingyue's eyes was instantly replaced by cold hatred. She hates Meng Qingxua. Not only because Meng Qingxua took over her wealthy life for 15 years, but also because Meng Qingxua slapped her several times. Lu Qingyue suddenly looked up at the trembling Liu Erden, blinking her eyes subtly. Liu Erden shivered all over and immediately understood what was happening. He quickly shouted, Captain Liu, this is a false accusation. We are innocent. That little prostitute Meng Qingxua seduced us. As soon as he spoke, everyone was shocked. Meng Haoren was so angry that his beard seemed to stand on end.
You're
lying. Li Dabiao and Zhao Abong saw Liu Erden start and quickly agreed.
Yes.
That little brat seduced my brother. Otherwise, how could we break into a private house in the middle of the night? Your Honor, please see clearly. We might be a bit unruly, but we understand the law. Even with our courage, we wouldn't dare do such things. Lu Chongfeng's face darkened. He looked at Liu Erden and asked, What exactly happened? Tell the truth. Liu Erden, encouraged by Lu Qingyue's hint, became bolder and started making up stories. Respectfully, Captain, Meng Qingxua seduced me, saying she liked me and asked me to meet her late at night. But when we arrived, she was unhappy because I didn't bring enough silver, and she turned hostile, calling for her people to tie us up. My 2 brothers can testify for me. I can testify. I can testify too, Li Dabiao and Zhao Erbong said in unison. Lu Chongfeng listened and snorted coldly. If it were someone else, I might not believe it. But Meng Qingxua, she might do such things. When she was at my Lu family's place before, her intentions were not pure. She often exchanged glances with son Tingzhou. Lowly, Lu Qingyue said, Big brother, a few days ago I met Li Rui on the street. Rui also told me that Meng Qingxue shamelessly flirted with son Tingzhou in public in town, pulling and tugging, showing no shame. Is that true? Lu Chongfeng frowned tightly. Since Li Rui said it, it must be true. Meng Haoren stood nearby, listening to the siblings' exchange, feeling uneasy. A bad feeling grew in his heart. Lu Qingyue slightly smiled and said to Lu Chongfeng, Big brother, I also know this Liu Erden. When we were in Mingjia village, he was a bit lazy, but I don't believe he would sneak into someone's house at night to do something bad. Meng Haoren looked at Lu Qingyue with disbelief, feeling a cold chill. He thought that, even if she regained her status, Lu Qingyue, who was raised by the Meng family for 15 years, would have some feelings and help her adoptive parents seek justice. But he never expected she would side with a troublemaker and turn against them. He didn't know that Lu Qingyue hated Meng Qingxue and also held resentment toward the entire Meng family. To her, The Mang family had stolen her life and made her suffer for 15 years. Now, she wanted to seize every chance to ruin Meng Qingshua's reputation. Seeing Lu's siblings on her side, Lu Erden grew more confident and said, "Lu Captain, we really were tricked by her. Please, you must see clearly and clear our name." Lu Chongfeng snorted. "I know Meng Qingshua's character well. But since you broke into someone's house late at night and disturbed the neighbors, let's see. Nighttime trespassing should be punished with 40 lashes and a year of detention. I will order 40 lashes for you, but the detention will be shortened to 3 days as a warning. Thank you, Captain Lu." "Thank you, Captain Lu." Lu Erden and the others were overjoyed, quickly kowtowing. 40 lashes hurt, but compared to a year in prison, 3 days of detention was a huge mercy. A proud glint flashed in Lu Qingyue's eyes. "Captain Lu." Mang Haoren finally couldn't hold back and stepped forward. "This sentence might not be appropriate. It doesn't follow the law." Lu Chongfeng raised an eyebrow, his tone firm. "Meng Lijing, leave the person to me. I will report this matter to the county magistrate myself, so you don't need to trouble yourself." Knowing this, Mang Haoren realized that arguing further was useless. He couldn't win against a stronger force. Since that's the case, the matter will be handled by Captain Lu. There's no need to bother the county magistrate. Captain Lu is fair and strict, and we villagers trust him. This sounds like praise, but it actually carries a hint of sarcasm. Lu Chongfeng appreciated this and nodded happily. "It's good that Meng Lieshan thinks like that." Mang Haoren said no more, only giving Lu Qingyue a deep, disappointed look. Then he turned to leave with a few villagers. The sun was setting. Meng Qingxue was making fish traps with her younger brother and sister. After Meng Dashan woke up, he also became interested. He sat on the bed and helped with some simple repairs. The family was happy and full of energy. Finally, they finished 10 large fish traps for catching soft-shelled turtles, neatly arranged by the house. At that moment, Mang Haoren's voice came from outside. "Qingxue, are you at home?" Meng Qingxue put down her work and went out to see Mang Haoren standing at the door with a serious look. "Grandpa Li, why are you here?" Mang Haoren sighed and looked at her with a complicated expression. "Swear, I need to tell you something." Seeing his face, Meng Qingxue guessed what it was. "Grandpa Li, what happened?" "Lu Erden and those 3 people. They were only detained for 3 days. Mang Haoren's voice was heavy. "Be very careful when you go out in the future." Meng Qingxue raised her eyebrows. "According to the law, they should have been detained for a year, right?" Mang Haoren shook his head and told her everything that happened at the county office. After hearing this, Meng Qingxue calmed down. It turned out that Lu Qingyue and Lu Chongfeng were behind the scenes causing trouble.
No wonder.
How could that girl from the Lu family be so cruel? Mang Haoren was furious. The Meng family raised her for 15 years. Even if she didn't contribute, she still worked hard. How could she be so heartless? "Thank you, Grandpa Li, for telling me. I will be more careful from now on." Mang Haoren hummed and said, "Don't worry. No matter what, Lu Erden and the others daring to plot something bad is a fact. In the future, I will still support you in the village." Meng Qingxue felt warm inside. She turned and went into the house, took out 2 white fish left by Zhao Guilin in the morning, strung them on grass ropes, and handed them to Mang Haoren. "Grandpa Li, you've been running around for our family. Please take these fish and enjoy some fresh food." "Oh, no, no." Mang Haoren kept waving his hands. But Meng Qingxue didn't let him refuse. She directly pushed the fish into his hands. "Don't refuse, or I'll feel bad." Mang Haoren couldn't refuse anymore, so he accepted them. He also reminded him to stay safe before turning to leave. After seeing off Grandpa Li, Meng Qingxue's calm expression gradually faded, replaced by a cold look. "Lu Qingyue, Lu Chongfeng." She silently repeated these 2 names. She had taken note of this grudge. The 3 scoundrels, Lu Erden and his friends, being released after 3 days is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. She wasn't afraid they would retaliate, but she was worried they wouldn't know their limits and might hurt her family. It seemed some things, relying on the government, was not trustworthy. "Big sister, what if those 3 come again? What should we do?" Mang Qingyao asked nervously. Mang Qingshua said firmly, "Don't worry. If they dare step into our house again, I will make them regret coming into this world." Her gaze looked into the distance, and a hint of fierce determination flashed in her clear eyes, something a young girl shouldn't normally have. Mang Qingyao shivered for no reason. Sometimes, her sister's look was truly frightening. Soon, Zhao Guilin hummed a little tune as she came back from outside, smiling happily. "Mother, you're back," Mang Qingyao greeted her. "Everyone must be hungry. I'll cook for you," Zhao Guilin said with a smile. Meng Qingcheng ran out of the house, curious. "Mother, every time you visit your grandmother, you don't look happy when you come back. Why are you so happy today?" Zhao Guilin said excitedly. "In the past, my sisters-in-law didn't look at me kindly when I returned home. Today, I brought back so many things, so they finally have a good face for me." Meng Qingshua also smiled when she heard that. "Mother, that's what I call getting excited." "Yes. Getting excited. Wait and see. Tonight I will cook braised pork for you all. Then I will take my younger sister and younger brother to the river to fish out the baskets," Meng Qingshua said, pointing to the 10 large fish baskets. Zhao Guilin's eyes lit up. "Did you weave 10 big baskets again?" Meng Qingshua smiled softly. "If we're lucky, we might catch some soft-shelled turtles. That would be worth a lot. Good daughter, from now on, our family will rely on you." Meng Qingshua took Meng Qingcheng and Meng Qingyao to the river and placed special bait into the large fish baskets. The 3 siblings each lowered the 10 fish baskets into the river. At dinner, the family enjoyed oily braised pork with white rice, eating happily and praising the meal. Zhao Guilin couldn't help but feel nostalgic about life at Meng's house. At Meng's, she worked hard all day, often going 3 days without much food, and no one treated her as a person. Now that she had left Meng's, life was a bit difficult, but every now and then, they could improve their days a little. Meng Qingcheng was eating a big piece of meat and asked unclearly, "Mother, will Sister Qingmei and Sister Qinglong come back?" Zhao Guilin's smile froze on her face. Her brows furrowed, and worry deepened in her eyes. "It's dark now. If they were coming, they would have come already. It seems they won't. I hope the 2 children from the 3rd family can have a full meal today." Late at night, when everyone was asleep, Meng Qingshua quietly got up. She took a few grains of wheat with shells from the rice bag. With a thought, she disappeared from the spot and entered the longevity lock space. As soon as she entered, her senses were instantly amplified. The wind outside, the distant river flowing, the insects in the grass. Every sound was clear and close, as if right beside her. She finally understood why she could hear Lu Erden and others' conversations so clearly last night. She carefully buried those weak grains in the black soil, full of hope. She wondered if the black soil in the space could grow wheat. After doing all this, she didn't dare stay long. She quickly washed herself and dressed. Before the space rejected her, she neatly put on her clothes and was then transported back out. The next morning, at dawn, the family went early to the river to check the fish baskets. The first 15 small baskets still yielded a lot, many bass and crabs. However, when Meng Qingshua lifted the first large fish basket, it was completely empty. Meng Qingshua frowned slightly and asked, "How could there be none?" Meng Qingcheng stuck out his tongue and whispered, "Big sister, about the bait you asked me to make yesterday, I accidentally lost it." Meng Qingshua suddenly understood. So that's why, without her special bait, the fish wouldn't come easily. Fortunately, the other 14 large fish baskets didn't disappoint. Although not every basket had a big catch, they all contained sizable blackfish, grass carp, or bass. When they pulled up the 7th basket, a turtle about the size of a wash basin was thrashing inside, making the family cheer happily. Even more surprising, the last basket held an even larger turtle. Zhao Guilin trembled and said, "These 2 big guys could sell for at least 10 taels of silver." The family was overjoyed and excited beyond words. After the happiness, new worries arose. The fish catch filled 6 or 7 buckets, and even with all the water buckets at home, it still wasn't enough. Zhao Guilin quickly decided and told Meng Qingyao, Yaoer, go to Zhao village on the other side of the river and ask your uncle to bring the donkey cart over. Zhao village is just across the river. It's a short walk along a small path. Meng Qingyao left immediately. Meng Qingxue reloaded the fish baskets and, after 2 or 3 trips back and forth with Zhao Guilon, finally brought all the harvest back to the thatched house. About half an hour later, an old but sturdy donkey cart stopped outside the Meng house, carrying several buckets. The driver was a man around 40, with dark skin and an honest face. It was Zhao Guilon's older brother, Zhao Guicheng. "Brother, you're here," Zhao Guilon greeted him with Meng Qingxue. "Your sister has something to do. Can I not come?" Zhao Guicheng said cheerfully, his gaze falling on Meng Qingxue. "Is this Qingxue?" TSK. She looks much better than that Liu family's girl." "Big brother," Meng Qingxue called politely. "Good girl." Zhao Guicheng responded happily and then asked curiously, "Sister, you called me so urgently to bring fish? Where are they?" Zhao Guilon pointed to the buckets. "Look, these are all of them." Zhao Guicheng looked in the direction she indicated and immediately widened his eyes. In the yard, large buckets and small basins were scattered everywhere, filled with lively fish, shrimp, and crabs. Especially the 2 big soft-shelled turtles, which made him unable to look away. "Are these all caught by you?" Zhao Guilon proudly replied, "All thanks to our family's Qianxue." He could hardly believe his eyes. "Isn't Qianxue the spoiled young lady from the Liu family? How does she do this kind of work? Oh my, there are so many bass and such big crabs. Wow, how much do you think we could sell these for?" Seeing her older brother's naive expression, Zhao Guilon smiled and said, "Big brother, if you're not busy in the fields, come here every day at this time to help me deliver the fish to town. I'll pay you daily. It's better than making Qianxue and Qingyao carry loads for dozens of miles over mountain roads." "What are you saying? You're my sister, helping out is just a family matter, no need for pay," Zhao Guicheng disagreed. "One thing for one thing, even brothers need to settle accounts clearly." Zhao Guilon was firm. In the end, Zhao Guicheng gave in. "Sister, whatever you say, I'll do it. I'll listen to you." Everyone loaded the catch onto the cart. After loading, Zhao Guilon picked out some crucian carp and smaller crabs, filling a small bucket. "Big brother, take these home to mom and the kids to try." No. Your life is tight, better to sell these for money. These aren't worth much. Take them home to add some vegetables to the family. If you refuse, don't come to help me pull the cart anymore." Zhao Guilon's stern look made Zhao Guicheng reluctantly accept. This time, Zhao Guilon stayed at home to watch Meng Dashan, while Meng Qianxue and Meng Qingyao went with the cart to town. Sitting on the bumpy donkey cart, Meng Qianxue felt for the first time that the journey to town was so relaxed and pleasant. When they arrived at Fuminla's entrance, the donkey cart stopped. Meng Qianxue jumped down without noticing that behind a half-open window on the 2nd floor, a pair of resentful eyes was staring at her intensely. "Rui, what are you looking at?" A young man dressed in fine clothes, holding a teacup, asked lazily. These two were Li Rui and Sun Tingzhou. Li Rui's lips curled into a cold smile, and her voice was full of resentment. "It's really hard to find something, but it's easy to get it when it's right in front of you." Sun Tingzhou was curious. He moved closer to the window and looked down along her gaze. He saw Meng Qingxu unloading fish. Haha, so it's this little troublemaker. What is she doing here? Who knows? A girl from the countryside, probably here to sell some cheap fish, Li Rui said with a look of disdain. Just then, the shop assistant came in to refill the tea. Li Rui called him over and asked casually, "That girl downstairs, the one driving the donkey cart, what is she doing at our restaurant?" The shop assistant quickly bowed and replied, "Miss, that is Meng girl. She's been delivering fish to our restaurant recently." "Oh, I see." Li Rui nodded and waved him away. After the door closed, Sun Tingzhou showed a sneaky smile. "Rui, it seems even heaven is helping us. Today, we can finally get revenge for that arrow attack." Li Rui smiled. "Last time, she embarrassed me in front of everyone. This time, I want her to lose her reputation and ruin her innocence." In the back kitchen, shopkeeper Wang finished counting the fish with his assistant. "Miss Meng, You are truly our lucky star. 42 base, 6 eels, 64 crabs, and these 2 big turtles, all in excellent condition. I won't bother counting each one. The total is 11 taels of silver. Please take it. Shopkeeper Wang happily handed over 2 silver ingots, 1 large and 1 small. 11 taels. Zhao Guicheng gasped in surprise, his face full of disbelief. He had worked hard farming for a year and only earned about 20 taels. And his niece had earned 11 taels in just one day. Meng Qingshu smiled happily and was about to leave. Suddenly, a shop assistant hurried over and whispered a few words to shopkeeper Wang. His face changed slightly, then he forced a smile and said to Meng Qingshu, "Miss Meng, you have helped us greatly. Our master has specifically instructed that today, you and your family must dine in a private room upstairs to try our signature dishes as a thank you." Meng Qingshu raised an eyebrow. From shopkeeper Wang's expression, it was clear he had heard the assistant's words and changed his plans last minute. Flattering without reason usually means something dishonest.
This
will cost a lot of money, right? Zhao Guicheng, who had never been to a restaurant before, looked nervous. No money, no money. Our master is paying. Master Wang quickly waved his hand. Upon hearing that it was free, Zhao Guicheng's eyes lit up. Meng Qingshu calmly asked, "May I know your master's surname?" "I thought this restaurant was owned by the shopkeeper." Master Wang smiled bitterly and said, "My master's surname is Li. I am just the shopkeeper here. This property is not mine," surnamed Li. A flash of understanding crossed Meng Qingshu's eyes. It seems that Fulfilling Tower is owned by Li Rui's family. So, it looks like Li Rui and Sun Tingzhou are planning something in this restaurant. She was curious to see what tricks Li Rui and Sun Tingzhou might be up to. "Since Master Li kindly invites us, we should accept gratefully," Meng Qingshu said with a faint smile and agreed. Master Wang led the 3 of them upstairs to a private room. The room was decorated very elegantly, with rosewood tables and chairs, calligraphy and paintings on the walls, and a landscape painting screen, showing wealth and luxury everywhere. Zhao Guicheng and Meng Qingyao had never seen such a scene before, and they didn't know where to look or what to do, feeling both amazed and a little overwhelmed. Meng Qingshu went to the window and looked outside. Her uncle's donkey cart was parked in an open space across the street, clearly visible from this angle. Not far from the donkey cart, there was a familiar carriage. Meng Qingshu remembered. It was Sun Tingzhou's carriage. Sure enough, Sun Tingzhou and Li Rui were inside this restaurant. She turned around, took a few small silver coins from her purse, and quietly whispered to Meng Qingyao, "Second sister, go quickly to the pharmacy at the street corner and buy a set of fine silver needles." Although Meng Qingyao didn't understand what her sister was planning, she was obedient and nodded heavily, clutching the silver tightly, then slipped out. Zhao Guicheng was still marveling at the luxurious private room, touching this and looking at that, muttering, "Wow, rich people really know how to enjoy life. Even eating a meal is so fancy." Soon, Meng Qingyao returned, panting and red-faced from exhaustion. She handed the wrapped silver needles to Meng Qingshu, who quietly stored them in her sleeve. Before long, the restaurant staff began serving the dishes. A dish of braised bass, squirrel mandarin fish, braised lion's head, spicy chicken cubes, and several other beautifully prepared dishes were neatly arranged on the table. Each dish was full of color, aroma, and flavor, making people feel hungry just by looking at them. Zhao Guicheng and Meng Qingyao had never seen such a grand feast before. Their eyes widened in amazement. The dishes looked so beautiful, like paintings. They also smelled so delicious that they couldn't resist. Zhao Guicheng, who had lived most of his life, had never seen such a lavish banquet, not even in his dreams. He swallowed hard and licked his lips. Meng Qingyao also couldn't help but wipe her mouth. "Guest, please enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just tell us," said the waiter as he finished serving and quietly closed the private room door. "Wow, how much silver would this cost?" Zhao Guicheng said excitedly. Meng Qingyao smiled wryly. "This table alone must be worth a few taels of silver," Meng Qingshuo said calmly. "Since someone invited us, We might as well enjoy it, right? No point in wasting such a feast. Zhao Guicheng picked up his chopsticks eagerly. I'll start eating now, Mang Tingxue whispered. Not yet. Both Zhao Guicheng and Meng Qingyao immediately stopped. Meng Tingxue took out a small bag of silver needles from her sleeve. In front of her uncle and sister, she calmly took out a thin silver needle from the needle case. Qingxue, what are you doing? Zhao Guicheng looked confused. Meng Tingxue didn't answer. She gently inserted the silver needle into the fish meat of the braised bass, paused for a moment, then withdrew it. The needle was still shiny and new. Next, she carefully inserted the silver needle into each of the other dishes one by one. In every dish, the silver needle showed no change. After finishing, she looked up at her uncle and sister with a puzzled expression and softly explained, "Uncle, it's important to be kind, but we must also be cautious. We have no close ties with the owner of this restaurant, yet he's so attentive. Better to be safe. Showing kindness without reason is often a trap or a theft." Mother always said that. Meng Qingyao agreed. Zhao Guicheng suddenly understood and broke out in a cold sweat. He had been so focused on admiring the dishes that he hadn't thought of this. It was his clever niece who had noticed. "Big sister, are these dishes safe?" Meng Qingyao whispered. "Yes, the food is clean." Meng Tingxue nodded and carefully stored the silver needles. "Eat up. All these dishes are safe to eat." Zhao Guicheng and Meng Qingyao finally relaxed and picked up their chopsticks. "It's delicious. So tasty." Zhao Guicheng took a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, his eyes immediately narrowing with pleasure. The braised bass fish is tender and smooth, really delicious. Meng Qingyao couldn't help but praise loudly. "And these braised lion's head meatballs are so flavorful." Meng Qingshue's eyes flickered with a hint of worry. She was a bit confused at this moment. The dishes weren't poisoned after all. Did Li Rui have a change of heart, or is she planning something else? The praise from Zhao Guicheng and Meng Qingyao was so loud that it even reached the next private room. A bunch of country bumpkins who haven't seen much of the world. Just a few dishes and they're so happy, Sun Tingzhou sneered disdainfully. Li Rui's face was uncertain, her expression shifting. She took out a small porcelain bottle from her bosom, poured some colorless, tasteless powder into an elegant wine jar, and gently shook it. "Tingzhou, this is a good thing I bought at a high price. Just a sip, and soon you'll feel your heart burning, your reason losing control, and you'll do many foolish things." A trace of hatred and poison flickered in Li Rui's eyes. "I want to see how they will end up later." Sun Tingzhou's smile grew more lecherous. A brother-in-law and two lively nieces locked in the same private room. "Hee, once the drug takes effect, we can break the door open and call a crowd to watch the show." TSK. Exactly, Li Rui sneered coldly. "If that little brat dares to embarrass me in public, I will ruin her reputation and destroy her family. Make her family unable to lift their heads, and in the end, they might even jump into the river." As they spoke, Manager Wang knocked and entered. "Miss, young Master Sunday. The dishes have been delivered as you ordered." Li Rui immediately put on a sympathetic expression and sighed. "Manager Wang, that Meng girl is an old friend of mine. I see her family is poor, and a girl like her has a hard time making a living, so I wanted to secretly help her. Please don't mention that I arranged it to avoid hurting her pride." Hearing this, Manager Wang was filled with respect. "So Miss is such a kind-hearted person. Miss is kind and compassionate. I understand now." Li Rui nodded with satisfaction and pushed the jar of spiked wine toward Manager Wang. "This jar of wine is very good. You personally deliver it and say it's a small gift from you. Please make sure they taste it." "Got it." Shopkeeper Wang had no doubt at all. He picked up the wine jar and left quickly. Soon, the door to Meng Qingshue's private room was knocked again. Shopkeeper Wang smiled as he entered. "Miss Meng, it looks like everyone is enjoying themselves. I brought another jar of wine for you all. To add some fun, please do come and join us." He placed the wine jar and 3 cups on the table. Meng Qingxue lowered her eyes and looked carefully at the wine jar. It seemed the wine inside might be suspicious. She smiled politely and waited until shopkeeper Wang left. Then her smile faded. She took out a silver needle and selected a brand new one. She carefully inserted it into the wine jar. This time, when she pulled out the needle, the shiny tip had turned dark as ink. The wine was poisoned. Or perhaps it contained medicine. Meng Qingxue frowned tightly. She didn't expect the other person to be so cruel, actually poisoning the wine. She looked at Zhao Guicheng and Meng Qingyao. They were happily eating and drinking, not paying attention to her at all. She quietly picked up the wine jar, using her wide sleeve to hide her movements. With her mind, she silently let dozens of drops of spiritual spring water from her space drip into the wine. After finishing, she replaced the silver needle with a clean one and carefully inserted it into the jar again. A moment later, she took it out. The needle was shiny and unchanged. Meng Qingxue felt relieved. As she guessed, the spiritual spring water had a special detoxifying effect. This meant that no matter what poison was in the wine, it wouldn't affect her. Zhao Guicheng saw Meng Qingxue holding the silver needle and asked nervously, "Niece, can we drink this wine?" Meng Qingxue put away the needle and smiled. "Of course we can," Meng Qingyao whispered. "I also want to try the taste of the wine." Meng Qingxue smiled and said, "Good. Let's have a few drinks together." She poured wine into 3 cups. The 3 of them raised their cups and drank all at once. "This wine is really good. Why do I feel a bit dizzy? They say wine makes people drunk, but it's the drinker's own fault." After finishing the jar, a faint blush appeared on their faces, and their eyes looked a little tipsy. After a while, shopkeeper Wang knocked and came in. Master Wang smiled and said, "Miss Meng, are you satisfied with the food and drinks?" Meng Qingxue looked up and smiled. "Thank you, Master Wang, for your kind hospitality. I am truly honored. Not only is the food delicious, but the wine is also very good." Master Wang chuckled. "It's just a small gesture from the host. I am only following orders. As long as Miss Meng is happy, that's enough." Zhao Guicheng whispered, "If only there was a little more wine, that would be even better." Master Wang laughed. "It's just a pot of wine. I'll get another one right away." Meng Qingxue quickly waved her hand. "Thank you, Master Wang. No need to trouble yourself." Zhao Guicheng awkwardly smiled. "Yes, Master Wang. Don't mind what I said." "Please don't serve any more wine." Master Wang laughed heartily. "If you want a drink, then enjoy it. It's just another pot of wine." He then took the empty wine jar and left the room. Meng Qingxue's eyes flickered with thought. It seemed that Master Wang was unaware of the situation. As soon as Master Wang left, Li Rui pulled him into the next private room. "How is it? Did they all drink?" Li Rui asked anxiously. "They drank everything, not a drop left." Master Wang raised an eyebrow, sensing something was off about Li Rui. "Oh, besides being drunk, is there any other sign?" Li Rui pressed. "No, just a bit of redness on their faces," Master Wang honestly replied, though his eyes showed some suspicion. After dismissing Master Wang, Li Rui's brows furrowed tightly. How can this be? The medicine dealer clearly said this was top-quality love potion. 1 sip, and you'll be affected. Why did they only get drunk after drinking a whole jar? Sun Tingzhou also came over, looking confused. Could it be fake medicine? Love potions are colorless and tasteless. If it has any other flavor, it's probably fake. Li Rui looked deeply at Sun Tingzhou. "Brother Tingzhou, how do you know so much?" Sun Tingzhou awkwardly smiled. "I just heard it from others." Of course, Sun Tingzhou wouldn't admit he was an expert in this area. "Brother Tingzhou, can you help me check if this love potion is real or fake?" she asked. She took out the paper packet containing the powder from her purse, opened it, and sniffed. It really had no smell. "Sniff it. It has no scent at all. It doesn't feel fake," she said, handing the packet to Sun Tingzhou. Sun Tingzhou took the paper package and placed the powder near his nose, about to smell it. Just as he leaned in, a strand of Li Rui's hair happened to brush across his nose. It tickled so much. Achoo! Sun Tingzhou couldn't hold back and suddenly sneezed loudly. A puff of white powder shot into the air, forming a small cloud of smoke that covered both his and Li Rui's faces. They were caught off guard and inhaled a large breath of the powder. Sun Tingzhou immediately felt something was wrong. This is bad. As soon as Sun Tingzhou said, "This is bad," he felt a sudden surge of fiery energy from his lower abdomen, making his whole body feel hot. His breathing became heavier, and his eyes started to look unfocused. Li Rui was also not doing well. She was completely confused. Her fair cheeks turned an unusual shade of red. A strange, intense heat rose from deep inside her, gradually making her lose her sense of reason. Tingzhou, brother. I feel so hot. Li Rui suddenly threw herself into Sun Tingzhou's arms. Meng Qingyao happily rubbed her belly. Big sister. I am full now, Meng Qingxue smiled. I am full too. I wonder how my brother-in-law is doing. Zhao Guiqing chuckled. Good niece, I'm also full. This is the first time I've tasted such delicious mountain and sea delicacies. But didn't shopkeeper Wang say he was going to get us some wine? Meng Qingxue shook her head. Brother-in-law, I think we shouldn't drink anymore. Alcohol is strong, and we need to drive home. Meng Qingxue was very cautious. She was afraid Li Rui and Sun Tingzhou might plot against her, since she was in the open, while they were in the shadows. Zhao Guiqing scratched his head. I get it. Let's say goodbye to shopkeeper Wang. Suddenly, there were a few knocks on the door. Then shopkeeper Wang entered, carrying a freshly poured jar of wine, smiling happily. Miss Meng, the wine is here. Shopkeeper Wang, thank you so much for your kindness. Meng Qingxue stood up politely. We've already finished eating, so we won't drink the wine. It would be a waste. Zhao Guiqing clasped his fists. Yes, yes. Thank you, shopkeeper. We're full and ready to go home. Meng Qingyao also smiled shyly. Master Wang saw that they insisted on leaving, so he didn't try to stop them. He placed the wine jar on the table and said, All right, take care, everyone. Come back again next time. The three thanked him and left the private room one after another. Master Wang also followed behind. As he stepped into the corridor and approached the next room, suddenly, a loud, unearthly scream came from inside.
Bang!
A loud crash sounded as the door of the next room was forcefully pushed open from inside, causing the door to shake 3 times. Master Wang, following behind, was startled by the noise. He turned around and was instantly terrified, screaming, Miss! What is this? Inside the open door, he saw torn pieces of clothing scattered on the floor, and 2 pale, human-shaped figures were tightly entangled. Master Wang's jaw dropped. His face turned pale instantly, and he didn't know what to do. Oh no! Meng Qingyao gasped and covered her eyes with her hands, but she still peeked through her fingers. It's over. I might get a pimple now. Zhao Guiqing stared in shock for a moment, then mumbled with a low voice. My goodness! Wealthy people really know how to have fun. This is way too extravagant. In broad daylight, in full view of everyone.
Tisk, so shameless, so shameless.
Meng Qingxue was also stunned. She looked carefully and recognized the 2 people tangled together. It's Li Rui and Sun Tingzhou. Meng Qingxue also looked incredulous. How could these 2 be together in broad daylight? And it was so shocking. Suddenly, she had a bright idea and understood most of what was happening. Could it be that they drank the same suspicious wine, but were unharmed, so they suspected it was fake? And then, tested the effects themselves? Thinking of this possibility, Meng Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. This is truly a case of karma. She blinked her eyes and screamed, Ah, I might get a pimple. Someone is openly indulging in inappropriate behavior in the private room. Her loud cry was very powerful and quickly spread throughout the 2nd floor. Soon, the doors of various private rooms opened one after another. Several diners, curious, gathered around Meng Qingxue. When they saw what was inside the private room, they were all stunned. Oh my goodness! What is going on here?
Wow!
The 2 bodies, so pale and exposed. It's too shocking to look at. These 2 people. They look so familiar. They seem to be a young master and young lady from some noble family. TSK, are young people nowadays so impatient? Even if they want to have fun, they should find a more private place. This restaurant is busy with many customers. It's broad daylight, and they're being so reckless. Master Wang finally snapped out of his shock. His face turned red, and he was sweating nervously. He shouted at the frightened shop assistant beside him, "What are you standing there for? Close the door." "Quickly, close it." The shop assistant jolted, hurried over, and, before doing so, took one last look at the scene. Then, he hurriedly pushed the door shut with a loud bang. "Hey, don't close it," someone in the crowd shouted. "Yeah, let us have a look again." The shop assistant dared not listen. He used all his strength to slam the door shut. "Ah, what a pity. Now we can only listen," a scholar dressed in traditional clothes said regretfully, shaking his head. "Don't say that. The noise is pretty loud. Listen. Clang, clang, bang sounds like tables are being overturned. Who are these young masters and young ladies? How could they be so disrespectful and shameless, doing such disgraceful things?" The noise inside the room didn't stop. In fact, it grew louder. Outside, the crowd blushed and their imaginations ran wild. At this moment, Mang Qingxue rubbed her eyes and deliberately pretended to be innocent, trying to defend them. She imitated Lu Qingyue's sweet and pure tone and loudly said, "Everyone, don't misunderstand. Young Master Sun Tingzhou is a gentle and refined gentleman, and Miss Li Rui is a well-educated young lady from the Li family." They definitely didn't mean to do this. They must have had too much to drink today, and after drinking, they lost control. As soon as she said this, the crowd erupted in chaos.
"What?
That man is Sun Tingzhou. I knew he looked familiar. Turns out he's that delicate young master from the Sun family. Haha, the Sun family's reputation isn't much, and that woman is Li Rui, the daughter of the Li family? Oh, I heard that the Li family's young lady has some questionable habits. I didn't expect this niece to be so improper. Haha, people are often different inside and out. She acts all proper in public, but behind the scenes, she's shameless. They're causing trouble in the restaurant in broad daylight. Now the Sun family and the Li family have lost all face." Shopkeeper Wang felt dizzy listening to these rumors. He never expected that his young lady and young master son would cause such a shocking scandal in his restaurant. He is now overwhelmed and wishes he could hide somewhere. Mang Qingxue, having achieved her goal, no longer stayed. She pulled Zhao Guicheng, who was still peeking around, and Meng Qingyao, whose face was very red, saying, "Uncle, Qingyao, let's go quickly. We shouldn't stay here long." Meng Qingyao nodded with a red face. Zhao Guicheng still seemed reluctant. As they walked, he muttered, "Youth is wonderful, full of energy." Halfway through, he noticed the unkind looks from his nieces and quickly cleared his throat, shutting his mouth. The three hurried down the stairs, left the restaurant, and got into a donkey cart. Half an hour later, the private room in the restaurant was a mess. The tables were overturned, teacups and dishes shattered everywhere, torn fabric from dresses was scattered all around, and the scene was very messy. On the ground, Li Rui and Sun Tingzhou slowly woke up. They first looked at each other in confusion, then their memories flooded back, and their minds exploded with a loud bang. They both looked at each other, clutching their chests and screaming. Then they hurriedly picked up the torn clothes from the floor and threw them on themselves. Li Rui, after putting on her clothes, hugged her head and started crying softly. Sun Tingzhou, feeling ashamed and guilty, trembled and said, "Rui, it's all my fault. I will take responsibility for you. In a few days, I will come to propose marriage." Li Rui trembled all over. "I never thought that the effects of the love potion would be so strong." It's not entirely your fault." Sun Tingzhou clenched his teeth and slammed his fist against the wall nearby. "Damn it. Why did Meng Qingxue drink wine and not be affected?" Li Rui grabbed her hair with both hands, almost going crazy. "I planned and planned, but I ended up being tricked myself." A sinister look flashed in Sun Tingzhou's eyes. "Could it be that little brat did this? Did she realize our plan and then trick us? What is she up to?" Li Rui was so angry she couldn't speak clearly and shouted loudly. "It's clearly you're sneezing. You blew all the powder back." Just as they kept arguing and feeling regretful, faint laughter and talking came from outside the private room as some men left. Hey, it looks like Miss Lee and young Master Sun have finished their fun. Huh. The noise was really loud. We could hear everything from next door. Let's go now and keep drinking. Today has been quite a show. Such bad manners. The reputation of the two big families in Ling City is ruined today. But young Master Sun looks so gentle, yet he seems wilder than anyone. Haha. Li Rui's vision blurred, and she almost fainted, tears streaming down her face as she shouted, "Ah, it's over. I, Li Rui, am going to be the laughingstock of the whole city." Sun Tingzhou looked pale as well. I, Sun Tingzhou, will become the joke everyone talks about. How can I face anyone after this? It's all Mang Qingshua's fault. That little troublemaker, it's all her fault. Yes, blame Mang Qingxua. The donkey cart slowly returned to Meng Dashan's thatched cottage. Zhao Guiqing jumped down, brushed off the dust, and prepared to go home. Zhao Guilin came out of the house, grabbed a handful of copper coins from a small purse, about 50 or 60, and without hesitation, put them into Zhao Guiqing's hand. Zhao Guiqing quickly refused. "Sister, what are you doing?" "I'm helping my sister. I can't take money for that." But Zhao Guilin tightly held his hand, serious. "Brother, if it's just once or twice, I wouldn't say anything. But this back and forth isn't just once or twice. You need to support the family, right? You can't let your wife worry, can you? Take it. Otherwise, I won't let you help again." Her words warmed Zhao Guiqing's heart. He knew she was genuinely caring for him, so he stopped refusing and took the money. "All right, I'll listen to you. Tomorrow morning, I'll come early." After saying that, he snapped the whip and drove the donkey cart home. After seeing her brother off, Zhao Guilin went back inside. Meng Qingxua immediately handed her something she was holding. When Zhao Guilin saw it, her face lit up with joy. Such a big silver ingot. "That's 10 taels." Meng Qingyao also poured some small silver pieces from her little pouch onto the table, clinking as she stacked them. "Mother, these are leftovers from buying the silver needles." Zhao Guilin gathered the silver together and counted carefully, her eyes slightly reddening with excitement. "Including what we saved before, we already have over 20 taels of silver." "More than 20. Meng Qingxua smiled and said, "Mother, if we work a little harder and save enough, we can buy this land and enclose the yard. Finally, we will have our own home." Zhao Guilin whispered, her eyes slightly teary. At that moment, Meng Qingqing ran out from the inner room, looking up with a small face. "Big sister, do we have any work to do this afternoon?" Meng Qingxua thought for a moment and said, "This afternoon, we'll weave some mats. The straw mat in the outer room is a bit dirty, and the straw mat on Father's bed is broken. Your straw mat is also dirty. We'll use reed leaves from the riverbank to make new ones." "Good. I'll go cut reeds." Meng Qingyao immediately responded, grabbing her sickle to go outside. Meng Qingcheng wasn't willing to fall behind. He patted his chest and said, "I'll be responsible for bringing the reeds back." Zhao Guilin's face lit up with a smile. "All right, you all go ahead. Mother will knead the dough, make thin pancakes, and stir-fry some wild vegetables. Today, I went up the mountain and picked some fresh, tender wild greens. Yay! We'll have white flour pancakes to eat." Meng Qingqing cheered. The family each got busy. Deshan Meng, leaning on his cane, slowly came out of the house. He didn't speak, just quietly leaned against the doorframe, watching his children busy in the yard, his eyes full of pride. He softly sighed to Zhao Guilin beside him. "I thought Qingxua was raised in the city and spoiled. I was worried she wouldn't get used to these hard days. But I didn't expect our girl to be so hardworking and capable of everything." Zhao Guilin also looked at her daughter's back with a gentle smile and softly said, "That's right. Our family, I think, is blessed from past lives to have such an obedient and sensible daughter." By evening, 3 brand new reed mats had been woven. The large one was laid on the straw mat in the outer room. The 2 smaller ones were placed in the inner room, one for Meng Deshan and one for Meng Qingqing. Dinner was also ready. Golden brown pancakes are cooked perfectly, pork stir-fried with wild vegetables smells delicious, and there is a large bowl of fish soup. The family was happily eating when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Who could it be so late? Could it be Meng Qingmei and Meng Qinglan? Zhao Guilin put down her bowl and stood up to open the door. When she opened it, a small figure stood outside. It was Meng Qinglan, looking sadly at the people inside. Qinglan, why are you here? Where is your sister? Zhao Guilin quickly pulled her inside. As soon as Meng Qinglan entered, she smelled the aroma of food and her stomach growled loudly. Tears started to fall. She sniffled and said, "Grandpa and Grandma let my sister go to work in the fields with our parents, saying I'm too young and can't do the work, that I'm a burden. I only got half a steamed bun today." She spoke while wiping her tears. "I'm so hungry." Hearing this, Zhao Guilin looked very worried and hugged the girl tightly. Meng Dashan angrily said, "The third family treats their children like animals, and they are so cruel to their own kids." Meng Qingxue didn't say much. She took Meng Qinglan's hand, washed her own bowl, and placed it in front of her. "Qinglan, eat quickly. Eat enough first." Meng Qinglan looked at the pancakes and fragrant meat and couldn't hold back anymore. She started eating eagerly, tears dropping into her bowl. After she finished eating, Meng Qingxue wrapped the remaining pancakes in oil paper and handed them to her. "Hide this well. Quietly take it back to your parents to eat. Don't let your grandparents see." Meng Qinglan nodded vigorously while eating. After Meng Qinglan left, the atmosphere in the hut grew heavy. Zhao Guilin sighed. "What a sin." Meng Dashan shook his head and said, "The third one is just like me when I was young. Her parents are so strict, making her work like a beast, always obedient and hardworking. I hope she can wake up soon too." It was late at night. Inside the old Meng family house, the room of the third branch was completely dark. Lu Meiwan tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Finally, she couldn't hold back and nudged her husband. "Husband, are you asleep?" "No," Meng Sanhai replied, sounding exhausted. "What kind of days are these?" Lu Meichuan's voice was trembling with tears. "The animals still need to be fed after working, but now our family is even worse off than the animals." Meng Sanhai was silent for a while before hoarsely saying, "I'm sorry you have to suffer. What does my suffering matter? But what about Qing Mei and Qinglan? They have to endure this hardship with us too." Lu Meiwan grew angrier as she spoke. "Why does the second brother's family not have to do anything? They just talk all day, not even planting the land, while we have to work like oxen and horses. His children are treasures, but ours are just weeds." Second brother is a scholar. "He will bring honor to the family in the future." "Honor? That's nonsense." Lu Meiwan lowered her voice and cursed. "His family is cold-hearted, haven't you seen? We work ourselves to the bone, and what do we get? We can't even get a hot meal." Meng Sanhai sighed deeply. "My parents raised me with difficulty. You want to be a filial son, I won't stop you. But look at the children. They are starving. When will this life get better?" Meng Sanhai was silent for a long time.
"I'm useless."
"I feel sorry for you three. In the next life, I will be a beast of burden to repay you." At that moment, the curtain in the inner room was pulled aside, and Meng Qinglan tiptoed out, holding something wrapped in oil paper. "Dad, Mom, come quickly and eat the cake. Big sister, you too, have some." Meng Sanhai suddenly sat up. "Did you go to your uncle's house?" Meng Qinglan opened the oil paper, and a wheat aroma instantly filled the air. "Yes, my aunt told me to eat well, and she also asked me to bring some food for you." Meng Sanhai took the warm cake. This usually quiet man couldn't hold back anymore. He covered his face and sniffled, tears seeping through his fingers. "Big brother. Big brother is still kind to me." After sending Meng Qinglan off, Meng Dashan's family also prepared to sleep. The three women lay on the newly woven reed mats, feeling the smooth, dry surface beneath them, with a fresh scent of grass and trees. "This mat is really well made. It feels so comfortable to sleep on." Zhao Guilin couldn't help but praise. Meng Qingyao also said, "Yes, it's much better than the old grass mat." After a moment, Zhao Guilin and Meng Qingyao's snoring could be heard. Meng Qingxue was silent. These two women, they could talk 1 second and fall into deep sleep the next. Late at night, when everyone was asleep, Meng Qingxue moved her mind and entered the longevity lock space. Looking at the flowing spiritual spring water, Meng Qingxue nodded. This spring water not only strengthens the body, but also has a remarkable detoxifying effect. It seems this spring water is more powerful than she initially thought. She walked to the black land where she buried wheat seeds yesterday. The ground was bare and silent. It looks like she will have to wait a few more days to see the results. She stopped thinking much and took off her clothes to enjoy a refreshing bath. Just after putting her clothes back on, a familiar feeling of rejection came, and she returned to her bed. The next morning, just before dawn, her mother and 3 others quietly got up and headed to the river. The first 15 small fish traps yielded a good catch. There were dozens of lively bass, a few fat eels, and many crabs. Then they checked the 15 large fish traps. They pulled out more than 10, but only a few bass and some white carp, with no sign of any turtles. Mang Qingcheng was a bit worried. Only 5 fish traps left. There probably won't be any big turtles today, right? Zhao Guilin was quite satisfied and smiled. Even if there aren't, it's enough. Before, your father and I worked so hard just to earn a few dozen coins a day. Today, these fish alone can sell for several hundred coins. Mang Qingxue stayed calm. Let it be. If I get it, it's my luck. If I don't, it's my fate. She then lifted 3 more traps, but still no turtles. Finally, when she pulled up the 14th big trap, Mang Qingxue felt a weight in her hand.
Yes.
We got one, Mang Qingqing shouted excitedly. Meng Qingyao quickly helped, and together they dragged the trap ashore, pulling out a huge creature. But this thing looked different from yesterday's turtle. It had a high, hard shell on its back, and it was chewing on a fish. Huh? Why does this turtle look so strange? Mang Qingqing curiously poked its shell. Mang Qingxue smiled. Silly younger brother, this isn't a turtle, it's a tortoise. Can we eat it? Mang Qingyao asked. We won't eat this. Let's release it, Mang Qingxue said, gently putting the big tortoise back into the water. Only 1 fish trap was left. Mang Qingxue took a deep breath and slowly lifted the last trap. Feeling heavy in her hands, she was happy. When she pulled it up, she saw 2 big turtles lying inside. The family cheered loudly. They didn't expect that the last big fish basket would have 2 turtles. 2 turtles meant 10 taels of silver. They carefully put the fish back into the basket, and the 4 of them carried several large buckets of fish happily back to their hut. At that moment, Zhao Guicheng arrived driving a donkey cart. Seeing the full buckets, he opened his mouth in surprise again. This was not just fishing, it was like finding money. Zhao Guicheng quickly loaded the buckets onto the cart, and with Meng Qingshu and Meng Qingyao, headed towards the town. When they reached Fuminlu, shopkeeper Wang came out looking sorry. Miss Meng, I'm really sorry. Your catch. I don't think I can take it today. Meng Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Not only today, but I can't take it any more in the future. A strange light flickered in her eyes. It was clear that Li Rui had spoken. Shopkeeper Wang sighed and lowered his voice.
Yes.
It was the young lady from the East family who said so. It's hard to explain, please understand. Zhao Guicheng and Meng Qingyao looked pale, but Meng Qingshu just nodded calmly. It's okay, shopkeeper Wang. I understand. I'll ask around elsewhere. Meng Qingshu secretly sneered. She had already taught Li Rui and Sun Tingzhou a lesson and had torn apart her relationship with them. Yesterday, Li Rui and Sun Tingzhou tried to scheme against her, but something went wrong. Instead of gaining, they lost big in front of everyone, becoming the joke of Ling City. Naturally, they hated her even more. She wasn't surprised that Fuminlu refused to take her fish. Shopkeeper Wang bowed deeply. Miss Meng, thank you for your understanding. Shopkeeper Wang, you're too kind. Meng Qingshu looked calm. I understand your difficulties. Business is business, but I appreciate your help the other day. Seeing her reasonable attitude, shopkeeper Wang felt guilty and sighed several times before finally leaving with a bow. Zhao Guicheng and Meng Qingyao looked worried and pale. Big sister, what? What are we going to do with these buckets of fish? Meng Qingyao became a little worried. Zhao Guicheng also looked worried. The weather is getting hotter, and we have so many fish. If we can't sell them, what should we do? But Meng Qingxue was calm. She raised her hand and pointed across the street. Uncle, don't worry. Sanha Town isn't only home to Fumanlu restaurant. She looked in the direction she pointed. At the corner across the street was a restaurant called Delicious Feast. However, that restaurant was much smaller than Fumanlu, more than half the size. The signboard's paint was peeling, making it look quite shabby. The entrance was very quiet, with no customers, in sharp contrast to the busy Fumanlu across the street. "Uncle, let's go to Delicious Feast first. If they don't take our fish, we can always take them to the market." "Okay. I'll follow your plan, dear." Zhao Guichun was unsure, but he had no other options. He hurriedly pulled the fish in a donkey cart to the door of Delicious Feast. As Meng Qingxue jumped down, a young shop assistant in a rough cloth short shirt came out weakly and asked, "Dear customers, are you here to eat?" "No. We're here to sell fish." "Do you buy live fish?" The shop assistant waved his hand and looked worried. "Honestly, our shop is about to close down. We don't have the money to buy fish anymore. Frankly, I'm worried about finding a buyer myself. Call your manager out." "I want to talk to him," Mang Qingxue said with a frown. The shop assistant hesitated for a moment, but then turned back into the shop. "All right. I'll go get him." Soon, a slightly chubby middle-aged man with a pair of distinctive sideburns came out, bowing politely. "I am Manager Lu of this shop. May I ask what you need, miss?" Mang Qingxue explained her purpose simply. Manager Lu listened and sighed with a bitter smile. "Miss, you're really looking in the wrong place. Look across the street at Fumanlu. Their business is booming lately. My Delicious Feast is almost out of business, and we don't have the money to buy your fish." The shop assistant behind him also chimed in. "That's right. Especially Fumanlu's new braised base. It's amazing. They've even taken away our regular customers." Hearing this, Mang Qingxue smiled instead. "The base from Fumanlu was sent by me." Both Manager Lu and the shop assistant looked at her in shock, unable to believe what they heard. "Really? To be honest, I have a bit of a grudge with the young lady from Fumanlu's owner. She won't let Fumanlu sell my fish anymore," Mang Qingxue said calmly. "Li Rui," shopkeeper Lu sneered. "Haha, Miss Li did something shocking in Lingqing yesterday." "Never mind. I won't talk about it." "Humph. I've heard about her reputation in town. Since that's the case, I want to see her catch." Shopkeeper Lu walked a few steps to the donkey cart and lifted the lid of a wooden barrel. Just one look, and his eyes widened.
Wow.
So many lively bass. These are valuable. Usually fishermen catch only 3 or 5 a day. "Did you buy out the whole river, young lady?" He continued, lifting the lids of several other barrels. "Good heavens. These river crabs are almost as big as a palm. My goodness. The eels are almost as thick as a cucumber." Finally, his gaze fell on 2 large turtles, and he took a few quick breaths. He paced excitedly beside the cart, muttering, "Heaven is helping me. Truly helping me." Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and said to Meng Qingxue, "Young lady, I want these 2 turtles. Honestly, a noble guest recently came to town, and he loves turtles. I was worried about where to find some, and you brought them to me." He paused, looking a bit troubled.
"But
"These bass and crabs, my small shop is quiet, and I'm afraid I can't sell them. If I take them, I might lose money." Mang Qingxue was confident. "I have a way to revive your restaurant." "Oh? What's the plan?" Shopkeeper Lu asked curiously. "It's simple.
put a fish stew pot at your shop entrance.
When the aroma spreads out, won't customers come?" Shopkeeper Lu frowned. "Is that really effective? There are other fish-selling restaurants in town, not just mine. It's nothing special." "That might not be true. My fish tastes different from others. Just try once and you'll see." She secretly added spiritual spring water to each barrel of base. Fish fed with spiritual spring water taste completely different from those that aren't. That delicious flavor is far beyond ordinary river fish. Shopkeeper Lu looked at Meng Qingxue's confident expression and the lively, top-quality river fish in the barrels. He hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and nodded. "All right, I only trust the girl once." He cheerfully waved his hand. "All of these, I'll take them. The prices are based on the market rate. Per fish, 10 coins. Per crab, 5 coins. For the large eel, that size, 5 coins each. These 2 big turtles, one weighs 5 taels, totaling 10 taels. Mang Qingxue nodded. Manager Wang agrees with this price. I am very satisfied with Manager Lu's prices. Manager Lu immediately went back to his shop to get the money, counted out 11 taels, and handed it to Mang Qingxue. Miss, this is today's payment for the fish. In the future, when you have more goods, please send them to me first, especially the turtles. All right. Mang Qingxue took the silver and nodded. Nearby, Meng Qingyao and Zhao Guicheng watched in shock. Only after receiving the money did they come back to their senses, their faces full of happiness. They didn't expect that the turn of events would be so good, selling the fish and meeting such a kind and straightforward shopkeeper. Meng Qingxue took the money, but didn't leave immediately. She leaned close to Manager Lu and whispered, Manager, may I ask, who is the noble person from the city? Manager Lu looked around and lowered his voice. Don't tell anyone. I heard it's a high-ranking official from the capital, maybe even a prince. Prince? Sure. Manager Lu made a shushing gesture. This noble person not only likes eating turtles but also enjoys seafood, and especially fishing. Meng Qingxue thought deeply. This prince is quite the connoisseur of food and fun. She quietly remembered this and bid farewell to Manager Lu. On the way home, Meng Qingxue first bought a bag of rice, a bag of flour and some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar at the grain shop. In the donkey cart, Meng Qingxue weighed the heavy money bag, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Today, she earned 11 taels again. After expenses, she still had over 10 taels. Adding this to her previous savings, she had already saved up 30 taels. That was enough to buy the piece of wasteland where her thatched cottage was located. Old Meng's house. Meng sat comfortably on a rocking chair in the yard, legs crossed, holding an old storybook in one hand and a bright red apple in the other. He ate and read with great interest. Meng was naturally lazy and unwilling to farm, but he had no talent for reading. The so-called achievement of becoming a scholar was just an excuse for his laziness. However, his son, at a young age, had already become a scholar and brought pride to the family. So, he told Old Man Meng and Old Lady Meng that he was just unlucky and that he would pass the exams to become a scholar and a talented person in the future. Having 2 children who are scholars makes the family proud and worth boasting about wherever they go. Because of this, Old Man Meng and Old Lady Meng did not let Meng go to farm. In Old Lady Meng's eyes, Meng was studying hard and working hard to improve himself. At the door, Lu Meihua was massaging Old Lady Meng's legs and complaining softly, Mother, why is the family of the eldest son so mean? Last time, that little troublemaker took 5 taels of silver from me for no reason. My heart still hurts from it. Old Lady Meng snorted. Not just you. Meng Dashan, that unfilial son, I've wasted my efforts on him. I heard he has 100 taels of silver, but he'd rather spend it on his own health than help his nephew get ahead. Ungrateful, Meng sitting on a rocking chair, heard this, covered his stomach with a book, and sat up straight. Mother, don't be angry. When I pass the exams and become an official, I will make sure you live a good life. Eating delicious food every day, that's my filial son, Old Lady Meng said happily. Lu Meihua agreed. Exactly. Even if Big Brother becomes an official, he'd still be useless. It's better if he dies early and helps his nephew. While they were criticizing the eldest son, a small figure quietly came out of the house and shyly stood in front of Old Lady Meng, whispering, Grandma, I am hungry. It was Meng Qinglan with a pale face, having eaten only half a steamed bun that morning. She wanted to go to her uncle's house to eat again, but her parents told her that her uncle's family was also having a hard time, so she didn't go. Old Lady Meng's smile disappeared instantly. She raised her hand and slapped Meng Qinglan's face. Eating. All you do is eat. Didn't I give you half a steamed bun this morning? Good for nothing. What's the use of raising you? The crisp slap echoed in the yard. Meng Qinglan was slapped so hard she staggered and covered her face, crying out loud. At that moment, the yard gate creaked open. Old Man Meng walked in with his hands behind his back, followed by Meng Sanhai and Lu Meichuan's family, including their eldest daughter, Meng Qingmei. They had just come back from the fields. Old man Meng looked full of energy. The others looked tired and worn out, especially Meng Sanhai, who was so exhausted he could hardly straighten his back. As soon as Lu Meiwan entered, she saw her young daughter crying, with a bright red mark on her face. Her heart tightened, and she quickly rushed over to hold Meng Qinglan in her arms. She shouted at Grandma Meng, "Mother, why did you hit Lana again?" Grandma Meng curled her lip and said, "I'm just scolding my granddaughter." "What does that have to do with you? This little troublemaker only knows how to ask for food. She needs a good spanking to remember." Lu Meiwan was so angry she was trembling. "Mother, I work hard in the fields with Sanhai, with no complaints. How can you treat my daughter like this? She's also your granddaughter." "Bah," Grandma Meng spat on the ground. "A girl is like water spilled out. A troublemaker like her isn't fit to be my granddaughter." Lu Meiwan looked at her silent husband, Meng Sanhai, who lowered his head and didn't dare say a word. Her heart felt cold. She turned to look at Meng in the rocking chair and Lu Meihua standing nearby. "Second uncle, second aunt, don't you have anything to say?" Meng turned over lazily and said, "Mother is right." Lu Meihua sneered and said sarcastically, "A girl? What's wrong with going hungry for a day? She's so precious. Since my daughter is a troublemaker, why can your Qingya eat well and go to town to study every day?" Lu Meiwan asked with red eyes. "You, a worthless girl, can't compare to my Yer," Lu Meihua snapped, arms crossed. "Who are you calling worthless?" Meng Sanhai, listen. This is your good second brother and second sister-in-law. We work ourselves to the bone to support them, and in the end, your wife and children call my daughter worthless." Lu Meiwan looked full of grievance. Meng Sanhai's lips moved, but he didn't say anything. "How dare you?" Grandma Meng saw Lu Meiwan talking back and stormed forward, slapping her hard across the face.
"Lu,
"Is this how you behave as a daughter-in-law? Daring to disobey your mother-in-law and talk back to your sister-in-law? You hit me." Lu Meiwan covered her face, unable to believe it. Her eldest daughter, Meng Qingmei, cried and ran to hug Grandma Meng's leg. "Don't hit my mom. Don't hit my mom. Get lost, you troublemaker," Meng said disgustedly, kicking Meng Qingmei away. "Meng Sanhai, are you even a man?" Lu Meiwan was completely hopeless. She shouted at her husband in despair. "I was really blind to marry you in the first place." Old Madame Meng refused to back down, pointing at Lu Meijuan's nose and scolding, "You disrespectful person, just wait and see how I tear your mouth apart today." Just as old Madame Meng, Meng and Lu Meihua were about to step forward, Meng Sanhai, who had been silent all along, suddenly shouted, "Stop right there." His eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaved heavily, and he pointed at his parents and second brother, saying loudly, "Try to hurt my wife and children again. I won't do this work anymore. I will take my wife and daughters and leave. Then, see who will work the land for you, who will support second brother's education." Old Madame Meng's slap froze in midair. Meng and Lu Meihua also stopped moving. They could scold Lu Meiwan and her daughter, but they couldn't do without Meng Sanhai's strength. Old Madame Meng reluctantly withdrew her hand, still cursing under her breath. "Fine. Third brother, you've grown some backbone and learned to stand up to your mother. Since you're still useful, I'll let this woman go today. But if she dares to talk back again, I'll make you divorce her." Meng Lao, who had been silent, finally spoke. "Enough, say less. Tonight, give Qingmei and Qinglan half a bowl of steamed buns extra." Lu Meiwan looked at Meng Sanhai, but her eyes held no gratitude, only a deep, hopeless silence. She said nothing, pulled her two daughters, and turned back to their shabby little house, her muffled sobs heard from inside. Meng Sanhai's face was pale with anger, fists clenched, and he followed into the house. In the yard, Meng Lao lowered his voice and told Meng and Lu Meihua, "Second brother, from now on, keep your mouths clean at home. If you really drive third brother's family away, then you two will have to work the fields yourselves." Meng and Lu Meihua looked at each other but said nothing. Old man Meng chuckled awkwardly. "Father is right. Mother, let's say less." Just as the yard settled into a brief silence, Footsteps sounded from outside.
Bang!
The yard gate was kicked open. A young scholar dressed in a blue robe entered, followed by several burly, fierce-looking men. The scholar looked to be about 20, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a neat face, but he had no expression and a cold look in his eyes. Old Man Mang saw who it was and trembled in fear. He quickly bowed and forced a smile, saying, "Isn't this young Master Gao? What wind brought you here?" The visitor was Gao Yuanwai's eldest son, Gao Huan. Though Gao Huan looked like a weak scholar, he was actually the real manager of the Gao family's bank. He was tough, clever, and known for being difficult to deal with in Three Rivers Town. Not only Old Man Meng, but also Old Lady Meng, second brother Meng, and Lu Meihua dared not make a sound. Gao Huan glanced around the yard, then slowly pulled out a document from his sleeve, a cold glint in his eyes. 20 days ago, your Meng family borrowed 20 taels of silver from my Gao family's bank. It's clearly written in black and white. Interest compounded, principal and interest. Now you owe 30 taels. 30 taels. Old Man Meng's heart skipped a beat, and he felt dizzy. He suddenly remembered that 20 days ago, Meng Wenkai had gone to the capital for the imperial exam, and the family couldn't afford the expenses. He had forced his eldest son, Meng Dashan, to go to the town to find a way. Meng Dashan had no choice but to borrow money at high interest. Now, the Meng family only had a little over 10 taels left, nowhere near enough to pay back 30. Gao Huan flicked the document with his finger and sneered, "So, you borrowed money happily, but now you act dumb?" The yard was silent. No one dared to speak. "Do you think Gao family runs a charity?" Gao Huan's tone rose slightly. The burly men behind him stepped forward, raising their fists, which made a clicking sound. Old Man Meng trembled in fear and hurriedly waved his hands. "No, no. Young Master Gao, please. Could you give us 2 more days? Just 2 days. I will gather the money in these days. I promise to pay it back." "Gather the money? With what?" Gao Huan sneered. Just as Old Man Meng was sweating nervously, second brother Meng, who had been hiding in the back, saw the name on the document. His eyes suddenly lit up. He leaned close to Old Man Meng's ear and whispered, "Dad, the IOU has the older brother's name and his fingerprint. Since he is already separated from us, he should be the one to settle this debt." Old Man Meng patted his thigh and said, "That's right. My son is quick-witted." He straightened up and loudly said to Gao Huan, "Young Master Gao, you've got the wrong person." Gao Huan raised an eyebrow. "Trying to avoid payment?"
No, no, no.
"That's not it." Old Man Meng shook his head. "The person who borrowed the money is my eldest son, Meng Dashan, not us. Look at the document. Clear as day. It's written in black and white, with Meng Dashan's name and his fingerprint. We've already separated from him. Why should we pay his debt?" Old Lady Meng also reacted and immediately crossed her arms. "That's right. I've cut ties with that unfilial son, Meng Dashan. His matters have nothing to do with us. If you want to find someone, go look for him." Second brother Meng added, "Young Master Gao, we're not just talking nonsense. Our eldest brother, Meng Dashan, is unfilial and disrespectful. We've expelled him from the family and cut all ties. We even have a formal separation letter with the official seal. It clearly states that he has nothing to do with our Meng family anymore. Naturally, he should bear his own debts." "Separated?" Gao Huan looked suspicious. "Don't tell me this is a trick."
It couldn't be.
Second brother Meng ran back into the house, pulled out the separation letter, and carefully handed it to Gao Huan, pointing at the red seal. "Young Master Gao, please look. It's real. Meng Dashan has completely cut ties with us. His debts have nothing to do with our Meng family." Gao Huan took the separation letter, glanced at the contents and the official seal, and his face remained expressionless, showing no emotion. He returned the separation letter to second brother Meng and put the IOU into his sleeve. "Let's go. Go find Meng Dashan." He turned coldly and led a few strong men out of the yard, quick and decisive, without a word of unnecessary talk. Watching Gao Huan and his group leave, the members of the Meng family let out a long sigh of relief. "My goodness, He's finally gone, Lu Meihua said, patting her chest, still trembling with fear. Old man Meng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a proud look returning to his face. Luckily, this money was borrowed from the boss. Otherwise, our family would have been in trouble today. Meng carefully kept the broken engagement letter like a treasure, smiling. Dad, this 30 silver coins were borrowed by our eldest brother. We didn't ask him to do it. Let him figure it out himself. It has nothing to do with us. Old Lady Meng snorted. That rebellious son, a ingrate, always causing trouble for the family. He owes the debt himself. He should find a way to pay it. Even if the officials come, they won't find us. The family members spoke one after another, without feeling guilty. Meanwhile, in front of Meng Dashan's thatched hut, Meng Dashan sat on a small stool at the door, quietly looking at the distant mountains. After days of rest, his face looked much healthier, no longer pale and lifeless. His expression also showed some vitality. Meng Qingqing squatted at his feet, drawing on the ground with a small wooden stick, muttering to himself. At the door, Meng Qingxue handed a heavy money bag to Zhao Guilin. Mother, count it. This silver is enough. Meng Qingyao also came over, her face full of excitement. Yes, mother. Now that we bought this land, we can enclose the yard. Meng Qingxue smiled. We can't build a big house right now, but we can buy the land first and put up a fence around the yard. Later, we can plant some vegetables and raise a few chickens. We won't have to worry about thieves bothering us. Zhao Guilin weighed the money bag in her hand, her eyes a little moist. She nodded firmly. Good, good. I'll go find the village chief and settle the land deed. Just then, several figures approached from afar, heading toward their home. Leading the group was a young scholar in a blue robe, followed by a few burly men with stern looks. Meng Qingxue frowned slightly, stood up, and protected her younger sister and mother behind her. She asked with a serious look, "Who are you?" The scholar stepped forward and stopped, his cold gaze sweeping over the family. Finally, he took out a document from his sleeve and unfolded it in front of them. The scholar said calmly, "I'm here to collect a debt." Zhao Guilin protected Meng Qingyao and Meng Qingqing, took a step forward, and looked very alert. She asked, "Are you sure you've come to the right place? When did our family ever owe money?" Only Deshan Meng's face darkened as soon as he saw the visitor, and he looked a bit confused. "Young Master Gao," Deshan Meng said nervously. Gao Huan replied calmly, "Haha, Deshan Meng, it seems you haven't forgotten." He shook out the document in his hand. Clear as day, 20 days ago, I borrowed 20 taels of silver from my Gao family's bank. With interest now it's 30 taels. 30 taels. Meng Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. The principal was 20 taels, and in just 20 days, it became 30. High-interest loans in ancient times could be really harsh. Gao Huan looked around lazily, then paused slightly when his gaze fell on Meng Qingxue. His eyes couldn't help but be drawn to her. This young girl was dressed in rough cloth clothes, but her bright and lively appearance couldn't be hidden. Her skin was fair, her features delicate, with a gentle smile. She looked very different from the thin, yellow-faced girls in the village, almost like a young lady from a noble family. Noticing his unhidden stare, Meng Qingxue snorted coldly, showing her dislike clearly. This Gao Huan, even though he looked like a scholar, was too flirtatious. Deshan Meng trembled and said, "Young Master Gao, this money was borrowed by my old family. You should go to them to get it." Zhao Guilin also got anxious. "Yes, this money was forced out of our family by the old Meng household. Not a single coin went into our own pockets. It was all for Meng Wenkai to go to the city for exams. I don't want to hear this," Gao Huan said, pointing at the document. "I only recognize the name and the thumbprint on the document. Deshan Meng, you signed your name and you pressed your thumbprint. Borrowing money and repaying it is a matter of course." Meng Qingxue's heart sank, but she still said, "My father said everything is true. The money was indeed used for the Meng family's old house." "Humph, I've definitely been there," Gao Huan sneered. "The people from the old Meng household said you've already split up and signed a separation agreement with the government seal." This debt was borrowed by Deshaun Meng alone and has nothing to do with the Meng family anymore. He spoke slowly. According to the laws of our Dao kingdom, whoever signs the paper and puts their thumbprint is the one responsible for paying the debt. The king has come, and this is the truth. From the Meng family. Mang Dashan's teeth clenched tightly, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Again, it's the Meng family. In the past, to gather money for Meng Wenkai, his parents forced him to find a way. Desperate, he borrowed a high-interest loan. To repay the debt, he hunted day and night in the mountains, but was nearly killed by a wild boar. When he was unconscious in bed, he heard that the medical bill was 100 taels of silver. The Meng family looked down on him as a burden, threw his whole family out, and took everything they owned. He had already guessed they were heartless, but he never thought they could be so shameless. The debt he owed for them was also completely shifted onto him with a formal separation letter, leaving him with nothing. What kind of sin had he committed to be born into such a family? In his parents' eyes, only the second son, who could read and bring them honor, mattered. As for him and his third brother, they were just blood relatives supporting the second family. It was truly heartbreaking. Zhao Guilin listened to this. Her body shook, and tears welled up in her eyes. She had finally saved 30 silver coins, only to give them to Gao Huan. She felt reluctant and upset. She leaned close to her daughter and whispered, "Shuer, what should we do? Do we really have to give them our money?" Mang Qingxue sighed softly and said, "Mom, he's right. The law in Dao is like that. Acknowledge the debt, not the reason. Now that we've separated from the old house and broken ties, this debt can only be officially blamed on Dad. Even if we go to the government or take legal action, this money is still ours to pay back." In her previous memory, this law was indeed true. "You're quite smart, girl." Gao Huan's gaze fixed on Mang Qingxue again, even with a hint of longing. "However, I can give you a chance to cancel this debt." Mang Qingxue looked at him coldly. "What kind of chance?" Gao Huan licked his lips and smiled flirtatiously. "Simple. Just spend one night with me, and this 30 silver coins will be gone. How about it?" "You're talking nonsense." Mang Dashan's eyes turned red with anger. He struggled to stand up from the stool. "If you dare to lay a finger on my daughter, I will fight you to the death." Tears suddenly fell from Zhao Guilin's eyes, but she did not cry out. Instead, she quickly took out her money pouch and threw it at Gao Huan's feet. "This is 30 taels. Not a penny less." Her eyes were red. "Take the money and get out of our house now." Gao Huan bent down to pick up the pouch, weighed it in his hand, opened it to count, and nodded with satisfaction. "Good, exactly 30 taels." He took out the promissory note, tore it into pieces right in front of them with a loud rip, and casually tossed the scraps aside. Money paid, debt cleared. That's the way it should be. Now that the money is here, the debt is gone. After finishing his business, he didn't rush to leave. Instead, he looked at Mang Qingxue with greedier eyes than before. "Little lady, do you still want to think over my offer? Just give me a nod, and I'll return these 30 taels of silver to you intact." Mang Dashan trembled with anger. "The silver is yours now, so you'd better leave quickly." Mang Qingxue smiled slightly. "All right then, bring the silver here." Hearing this, Mang Dashan and Zhao Guilin were stunned.
"Xue."
"Daughter, what are you talking about? We can earn more silver if we lose it. You must not be foolish." "Big sister." Gao Huan's eyes lit up, and he burst out laughing.
"Ha."
"Good. That's straightforward. I like a girl who's so honest." His eyes were full of greed as he looked Mang Qingxue up and down. Her figure, her face, her fair skin. Every time he looked, he felt his heart race faster. "Have you agreed?" Mang Dashan hurriedly said, "Shuer, don't agree to him." Mang Qingxue looked calmly at Gao Huan, a slight smile on her lips. "What's this? Do you want me to stay with you, and you're not even willing to part with 30 taels of silver?" "Willing."
"I'm willing."
Gao Huan was provoked by her. Without hesitation, he threw the money pouch over. Mang Qingxue caught it steadily, didn't look at it, and then casually tucked it into Mang Dashan's arms, signaling him to hold onto it. Then she winked at Mang Dashan and Zhao Guilin. After all this, She turned to Gao Huan and said with a gentle smile, "The silver is yours. You wanted me to stay with you, right? Well, come on, I'll stay with you now." Gao Huan looked at the thatched hut and immediately started to imagine things. Right here, in this thatched hut? Although it was a little broken, as long as you're willing to take it. Before he finished speaking, Meng Qingshue's smile instantly disappeared, replaced by a cold, icy expression. "You're so bold," a sharp shout. Before Gao Huan could react, Meng Qingxue suddenly lunged forward, bent her knees, and used all her strength to forcefully hit Gao Huan's chest. Ah! A scream that sounded more like a cry of pain echoed through the sky. Gao Huan let out a terrible cry. Then he suddenly arched his body and fell heavily to the ground. He felt intense pain in his spine, his internal organs were out of place, and he almost couldn't breathe. He nearly lost his life. Then his vision went black, and he closed his eyes, fainting. Meng Dashan and Zhao Guilin were so frightened they were almost scared to death. They knew their daughter was skilled and had a fiery temper, but they didn't expect her to attack Gao Huan directly. Gao Huan was the only son of the richest man in town, Gao Yuanwei. Gao Yuanwei had money and connections, and was known for being domineering. This was a huge trouble. "Big sister is so amazing," Meng Qingqing whispered excitedly, full of admiration. Meng Qingyao didn't say a word, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. The several burly men Gao Huan brought saw their master being hit. They were stunned at first, then became furious and viciously surrounded her. Just as they were about to attack, a cold light flashed. Meng Qingxue had secretly pulled out a dagger, its sharp blade firmly pressed against Gao Huan's throat. The men closing in also stopped in their tracks, hesitant and afraid to move forward. If Gao Huan got hurt, it would be hard to explain to Gao Yuanwei. At this moment, Gao Huan took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. His face looked extremely grim. He didn't expect Meng Qingxue to suddenly attack. And he, who looked helpless, was almost knocked out by a knee from a girl who seemed unable to hurt a fly. But why was his neck feeling so cold? Gao Huan trembled and said, "You're asking for trouble." Meng Qingxue waved the dagger in front of him, then pressed it again against his throat. Gao Huan didn't expect her to hold a knife to him. He was both angry and scared. What are you trying to do?" Gao Huan spoke tremblingly. Meng Qingxue looked down at him and smiled softly. "I kept you company while you slept just now. Did you forget?" Gao Huan was so angry, he almost fainted. "You call that keeping me company? You're stealing." "How am I stealing?" Meng Qingxue blinked and asked back. "You said you wanted me to keep you company while you slept. Now that I did, you're denying it." Gao Huan was so annoyed by her reasoning that he trembled. "That's not what I call keeping company." "You almost took my life," Meng Qingxue said calmly. "Did you lie on the ground just now?" "Yes," Gao Huan replied. Meng Qingxue sneered. "And I was sitting beside you?" "Yes," Gao Huan confirmed. "Did you close your eyes and only wake up after a while?" "Yes," Gao Huan said bitterly. "Exactly." Meng Qingxue spoke confidently. "You were sleeping and I was sitting beside you. That's what I call keeping you company. 30 taels of silver, genuine and fair. I was just knocked out by you," Gao Huan shouted. "What's wrong with you?" Meng Qingxue looked disappointed. "I clearly did what you asked. Now you want to deny it. You're just being unreasonable." Smack. A crisp slap landed loudly on Gao Huan's face. Meng Qingxue withdrew her hand and seriously said, "My grandfather taught me that a person should keep their promises." Gao Huan was stunned. It was the first time in his life someone had slapped his face. He was furious. "You." Smack. Meng Qingxue snorted and slapped him again. "My grandmother said that a person should be honest and trustworthy. How dare you hit me?" Gao Huan's eyes turned red. Smack. A third slap, even harder. Gao Huan trembled all over, furious and trembling. "My second uncle, Meng said that a person should keep their words." Gao Huan was so angry, he almost ground his teeth. Smack. Meng Qingxue slapped him again, a fourth time, quick and firm. "Why are you still hitting me?" Gao Huan yelled. "My second aunt said that a person should be kind-hearted." Mang Qingxue said seriously. Of course. Do you think my grandfather, grandmother, second uncle, and second aunt taught me wrongly? You can also try to reason with them. I have already separated from them. If you want to argue with them, I won't interfere. 4 slaps landed in a row, leaving Gao Huan completely stunned. Hearing Mang Qingxue say this, he suddenly hated old man Meng, old lady Meng, and the couple Meng. His cheek burned with pain as he angrily said, Haha, what a fallacious argument. You dare to play me like this, to hit me like this, and you're not afraid of revenge. Since I dare to act, I naturally am not afraid. Mang Qingxue moved her dagger forward another half-inch. Gao Huan shouted fiercely, My father is Gao Yuanwei. My older brother is Lu Chongfeng, Mang Qingxue replied calmly. She didn't want to involve the Lu family so quickly, but given the current situation, this was the fastest way to solve the problem. Lu Chongfeng. Gao Huan was stunned. The chief constable of Lingqing Prefecture. Mang Qingxue raised an eyebrow. What else would it be? Do you think my skills are those of an ordinary farmer's daughter? Gao Huan looked uncertain. Who knows if what you're saying is true? Go ask around Lingqing, you'll find out. Mang Qingxue spoke calmly. Lu Chongfeng is my foster brother. I, Mang Qingxue, was once the adopted daughter of Lu Mingxian. My parents are the true foster parents of Lu's only daughter. Gao Huan's mind raced quickly. He had indeed heard some rumors that the Lu family had found their long-lost biological daughter and had sent an adopted girl back to the countryside.
Could it be
this girl in front of him? Mang Qingxue blinked and asked again, By the way, when you went to my grandparents' house, didn't they tell you that I am the Lu family's adopted daughter? Gao Huan's hatred for the old Meng family grew once more. His face alternated between pale and flushed, and his eyes flickered with uncertainty. The Lu family was not something a mere town official's son could provoke. Not to mention the Lu family's influence in Lingqing, just the chief constable Lu Chongfeng was enough to make his father tremble. Today, he had truly hit a wall. Haha, the young lady is indeed interesting, Gao Huan said through clenched teeth. All right, I admit defeat today. Let's call it even and forget our grudges. Mang Qingxue withdrew her dagger. Gao Huan clutched his chest and stood up. Zhao Guilin looked on with disbelief. Meng Dashan also gasped in surprise. Hai Huan was beaten so badly. Are we just going to forget about it? Zhao Guilin quickly handed over some silver. Young Master Gao, here is the money. You should keep it. Gao Huan snorted and said clearly, This money is for my wife to sleep with. Haha, you all better keep it well. Let's forget about the grudge between us and Captain Lu. These 30 taels, just like that. Gao Huan brushed the dust off his clothes, his face dark and cold. The strong men around him looked eager to fight, but he shot them a sharp look to stop them. Let's go. Gao Huan led his people away. Zhao Guilin held the 30 taels of silver, her hands trembling, and she was stunned for a long time. Meng Dashan looked at his daughter, opened his mouth, and finally said, Girl, Gao Huan. Is he really leaving just like that? He was beaten by you, and he doesn't want the money anymore. Is that all? Zhao Guilin asked. Mang Qingxue smiled and said, Mother, this is called using the situation. When I hit him, I wanted him to be afraid of me, to know I am not someone to be pushed around. Mentioning Lu Chongfeng is to borrow Lu's power, so he wouldn't dare to retaliate against us. I can't stay at home all the time, so he has to be a little afraid. Mang Qingxue knew well that Gao Huan was most afraid of officials, especially someone like Lu Chongfeng, who controlled the city's law and order. She used to be adopted by the Lu family, and even though she's back in the countryside now, that title still helps scare Gao Huan. Meng Dashan sighed deeply after hearing this, his eyes turning red. You really are a good girl. Beside him, Meng Qingyao nodded thoughtfully. Sister, I think I understand a little now. Mang Qingxue smiled and nodded. He's afraid of Lu Chongfeng, so even if he loses out, he doesn't dare to confront Lu directly. He just swallows his anger. So, this silent loss, he's counting on it. Meng Dashan slammed his fist against the nearby mud wall and said angrily, It's all Dad's fault. If only Mom and Dad hadn't favored the second brother and forced me to borrow money, then none of this would have happened. In the end, they pushed all the debt onto us. Hearing this, Meng Qingshue's lips curled into a clever smile. Dad, don't worry. The people in the old house probably won't have a good time. I'm afraid that right now Uncle's family might be in trouble. Meng Dashan was surprised. You little girl, you're so clever. I was just wondering why you hit people and mentioned your grandparents. Turns out, you wanted to blame them. Since they are unkind, I won't hold back. A cold glint appeared in Meng Qingshue's eyes. I guess Gao Huan has gone to the Meng family's old house now. Meng Qingyao whispered. I think Gao Huan might have been upset here earlier and will go to the old house now. Meng Dashan and Zhao Guilin also looked strange. Meng Qingxue is very clever, but it feels good to see them upset. Then Meng Qingxue turned around and said, Mom, let's go to the main hall now. Zhao Guilin's eyes lit up. Yes. The money is ours now. Let's quickly settle the land and house papers. Meng Dashan looked happy. Great. Meng Qingqing jumped up excitedly. Wonderful. We will finally have our own yard. Meanwhile, inside the Meng family's big yard, Lu Meihua was eating sunflower seeds and spat out a seed shell outside the door. I wonder if Uncle Meng can get the money. Gao Huan and his group are not easy to deal with. Meng was lying on a chair, crossing his legs, and sneered. What's there to worry about? The debt is clearly written that Uncle Meng borrowed it. It has nothing to do with us. Even if he reports it to the authorities, we're not afraid. Old Lady Meng snorted. Enough, don't mention that unlucky family. We've already washed our hands of this matter. In the inner room, Lu Meiwan looked out the window with a blank face, tears still on her cheeks. Senhai, you saw it all. That's your parents, your second brother and sister-in-law. She covered her face. They not only hit me but also your daughter. And they treat your older brother the same. They will do the same to us in the future. Meng Sanhai lowered his head, voice hoarse. Sorry. Haha, all you can say is sorry. Lu Meiwan laughed bitterly. Our parents raised me with difficulty. Meng Sanhai looked pained. If I split now, people will call me unfilial. Lu Meiwan covered her face and cried. What about your wife and children? Do we deserve to be treated like this? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Old man Meng shouted in fear. Gao Huan walked up to him and raised his hand. Smack! A loud slap. I told you to keep your promises. Then he went to old Lady Meng. Smack! Another slap. I told you to be honest and trustworthy. Next was Meng. Smack! Smack! 10 consecutive slaps. I told you to keep your word. Finally, it was Lu Meihua. Smack! I told you to be kind and fair. Gao Huan swung both hands, delivering several loud slaps. These 4 strange lessons left the Meng family completely stunned. Meng cheek was swollen high, and he cried out helplessly. Young Master Gao. What's really going on? What did our family do wrong? Meanwhile, in the city jail. In a corner of the cell, Lu Erden, Li Dabiao, and Zhao Obong huddled together, looking very tired. After receiving 40 strokes and staying in jail for 2 days, anyone would feel miserable. Creak! The cell door opened, and a beam of light shone in, a bit blinding. A graceful woman appeared at the door, her eyes full of resentment, looking coldly at them. Lu Erden, Li Dabiao, and Zhao Obong saw who she was and quickly knelt down, crawling forward. Miss Lu Qianjin. Lu Erden wiped his tears and snot. Thank you for helping us plead. Our 3 brothers are free from jail now. Li Dabiao also kowtowed repeatedly. Your kindness and help will never be forgotten, Zhao Obong quickly said. From now on, if Miss Lu has any orders, just tell us. We will never refuse. Lu Qingyue said calmly. Meng Qingxue has occupied the nest for 15 years. I hate her. Hearing this, the 3 men stiffened and immediately understood what she meant, nodding in agreement. I'm helping you because we have a common enemy, Lu Qingyue said with a slight smile. Li Dabiao, quick-witted, responded immediately. We understand. Miss Lu is targeting Meng Qingxue. Lu Qingyue smiled slightly. I like talking to smart people. Lu Erden gritted his teeth. We also hate that brat. If it weren't for her, how could our family end up like this? No matter what methods you use, I want to make sure she can't stay in Mingjia village. A flash of determination crossed Lu Qingyue's eyes. When something happens, Even if the sky falls, I will support you. Lu Erden's eyes flashed with fierce resolve. Good. We understand what to do now. Tonight, I will arrange for you to leave. Thank you, Miss Lu. The three of them bowed again. Lu Qinghua turned and left without looking back, heading to the front of the government office. At the gate, a simple carriage was waiting there. It was a carriage arranged by Lu Qinghua herself. Soon, a few officials came out of the office, among them Lu Chongfeng. He immediately saw his sister and showed a happy surprise. Yue, why are you waiting here for me? Lu Qinghua stepped forward gently and said, Big brother, Yue came to pick you up. Let's go home together. Lu Chongfeng felt warm inside. It's just a few steps, we can walk back. Big brother has been working hard on duty. Yue just wants you to get home early and save you some walking. Lu Chongfeng nodded deeply, feeling full of emotion. This is truly a sister who cares for her brother. How could the former Mang Qingxue be so thoughtful? The siblings got into the carriage. When they returned to Lu's residence, Lu Mingxian, Lu Chongqing, and Li Lingji were already waiting in the hall. Yue, where did you go? Why did you come back with your big brother? Lu Mingxian asked kindly. Lu Qinghua answered obediently, Father, I went to the government office to pick up big brother. He's been busy with official duties these days and is quite tired. Lu Mingxian nodded with satisfaction. My Yue is so sensible. Second brother Lu Chongqing also smiled. Of course. Third sister often brings me food from the academy. But Mang Qingxue never cared like that. Lu Chongfeng echoed. That's right. She's never taken a shift with me either. Li Lingji snorted coldly, showing disdain. That ungrateful girl. Why mention her? She's not even related by blood. No matter how you raise her, she won't be loyal. Lu Mingxuan's face darkened. Let's not talk about her. Humph. Once she's gone from the Lu family, she'll regret it. Lu Chongfeng frowned suddenly and remembered something. By the way, where's Qianqian? I haven't seen her. Li Lingji smiled. Oh, she went to Sauna Town. Said she's staying at her uncle's house for a few days. Lu Chongfeng finally understood. Li Mingxuan suddenly changed the topic and looked at Lia Changfeng. Chongfeng, you are on duty at the government office. Have you seen His Royal Highness the Prince of Serenity? Yes, I have. Lia Changfeng looked serious. Although His Royal Highness the Prince of Serenity is young, he is quite handsome, tall and graceful, with a fair face and no beard. He is a true handsome man. Lukenju's heart moved, and she asked curiously, Brother, who is the Prince of Serenity? Lia Changfeng explained, the Prince of Serenity is the youngest son of the current emperor. His name is Wu Xiao. It is said he doesn't like court disputes and prefers eating, drinking, and having fun. He has a carefree personality. Now he has come to Arling City and will stay here for a while. Lukenju thought for a moment. I see. Li Mingxuan chuckled knowingly. This Prince of Serenity is not yet married and has no princess consort. If any girl catches his eye, it would be like reaching the sky. She would enjoy endless wealth and happiness. Lukenju lowered her eyes, silently remembering these words. Then she looked up as if casually asking, So, where does His Royal Highness the Prince of Serenity live now? Lia Changfeng replied, He lives at the official station in the east of the city, guarded by special guards. Our government office is only responsible for maintaining order outside the station. Lukenju softly responded within, Oh, her eyes flickering with curiosity. Meanwhile, at the official station in the east of the city, a man dressed in common clothes entered from outside. He carried a fishing rod and a wooden bucket, with a few small fish flopping inside. His face was a bit dark, but his features were sharp, and his eyes bright and lively. His chin was smooth and clean-shaven. The maidservants outside the station saw him and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Wu. The man cleared his throat and replied, No need for formalities. He walked through the courtyard and directly entered a heavily guarded room. Inside, a young man dressed in a dragon-patterned brocade robe sat nervously. The young man had a fair complexion and handsome features, but his aura was slightly gentle and delicate, with a hint of worry in his brows. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door closed. The man in common clothes casually set down his fishing rod and bucket. In the next moment, the previously noble-looking young man knelt on the ground, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Your Highness the Prince of Serenity." "Long live the prince, and long live the prince forever." The man who looks like an ordinary fisherman is actually the famous King Xiao Wu Xiao. He impatiently waved his hand and said, "Get up." "Thank you, Your Highness." Little Woozy finally stood up and stood quietly to the side. To outsiders, the handsome and gentle-looking little Woozy is seen as the charming King Xiao, while Wu Xiao, with his dark skin, is the most trusted servant around the king, responsible for fishing for him. Everyone knows that King Xiao loves fresh fish and asks Wu Gonggong to fish every day, but no one knows this is just a clever plan by the master and servant to hide their true intentions. Little Woozy looked at the wooden bucket with a flattering smile and said, "Congratulations, master. Today, you caught so many fish again." Wu Xiao curled his lips, looking bored, and shook his head. "The fish in Ling City are too small and not tasty. Tomorrow, I will go to the river in Sanha Town to check it out." Little Woozy's face changed, and he quickly whispered, "Your Highness, you must not do that. You are worth a fortune, and the town's fish are mixed with dangerous creatures. If you encounter any trouble, what will happen?" Wu Xiao snorted and said, "Don't worry. With my skills, there are very few who can fight me evenly." Meanwhile, inside the Meng family's old house, the atmosphere was gloomy and tense. Old Mr. Meng, Old Lady Meng, Meng and Lu Meihua all had bruised faces and looked very embarrassed. Just after Gao Huan left, Old Mr. Meng quickly locked the door and sat heavily on a stool, holding his aching cheek, trembling with anger. "Too much. I've lived most of my life, and I've never been so humiliated." Old Lady Meng looked aggrieved. "Yes, Gao Huan is really too much." Lu Meihua touched her swollen cheek and looked very sad. "What am I going to do with my face now?" Meng cursed angrily. "Father, mother, it's all my fault. I will work hard and study well in the future. If only one of us could get a good reputation, she wouldn't have humiliated us like this today." Old Lady Meng nodded repeatedly. "Yes, my son is right. I believe you and your brother will make something of yourselves, old Mr." Meng hit the table and shouted angrily, "This Gao Huan, why is he so angry for no reason?" Old Lady Meng frowned. Looking at him, he probably got money from the eldest brother. But this anger, could it be that the eldest brother and his family said something? Definitely. Old Meng patted his thigh, his eyes darkening. "It must be that unfilial son of the boss, talking behind our backs, which made Gao Huan so angry, and he took his anger out on us." Old Lady Meng glared fiercely and spat. "That ingrate really impossible to raise. I've made a mistake. How did I end up with such an unfilial son?" Meanwhile, at Meng Dashan's house, the scene was completely different, full of happiness. "Great. We finally have our own yard." Meng Dashan's eyes welled up with tears. Zhao Guilin smiled and said, "The village chief said that tomorrow morning we'll go to the government office to get the paperwork and official seal. Once we have the documents, this place will be ours. From now on, whenever we want to build a house, we just need to go to the yamen to change the property deed." "That's wonderful," Meng Dashan choked up. Meng Qingcheng was so happy he was dancing around. "We have our own yard now. We won't have to worry about others knocking on our door anymore." Meng Qingyao nodded. "Yes, no more worries about someone coming to knock in the middle of the night." Meng Qianxue smiled. "After we sell the fish tomorrow, I'll take you to enclose the yard. We'll start with a bamboo fence. Later, when we earn more money, we can build a brick wall." Zhao Guilin immediately added. Everyone listened to Shuer. "When the time comes, I'll ask your eldest and second uncles to come help. With more people, it'll go faster. If second uncle can come too, we can also build 2 temporary bamboo huts, one for living, one for washing. That way, bathing will be more convenient." Qianxue immediately started planning in her mind. "That's great." Qingyao and Qingqing cheered. "I'll go cook now." Zhao Guilin beamed with happiness. After dinner, the family went to bed early. Qianxue lay on the mat, listening to the insects outside the window. She tossed and turned, feeling a bit bored. Life in ancient times had no phones, no internet, really dull and boring. There was not even a bit of entertainment. Finally, when her family was asleep, she had a thought, and her whole body entered the space. First, she went to look at the black soil where the wheat seeds had been sown. The wheat seeds still hadn't sprouted. There was no sign of movement yet. She couldn't help but squat down and carefully use her finger to peel back a layer of black mud. The seeds had already rotted in the soil, becoming soft and sticky. Mang Qingxue frowned. Could it be that this space only stores things and cannot be used for planting? She chuckled softly. If that were true, her special ability would be quite useless. But then she thought, having a storage space the size of a house, plus a spiritual spring that can improve her health, is already much better than nothing. People shouldn't be too greedy. Forget it. She decided to wash up with the spring water and go to bed early. The next morning, at dawn, the family packed up and went to the river feeling energetic. When they arrived, Mang Qingxue noticed the water level was lower than before, and some fish baskets near the shore had a third of their contents exposed. "Mom, why is the river water lower?" she asked curiously. Zhao Guilin looked at the river and sighed. This year's weather has been a bit dry. Our Three Rivers town is named because three rivers meet here. The widest one is called the Ling River, coming from Ling City, passing through our town, and finally flowing into the sea. The Ling River has a tributary called Shaoling River. Its water level is lower than the Ling River, but it's enough for us. The river where we fish is called Go River, the smallest tributary of the Ling River. So, when the Ling River has plenty of water, this place has water too. When its water level drops, the water here decreases and might even stop flowing. Mang Qingxue suddenly understood. I see. It looks like fishing depends on the weather. She suddenly remembered something and brightened. Mom, you just said that we're not far from the sea. Zhao Guilin smiled. Yes, if you follow the river downstream for about 10 miles, you'll reach the sea. Our Three Rivers town is near the mountains and the sea, so there's less land suitable for farming. Maybe someday I'll go see the sea, Mang Qingxue thought with longing. Mang Qingcheng immediately came over. I want to go too. I want to see the ocean. As they joked, they started collecting the fish baskets. After finishing with 15 small fish baskets, their catch was a bit less than usual. They caught over 30 bass and filled half a bucket with crabs. Usually, they'd catch some eels, but today, not a single one. Next, they used large fish baskets, lifting 7 or 8 in a row. Besides crabs and bass, they also caught many crucian carp. When they lifted the 10th basket, Mang Qingxue felt a heavy weight in her hand and had to use some effort to pull it out of the water. Inside the basket, a big creature was slowly moving its limbs. Mang Qingcheng looked inside and smiled wryly, saying, Sister, isn't that the turtle we released last time? Mang Qingxue looked at the familiar turtle shell, feeling both annoyed and amused, and shook her head. This guy is too greedy. Meng Qingyao came over carefully, gently holding the turtle. I'll take it farther away and release it, so it won't crawl back. Finally, they pulled up the last few big fish baskets. The harvest was small, but they found a soft-shelled turtle in one of the baskets. Mang Qingxue smiled and said, A soft-shelled turtle is a nice surprise. Better than nothing. Let's go sell the fish. The wooden bucket was packed. Zhao Guicheng snapped his whip, and the donkey cart left Meng's village, heading along the small road toward the town. Unlike usual, Meng Qingcheng also came along today. Thinking about Zhao Guicheng driving the cart, Meng Qingxue and Meng Qingcheng decided to follow, and Zhao Guolan agreed to Meng Qingcheng's request. Meng Qingcheng sat on the edge of the cart, looking excited, with her cheeks flushed. The donkey cart quickly arrived at Sanhe town, stopping steadily in front of delicious restaurant. Before getting off, a rich aroma of fish soup hit their noses. At the restaurant's entrance, a large pot was set up, and the staff was stirring it with a big ladle. A flash of surprise crossed Meng Qingxue's eyes. It seemed the owner of delicious restaurant was quite receptive to advice. Many passers-by were attracted by the smell and stopped to look. Customers gradually entered the shop, and business was several times better than before. As Meng Qingxue jumped down from the cart, the cook making the soup saw her and happily came over. Miss Meng, you're here? Your method is amazing. Yesterday afternoon, I followed your advice and cooked fish soup at the door. Business has improved several times over. Mang Qingxue nodded with a smile. Just then, Manager Lu came out from the shop, also looking cheerful. Miss Meng, you are truly a blessing for delicious restaurant. Using fresh fish to make soup right on the street, everyone saw how fresh the fish was and how fragrant the soup smelled. No wonder people are tempted. I originally planned to close the shop for good, but unexpectedly, the small store suddenly revived. Mang Qingxue smiled and said, "Good fish make good soup. Our fish are fresh, unlike others." Exactly. Shopkeeper Lu nodded repeatedly, smiling so broadly he couldn't close his mouth. The more he looked at Mang Qingxue, the more he liked her. It's a blessing to work with Miss Meng. Come on, let's count the catch. Zhao Guiqing poured the fish from the wooden bucket into a basin prepared by Shopkeeper Lu. 48 base. 40 river crabs. About 10 jin of crucian carp. 1 soft-shelled turtle. Shopkeeper Lu checked each item happily. This turtle is rare to see normally. I didn't expect Miss Meng to get another one today. Miss Meng is truly lucky. The total is 5 taels, 6 qian 91. Miss Meng, here is 5 taels, 7 qian. Please keep it. Thank you, Shopkeeper Lu. Mang Qingxue happily took the money bag. After saying goodbye to Shopkeeper Lu, the family got back on the donkey cart. The donkey cart slowly passed by Fu Man Lu. They saw Shopkeeper Wang and a helper standing at their quiet shop entrance, looking at the lively scene at Meiwei Zhai across the street, with expressions full of loneliness. They couldn't understand why, in just one day, Fu Man Lu's business had plummeted. First, the scandal involving Li Rui and Sun Tingzhou spread. People in town thought Fu Man Lu was not a clean place, very shady, which made them suspicious of the restaurant's food. They feared Fu Man Lu was poisoning their dishes. Everyone could see that Li Rui and Sun Tingzhou must have been drugged. Otherwise, they wouldn't have acted so openly in broad daylight. Then, some regular customers complained that the fish in the last 2 days didn't taste right and weren't as fresh as before. In just one day, Fu Man Lu's business had become quite sluggish. Shopkeeper Wang watched Meng's donkey cart disappear into the distance, feeling uneasy. He sighed deeply. The owner had ordered not to accept any more fish from Mang Qingxue. As the shopkeeper, he could only watch helplessly as their profits dried up and their competitors' business flourished. On the donkey cart, Zhao Guiqing, driving the cart, couldn't help but ask, "Qingxue, where are we going next?" Mang Qingxue weighed her money bag and said with a smile, "Big uncle, we're heading to the market to buy some hemp rope and hinges." "What are you buying all that for?" Zhao Guiqing asked with some confusion. "In the afternoon, I'll need you to run an errand and bring Uncle Air over. We plan to go up the mountain to cut some bamboo and first build a fence around my family's yard." When Zhao Guiqing heard this, his eyes widened. "A fence around the yard?
That piece of land.
Did you buy it?" "Yes, yesterday my mother and I went to the government office to handle the paperwork. It's the wasteland where the thatched cottage is. This afternoon, the government office will help us mark the boundaries and then we can start building." "That's wonderful." Zhao Guiqing excitedly patted his thigh. "Your mother finally has her own home. Your father, that stubborn man, if he had just thought things through earlier and left old Meng's family, you girls wouldn't have had to suffer for so many years." Mang Qingxue listened and slightly smiled. "Big uncle is right. Exactly. I'm not gossiping about my brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Your father was so stubborn, always blindly obedient. He just didn't see things clearly. My sister has suffered a lot following him. Now, as long as he doesn't go back to old Meng's den of wolves, and with a capable girl like you, life will only get better day by day." Mang Qingxue nodded. "Big uncle is right." As they joked, the donkey cart arrived at the market. Mang Qingxue told Zhao Guiqing to stop the cart by the roadside. She first took out some silver coins and handed them to Meng Qingyao. "Yaoer, go buy 2 jin of pork belly at the meat shop, and then go to the grocery store to get 2 jin of eggs. We'll be working this afternoon, so we need to give everyone some energy." "Got it, big sister." Meng Qingyao obediently took the money and went. Mang Qingxue then turned to remind Meng Qingcheng, "Qingcheng, don't run around. Play near the cart." When big sister and uncle come back from shopping, I'll buy you some sugar paintings. Mang Qingqing nodded firmly. After arranging her younger siblings, Mang Qingxue said to Zhao Guiqing, Big uncle, let's go buy some rope. Sure. As they turned to head toward the grocery store, not far away, under a large locust tree, a girl about 16 or 17 years old was leading a small girl around the same age as Mang Qingqing, quietly watching this way. The girl wore a light yellow dress, with a somewhat sharp look in her eyes and features that resembled Li Lingji. The small girl beside her looked very unhappy, glaring fiercely at Mang Qingshua's back. If Mang Qingxue turned around now, she would surely recognize that the little girl was her original, good sister, Lu Qianqian. The girl beside her was her cousin, Li Ke. Lu Qianqian tugged at Li Ke's sleeve and whispered with resentment, Cousin, look. It's her. I didn't expect to meet that bad sister here. Li Ke curled her lips and sneered, so, it's Mang Qingxue. Our relationship has never been good. I didn't think she was just a fake daughter who took over. Without her cousin's protection and our aunt's support, I can finally have some fun with her. Lu Qianqian looked at Mang Qingxue playing alone near the donkey cart and showed a hint of dislike in her eyes. She whispered, Cousin, how should we deal with him? He's really an unworthy little brat, all dirty and messy. Li Ke smirked coldly and looked at Mang Qingxue with disdain. Simple, frame him. That little boy is Mang Qingshua's brother. He's probably not a good person. How do we frame him? Lu Qianqian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Watch this. Li Ke proudly took out a beautifully embroidered purse from her pocket. I say this little brat stole my purse. When Mang Qingxue comes back, I'll force her and her family to kneel and apologize. If not, I'll have my cousin arrest them all. Lu Qianqian's face lit up with excitement. Great. I've always wanted to see her kneel before me. And maybe vent some anger for Sister Qinghua too. Li Ke weighed the purse in her hand. There are 10 taels of silver inside. Later, we'll pretend to pass by him, and the purse will accidentally fall. When he picks it up, we'll immediately accuse him of stealing. Good idea. Lu Qianqian nodded repeatedly. Mang Qingxue was circling the donkey cart. At this moment, Li Ke pulled Lu Qianqian and casually walked past him. With a soft pat, a bulging purse dropped to the ground, landing right at Mang Qingshua's feet. Mang Qingxue was stunned. She quickly picked up the purse, recalling her grandfather Meng Dashan's advice, to be honest and not steal. She hurriedly caught up and called out loudly, Hey, sister, your purse dropped. Before he finished speaking, Li Ke suddenly turned around, his face full of anger, and pointed at Mang Qingqing sternly. You little thief. Your hands are so dirty, and you dared to steal my purse in broad daylight. Mang Qingqing was stunned and held up the purse, feeling helpless. It's not what you think. I found this. Lu Qianqian snorted. You're lying. I saw you sneakily take the purse from my cousin. You're a thief. I didn't. Mang Qingqing blushed with worry. He had honestly picked up the money, but now he was falsely accused of stealing. Still denying it. Li Ke pointed at Mang Qingqing's wrist. Then explain how my purse, which was on me, suddenly ended up in your hand. Lu Qianqian added fuel to the fire. Cousin, he stole it. I saw everything clearly. I didn't. You're all talking nonsense. Mang Qingqing's eyes turned red. Being falsely accused felt terrible. The argument soon attracted passers-by at the market. Before long, a crowd gathered around the donkey cart, watching the scene unfold. Mang Qingqing had never seen such a situation before. Being pointed at and stared at by so many people made him feel helpless and very sad. Seeing the crowd grow, Li Ke became even more proud. He cleared his throat and addressed everyone. Everyone, please judge. This kid, young as he is, has a bad heart. He stole my purse right in front of us. Luckily, we caught him red-handed. Look at how handsome he is. How could he be a thief? TSKSK, stealing at such a young age. What will he become when he grows up? This little boy, dressed in rags, probably comes from a poor family. If he's doing such sneaky things, it's not surprising. Lu Qianqian immediately pretended to be innocent and loudly said, Uncles, aunts, I swear I'm telling the truth. This young man stole my cousin's purse. Look, the purse was just in his hand. Her false appearance was very convincing. Hearing this, the crowd started scolding Meng Qingqing. Such a young kid, so ungrateful. What will he be like when he grows up? Look at this boy, already so bad at such a young age. His parents probably aren't good people either. Meng Qingqing was so frightened that he kept stepping back, tears finally falling as he sobbed. I really didn't. Li Ke crossed her arms and looked at him coldly. Such a young kid, already so unruly. When he grows up, he'll definitely be a troublemaker. Lu Qianqian loudly said, "Hey, little brother, a real man should be brave and honest." Just admit it. Meng Qingqing didn't know how to respond and started crying loudly. At that moment, a clear and somewhat urgent voice came from outside the crowd. "Please make way, please make way." Meng Tingxue and Zhao Guicheng carried big bags, while Meng Qingyao held a basket of eggs and some meat, finally squeezing into the crowd. As soon as they entered, they saw a crowd gathered around their donkey cart, and Meng Qingqing standing alone in the middle, crying like a tearful child. Meng Tingxue's gaze instantly turned cold. She immediately recognized a proud girl and a seemingly innocent young girl on the other side. The girl was Li Ke, her cousin who had always competed with her and was sharp-tongued since childhood. The other girl was Lu Qianqian, who often followed behind Lu Qingyue and helped bully Meng Qingqing, her good sister. Frowning, Meng Tingxue quickly understood what was happening. It must be Li Ke and Lu Qianqian coming to cause trouble. How unreasonable. "Qingqing, what's wrong?" Meng Tingxue quickly stepped forward, squatting down to gently wipe her brother's tears. Seeing his sister, Meng Qingqing seemed to find his support and cried even harder. "Big sister? I found the purse that sister dropped. Father said we should return what we find. I wanted to give it back to her, but they said I stole it. Boo-hoo. Big sister believes you." Meng Tingxue gently patted her brother's back to comfort him. Meng Qingyao also turned red with anger. "My brother would never steal. He's a good kid." Zhao Guicheng was even more furious. He placed the things he was holding onto the cart and shouted at Li Ke and Lu Qianqian, "You two little girls are really something. Framing a child. What are you up to?" Li Ke saw Meng Tingxue and didn't feel guilty. Instead, she became even more arrogant. "Oh, Meng Tingxue, who do you think I am? I didn't expect this little thief to be your brother. Truly, like sister, like brother." Li Qianqian also raised her chin and said, "It was him who stole my cousin's purse. We all saw it. Do you still want to deny it?" Meng Tingxue slowly stood up, her gaze calm as she looked at the purse in Meng Qingqing's hand. "Is this purse yours?" "Yes, it is." Li Ke smiled slightly. "This purse belongs to me." Li Qianqian quickly added, "There are 10 taels of silver inside. I can also testify that it belongs to my cousin." Meng Tingxue chuckled softly. "So, what do you want to do?" Li Ke curled his lips and lifted his chin higher. "Your brother should kneel before me and apologize. And you, as a sister, should also kneel and apologize for not disciplining him properly." Li Qianqian shouted loudly, "Meng Tingxue, if you obediently kneel and admit your mistake, my kind-hearted cousin won't pursue this anymore. Otherwise," a hint of cruelty flashed in Li Ke's eyes, "I'll report you to the authorities." "Then we'll all be thrown into jail." Li Qianqian snorted and echoed. Hearing about reporting to the authorities, Meng Qingqing's face turned pale with fear. Zhao Guicheng was so angry, his lips twitched. "Hey, you two girls are really too much." Meng Qingyao was anxious and looked at her sister helplessly. "Big sister, what should we do?" Even the onlookers agreed with Li Ke's approach. Yes, at such a young age, causing trouble. Strict punishment is necessary. Exactly, stealing and then kneeling to apologize is proper. Yes, kneeling to apologize is right. If we let this go today, won't they become a big trouble for Three Rivers Town in the future? Even Li Ke and Li Qianqian looked at Meng Tingxue with proud expressions. Under such widespread public opinion, Meng Tingxue had to bow her head and admit her mistake. As she listened to these comments, her eyes flickered subtly. She pulled her brother behind her, took the purse from his hand, and weighed it. In that moment, another sleeve suddenly slipped down, just covering the purse. In a flash, her consciousness had already entered the space. With a mental command, the heavy 10 taels of silver inside the purse were taken out and quietly placed in a corner of the space. Next, she quickly grabbed a few snail shells she had collected during her recent fishing trip from her space and put them into her pocket. These shells were originally collected to test her space's ability to hold living things. Now, only empty shells remained, which happened to be useful. In that brief moment of hiding and covering, the contents in her pocket had already fallen out. Meng Qingxue sneered inwardly. Since they insisted on accusing Qingqing falsely, she would gladly accept the 10 taels of silver. She looked up and said clearly, "This pocket is indeed heavy, but how can you prove it belongs to you?" Li Ke was very confident and spoke with certainty. "There are 10 taels of silver inside." Lu Qianqian, afraid others wouldn't believe her, immediately testified loudly. "I saw him steal my cousin's pocket with my own eyes. I can also prove that it contains 10 taels of silver." "So, you want me and my brother to kneel and apologize to you?" Mang Qingxue asked back. "Stealing my things, isn't it right to kneel and apologize?" Li Ke retorted. "All right," Mang Qingxue said with a faint smile. "Everyone here, I want to ask all the villagers to be witnesses." She turned to Li Ke and Lu Qianqian, a strange glint in her eyes. "Li Ke, Lu Qianqian, do you dare to make a bet with me?" "A bet?" Li Ke was surprised. Lu Qianqian also asked curiously. "What kind of bet?" Mang Qingxue said clearly. "If I open the pocket and can prove it belongs to you, Mang Qingxue, will kneel and apologize to you with my brother. Not only that, I will also let you slap me in front of everyone. But if the pocket isn't yours, then you are falsely accusing my brother. You must apologize to him, and I will also slap you. How about that?" Li Ke was immediately interested when he heard this. In her view, Meng Qingxue was just bluffing, trying to delay time. "Good. I dare to bet with you." Lu Qianqian cheered along. "I dare too. Don't try to cheat." Li Ke sneered disdainfully. "Huh? Trying to trick me with this? I won't fall for your tricks." Afraid that Meng Qingxue might back out, she loudly declared to everyone. "Everyone here has heard. This pocket is mine, and it contains 10 taels of silver. If I open it and find 10 taels of silver inside, it proves it's mine." "She will have to kneel and slap herself," Meng Qingxue said. "If there is no silver inside, does that mean this pouch isn't yours? Maybe you are deliberately framing my brother." "Of course," Li Ke looked confident. "Meng Qingxue, just wait for my slap." After speaking, Meng Qingxue turned the pouch upside down and gently shook it in front of everyone. Clatter. After a clear sound, everyone was stunned.
Rike's throat smell suddenly disappeared.
Lu Qianqian gasped in surprise. Even Meng Qingqing forgot to cry, staring at the ground in disbelief. On the blue stone slab, there was no shiny silver, only 5 or 6 snail shells scattered around. "No way," Li Ke screamed. "This can't be. There was clearly 10 taels of silver inside. How did it turn into snail shells?" Lu Qianqian was also anxious, pointing at Meng Qingxue. "That's not right. I saw Sister Li Ke put 10 taels of silver inside just now." Meng Qingxue sneered. "That proves this pouch isn't yours at all." "No way. It must be you. You must have tampered with it." Li Ke shouted crazily, pointing at her. "Hee." Meng Qingxue looked around and spread her hands to everyone. "Everyone, uncles, aunts, and elders are watching. From start to finish, this pouch was in my brother's hands, then in mine. Under everyone's watch, how could I have tampered with it? Do you think I am a street magician?" Li Ke stammered. "Where is my 10 taels of silver? I clearly put 10 taels in just now. What is wrong? Admit defeat." Meng Qingxue's tone turned cold. "This pouch isn't yours at all. Or rather, from the beginning, you deliberately carried a pouch filled with snail shells to falsely accuse my young brother. If you are trying to frame my brother for theft, Meng Qingxue, am not easy to bully. I can go to the officials and accuse you of false charges." As soon as she said, "false charges," Li Ke's face turned pale. Though she was stubborn, she wasn't completely naive. She understood the weight of those words. If she falsely accused someone, she would be punished accordingly. Stealing 10 taels of silver is not a big crime, but it still brings physical punishment. Turns out we wrongly accused this child. He looks honest and decent, not like a bad kid. Exactly. The kid didn't steal anything at all. Hee, a few broken snail shells, and you call that 10 taels of silver? Today I've truly seen it all. It's really sad how people can be so unkind. To cause trouble over such a small matter and falsely accuse a child. Li Ke's face turned red and white, looking extremely uncomfortable. She absolutely could not admit defeat. If she did, she would have to kneel and apologize, and then be slapped by Mang Qingxue in front of everyone. Her face would be completely lost. Li Ke forced out a smile that was worse than crying. Mang Qingxue, we used to be relatives.
This.
It was all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Mang Qingxue chuckled softly. Just now, you insisted my brother stole your silver, causing a big fuss. Now you say it's all a misunderstanding. Li Ke's face turned pale, and she felt uncomfortable under everyone's pointed looks. She tried to defend herself. Mang Qingxue, we're still relatives. Don't go too far. Too far. Mang Qingxue raised an eyebrow. Just now, it was you who pushed hard and insisted my brother kneel and take a slap. Now that you realize you're wrong, you say I'm overdoing it? Li Ke, does everything in this world have to be decided by you? Besides, I have no more connection with the Lu family now, so don't try to associate with me. Next to her, Lu Qianqian saw her cousin losing the argument and couldn't help but shout, Mang Qingxue, don't go too far. Too far? Mang Qingxue turned to her. Admit defeat and accept the consequences. Since it's proven that this purse isn't yours, you should keep your promise. Kneel and apologize to my brother, Zhao Guiqing snorted. Yes. Kneel and apologize, and then take a slap. Li Ke's face was completely embarrassed. She shouted sharply, don't be too unreasonable. Oh. Mang Qingxue took a step forward and asked, are you trying to back out now? I've already changed my mind. What can you do to me? Li Ke, feeling defeated, shouted loudly, I don't believe it. In front of everyone, Mang Qingxue really dares to hit me. Before she finished speaking, a sharp gust of wind suddenly blew. Smack! A clear, loud slap echoed, and everyone fell silent in shock. Mang Qingxue actually struck her, giving her a firm slap across the face. Since her face was already torn and bruised, she had no reason to hold back. Li Ke's face quickly turned red and swollen. She covered her face, stunned, and after a moment, she screamed, You dare to hit me. I'm just fulfilling the bet, Mang Qingxue said calmly. Before Li Ke could continue to make a scene, Mang Qingxue suddenly lifted her foot and kicked the back of Li Ke's knee. Li Ke felt her leg go weak, and her body uncontrollably fell forward with a thud, kneeling on the ground. Because she was caught off guard, her forehead hit the cold stone slab with a dull sound. Mang Qingxue looked down at her from above, her voice cold. Good. You've even knocked your head. Now we're even. Li Ke struggled to get up, looking very embarrassed. She glared at Mang Qingxue with red eyes, her voice full of hatred. You dare to hit me. You forced me to kneel. Not happy. Mang Qingxue met her gaze and said, You falsely accused an 8-year-old child in public and humiliated him. Isn't that too much? You're so mean. Seeing Li Ke suffer such a big loss, Lu Qianqian stepped back in fear, but still warned fiercely. I'll tell my older brother to put you in jail. Mang Qingxue's eyes slowly shifted to her and she chuckled. Lu Qianqian, I remember. You also have a part in the bet earlier, right? Lu Qianqian's face turned pale, and tears welled up in her eyes. Her voice trembled as she cried, Are you going to bully me in front of everyone? Boo-hoo. She wiped her tears while secretly watching how others reacted around her. Sure enough, a few soft-hearted people started whispering. Zhao Guiqing also thought it was a bit much to deal with a child and advised, Qingxue maybe. Let's forget about it. Forget it, Mang Qingxue snorted coldly. No way. This Lu Qianqian, despite her young age, has the most malicious mind. Since she also took a bet, I naturally wouldn't forgive her for slapping me. After saying that, Mang Qingxue suddenly reached out her arm and swung her hand toward Lu Qianqian's face. Lu Qianqian screamed in fear and closed her eyes. The slap was about to land with a whooshing sound. At this critical moment, a large hand reached out from the side and grabbed Meng Qingshue's wrist. The hand was very strong, and Meng Qingxue felt a sharp pain in her wrist bones. She tried to struggle, but couldn't break free at all. She was startled and turned her head to look. She saw a dark-complexioned young man standing in front of Lu Qianqian. He had deep-set eyes, a high nose, and a sharp, handsome face that looked brave. But right now, he was frowning and looked unhappy as he looked at her. The man was holding a fishing rod in his other hand, and there was a water bucket at his feet. Meng Qingxue didn't know this person. This was Wu Xiao. He had just come from Ling City, planning to fish at the intersection of Sana Town. Unexpectedly, he passed by and saw a crowd watching the scene, so he also joined in. He arrived late and didn't know what had happened before or after. He only saw Meng Qingxue slap Li Ke loudly and kick someone to the ground. At first, he thought this woman was very aggressive. Then he saw her raise her hand to hit a crying little girl. This first impression was very bad. Wu Xiao used a little more strength, pushed Meng Qingshue's wrist aside, making her step back and coldly said, "You wicked girl, fighting in the street and not sparing a little girl. How can you be so unreasonable?" Meng Qingxue was pushed stumbling, but she steadied herself. Her anger rose and she shouted, "Who are you? How dare you interfere in my affairs? Humph. Bullying the weak in broad daylight. This is truly unruly," Wu Xiao said coldly. Li Ke saw help had arrived and immediately covered his face, crying as he stepped forward. "Thank you, young master, for saving us. It's her who bullied us." Lu Qianqian hid behind Wu Xiao, tears in her eyes, and said, "Big brother, you're so brave. This Meng Qingxue is really mean." "Thank you, or I would have been hit by her." Li Ke and Lu Qianqian kept crying, and Wu Xiao became even more sure of his judgment. He looked at Meng Qingxue with a look of disdain. "I saw with my own eyes just now that you forced her to kneel and even hit a child. How could there be such a ruthless woman like you in the world? Since you say I'm a bad woman, I will show you what that means." Meng Qingxue was amused by his anger. "This is a matter between me and them. It's none of your business to interfere. Today I am here. Don't even think about touching them," Wu Xiao said calmly. "Are you trying to be a hero to save the day?" Meng Qingxue mocked. "I'm just doing what's right. Don't argue with me," Wu Xiao responded firmly. "I think you're blind and can't tell right from wrong." Meng Qingxue also got angry. "Move aside quickly or I'll teach you a lesson too." "All right." Wu Xiao smiled instead of getting angry. "Let's see what you can do." As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Qingxue stopped talking and suddenly attacked Wu Xiao. She knew he was skilled, so she didn't dare to be careless.
Her move was just a test.
She launched several quick strikes aimed at his vital points. But Wu Xiao shifted his feet slightly and easily blocked her attacks, showing he was very skilled. Meng Qingxue became more nervous. She realized that his skills might be even better than hers. If she kept fighting, she would only suffer. She quickly made a fake move, jumped back, and created some distance. Meng Qingxue knew she wouldn't get any advantage today. She glared fiercely at Lu Qianqian, who was hiding behind Wu Xiao. "You're lucky today." "Lu Qianqian, remember you still owe me a slap." Then she rolled her eyes at Wu Xiao. After that, she took her brother Meng Qingcheng and exchanged a look with Meng Qingyao and Zhao Guicheng nearby. They all got into the carriage and left. Li Ke saw Meng Qingxue leave and finally relaxed.
He then bowed to Wu Xiao.
"Thank you, young master, for your help." Lu Qianqian also smiled sweetly. "Thank you, big brother. If it weren't for you, I would have been bullied by that bad woman." Wu Xiao looked in the direction Meng Qingxue had gone, with a serious expression. He withdrew his gaze and softened his tone with Lu Qianqian. "It was nothing. I didn't expect there to be such a wicked woman in this town." Li Ke nodded. "Young master, you are right. She is the worst woman in this town," Li Qianqian said. "Not bad. Even I, an innocent girl, can't escape your notice." Li Ke and Li Qianqian took turns praising each other happily. Wu Xiao listened to their compliments and felt very pleased, almost floating on air. He realized that doing good deeds and being admired felt wonderful. Young ladies, you are too kind. When we see injustice, helping out is what men should do. It's nothing special, Wu Xiao said proudly, showing a heroic attitude. Li Ku asked, "May I know your name, sir? What is your background?" Wu Xiao thought for a moment and casually replied, "My name is Wu Sanhui, just a fisherman. I was about to go fishing at the junction of the 3 rivers." Of course, Wu Xiao didn't tell his real name. He used the name of his close servant, Xiao Wuzi. Wu Sangui, fisherman, so he was just a fisherman. Li Ke's warm expression faded, and a hint of dislike appeared in her eyes. She had thought he was a noble young master, but it turned out he was a strong fisherman. Her smile also dimmed a little. She bowed politely and said, "So it's Brother Wu. In that case, my sister and I won't bother you fishing. We will take our leave." With that, she pulled Li Qianqian and walked away, without looking back. Wu Xiao watched their figures quickly disappear and felt confused. They had been so friendly just now, but now they were cold as ice. He scratched his head but didn't bother to think too much, just assuming that girls can be hard to understand. The feeling of doing good and standing up for others is truly better than fishing. It makes you feel happy inside, he thought as he picked up his water bucket and fishing rod again. He sneered, "Haha, there are such wicked girls in the world. Relying on a little fighting skill, she dares to bully the weak in the street." He remembered Mang Qingshua's angry face and disdainfully curled his lips, then walked toward the outskirts of the town. Meanwhile, Li Ke and Li Qianqian reached a quiet alley. Li Ke's face suddenly twisted into a fierce expression. She touched her half-numb face and gritted her teeth, saying, "Mang Qingxue, the humiliation you gave me today, I will repay tenfold, or even 100-fold someday. If you make me kneel in the street, I will make sure you regret it." "Exactly. Mang Qingxue doesn't take you seriously at all, sister. She's simply lawless. Cousin, you must make her pay the price." Lu Qianqian kept stirring the pot nearby. Li Ke took a deep breath and said angrily, "I just can't understand where those 10 taels of silver went. How did they disappear into thin air?" Lu Qianqian's eyes twitched. "Could it be that Mang Qingxue swapped them when we weren't paying attention?" "Swapped?" Li Ke sneered coldly. "Humph, this time she got lucky. Next time, she won't be so lucky." Meanwhile, on the bumpy donkey cart, Mang Qingxue crossed her arms and frowned tightly. That fishing man was surprisingly skilled, probably even better than her. Her biggest advantage was her knowledge of martial arts from her past life, enough to handle ordinary bullies. But today, under that man's hands, she couldn't fight back at all. This made her more cautious. From now on, she decided to stay low-key. "Humph. Stinky fisherman. Useless fishing guy. Judging without knowing the facts and pretending to be a hero, you're falsely accusing me," she muttered angrily. "I wish you sneezed every day, had bad luck constantly. Your fishing rod broke, stepped on dog poop when you went out, crabs pinched your toes while sleeping, mosquitoes bit you in the bathroom, and you choked on water." Next to her, Meng Qingqing listened in surprise, then whispered, "Big sister, thank you. Chima remembers what father said, be honest and do the right thing. But those 2 people are wrongly accusing me." Meng Qingxue relaxed her anger and patted Meng Qingqing's head. "Humph, those 2 are born troublemakers. They came after me on purpose, trying to pick a fight." Zhao Guiqing, who was driving the cart ahead, turned around and asked, "They came after you? Li Ke is Lu Qingyue's cousin and Lu Qianqian is Lu Qingyue's sister. Since Lu Qingyue was wronged here, they naturally want to come and stand up for her," Meng Qingxue explained. Zhao Guiqing finally understood. "Oh, I see." Meng Qingqing looked up with a puzzled face. "But why does that big, dark, silly guy say you're a bad girl?" Meng Qingxue spat disdainfully. "He probably just happened to pass by and saw me hitting Li Ke, so he thought I was bullying someone. Just a clueless brute." Meng Qingqing nodded as if he understood, though still confused. Meng Qingxue looked at her obedient younger brother and felt soft-hearted. She smiled gently and said, "Qingqing, don't worry. With your big sister here, no one will bully you. The donkey cart quickly returned home. Deshan Meng and Zhao Guilin sat on the doorstep, looking eagerly for their arrival. When they saw them coming back, Zhao Guilin hurried to greet them. "Daughter, the village chief has already marked the land and put up stakes at the four corners." Mang Qingxue jumped down from the cart, looked at the stakes, and nodded happily.
Good.
"We'll start working this afternoon. First, we'll enclose the yard." Zhao Guilin turned to Zhao Guiqing and said, "Big brother, this afternoon, have your second younger brother come help too." Zhao Guiqing chuckled. "Don't worry. Not just him. I've also called over the two boys at home." Zhao Guilin's face lit up with a smile. "That's great. I'll go make the dough now. We'll make dumplings tonight. After finishing the work, everyone can enjoy a good meal." "Sounds good." Soon after, Zhao Guiqing returned driving the donkey cart. This time, the cart was filled with 4 more people. Leading the group was a man who looked somewhat like Zhao Guiqing, but appeared more honest and simple. He looked a few years younger than Zhao Guiqing. This was Zhao Guiqing's second younger brother, Zhao Guidong. Next to him was a young man in his early 20s, broad and strong, with features similar to Zhao Guiqing. He exuded a rough and tough aura. This was Zhao Taizhu, Zhao Guiqing's eldest son. Another boy, about 16 or 17, with a slightly childish face but a serious expression, was Zhao Tailong, Zhao Guidong's son. Sitting among the 3 was a lively, energetic old lady. Her face was full of wrinkles, but her eyes shone brightly. She was Zhao Guilin's mother, Zhao Lu. When Zhao Guilin saw the scene, she was surprised and happy. She quickly stepped forward. "Mother, second brother, Taizhu, Tailong, you're all here." Meng Dashan, supported by Mang Qingxue, managed to stand straight and respectfully said, "Son-in-law greets mother-in-law and second uncle." Zhao Lu responded calmly with a simple, acknowledging Meng Dashan. Even Zhao Guidong looked indifferent, just nodding slightly at him. Meng Dashan's face warmed, but he dared not show any anger. He only managed a shy smile. He knew very well that his past foolish obedience in the Meng family was truly a disservice to Guilin and her family. Zhao Guilin quickly pulled Mang Qingxue aside and introduced her, saying, "Shuer, come here. This is your maternal grandmother, and this is your second uncle. Also, this is your cousin Taizhu and your cousin Tailong." Mang Qingxue stepped forward confidently, bowing politely to everyone with a gentle smile. "Qingxue greets my grandmother and second uncle. Nice to meet you, cousin Taizhu and cousin Tailong." Her voice was clear and polite, without any hesitation. Zhao Lusher's eyes lit up at this, and her previous coldness disappeared instantly. She eagerly grabbed Mang Qingxue's wrist and gently pinched her small hand. "Oh, my dear granddaughter, not only are you pretty, but you're also so polite. TSK, you're much better than Lu Qingyue." Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Tailong also came over to greet and return the greetings. The family became lively and warm. Zhao Guiqing asked, "But how are we going to enclose the yard with walls?" Mang Qingxue replied softly, "I've already thought about it. We'll go up the mountain, cut bamboo about the thickness of a bowl, and set it in 2 rows to make a bamboo wall. Inside the yard, we can build a few simple bamboo houses for shelter." Hearing this, Zhao Lusher frowned and said, "Using bamboo to enclose the yard is easy, but it's not durable. It might last a few years, but over time, with sun and rain, it could rot and decay." Mang Qingxue supported her arm and smiled. "Don't worry, Grandma. Dad has already turned over a new leaf and left the Meng family. Just wait and see, our life will change dramatically soon. When that happens, we'll tear down this bamboo wall and build a sturdy brick wall with tiles." Zhao Lusher felt reassured and patted Mang Qingxue's hand. "Good. My granddaughter has ambition." Mang Qingxue then made arrangements. "There's no time to lose. Let's go up the mountain to cut bamboo now. Big uncle, you drive the cart to bring the bamboo back. Grandma, you and Mother stay at home and make meat-filled dumplings for us." Hearing the word dumplings, Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Tailong both shivered with excitement, their eyes shining. For ordinary families, dumplings aren't easy to get, especially meat-filled ones. The Zhao family had many members and a tight budget. Zhao Lushi kept a close eye on the household coins, saving every copper penny. They rarely had oil or other luxuries at the table. When Zhao Lushi heard about the dumplings, her face immediately turned stern. What are you talking about? Spending money recklessly. You have saved up some money, so you shouldn't waste it like this. Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Tielong's eyes immediately lost their shine, showing disappointment. Zhao Guilin quickly tried to smooth things over. Mother, we've already bought meat and flour. It's hot today, and the food can't be kept fresh. We can't just watch it spoil, right? Thinking about it, Zhao Lu agreed and relaxed. She waved her hand. All right, you all go up the mountain to work. Your sister and I will stay at home making dumplings. When the work is done, everyone can eat together. Got it, Zhao Guicheng responded loudly. He hurried onto the donkey cart, with Meng Qingxue, Meng Qingyao, and two cousins grabbing their machetes, and they all set off. Meanwhile, outside Sana town, at the confluence of 3 rivers. Along the wide riverbank, about dozens of fishermen sat sparsely, each holding a fishing rod, focused on their fishing.
Go with the fish.
Look at this big crucian carp. At least half a gene. Hee, I've been lucky today. I've already caught 2 bass. I'm not doing so well. I only caught a small white fish all afternoon. Not enough to fill my teeth. Only Wu Xiao sat on a large green stone, his bucket in front of him empty, his face as dark as a pot. He was feeling annoyed when suddenly his nose itched. Achoo! A loud sneeze burst out, making him sway.
Who's talking about me?
Father? Mother? Or my brothers?
Ashu.
Is this ever going to end? Wu Xiao rubbed his red nose, sneezing more than 10 times, almost crying. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of the fishing float in the water suddenly sinking. A fish had taken the bait. Wu Xiao's spirit lifted. He suddenly pulled on the fishing rod. But the line was empty. Only a bare hook was there. Wu Xiao was so angry, he almost threw the rod into the river. All afternoon, and I haven't caught a single fish. What was going on? He, a noble prince, proud of being the best fisherman in the royal family, wondered what had happened today. He glared at the rushing river and found a way to comfort himself. It must be because of the fast current at the confluence of these 3 rivers. It affected my performance. Yes, that's it. I moved to a different place to try the small creek over there. After saying that, he picked up an empty water bucket, frowned, and left. Meng Qingxue was visiting the northern part of the village for the first time, near the big mountain. The mountain was not very steep, but it stretched endlessly with rolling hills. The trees and plants on the mountain were lush and green, including tall trees, bamboo groves, and bushes about half a meter high. A winding mountain trail, just wide enough for a donkey cart, snaked through the area. Only brave hunters or villagers who dared to go deep into the woods would venture there. Let's go straight to the bamboo forest, Zhao Guicheng said, reminding them. Qingxue, be careful. The bamboo is damp, and sometimes snakes appear. If you see one with bright colors, don't move. They're very poisonous. Mang Qingxue nodded seriously. When they reached the bamboo forest, even though she was prepared, she was still surprised by what she saw. The bamboo here was very thick, with the thinnest about as wide as a bowl and about 5 or 6 meters tall. This large bamboo grove covered dozens of acres. Some new bamboo shoots had already broken through the ground. In the damp parts of the forest, there were colorful mushrooms, quite pretty. On the ground, there were also bamboo stumps left from cutting, probably used by villagers for tools or household items. Zhao Guicheng parked the donkey cart at the edge of the forest, took out a machete and said, "All right, let's get to work. You guys cut the bamboo and I'll bundle and load it onto the cart." Okay. The family immediately started working. Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Tailong, experienced farmers, were very strong. They swung their machetes, and with a few cuts, a thick bamboo was felled. Meng Qingxue and Meng Qingyao dragged the fallen bamboo, trimmed the branches and leaves, and quickly made smooth bamboo poles. Zhao Guicheng was responsible for bundling the bamboo poles and carrying them to the cart in batches. The family worked together with great enthusiasm. 2 hours later, a large open space had been cleared in the bamboo forest. They worked very hard and happily. Suddenly, from deep in the distant mountain forest, a deep, loud roar echoed. It sounded a bit like a pig's squeal, but wilder and more fierce. Meng Qingxue paused and listened carefully. What is that sound? Zhao Guiqing wiped his sweat and looked calm. It's a wild pig calling. In these mountains, wild pigs are very common. Meng Qingxue suddenly realized that was the sound of a wild pig. Zhao Guiqing seemed to remember something and looked at Meng Qingxue with a bitter smile. Your father once almost got hurt trying to catch a wild pig. If the villagers hadn't noticed early, the grass on the grave would be as tall as a person now, grass growing on the grave. Meng Qingxue felt a bit speechless. But the mountain has many good things. In these mountains, besides rabbits, foxes, and wild pigs, there are roe deer, large snakes, and even wolf packs in some places. Zhao Guiqing didn't seem to mind talking openly. Of course, there are also valuable herbs like ginseng and lingzhi, plus various medicinal plants. It depends on whether you have the courage and skill to gather them. The deeper into the mountain you go, the more dangerous it gets with wild animals. Meng Qingxue nodded. Zhao Guiqing stopped his work. That's enough. We've pulled over a dozen carts of bamboo. Let's go back, build a fence, and then set up 2 bamboo houses. Zhao Guiqing tied a cart of bamboo securely. Since that's the case, let's head down the mountain. The family followed behind the donkey cart, walking down the trail. Suddenly, Zhao Tailong, who was at the back, felt his foot slip. He thought he had stepped on something soft and fleshy. Before he could look down, a long, over 2-meter-long worm suddenly shot out from beside his foot. The worm had a ring of gold and black patterns all over its body, with a triangular head held high, staring intently at Zhao Tailong. It was a golden-ringed snake. The snake flicked its tongue and hissed. In the next moment, it lunged toward Zhao Tielong's calf and bit. Zhao Tielong's mind went blank. He didn't expect to encounter the most poisonous creature in the mountains and forgot to dodge. Just then, a flash of cold light streaked across. Meng Qingxue drew her knife swiftly, accurately cutting the snake at its 7-inch point. The snake's head shot up and flew past Zhao Tielong's calf. The headless snake body twitched a few times on the ground before going still. Zhao Tielong's leg went weak, and he sat heavily on the ground, gasping for breath, feeling a cold chill down his back. He touched his calf, still feeling scared. Golden ring snake. My goodness, if it bites me, I might not survive. Zhao Guiqing also looked frightened and then gratefully looked at Meng Qingxue. Qingxue, it's all thanks to you. This snake is very poisonous, but if we catch it alive, it's worth about 2 taels of silver. A golden ring snake is worth 2 taels, while a silver ring snake is only 1. He sighed. Every year, some snake catchers risk their lives trying to catch it. Meng Qingxue put away her machete and smiled. I was also startled. I got scared and just swung my blade randomly. Back in front of the thatched hut, the cut bamboo was piled into a small mountain. Zhao Guilin carefully brought a clay bowl and poured water for everyone. After drinking, Zhao Guiqing said, 1 bamboo pole, cut into 3 sections. Taizhu and Tailong, you 2 are strong. Dig holes along the lines drawn inside. Qingxue, Qingyao, and I will handle chopping the bamboo. Okay? Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Tailong immediately took hoes and started digging along the marked lines. The others took their machetes and cut the long bamboo into sections about as tall as a person. Once the holes were dug and the bamboo sections cut, everyone worked together to insert the sturdy bamboo pieces into the holes, then tied them tightly with hemp rope in rows. Soon, a neat bamboo wall rose up, enclosing the entire yard. Following Meng Qingxue's plan, they left a main gate leading to the village road and a side gate for easy access to the river to collect traps. The gates were made with thinner bamboo, simple but decent enough. At that moment, a strong aroma wafted from the stove in front of the hut. Zhao Guilan's mother and daughter had not only made dumplings but also cooked a pot of fish soup with small mixed fish left over from the morning's trap. Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Tielong's stomachs growled loudly, and their eyes eagerly looked toward the hut. Even Zhao Guiqing and Zhao Guidong looked expectantly. Meng Qingxue also felt a bit hungry. Zhao Guiqing said, "Let's work harder and finish the job early." After finishing the wall, it was getting dark. The group quickly built 2 very simple bamboo houses in a corner of the yard using the remaining bamboo, with no windows, just enough to block the wind and rain. Zhao Guiqing patted the wall of the bamboo house and chuckled, "I'm just worried about strong winds. If there's no wind or rain, living here is fine." Meng Qingxue smiled and said, "This house is perfect for my sister and me. Once we save enough money, we'll tear it down and build a big brick house." As long as your father stops making trouble and lives honestly, building a big house will happen sooner or later. Zhao Guiqing glanced at Meng Dashan. Meng Dashan forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, brother-in-law. I won't make the same mistakes again." People in the village came and went, noticing that Meng Dashan's family had built a wall around their yard.
Look.
Meng Dashan's family has built a wall. Yes. In just half a day, they've made it look proper. Wow, it's thanks to his wife's family helping out. The wall was up in no time. Old Meng, Old Lady Meng, and second brother Meng stood nearby, all with grim faces. Old Lady Meng gritted her teeth and said, "That ungrateful person. Where did he get the money to pay debts and buy land?" Old Meng, with his hands behind his back, snorted coldly. It wasn't that kid who brought it back. It was Meng Dashan and his sneaky ways hiding private money. Second brother Meng looked even more upset, his tone full of resentment. Meng Dashan is so selfish. He doesn't think about the family at all. With 130 taels of silver, Wen Kai could study to become a scholar, or even a successful official. That money would be enough for him. Old Meng nodded in agreement and stomped his foot. Exactly. He's so selfish. If he hadn't spent that 100 taels on illness, Wen Kai could be studying now. My grandson would surely soar. Second brother Meng helped old Meng up and sneered, "Father, the eldest is just a short-sighted fool. You and mother can wait to enjoy your old age. When Wen Kai and I succeed, they'll regret everything." Meanwhile, at Lingcheng Post Station, behind the government office, little Wuzi, dressed in prince-like clothes, sat on a chair, his face pale with worry. It was getting dark. Wu Xiao hadn't returned yet, and he was starting to feel anxious. This Three Rivers town was small, but unfamiliar. If some bad person attacked him, it would be terrible. Even with 10 heads, he couldn't handle it. "Greetings, Lord Wu." A voice came from outside. Little Wuzi's spirits lifted, and he finally felt a little relief. The gate opened. Wu Xiao carried his fishing rod and bucket, looking very angry as he walked in. Little Wu felt a jolt in his heart and whispered, "Your Highness Xiao, who has the guts to offend you and make you angry? This is unacceptable. All afternoon. An entire afternoon. I didn't even catch a single fish. Not catching fish is one thing, but I also accidentally broke this purple bamboo rod that my father personally gave me. What's more frustrating is that I moved to a different spot, hoping to catch some small fish in the creek to save face, but a careless crab actually dared to pinch my toe." "What? A crab pinched your toe?" "Oh, Your Highness. That crab was really bold. I'll have someone fill in that creek and teach it a lesson." Wu Xiao snorted coldly. "No need. I'm not that petty." Little Wu forced a smile and said, "Your Highness, this whole thing is just too strange. Not catching fish, breaking the rod, and then getting your toe pinched by a crab. It all seems like someone planned it." Wu Xiao's face darkened again. "I tell you, I've been sneezing nonstop all afternoon. Someone must be cursing me behind my back. Tell me, could it be the third or fourth prince? They're jealous of how much the emperor favors me and of my fishing skills, so they're secretly using some kind of magic." Little Wu's heart pounded. The fights among princes were not something he, a small eunuch, could get involved in. He quickly lowered his head and awkwardly said, "Your Highness, you're overthinking. The princes are far away in the capital. They couldn't possibly influence things here in Three Rivers Town, which is 1,000 miles away. Maybe the water and soil of Three Rivers Town just don't suit your luck." "Don't suit my luck." Wu Xiao raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, Wu Xiao slammed the table and stood up. "I don't believe in such nonsense. Tomorrow, I'm going to Three Rivers Town again. I refuse to believe that with my skills, I can't catch a single fish.